Chapter 1392. The war entered its second phase, with galaxies 617, 618, and 712 serving as the primary battlefields. Over 300 years had already passed since the start of the conflict. 300 years was barely enough time for a level 6 civilization to conduct a long-distance raid within the main battlefield. Even within Galaxy 712, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization hadn't been able to traverse it from end to end. The starry sky was truly vast. The diameter of Galaxy 712 reached 200,000 light-years. In such a vast galaxy, the human Lyra easily breached the Stargate guarded by the Boundary Breaker. However, to reach the enemy's Stargate on the other side of the galaxy from there would require over 900 years of navigation alone. Thus, 300 years was nothing in the context of the ongoing war. Even the smaller galaxies 617 and 618 had diameters of 40 to 50,000 light-years. Fortunately, the war isn't fought by a single ship, but rather by the collaborative efforts of numerous civilizations. Thanks to quantum entanglement, the command ship can monitor the location and status of its fleet in real time. Currently, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization controls 2 stargates in Galaxy 712, leading to Galaxy 627 and Galaxy 616. These 2 stargates are approximately 70,000 light-years apart. 300 years wouldn't be enough for humanity to reach the Stargate of the Divine Matrix civilization from their own Stargate. However, since the galaxies behind them are still under the control of the 3 Grand Voyage Organizations, humans can return to the galaxies behind them, and then use the Stargate to reach their destination if they wish to rendezvous with the Divine Matrix civilization. Of course, circumnavigating the rear galaxy also takes time, meaning the journey from one Stargate to another in the rear galaxy. From this, we can see that while the 3 major long-distance organizations and the second-type boundary breakers appear to be engaged in a war spanning tens of millions of light-years, in reality, both sides are merely using the Stargates for their own purposes. Warfare within the galaxy has reverted to the slow pace of a level 6 civilization. Hundreds of years often elapse between the first and second engagements. This is the case for both sides now. After capturing the Stargates, the human, Awakener, and Dia civilizations began searching for the main boundary breaker fleets for a decisive battle. However, the starry sky is too vast, and the enemy is evasive. Therefore, after 300 years, the main fleets led by these 3 civilizations have yet to encounter their main fleets. Thus, until now, the most frequent and ongoing battles between the 2 sides have been between the exploration fleets. The Galactic Expedition's exploration fleet was superior to the other side, holding its own in the battle. However, that was only against the Boundary Breakers' lackeys. They were no match for the Boundary Breakers themselves. Thus, the battles within the 712 galaxy were a mixed bag, a fairly evenly contested affair. At times, due to the Boundary Breakers' speed advantage, and the sheer number of their lackeys, the exploration fleets of the various civilizations affiliated with the Galactic Expedition were evenly matched. Overall, although the Galactic Expedition had reached the 712 galaxy, their fleet was too few to launch the offensive that would worry the Boundary Breakers in the vast starry sky. Conversely, the Boundary Breakers' countermeasures were highly successful. They successfully leveraged their speed advantage across this vast galaxy, distributing the Galactic Expedition's high-end combat power evenly across a large area. Abyss, what's the situation with Lan Hai and the others now? Aboard the Tianqin, Yuan sat upright in the captain's seat, his gaze fixed on the vast starry sea. He chose not to check the information, but to inquire with the first mate beside him. In reality, he knew the situation from a glance at the military intelligence exchanged between the 2 sides. However, they were simply too busy right now. The other side would turn and flee upon noticing the Tianqin, making a successful engagement difficult. In his spare time, Yuan engaged in ordinary conversation. Hey, it's still the same. The Tianqin's first mate was also helpless about this situation. He took a few steps to Yuan's side, spread his hands, and continued, over 200 years ago, the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization fought a battle with the Boundary Breakers. The result was obvious. They lost the Stargate of Galaxy 617. In that battle, they lost nearly 200 billion capital ships, and it's said that the fleets of more than a dozen civilizations were wiped out. Fortunately, their main force successfully retreated. Now most of them have retreated to the rear gate exit. They are clearly no match for the Boundary Breakers. The latest intelligence shows that a high-level elite Boundary Breaker force has entered Galaxy 617, possibly targeting the Stargate they retreated to. Did the elite Boundary Breakers go there? Didn't they call for help? Yu Yuan asked curiously. High-level elite boundary breakers. They are capable of warping to 600 times the speed of light, and there are so many of them. If things go wrong, Galaxy 617 could actually be taken. No, they're only guarding the Stargate with their main fleet, not their entire fleet. The Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization isn't stupid either. While they're retreating, they're also dividing their fleet into several groups, just like the boundary breakers are doing to us now. They're using the vast expanse of the 617 galaxies to engage in jungle warfare. Jungle warfare, not in the conventional sense, but in the interstellar jungle. The boundary breakers were using the 712 interstellar jungle to engage the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. Since everyone was scattered, the boundary breakers didn't know which fleet the Lyra was mixed up in. Therefore, the Lyra, leading 2 billion human consciousness-linked warships, was now navigating the interstellar jungle, engaging in small-scale battles with the boundary breakers, guided by detection information. Over the past 300 years, the Lyra had encountered boundary breakers' lackeys and boundary breakers numerous times, generally crushing them without a fight. But once they realized it was the Lyra, the boundary breakers fled without a fight. It was always like this. The first mate said seriously, not really. The Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization has been rooted here for 20 million years. For them, this defeat isn't a complete failure. They told us not to worry, saying the 617 galaxy won't fall so quickly. However, because the boundary breakers are really fighting hard this time, they're not sure they can hold out for the same thousands of years they've done before. Oh! Yu Yuan turned his head curiously. The first mate continued, the Abyssal Civilization's flagship has a ranged strike capability. With it, the 617 Stargate won't be easily taken down unless the boundary breakers sacrifice their lives. Furthermore, the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization isn't simply on the defensive. The Kroll civilization and its specialized lifeforms have been constantly present in the 617 galaxy, leading their fleet and those of other civilizations within their organization to continuously intercept the boundary breakers. The Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization does indeed possess a specialized lifeform. After all these years, everyone already knows what it is. It's a massive nebula-based lifeform. Chapter 1393. Based on what human civilization currently understands, the nebula lifeforms of the Abyssal Voyage Organization should be of the same type as the one they encountered in the Milky Way, though the Milky Way one was still in its infancy. The nebula lifeforms of the Abyssal Voyage Organization are clearly fully grown, immensely large, expanding to encompass over a dozen light-years. Their attack methods are light and heat, though the specific mechanism is unknown to human civilization. It is known that this is the nebula lifeform's instinctive attack method. It somehow manages to transform itself into a source of some strange light. When the nebula lifeforms engage in combat, they resemble a brilliant, starry-eyed beast, radiating a faint glow that, from afar, appears to be clinging to it, like a glowing octopus waving its tentacles across the starry sky. When everyone first learned of this particular lifeform's condition, they immediately thought of a microscopic demon. Of course, this nebula lifeform is not a microscopic demon, although its form bears some resemblance to one. This nebula lifeform possesses an almost instinctive sensitivity to energy. Any warship caught by its tentacles or body quickly suffers a breakdown in its shields. It must have been absorbing the energy it absorbs to the point of collapse. Unfortunately, it lacks the ability to teleport quickly, but its attack range is quite large. Its attack range extends to any location within its reach. Furthermore, it can curl and unfold its body, and its movements are incredibly rapid, not at conventional speeds, but at a speed of space-time expansion and contraction, reaching hundreds of times the speed of light. Every time it curls or stretches, ripples in space-time appear, demonstrating a spatial instinct. Although he lacks exceptional mobility, his attack range is virtually impossible to evade. He is currently conducting guerrilla warfare alongside the Kroll civilization in Galaxy 617. With the assistance of this special lifeform, Galaxy 617 is indeed less vulnerable to loss. As for the Blue Sea Expedition Organization in Galaxy 618, it appears to be relying solely on the sheer number of its warships and immense combat power to engage in a war of attrition with the boundary breakers. This is a consistent tactic of the Blue Sea Expedition Organization, seemingly unpretentious but highly effective. Currently, approximately 1 trillion primary boundary breakers and 1 trillion boundary breaker-like flagships are being held hostage in the quagmire of war in Galaxy 618. Given the current state of affairs, defeat is unlikely anytime soon. Furthermore, both sides are maintaining their logistical resources, constantly receiving new fleets. It's not surprising that the war could last 10,000 years. After understanding this, Yuan stood up, waved his hand, and opened a star map of the 712 galaxy. He stared intently for a moment, then said, "It seems we need to find a way to break the impasse. The boundary breakers won't confront our high-end forces head-on, but our conventional forces are too few. If we keep fighting like this, they eventually deplete us. We can't continue like this." Seeing that Yuan seemed to have an idea, the first mate immediately showed an attentive demeanor. Yuan didn't keep him in suspense. He did have some insights. Turning to face the first mate, Yuan said, "The war started in space, and the civilizations within the organization haven't yet completed their transformation. Our fleets are still too small. Now the boundary breakers are using the 712 galaxy as their battlefield, using guerrilla tactics to hold us back. If we continue like this, we definitely lose in the end. The war is too widespread, involving too many civilizations. Our high-end combat forces are wasting time rushing to the enemy. Once they're there, they rather lose a fleet than engage us head-on. We simply can't unleash the full potential of our 6 distinctive technological civilizations. While our conventional warships are powerful, they can't withstand such attrition. We must change our tactics." Yuan's words sounded a bit like the argument that the key to solving a problem is to identify the key issue, but the first mate remained attentive. Thankfully, Yuan didn't dwell on his own thoughts. After a pause, he pointed to 2 stargates on the 712 star map and continued, "Since the enemy is pursuing guerrilla warfare, we have no choice but to attack these 2. The boundary breakers want to avoid us and focus their attack on the 617 and 618 galaxies. We cut off their retreat and capture these 2 stargates. Let's see how anxious they are." With Yuan's movements, the 2 stargates on the star map were marked. Immediately, Yuan opened a holographic image, summoned the military personnel, and laid out his plan in full. After Yuan finished outlining the general plan, a military expert said, "General Yu's message is to attack where they must rescue. Should we attack these 2 stargates, blocking the boundary breakers' logistical support routes? Then, let the Abyss and Blue Ocean, 2 long-distance navigation organizations, use their endless supply to wear down the boundary breakers in the 617 and 618 galaxies? Well, that's probably it. I think it's feasible, but it also carries significant risks for us." A staff officer took over. "The reason is that we have too few warships. If we block these 2 stargates, it will inevitably drive the boundary breakers crazy. After all, this is their logistical lifeline. Then, we might face the pressure of the entire boundary breaker group. Our Galactic Grand Voyage organization consists of only 80 civilizations, and we currently possess only a little over 270 billion warships. With this limited manpower, we need to capture 2 stargates and then defend 4 more. It's truly stretched. After capturing these 2 stargates, we might face a counterattack from the boundary breakers on the other side of the stargates, effectively being attacked from both sides. So, I'm wondering if the Abyss and Blue Ocean organizations, while we capture these 2 stargates, could also recapture the stargates from Galaxy 617 and Galaxy 618 to Galaxy 712. Another staff officer followed suit, saying, "We should do it whenever possible. We can. Ask them to do it. After all, our attack on these 2 galaxies is also helping them cut off the boundary breakers' logistical channels, so they have no reason to refuse." After a pause, the staff officer continued, "In my opinion, this is the way to go. The starry sky is vast, and the galaxies are long. Once we make a decision, we should quickly bring it to the organization's highest meeting for approval. The sooner the better. If we delay too long, and if the 617 and 618 galaxies fall, it will be even more difficult. Then the boundary breakers can march directly into the rear areas of our 3 major long-distance navigation organizations, extending the battle line. The longer the battle line, the wider the battlefield, the more advantageous it is for the boundary breakers." Everyone understood this principle. The plan was quickly approved by the human race, and Yuan soon appeared in the virtual hall. As usual, only the 6 distinctive technological civilizations and the Phantom of the Star Defender were present. It must be said that although the tactical plan proposed by the humans was quite difficult, it seemed to be a possible solution for the current situation, so the 6 distinctive technological civilizations unanimously approved it. Then, negotiations were held on behalf of the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization with the Abyss and Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organizations. The 3 parties agreed on various details regarding the plan. For example, when would the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization arrive at the 2 stargates, when would the battle begin, and what strategic goals the Blue Ocean and Abyss Grand Voyage organizations should achieve during this time. After this discussion, the three parties reached a consensus, and the new operational plan and strategic objectives were instantly disseminated via quantum entanglement communication to all leaders of the civilizations under the three organizations. Chapter 1394. The three parties agreed on a time. Simultaneously with the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's attack on the target Stargate, the Abyss and Blue Ocean organizations in the 617 and 618 galaxies would launch a large-scale counterattack, aiming to recapture the Stargates in those two galaxies. If successful, the Boundary Breakers and their minions in the 617 and 618 galaxies would be effectively cornered, their supply routes cut off, and they would inevitably be slowly worn down by the Abyss and Blue Ocean Grand Voyage organizations. On the other hand, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization would also face immense pressure, practically facing the logistical support of the entire Boundary Breaker force. Fortunately, the Boundary Breakers had already shifted their main forces to the 617 and 618 galaxies for the attack, so the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization faced fewer enemies. After all, the Boundary Breaker fleet, combined with the number of Boundary Breakers themselves, was only 2.3 times greater than the fleets of the three Grand Voyage organizations. As the war progresses, and the outcomes of battles on various battlefields change, this number will dynamically change, but looking at the overall situation, the number in the early stages will not change significantly. So, if the Boundary Breakers want to focus their attack on the 617 and 618 galaxies, they will have to divert their main forces there. According to data from the Galactic Center Civilizations Exploration, the total number of Boundary Breakers and their lackeys in 712 currently stands at approximately 1 trillion, more than 3 times the total number of the Galactic Grand Voyage's fleet. This poses no significant problem. For convenience, the Galactic Grand Voyage designated the two stargates leading from the 712 galaxy to the 616 and 627 galaxies as the 712-616 and 712-627 stargates, which are the two stargates currently occupied by the Grand Voyage. The targets of the attack were stargates 712-617 and 712-618. In terms of tactics, the Great Voyage Organization deployed the Dia civilization, half of the Awakeners civilization, and 8 ordinary level 6 civilizations to garrison Stargate 712-616, while humanity led its 29 civilizations to attack Stargate 712-617. The previously captured Stargate 712-627 was to be guarded by the Divine Matrix civilization, while the Falcon civilization and the Silver Heart civilization would attack Stargate 712-618. The plan proceeded smoothly. The Abyss and Blue Ocean Great Voyage organizations also secretly gathered strength during this period, preparing to launch a major attack on the Boundary Breakers at the right moment. Time passed in a mixture of battle and travel. Because reconnaissance fleets were constantly exchanging fire in the starry sky, the two sides were effectively in constant contact. Therefore, the actions of the three Great Voyage organizations were soon discovered by the Boundary Breakers. As the saying goes, attack where you must rescue. Upon learning that the Galaxy Grand Voyage organization had dared to act in this manner, the Boundary Breakers were furious. This completely thwarted their original plan, so they resorted to a backup plan, mobilizing a large fleet toward Stargate 712-617 and 712-618, preparing to engage the invading enemy there in a decisive battle. There was no other solution. These two Stargates were their logistical lifeline for attacking the Abyss and Blue Sea Grand Voyage organizations. If they were lost, their fleet would dwindle, while the enemy would continue to receive reinforcements. The outcome was foreseeable. In the 700th year of the war, human civilization, led by the Lyra, led its 29 civilizations, totaling 112 billion warships, to officially encounter the Boundary Breakers in the starfield near Stargate 617 on 712-. The Star Defenders would also join the human fleet. The latter possessed 20 billion advanced Boundary Breakers, 30 billion intermediate Boundary Breakers, and 300 billion elementary Boundary Breakers, plus 600 billion warships from their lackey civilizations. The total reached 950 billion, more than 9 times the number of warships on the human side. This was the maximum force the Boundary Breakers could allocate to defend this Stargate in the 712 galaxy. Upon learning that the attack was coming from the Lyra, they frantically sent reinforcements to the Stargate. On the other side, the Falcon and Silver Heart civilizations led significantly larger fleets. Since they were defending the 712-616 Stargate with the Divine Matrix civilization, they were able to mobilize more civilizations to join them in the attack on the 712-618 Stargate. Because civilizations like the Alan and Fayou civilizations, each possessing T0 level combat power, were also present, their conventional warships were more powerful than the human army. Comparing the number of warships, the Falcon and Silver Heart civilizations possessed approximately 137 billion, while the Boundary Breakers and their lackeys combined possessed only 400 billion, making the disparity in numbers less significant. Two major battles, two battlefields, began at approximately the same time. Simultaneously, the Abyss and Blue Sea, two major voyage organizations, had been secretly preparing for this, launching counterattacks in two other galaxies to coordinate with the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization's battle plan. At the 712-617 Stargate, the Lyra, mingled with humanity's own fleet of 4 billion consciousness-linked warships, faced an enemy nearly 10 times its size. At a single command, they engaged. Having fought against even greater odds, humanity was unfazed. As the first void strike pierced the void, the full-scale battle began. Gazing at the enemy fleet light years away, the Star Defender charged forward, ramming into it at warp speeds of 656 times the speed of light. Instantly, countless warship wreckage filled the starry sky. The Boundary Breakers also fought tooth and nail. As usual, they no longer hid behind the lackey fleets and watched the action unfold. Instead, they charged the battlefield at the first sign of battle. Like ghosts, the Junior, Intermediate, and Advanced Boundary Breakers increased their speed to maximum, charging towards the Grand Voyage Organization's fleet. Their target was, surprisingly, an ordinary warship. Seeing this, an order was also issued from the Lyra. The 4 billion warships linked to human civilization's consciousness, receiving the order, all entered warp speed and then charged towards the battlefield in a scattered formation. The Lyra no longer waited and watched, directly initiating microscopic high-dimensional transitions, teleporting several times in succession, and then launched a quantum banishment attack towards the area where high-level boundary breakers were concentrated. This was the first time that high-level boundary breakers had the courage to confront the Lyra head-on. When they noticed the Lyra disappearing, they tried to evade it by warping at 600 times the speed of light, but the Lyra's teleportation speed was even faster than they imagined. Before they could escape, billions of high-level boundary breakers were swept away in a single blow. The Lyra's microscopic high-dimensional transitions were on the same level as quantum macro-tunneling, which was on the same level as the displacement of electronic warships. A mere 600 times the speed of light was rendered motionless by the Lyra's teleportation. Furthermore, human civilization had mastered the technique of recharging multiple strikes with a single charge. Therefore, at the outset of the battle, the Lyra teleported across the starry sky, unleashing barrage after barrage upon the advanced boundary breaker forces, as if nothing was spent, unleashing a devastating devastation. The boundary breaker's supreme commander, present, was terrified, and countless anxious messages echoed back and forth on his internal communication channels. Scatter, scatter. Hurry, hurry, it's the Lyra, it's gone, scatter. Push it, push it. The Lyra's attack isn't unlimited. While it's charging, push it. High-level boundary breakers go first, everyone follow. The Lyra is right there, follow me, destroy it. Commander, we can't. The human warships are too slippery. We can't hit them. They seem to anticipate our attacks and strike with incredible accuracy. So what? If a single ship can't win, we outnumber them. If one isn't enough, we go with 10. If that doesn't work, we go with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. I don't believe one of their warships can defeat 10,000 of ours. Destroy the human warships at all costs. This battle is crucial. We must destroy them. Oh my god, the Lyra has disappeared again. How can its recharge time be so short? We're finished. Chapter 1395. The human warships present were all consciousness-linked warships, not only equipped with third-person piloting but also equipped with the most powerful conventional technology of the Potterhead civilization. The combination of these two maximized their attack, defense, and evasion attributes. Even against the swift maneuvers of advanced boundary breakers, they could dodge them, even preemptively firing while dodging, annihilating them with a single volley. The effect was as if the advanced boundary breakers themselves were attached to space weapons. What terrified the advanced boundary breakers even more was that even if they relied on their speed advantage to concentrate many boundary breakers for a large-scale attack, the human warships, unable to evade them, could still rely on their own directional shields to withstand the attacks. The battle had been going on for decades, yet not a single human warship had been destroyed. Instead, many armies, concentrated together, were repeatedly annihilated by the Lyra. The boundary breakers had previously believed that the human fleet was only powerful when accompanied by the Dia. Unexpectedly, these warships didn't need the Dia at all. Rather, the Dia needed them. The Lyra was even more formidable. The boundary breaker commander, who had shouted the slogan of destroying the Lyra, had stopped shouting, as he had no idea how to deal with the Lyra. A single boundary breaker was absolutely no match. The enemy preferred groups of boundary breakers. Most despairing of all, the boundary breaker commanders were unable to even engage. Facing the human fleet, only the fastest, most advanced boundary breakers could engage them. The others were either crushed or forced to use their speed to distance themselves and watch from afar, but even then, they were unable to reach the enemy. With the boundary breakers in such a state, the boundary breakers' lackeys' fleets were even more vulnerable. Facing the 4 billion warships of human civilization, those civilizations' warships were completely crushed. Up to this point in the battle, the only notable achievement was the destruction of warships from civilizations other than human civilization. The boundary breaker commander hadn't expected that even with his elite troops deployed, and outnumbering the enemy 10-1, they could still pull off such a fight. The longer the battle dragged on, the more confused his mind became, for he had realized that his numerical advantage in this battle wasn't actually tenfold, but far greater. He had noticed shortly after the battle began, though he hadn't acknowledged it. This was that, aside from human civilization, the warships of other civilizations were practically mediocre. In other words, human civilization was practically relying solely on its own strength to withstand the full might of his own. Especially, every time he saw the Lyra, its dominance on the battlefield, the boundary breaker commander even suspected that this flagship possessed level 7 technology. It was simply too powerful, far beyond the level 6 flagships the boundary breaker commander had previously considered. What sin have I committed to deserve to face these demons on 2 battlefields? Seeing the Lyra launch another quantum banishment strike, wiping out an entire area, the boundary breaker commander couldn't help but cry out inwardly. For decades, the entire starry battlefield had been focused on the Lyra. It dominated the battlefield, a harvester of warships and boundary breaker lives, leaving no stone unturned. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm afraid this battle will be difficult to win. I hope the other battlefields fare better. The boundary breaker commander, growing increasingly alarmed, seemed to have foreseen his own end. He mentally prepared himself for his ultimate death on the battlefield. The boundary breaker commander could see that his own high-level boundary breakers had been terrified by the Lyra. If orders hadn't forbidden them, they would have turned and fled long ago. At this point, they had no choice but to fight. Every high-level boundary breaker's mindset had changed from when the war began. Initially, they had truly wanted to destroy the Lyra. After a few years of fighting, they realized that goal seemed unrealistic, so they settled for the next best thing, destroying the human fleet. Now, they felt that this also seemed unrealistic, and the high-level boundary breaker's goal had become to take a few people with them before their death. They truly didn't want to fight the human fleet anymore. The feeling of futility, no matter how hard they tried, made them feel like they were 100% committing suicide. Some of the older high-level boundary breakers even wondered why they hadn't encountered a powerful force like human civilization back then. Otherwise, they might not have become boundary breakers. But is there really hope within the Great Voyage, the Void? How about making a suggestion to the commander? Ask the human civilization to refrain from annihilating us if we succeed? But is that realistic? Alas, why bother stopping these great voyagers? Isn't peace enough? We can live our lives, and they can go about their great voids, keeping to ourselves. Why fight? Seeing the situation deteriorate, some high-level boundary breakers began to harbor unprecedented ideas, but these ideas soon vanished into a microcosm. The hostility between the two factions wouldn't change at the will of one or a few high-level boundary breakers. A war that had reached this point wouldn't cease simply because one boundary breaker shouted, "Stop fighting." After 1,730 years, the battle finally concluded, with human civilization ultimately victorious. Human civilization's fleets were essentially the only ones left on the battlefield, while the fleets of the other 29 civilizations were nearly annihilated. The boundary breakers were utterly daunted by the human fleets. After the middle stages of the battle, the human fleets essentially single-handedly challenged the entire boundary breaker army and its lackey fleets. The boundary breakers, numbering 300 billion boundary breakers and 600 billion lackey warships, were nearly annihilated in the battle. In other words, at the very end, the boundary breaker commander was killed, and the replacement, realizing the situation was hopeless, ordered a retreat. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated by human civilization. The boundary breakers that escaped numbered only 200 to 300 million, and they fled in a scattering manner, relying on their speed advantage. Otherwise, they would have been easily captured by a few teleporters from the Lyra. In a decisive battle against a fleet led by human civilization, the bound breakers suffered a resounding defeat. However, it was this battle that allowed the bound breakers to gain a clearer understanding of the Lyra's power. Furthermore, through long-term observation, they discovered some of the Lyra's attack methods, ultimately identifying them as a unique superstring technology. Perhaps for this reason, after this battle, human civilization acquired a new name among the boundary breakers, the Pluckers. The Pluckers' power is beyond our imagination. They only need to gently pluck those ethereal strings, and we're annihilated. With the Pluckers here, we can't defeat them. Facing the Pluckers, all we can do is run as far away as possible before they strike. The farther the better. We shouldn't provoke the Pluckers, for that would be tantamount to suicide. The Pluckers simply want to reach the Great Void through the Stargate. Why should we stop them? Let the Void kill them. We shouldn't stand in their way. With human civilization's victory in the battle, the name of human civilization and the Lyra quickly spread among the boundary breakers, and the boundary breakers gave humanity the nickname the Pluckers. This title even spread from the boundary breakers to their lackey civilizations during the subsequent war, and then from there, it spread back to the three major long-distance navigation organizations, the Galaxy, the Abyss, and the Blue Ocean. Thus, the String Pluckers became another name for human civilization. Chapter 1396. Those who call human civilization the Stringers must be aware of its unique technology, and these civilizations, knowing its unique technology, also prefer to call it the Stringers. In particular, the member civilizations of the two Great Voyage organizations, Blue Sea and Abyss, are generally aware that the Galaxy Voyage organization has a powerful leader called the Stringer. Humanity could not have imagined that its fame would spread in this way. The news spread even more rapidly within the boundary breakers. Initially, the boundary breakers' leaders intentionally suppressed information about the power of human civilization. However, the battle was fierce, and even though the boundary breakers adhered to the strategy of not congregating in groups, they were still driven into a panic by the human fleet led by the Lyra. This was despite a huge numerical advantage. After this battle, the boundary breakers developed a certain level of stress towards human civilization. As early as the latter stages of the battle, whenever their high-ranking boundary breakers saw the Lyra, their first thought was to flee. They had no desire to fight any longer, because they had no way of winning, and even hitting her was impossible. The warships that accompanied the Lyra on its expeditions were similarly slippery. Facing the Lyra felt like facing an insurmountable mountain, with no prospect of victory. Some of the ancient, high-level boundary breakers even recalled the despair they felt when facing the Great Void. The name of the Pluckers quickly resonated throughout the boundary breakers within the Stargate network. They realized that an unstoppable civilization had arrived, and they were headed for the Great Void. Any entity that stood in the way of the Pluckers would be gently plucked, like a lute, at an unknown string, and everything would vanish into thin air, vanishing without a trace. String Pluckers can also use their strings to teleport within the string world, spanning distances of light years in an instant. Whenever encountering a string plucker, the best option is to run, or rather, not to confront them at all, for even the largest numbers are futile against them. String Pluckers are invincible. The defeat in the Battle of Stargate 712-617 caused a significant number of boundary breakers to reflect, something unprecedented in tens of millions of years. Some high-ranking boundary breakers boldly suggested not blocking the String Pluckers' initiative. Unfortunately, this suggestion was immediately seen as a betrayal of the boundary breaker community. But the good times didn't last long. About 100 years after humanity's resounding victory in the Battle of Stargate 712-618, the Falcon Civilization and the Galactic Center Civilization also captured Stargate 712-618. Although the fleets led by the Falcon and Galactic Heart Civilization suffered heavy losses, they relied on the powerful Falcon and Galaxy to stabilize the situation. Later, the Falcon directly confronted the high-level boundary breaker forces, and with the help of large-scale strikes and stutter-like teleportation, they ultimately achieved victory. To avoid further losses and preserve their manpower, the high-level boundary breakers on this battlefield were ultimately forced to retreat. During this period, the boundary breakers dispatched tens of billions of newly built warships from the Running Dog civilization from their rear, sending them to attack the 712-616 and 712-627 Stargates guarded by the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. The former engaged the Dia civilization and the Awakeners stationed there, witnessing the power of the Dia's soul shock and the Awakener's single-handed challenge to an entire fleet. Another fleet heading to attack Stargate 712-627 was instantly crushed into interstellar waste by the neutron battle star. With so many high-level boundary breakers terrified by the Lyra, and their numbers exceeding those of previous generations, the two Stargates guarded by the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization were practically impregnable. From then on, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization completely controlled the 4 Stargates within the 712 galaxy, marking the end of logistical support for the boundary breakers attacking galaxies 617 and 618. This logistical support wasn't just money or food, but new warships and troops to replenish the frontline fleets. Because of its diverse technological civilizations and numerous warships with wide-area strike capabilities, the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization was highly effective in its operations. After the human, Falcon, and Galactic Core civilizations successfully captured the 2 Stargates, the battles in galaxies 617 and 618 were still ongoing. The Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization was still fighting a tough battle, while the Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organization had directly lost the decisive battle and was now struggling to hold the Stargate leading from Galaxy 618 to Galaxy 521. In light of this situation, the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization, after evaluating the shift in enemy and friendly forces and the overall Grand Voyage effort, decided to send troops to assist the Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organization in dealing with the enemies in Galaxy 618. The Falcon Civilization and the Galactic Heart Civilization had just captured the Stargate leading to Galaxy 618, and they were to lead their fleets through the gate. However, the Falcon and Galactic Heart Civilizations would not go together, as they still had to defend the gate. For this reason, the organization decided that the Falcon Civilization would proceed first. After the Dia Civilization and 20 of its affiliated fleets were deployed to replace them, the Galactic Heart Civilization would then move to the human side to take over the task of guarding Stargate 712-617. As for human civilization itself, after the arrival of the Galactic Center Civilization, it planned to work with the Star Defenders to carry out another mission within the 712 galaxy. To raid the Stargates controlled by other boundary breakers within the 712 galaxy and eliminate their active forces. This was the Stargate leading to the galaxies behind the boundary breakers. Human civilization would simply eliminate the boundary breakers and their lackey fleet stationed there, then move on to the next one. The goal was not to occupy those galaxies, but to kill more boundary breakers. The 712-616 Stargate would be guarded by the Awakeners alone. For the Dia Civilization, this was a major test. For the first time, they had received the mission of defending a Stargate on their own, and they also became the highest commander of the gate, commanding 20 civilizations in the name of the organization. This made the Dia leaders beam with joy. As a relatively new and technologically advanced civilization, the Dia civilization felt that they were finally becoming the decision-makers of the Galactic Grand Expedition Organization. Each of the 6 distinctive technological civilizations of the Galaxy Voyage Organization is crucial, each with its own mission, whether guarding Stargates or supporting allies. However, the effects of each distinctive technological civilization's actions differ. After completing the rotation, the Dia civilization came under heavy attack from the Bound Breakers and their lackey fleets, and the Galaxy Heart civilization suffered a similar blow. The Divine Principle civilization and the Awakeners faced virtually no trouble. On the other hand, with the support of the Falcon civilization, the Blue Sea Voyage Organization finally stabilized its position, and the situation in the 618 galaxy gradually improved. The Blue Sea Voyage Organization was also generous. Upon learning of the Falcon Civilization's support, their leader, the Blue Sea Civilization, directly assigned its 100 Level 6 civilizations to the Falcon Civilization's orders. They understood the Galaxy Voyage Organization's shortage of mid- and low-end combat power, and they acted remarkably well. Chapter 1397. The Falcon Civilization, which had gone to support the Blue Ocean Voyage Organization, enjoyed a period of considerable success. There, they collaborated with the Blue Ocean Civilization and its affiliated civilizations, repeatedly confronting the boundary breakers head-on. The starry sky was filled with battlefields and wars. Star shattering was commonplace, and spatial turbulence never ceased. The entire 618 galaxy was transformed into a purgatory by the two sides, a graveyard for warships. Over time, the balance of power between the two sides gradually shifted. The Abyssal Voyage Organization's fleet in the 617 galaxy was initially at a disadvantage, but with the capture of the 712-617 Stargate by the Galaxy Voyage Organization, the Abyssal Voyage Organization, thanks to its strategic rear base and continuous replenishment of warships, was able to reduce its fleet much more slowly than the boundary breakers. The boundary breakers, having lost their logistical access, did not sit idly by. They continued to reinforce their forces in the 712 galaxy, attempting to recapture the Stargate. On the other hand, they constructed a starship dock within the 617 galaxy, attempting to utilize local resources to manufacture warships to support the war effort. However, the Abyssal Grand Voyage organization was no pushover. They understood the current situation, a situation they hadn't encountered in 20 million years. Therefore, they issued a death order. No matter how heavy the losses, they must seize control of the entire 617 galaxy. Under the will of the Abyssal and Kroll civilizations, the power of the entire Grand Voyage organization was once again consolidated. Even though they knew they were inferior to the boundary breakers in combat, they dared to engage them head-on, even when it took 10 warships to kill a single boundary breaker. Every civilization within the Abyssal Voyage considered defeating even one boundary breaker a win, knowing their allies in Galaxy 712 were also working to buy them time. To prevent the boundary breakers from establishing warship manufacturing bases in Galaxy 617, the Abyssal Voyage established a dedicated raiding fleet dedicated to finding and destroying them. The boundary breakers' power in Galaxy 617 was steadily weakening, and the Stargate in Galaxy 712 proved difficult to breach. Over time, the Abyssal Voyage's power in Galaxy 617 finally surpassed that of the boundary breakers. This was a turning point. From then on, the Abyssal Voyage shifted from defense to offense, launching a full-scale counterattack. After 1,000 years of effort, they finally squeezed the boundary breakers' living space to just over 2,000 light-years. Then, they systematically deployed more fleets to encircle and suppress these boundary breakers. In Galaxy 618, good news continued to flow, with the Falcon civilization wreaking havoc there. Their Falcon, aside from encountering high-level boundary breakers, feared being besieged by them. Other fleets were completely crushed by them. The Falcon had been targeted numerous times by high-level boundary breakers, who attempted to overload the Falcon's engines by engaging them constantly, thus destroying it. Sadly, the Falcon civilization saw through their attempts, ultimately sacrificing tens of billions of warships to save the Falcon. This was the Falcon's greatest crisis during the 618 Galaxy campaign. As for the 712 Galaxy, the overall situation had improved since the Lyra, carrying human civilization's consciousness and linking the fleet to campaigns east and west. This interstellar war, fought over 2,000 years, has become increasingly agonizing for the boundary breakers. From an initial sense of crisis, to a surge of confidence after the mobilization, to a sense of certainty of victory, as the tide turned in their favor, they have now succumbed to a state of deep anxiety and turmoil. Your Excellency, I just received news that the string pluckers have returned to our 712-811 Stargate. Billions of high-level boundary breakers and tens of billions of warships defending our garrison have been destroyed by that hateful string plucker. The situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable, and the boundary breakers are becoming extremely anxious. At this moment, within the dark matter of a certain galaxy, a strange wave, clearly carrying a message of communication, appears. As soon as this message appears, other similar messages follow. 300 years ago, the pluckers used their flagship as bait to lure our 70 billion warships and 40 billion mid-level boundary breakers into an attack. It turned out to be a trap. Their flagship had no equipment overloads at all, and they wiped out our forces with a few teleports. That's right. The pluckers' attacks are impossible to defend against. We tried every form of shield, but the pluckers can destroy even warships at warp speed with a single strike, unless we can hide in a black hole. The pluckers are too powerful and cunning. Over the past 1,000 years, we've been tricked more than once. They dropped their flagship, disguised it, sent fake distress signals. We lose count of how many senior members have died in this. Yes, Your Excellency. In my opinion, even if the pluckers used only one flagship, we wouldn't be able to defeat them. That's right. That must be the technology of a level 7 civilization. Predictive evasion is their specialty. The pluckers' unstoppable technology must be some kind of level 7 civilization. I also think it's a creation of a level 7 civilization. Otherwise, with our abilities, how could we possibly be no match for it? This was clearly a gathering place for high-level boundary breakers. Invisible to light, they were like ghosts in the darkness, shadows from the other side of the universe, communicating within this invisible dark matter. In fact, these high-level boundary breakers were already being very euphemistic. Now, within the 712 galaxy, as soon as the Lyra appeared, the high-level boundary breakers' first thought was to escape. To save themselves, They even ordered their subordinates to block the Lyra, which was tantamount to committing suicide. Although the boundary breakers were once a technological civilization that sailed far, after becoming boundary breakers, they became boundary breakers, not a technological civilization. They did gain near immortality, but the price was that they could no longer rely on memories to revive themselves. If they really died, they would be gone. Having lived for so long, high-level boundary breakers naturally did not want to die. It's safe to say that the recruited high-ranking boundary breakers are now terrified of the Lyra. The boundary breaker grand leader and the high-ranking boundary breakers under his command are aware of this situation, and they are now in a state of turmoil, unsure of what to do. The war situation in the 617 and 618 galaxies is clear. Their forces are already at the end of their strength, and it's only a matter of time before they are wiped out. The 712 galaxy, on the other hand, has been ravaged by the string pluckers. Upon hearing the string pluckers approach, the boundary breakers are eager to flee. Even within the boundary breakers in the rear, a children's entertainment program called The String Pluckers Are Coming, Run, has spread, fueled by these ignorant children rushing to play the string pluckers in the game. At this point, the boundary breaker grand leader actually no longer wants to fight, but he's also worried that the last three major voyage organizations will successfully advance after entering the Great Void, and then exterminate the entire boundary breaker group. As if sensing the grand leader's predicament, a high-ranking boundary breaker cautiously offered a suggestion. How about we talk to the string plucker? Talk? What? Talk about a ceasefire, of course. There are still some high-ranking boundary breakers alive in the 617 and 618 galaxies, and a successful negotiation could save them. Of course, the most important issue is the boundary breakers' survival. They aren't currently worried about being annihilated by the three grand voyage organizations. After all, with such a vast rear area and so many galaxies, it's impossible for a level 6 civilization to completely wipe them out. But they are afraid that the three grand voyage organizations will successfully advance. Chapter 1398. Talk? Just talk if you want to? How can the years-long feud between us and the two long-distance navigation organizations, Abyss and Blue Ocean, be resolved with just one word? Seeing that the Grand Leader remained silent, some powerful boundary breakers quickly expressed their disagreement. The previous boundary breaker leader. So we're not talking to them, we're talking to the string pluckers. Oh, what do you mean? Some boundary breakers asked curiously. Simple. The high-ranking official who advocated for negotiations continued. They were three long-distance navigation organizations. The Abyss and the Blue Sea long-distance navigation organizations arrived here first, and we have indeed blocked them for over 20 million years. Whether we were right or wrong, we blocked them for our own benefit. They have no reason to blame us for all their losses. As for the stringers, they definitely arrived in our star region recently. In fact, their conflict and hatred with us are not that great. Think about it. We have been fighting the stringers for so many years. How many of their warships have we destroyed? None. What losses have they suffered? None at all. Furthermore, given the strength of the stringers, they must be the most powerful of their organizations. The boss is in charge. Talking to them is like talking to their organization. As long as the string pluckers aren't hostile to us, who cares about the Blue Ocean and Abyssal voyages? If those two voyages disagree, we don't have to worry about them. Just agree not to attack the string pluckers. Then they beg for mercy. Another high-ranking boundary breaker expressed concern. That makes sense. Their goal is to reach the Great Void. In fact, if we don't stop them, they might not even bother to fight us. But having said that, how can you guarantee they won't come after us once they successfully ascend to a cosmic civilization? Is our survival so pitiful that we need to rely on the charity of that technological civilization? Seeing his colleagues pressing questioning, the boundary breaker leader grew somewhat exasperated and retorted sharply. So what do you say? Still going to stop the string pluckers? Are you going to stop them, or send your own warriors? How many advanced individuals do you have left? And how are you going to deal with the string pluckers? Are you going to die? Seeing his colleague speechless, the boundary breaker leader softened his tone. Well, if you ask me, our initial thinking was flawed. We shouldn't have stopped them. Let them go to the Great Void. We just go about our lives. They're unlikely to succeed anyway. Have you forgotten how our predecessors failed? Of course we haven't. An ancient boundary breaker said with some emotion. That's the Great Void. Back then, our predecessors were once a great civilization, but faced with that dark abyss, they were ultimately powerless. I can do anything. From the moment I regained consciousness, I remember my predecessors launching one grand expedition after another, building countless massive projects along the coast, all for the purpose of successfully allowing fleets to enter the Great Void. My predecessors made thorough preparations for each expedition. They dispatched fleet after fleet, chasing that glimmer of hope, time and again, entering the Great Void. But what was the end result? No news. For years, fleet after fleet disappeared. The Great Void was like a life-sucking abyss. No one who entered survived. Later, we concluded that the Great Void's only hope for advancement to a level 7 civilization was a miscalculation by technological civilizations. So we gave up and embraced dark matter, becoming the great dark matter lifeforms we are today. You should understand that the movement speed of our advanced individuals is actually that of a level 7 civilization. After becoming dark matter lifeforms, we achieve the speed of a level 7 civilization. This is the best proof that our path of embracing dark matter is the right one. As long as we firmly embrace dark matter and continue on this path, we will eventually penetrate the final fog and successfully absorb the zero-point energy of vacuum hidden deep within the mysteries of the universe. Based on this, from my personal point of view, I'm not worried that they will succeed in advancing after entering the Great Void, but rather that they will all perish. At this point, the ancient boundary breaker used his sensory organs to sense the status of the other boundary breakers around him, and continued his analysis. Most importantly, even if we negotiate with them, we can always break the contract. Think about it. If they want to enter the Great Void, don't they have to be at the edge of it? Galaxy repairs? Seeing everyone agree with this, the ancient boundary breaker continued, that means they either leave some of their forces in the galaxies at the edge of the void, or risk everything and enter the void en masse. Regardless of their choice, we have the initiative. The Plucker's strength lies in their flagships. What do you think they choose? Will they all enter the void, or leave some outside? If the former, we won't have to face them. If the latter, do you think they won't send their flagships in as well? So, I think we can negotiate. If only a portion of their civilizations enters the void, we can seize control of that portion while they're split in two. Even if the other portion succeeds, we have leverage. They can't afford to abandon the other half of their civilization, can they? Of course, I always believe that entering the Great Void is a dead end. What we should actually do is continue to delve deeper into dark matter and elevate ourselves to cosmic-level life forms. Don't you see? Our current limitations on dark matter, preventing us from intergalactic travel, are like a weak technological civilization unable to escape our home planet. In fact, the idea of fully embracing dark matter has long existed among the boundary breakers. It was the fundamental principle behind their transformation into dark matter life forms, so none of them considered this concept problematic. Of course, since the boundary breakers became established, no boundary breaker has achieved cosmic-level life, hence the fear of the Great Voyage civilization's success, and the decision to block the Great Voyage organization. Since this decision was implemented, there have been no problems. The boundary breakers never imagined that a Great Voyage civilization, one they could not defeat, would one day emerge. In fact, some of the boundary breakers present had considered the Great Voyage's success, but they felt that even if a civilization did succeed, it would be many years in the future. Even if they were retaliated against, it would be better than going to the battlefield and dying now. Some high-ranking boundary breakers thought, or just hide in a corner when the time comes? Besides, the other party wouldn't necessarily retaliate. This was clearly a typical case of taking a chance. Chapter 1399. However, the thought of the Grand Voyage's potential success made some of the boundary breakers' leaders feel uneasy, even agonizing. For the insightful boundary breakers, through reflection, had realized that they didn't need to worry about future retaliation from a Grand Voyage civilization that successfully advanced. As long as even one Grand Voyage civilization successfully advanced and emerged from the Great Void before them, the boundary breakers would naturally collapse, their fundamental beliefs shattered. After all, if the Grand Voyage civilization succeeded, wouldn't that mean that everyone's embrace of dark matter was wrong, that all boundary breakers had embarked on the wrong path, forever trapped in dark matter with no hope of advancement? But could the boundary breakers turn back? The answer was no, because they had become dark matter beings, and this transformation was irreversible. They couldn't become a technological civilization again, much less leave dark matter. This meant that even if the boundary breakers wanted to ride on a technological civilization's fleet to the Great Void, they couldn't. Once they left the dark matter region, they would be like fish out of water, doomed to death. Put together, because advanced boundary breakers could dominate technological civilizations, they never doubted their path. The immense combat power afforded by this path gave them constant confidence that it was the right path. But now, the boundary breakers have suffered an unprecedented setback. The emergence of the Stringers has made them realize they may not be as invincible as they had imagined. Once they began to doubt their ideals, many previously suppressed issues began to surface. As far as the overall war situation is concerned, the boundary breakers haven't been completely defeated. At most, they lost Galaxy 712, the hub of the Stargate network. The boundary breakers still have many more galaxies in their rear. The distance from Galaxy 712 to the edge of the Great Void is approximately 23 million light-years. Along this vast distance, thousands of galaxies lie scattered across the boundary breakers' territory. Given enough time, the lackeys will be able to develop a massive fleet once again, and the boundary breakers themselves will produce more boundary breakers. Boundary breakers, who lose the major battles, actually have negotiating leverage. Ancient boundary breakers, who have also participated in the Great Expedition, know that the Great Expedition is the purpose of the organization, and they likely won't waste time wiping out their vast territories. As for the fear of retaliation from a successful Great Expedition civilization, some ancient boundary breakers, who support peace talks, have offered a somewhat plausible view, considering the overall situation. They believe that the Great Dark Matter lifeforms, as the boundary breakers call themselves, were not limited to their own group. Beyond this Stargate network, there were other Great Dark Matter lifeforms, and their own group was merely a subset of them, developing through the network. In the ancient past, there must have been many boundary breakers in the galaxies at the edge of the Great Void in other directions. They couldn't just wipe them all out. The boundary breakers' high-level meetings lasted a long time, one meeting shortly followed by another, but due to the sheer number of concerns, they still couldn't reach a consensus over the years. Without unified command from the top, the battle on the front lines naturally continued. The main battlefields remained in the three galaxies 617, 618, and 712, but as time passed, the war gradually drew to a close. The Blue Ocean Voyage Organization, aided by the Falcon civilization, triumphed in a major counterattack and pushed the battlefield into a phase of pursuit and pursuit. The Abyssal Voyage Organization, after suffering losses several times greater than the enemy, successfully relied on logistical supplies to drag the battle to its conclusion. However, it would take a long time to completely eliminate the high-level boundary breakers. These creatures were extremely fast, and without specialized teleportation technology, their complete destruction was difficult. So, at this stage, the Abyssal Voyage Organization could only continue to increase its logistical investment, send more troops to the battlefield, and use a large number of warships to pursue and intercept them. As for the 712 battlefield, the Lyra had completely taken over. Facing the already timid boundary breakers, the Lyra was unstoppable wherever it went. Even after the pressure to guard the Stargates eased, the Shinju civilization deployed neutron warships to patrol the galaxy, ready to crush any hostile fleets they encountered. Amidst this, good news arrived from the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's logistics base. The message came from the Feiyu civilization, claiming they had mastered a unique technology. They immediately uploaded their findings and various key elements of this unique technology to the organization's headquarters, informing the 6 civilizations with unique technologies. At the news, the Feiyu civilization's flagships, fighting on the front lines, erupted in jubilation. This had been the longing of generations, and now it had finally come true. At that moment, countless people in the Feiyu civilization felt a surge of pride. We too are the chosen ones of heaven. A sense of pride instantly filled the Feiyu civilization. Now, they finally didn't have to envy the Dia civilization anymore. That was unique technology. The news of the Feiyu civilization drew the attention of all civilizations. The 80 civilizations of the Great Galactic Expedition immediately assigned their scientific teams to study the data provided by the Feiyu civilization. This brought a mixture of emotions. The scientific teams of civilizations without unique technologies were almost envious, while the scientific teams of the 6 civilizations with unique technologies were filled with relief. They certainly couldn't understand the information about the Feiyu civilization's unique technology, but they could clearly see the effects of its unique technology. According to the information provided by the Feiyu civilization, they could not only create a more fuel-efficient warp drive, but also enable ships equipped with its warp drive to reach speeds of 256 times the speed of light. Seeing this data, old memories suddenly flooded back at the scientists of the human civilization. 256 times the speed of light. It was so familiar. The Tianqin had that kind of warp speed back then, when it was equipped with the Pioneer Warp Boost device. That was the unique technology of one of the Pioneer civilizations. This speed isn't much higher than the normal warp speed limit of 213.15 times the speed of light, the limit for a level 6 civilization. Civilizations like the Falcon civilization even surpass this speed, but that doesn't mean they're a complete clown. This is because it's a specialized technology for swarms. According to the Feiyu civilization's own assessment, they are fully capable of mass-producing and maintaining this type of warp engine. By the time they released the news, their logistics bases had already produced hundreds of warp boosters, all of which had passed sea trials. Far from mentioning anything else, if the Feiyu civilization could equip their entire fleet with warp boosters, their combat power would surpass that of the primary boundary breakers, as they also possess the T0 level conventional warship manufacturing technology of the Potterad civilization. Similarly, their conventional fleet's combat effectiveness would also see a qualitative leap, becoming a formidable force second only to the Awakeners, a formidable force in human civilization. Of course, this refers to the conventional fleet. If flagships equipped with specialized technologies are included, the Feiyu civilization's fleet's military power ranking would drop significantly. Regardless, the Feiyu civilization's mastery of a unique technology is good news. And after learning that this is a collectively unique technology, even those civilizations that had previously expressed envy and resentment now expressed eagerness. Since it's a collectively unique technology, why not build a batch for us? Even if one batch isn't enough, at least, since we're all members of the same organization, build a set for our flagship. Chapter 1400. The Feiyu civilization was truly delighted to see civilizations within the organization submit applications and reserve warp equipment, but they weren't complacent. They were well aware of the current structure of the Great Voyage organization and knew who had the final say. Thus, the Feiyu civilization merely glanced at these applications and didn't agree outright, as they needed to first secure some equipment for those major civilizations who hadn't submitted applications. Is this where the 5 major civilizations and the Star Defenders often hold meetings? Oh, and that damn Dia civilization too? Haha, finally, we don't have to worry about those Dia guys anymore. The Feiyu civilization leader attended a high-level meeting of the Galactic Voyage organization for the first time. It was also held in a virtual hall, and the decorations were all illusory, but the scene was still different from the general civilization meetings he had attended in the past. Most importantly, upon arriving, he saw several major civilizations already inside. Oh, the human civilization team hadn't arrived yet. The Feiyu civilization leader noticed this and, looking at the area marked with the human civilization seat, thought to himself, big guys are big guys. How dare they be late for such a meeting? After a quick glance, the leader of the Feiyu civilization, accompanied by his team, excitedly walked to the area marked with the Feiyu civilization's position and took their seats. Feiyu civilization, you are excellent. On behalf of the Shinju civilization, I congratulate you. You are a superior race, worthy of standing on equal footing with us. The leader of the Shinju civilization spoke, a man always forthright. Thank you very much. Feiyu civilization responded politely. Although the Shinju civilization claimed to be on equal footing, they still understood their position. Relationships between civilizations were still based on strength. If he were to confront them head-on at this moment, it would be truly unethical. Don't you see that even though human civilization hasn't arrived yet, no civilization has said anything? If it were the Dia civilization, they would have been criticized long ago. Feiyu civilization, don't be nervous. The membership has already been confirmed. Asking you to come here is just a simple formality, just like when we secured our seats. The Dia civilization leader smiled at the Feiyu civilization. He certainly understood Feiyu civilization's value. Soon after, Yu Yuan, leading a team of human civilizations, appeared in the virtual auditorium. Next came the membership expansion process, which meant that Feiyu civilization would be recognized as the 7th civilization to take the seat in the galactic expedition. In reality, this was a simple matter, but the organization had been established for so long that some things had become ritualistic. The most important aspect of this ceremony was that the 6 technologically advanced civilizations present voted in their own name. As before, the Star Guardians would not participate, considering themselves witnesses. After this process, Feiyu civilization officially became the 7th leader of the Galactic Expedition Organization, empowered to participate in all external deliberations. This right is crucial for the Feiyu civilization. In the past, they could only accept decisions from the 6 technologically advanced civilizations. Now, they can express their own needs based on circumstances and participate in the distribution of special benefits. For example, when acquiring special technologies. Furthermore, in war, civilizations with leadership positions enjoy a higher level of command authority than ordinary civilizations. The benefits are numerous. After completing the process, the leader of the Feiyu civilization delivered a speech, which more closely resembled a statement of gratitude for mastering the special technology. He then began to make promises to the 6 technologically advanced civilizations present. What promise? Of course, it was to provide warp boost devices to the 6 civilizations with distinctive technological advancements. The 6 civilizations with distinctive technological advancements hadn't explicitly requested this, but the leader of the Feiyu civilization wasn't stupid. He knew what to do when he was offered the 7th leadership seat. The Feiyu civilization's leaders weren't fools either. They knew full well that after the Dia civilization declared its mastery of distinctive technology, it wasn't eligible for the 6th seat so quickly. They were stuck for countless years. Yet, now, Feiyu civilization had received the notification less than a month after the announcement. The reason was obvious. Their distinctive technology was group-based, and the 6 civilizations of the Galaxy Voyage Organization needed their own distinctive technological creations. These 6 civilizations were the decision-makers of the organization. They couldn't just let them submit applications for them. Leaders also wanted to save face, and directly inviting Feiyu civilization to the 7th leadership seat was the most direct statement of their position. The leader of the Feiyu civilization was well aware of this, so he immediately stated that everyone possessed warp boosters, and each civilization could be allocated a quota of 2 billion units. However, since production capacity was currently insufficient, he initially provided each civilization with 2,000 units, with the remainder to be replenished once production capacity increased. The Awakener had proposed the 2 billion units, as their entire civilization only possessed 2 billion spacecraft. They initially thought they had overstated the issue, but the Feiyu civilization readily agreed and also granted the same quota to the other civilizations. The Feiyu civilization's performance impressed all 6 technologically advanced civilizations. And precisely because of the Feiyu civilization's understanding, they seamlessly integrated into the leadership group after this meeting. For the Feiyu civilization, giving each of the present civilizations 2 billion sets of equipment wouldn't be a loss, even if they gave it away for free. Once they used their equipment, they would have to rely on them for future maintenance, as it was their specialized technology. It's like the arms trade. If you buy my equipment, you're stuck with me. For the Feiyu civilization, this was like tying themselves to these 6 chariots. No matter what happened, no matter what danger they faced, as long as one of the 6 chariots remained, Feiyu civilization would be there. At first, the Feiyu civilization felt somewhat resentful that their specialized technology wasn't for warfare, but after discovering that numerous scientists within their civilization understood it and could mass-produce it, they found their niche. Besides, who says a warp booster can only reach 256 times the speed of light? Technology is constantly advancing. Other civilizations can continue to delve into their specialized technologies, and so can we, the Feiyu civilization. Perhaps we can even develop even more powerful boosters. Most importantly, a level 7 civilization also possesses unique technologies. By the time we reach level 7, leveraging these technologies, our Feiyu civilization will surpass the maximum speed of a level 7 civilization. With effective support, we also be kings. As for the 2 billion sets, it's actually quite a lot. Human civilization currently has 4 billion consciousness-linked warships, which isn't enough, but it's not a big deal. After opening the Grand Line, we have to enter the Great Void, and that portion of the voyage won't allow for so many warships. Instead, we have to restore our fleet structure to Grand Voyage mode. This is necessary for ultra-long distance voyages, and all civilizations within the 3 Grand Voyage organizations must do so. This is the experience we all gain from our long journeys. Chapter 1401. Speaking of the Grand Line, the Abyss and Blue Sea, 2 major voyage organizations, are currently filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The reason is simple. The boundary breakers have sent them a message for peace talks. Why didn't they send a message to human civilization or other civilizations in the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization? Naturally, the boundary breakers don't have the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's contact information. They did, however, broadcast calls to human civilization numerous times, but they were all mistaken for conspiracy, and simply shut down by the Lyra. After several such attempts, the second-type boundary breakers were heartbroken and dared not expose their location through broadcasts. As a last resort, they could only contact the Abyss and Blue Sea, 2 major voyage organizations with whom they had been entangled for 20 million years. However, they didn't treat these 2 organizations with a warm reception. Instead, they made their intentions clear. We want to negotiate, but not with you, but with the Pluckers. That's right. In the Boundary Breakers language communication system, they directly translated Galactic Grand Voyage Organization into Pluckers Organization. They actually knew that the organization belonging to human civilization was the Great Galactic Expedition Organization, but they insisted on calling it that. The message was clear. We will submit to no one except the string pluckers. When news of the boundary breakers' desire for peace reached the Lyra, Yu Yuan was still sunbathing, lying on the beach. Of course, it was a simulated sun and a virtual beach. In reality, human civilization's residential spacecraft have mountains, rivers, and streams. With current human technology, creating these is not difficult. However, the Lyra is a warship. In combat, in addition to its most common warp speed, it also uses high-inertia conventional propulsion. Therefore, mountains, rivers, and lakes are not suitable for warships. Those living on the warship could only enjoy the simulated scene. Thankfully, the simulation was incredibly realistic, and using normal human senses, it felt indistinguishable from the real thing. However, few humans now enjoy this Earth-like environment. Only elderly people like Yu Yuan do. After receiving the message, Yu Yuan, reclining in his chair, opened his eyes. Without moving, a floating holographic screen appeared before him, revealing the details of the boundary breaker's message. After glancing briefly, Yu Yuan waved his hand, and the holographic screen vanished, along with the scene of the sun in the sky, blue sky, white clouds, and a large beach. Advanced technology is convenient. If the ancients had seen these actions, they would have mistaken him for an immortal. After leaving the beach scene, Yu Yuan floated directly back to his workplace and entered the virtual hall to discuss the matter with the others. When he arrived, representatives from the other civilizations were already in place. The Abyss Civilization, the Kroll Civilization, the Blue Ocean Civilization, and other technologically advanced civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization. This is the intergalactic communication system established by the Abyssal Civilization. It relies on quantum entanglement-based stations to relay connections, allowing everyone to hold meetings and communicate across different galaxies. While there may be some delay, it's not a major issue. Seeing Yu Yuan and the human civilization delegation appear, the Abyssal Civilization leader immediately took notice and said, "The string pullers have arrived, so let's begin." I'm sure everyone has seen the news. The second-type boundary breakers have finally relented and are finally opening for peace talks. We believe this isn't a delaying tactic. We should accept the offer. At this point, the Abyssal Civilization leader looked towards Yu Yuan and said, "Of course, that also depends on the string puller's opinion. We all know that the boundary breakers are actually intimidated by your strength and are forced to negotiate with us." Seeing the Abyssal Civilization's words, Yu Yuan felt they were being a bit flattering, so he said, "You can't say that. This victory is the result of the joint efforts of our three great voyage organizations, each of which paid a huge price. It was our unity and solidarity that forced the boundary breakers to retreat." After a few polite words, Yu Yuan got straight to the point. "We read the peace talk sent by the boundary breakers, and we believe they are acceptable." At this, the members of the Abyssal Civilization, Kroll Civilization, and Blue Ocean Civilization teams breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried that the string pluckers would disagree. After 20 million years, there was finally hope of reaching the edge of the Great Void. They really didn't want to miss this opportunity. But a sudden shift in tone instantly drew the attention of several civilization representatives to the human team. Yu Yuan continued, "But we can't simply accept the boundary breakers' peace terms. Look at all the nonsense they're putting together. Oh, something about no longer engaging in military conflict with us. Something about temporarily handing us access to the Stargate from Galaxy 712 to the galaxies along the edge of the Great Void, and this. The boundary breakers' habitat remains unchanged. They can even make such demands. It seems the blow hasn't been inflicted enough." Huh? The leaders of the Abyss, Blue Sea, and Kroll civilizations were stunned by Yu Yuan's words, having assumed the pluckers were going to continue their attack. The leader of the Abyssal Civilization quickly warned, "The boundary breakers are inexhaustible. Their surrender this time is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just be patient." Yu Yuan waved his hand, then pointed out several inconsistencies in the boundary breakers' information. He then explained, "Of course we know the boundary breakers are inexhaustible, but they can't dictate the terms of the peace talks. Look at these terms. How do they make any sense? What do you mean by the boundary breakers' habitat remaining unchanged? Doesn't that mean they can attack us at any time? We have to set the conditions. I state 3 points. First, all boundary breakers must withdraw from the Grand Line and the galaxies directly connected to it. Boundary breakers must be excluded from the Grand Line. Second, boundary breakers must acknowledge ownership of the galaxies marked along the Grand Line by us, the three Grand Voyage organizations. Finally, from the moment this agreement takes effect, the boundary breakers' lackey civilizations must disarm, and all lackey civilizations must not develop or manufacture sub-civilization class warships. Fourth, Boundary breakers must accept our probe's right to freely navigate the two galaxies directly connected by the Grand Line, while also accepting our supervision. They must not set foot on the Grand Line, and must not gather more than 100 million high-level boundary breakers. Failure to do so will be considered a continued provocation. Yuan mentioned 3 points, but in reality, he stated 4. The Abyss, Blue Ocean, and Kroll civilizations all felt these 4 points were excessive, and that the boundary breakers might not agree. They worried that sending these conditions would lead to renewed hostilities. However, seeing that the several technologically advanced civilizations present from the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization agreed, they remained silent. They still underestimated the boundary breakers' powerlessness in the face of the string puckers. When presented with these conditions, the boundary breakers certainly didn't agree outright, but neither did they forcefully oppose them. They simply felt that requiring all boundary breakers to evacuate the Grand Line's galaxies was excessive, as that had been their home for billions of years, and a complete withdrawal would take a long time. The 4th point, however, was that they felt allowing probes to freely monitor their territory was unacceptable. Frankly, these 2 points were indeed excessive for the boundary breakers, but without their guarantees, the 3 Grand Expedition organizations would certainly not be able to confidently implement a Grand Expedition transformation of their fleet structures. After all, this was boundary breakers' territory, and a sudden counterattack from the boundary breakers during their transformation would be disastrous. Thus, the Galactic Grand Expedition Organization issued a resolute response. If you disagree, continue the fight. If you refuse to give way, we will personally push through and open up the Grand Line ourselves, until we believe your presence can no longer affect us. Chapter 1402. Faced with the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's assertiveness, the second-class boundary breakers were in a dilemma. They truly didn't want to fight, as they couldn't defeat them, but being constantly monitored by their sensors was unbearable. They felt they were negotiating, not surrendering, and couldn't possibly accept such conditions. The second-class boundary breakers felt the condition of all personnel evacuating the Grand Line and any nearby galaxies with direct Stargate access was excessive. After all, they were just passing through, and demanding their entire clans relocate was excessive. The 3 major voyage organizations were merely passing through the Grand Line, not actually residing there. The second condition is merely a matter of honorary ownership, and we can agree to it. The 3rd condition, while a bit harsh, is also reasonable. If it were us, we would also limit the development of their warships. Therefore, I believe these 2 conditions can be met. After receiving the information, the second-class boundary breakers immediately engaged in internal discussion regarding the 4 basic conditions proposed by human civilization. Negotiations between civilizations are pretty much like this. After all, they're a group, so a simple exchange of words isn't enough to resolve matters. Many things require internal consensus before being announced publicly. As for the 1st and 4th conditions, they're too extreme. Do the string pluckers really think we're afraid of them? Even if we were, they can't completely wipe us out. Well, they can't afford the time. So we must fight to the bitter end, and we must not compromise on the 1st and 4th conditions. So what do you say? Continue fighting? Next time, let your dwindling tribe stop the string pluckers? Your tribe wants to live in hiding, facing the possibility of being discovered and slaughtered by the string pluckers at any moment. We don't want that. The opposing boundary breakers directly countered the arguments for resistance to the end, then explained, I actually think we should agree to their terms. There are 2 reasons. First, to be honest, we don't want to fight anymore, and we can't. None of us can bear it. Second, the purpose of our negotiations with the stringers is peace. We just want to let them pass. Once they're through, once they enter the void, who will care about the treaty? This statement immediately sparked heated discussion. The boundary breakers realized they had been stuck in their old ways. That's the great void. Once you enter, you're done. There's no way out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to embrace dark matter. Besides, the only powerful of the 3 major long-distance navigation organizations are those of the stringers. Once those civilizations enter the Great Void, this Stargate network will be theirs. As for the treaty, why don't we know what the treaty is? Thinking of this, the boundary breakers suddenly felt enlightened. Memories of the past flooded through the minds of some ancient boundary breakers. They knew full well that once the main civilization entered the Great Void, the detectors they had supposedly placed there to observe them would be useless. Because of the quantum foam, even technological civilizations' quantum communication technology couldn't reach infinity. Thus, once inside a black hole, they would inevitably lose contact with beings outside. This was the fate of their predecessors. Some civilizations chose to risk everything by entering the Great Void, while others chose to split into 2, with one entering and the other remaining outside. They were the one remaining outside. But no matter how they entered, the end result was the same. No civilization emerged alive. After so many years, these ancient boundary breakers long knew that their predecessors' companions had long since perished in the Great Void. That's an abyss that devours civilizations and annihilates life. It's not hope. The boundary breakers weren't fools. After thinking it through, they also felt that the conditions the three major maritime organizations had agreed to were probably just lip service. They promised them they wouldn't return for revenge after success, that all grudges would be wiped out. Who would believe that? But it didn't matter. So many civilizations had gone in, and never gotten out, perished there. There was no reason why it would take hundreds of level 6 civilizations from the three major maritime organizations to succeed. Some boundary breakers didn't care, but others were more thoughtful, and had already begun preparing for the worst. They agreed to the 4 conditions first, then said, once their main flagship enters the Great Void, we have to think of a solution. We can't let them seize all the initiative. What do you mean? Simple. While there's no chance they succeed, we still have to worry about the possibility. So we have to prepare for the worst, and be ready for their successful return. An ancient boundary breaker gathered his thoughts. Luke continued, I think we should do this. They're going to enter the Great Void, right? We can grant them all 4 of their demands. It won't take long. Once their main civilization has entered, we quietly launch our operation. Any civilization that remains outside the Great Void will be our target. Oh! Destroy them? Fool! Our great dark matter lifeforms are peace-loving. Why are you constantly talking about destroying them? If the pluckers hear this, they come and slaughter your entire race. So what do you mean? Hey, do you remember how you became a great dark matter lifeform? Oh, I see. Ah? What did you see? Can you explain it more clearly? I called you stupid, but you still refuse to admit it. The ancient boundary breaker grumbled, then explained, we can corrupt them. No, we can bring them a path of true light and hope. Oh, that's brilliant. Now all the boundary breakers present understood. The ancient boundary breakers meant to transform all the civilizations remaining outside the Great Void into boundary breakers. That way, even if another part of that civilization successfully entered the Great Void and emerged, they wouldn't harm us. After all, they couldn't attack their own kind. Besides, we, the great dark matter beings, aren't doing this to harm them. We're bringing them a bright future, for the good of those civilizations remaining outside the void. We're helping others. This ancient boundary breakers view gained widespread support, and gradually, the boundary breakers reached a consensus. From the perspective of the 3 great voyage organizations, the boundary breakers, threatened with renewed war, had yielded and agreed to the 4 basic demands of human civilization. In return, the 3 great voyage organizations pledged not to attack the boundary breakers under any circumstances, provided, of course, that they adhered to the 4 basic demands. Both sides, with varying considerations, signed a peace treaty. And so, the war between the Abyss and the Blue Sea Great Voyage Organization, which had been fought for 20 million years, was brought to an end by a single treaty. Chapter 1403. However, the end of the war does not mean the 3 grand voyage organizations can immediately set sail, as it will take time for the boundary breakers to fulfill the treaty. They must relocate the boundary breakers living in the galaxies where the Grand Line is located, just like moving house, and then the 3 grand voyage organizations will inspect and approve them. The Grand Line contains a large number of galaxies. To ensure that the boundary breakers follow the instructions, the 3 grand voyage organizations must deploy a large number of reconnaissance ships to monitor them. Due to speed restrictions, this process will inevitably be lengthy. Furthermore, there is the need to monitor the boundary breakers' lackeys. They must disarm and destroy each interstellar dock under the noses of the 3 grand voyage organizations. This, too, requires the deployment of a large number of probes by the 3 grand voyage organizations. For the boundary breakers, allowing their lackeys to destroy the docks and disarm themselves would undoubtedly be a disgrace. However, the boundary breakers understand that the 3 grand voyage organizations cannot possibly know the location of all the docks. This star region is simply too vast, and the Stargate network covers such a vast area. The galaxies inhabited by the boundary breakers are far too numerous to be searched. With so many galaxies, the 3 grand navigation organizations would surely be unable to exhaust them all. So, all they had to do was cooperate and clear out the galaxies directly connected to the Grand Line. This was a tacit understanding. The boundary breakers hadn't completely destroyed their own lackey shipyards and military forces, and the three grand navigation organizations wouldn't force the boundary breakers to reveal their military outposts in every galaxy. Because the starry sky is so vast, and the galaxies so numerous, a blanket search was simply unrealistic. Now that the boundary breakers have surrendered, agreed to the 4 basic principles, and given way, that's about it. The 3 Grand Voyage organizations also know they can't kill all the boundary breakers, so they can't push too hard, otherwise they fight to the bitter end and only drag them down here. This universe is already in tatters. Time is running out. If we don't move forward quickly, the disaster might spread here, and everyone will be doomed. Human civilization, the Divine Principle civilization, and other civilizations under the Grand Voyage organization know of the existence of the 4th phase transformation weapon. Even a civilization as powerful as the Observer could be wiped out in one wave. They certainly can't handle it. If the 4th phase transformation zone really spreads here, it will be a complete disaster. That thing has been going on for so many years. Who knows if it's only spreading in one place? What if the 4th phase transformation has also occurred elsewhere in the universe? If things drag on, the 4th phase transformation zone will surround the Great Void, and then everyone will be doomed. In fact, this was one of the reasons the Galactic Grand Voyage organization accepted the peace talks. It was just that the 7 distinctive technological civilizations within the organization and the Star Guardians kept the news of the 4th phase transition a secret. For now, it seems the situation is progressing well. At least the boundary breakers have backed down, and the peace treaty has officially taken effect. While the boundary breakers began to relocate according to the treaty, the 3 major voyage organizations were also preparing to move to the edge of the void. The second half of the Grand Line didn't need to be fought, as the boundary breakers were gradually leaving. However, each civilization still needed to maintain a certain level of military strength, both to maintain a necessary fleet strength and to prevent the boundary breakers from reneging. Similarly, with the war over, the civilizations under the 3 Grand Voyage organizations will also face new challenges. This is especially true for the member civilizations of the Blue Sea and Abyss Grand Voyage organizations, who will have to restructure their fleets to a Grand Voyage structure. All civilizations must change their production lines and aggressively build transport ships. This is a lengthy process, just as the civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage organization have yet to fully transition to warfighting mode. But this is a good thing. At least now, the Galactic Grand Voyage organization won't have to spend so much time reconfiguring its structure. As for the Abyss and Blue Sea Grand Voyage organizations, they don't intend to destroy their excess sub-civilization class warships. They simply shift production lines from warship production to transport production. As for the warships exceeding the Grand Voyage structure quota, they intend to leave them unused. Maintenance costs are too high, so if they break down, they can simply be discarded. When the time comes to set sail, any extra warships will be abandoned, blown up, or treated as disposable, and launched first toward the Great Void. This way, when the main civilization's fleet catches up, they can be dismantled and used as resources. In short, there can be no waste. The Bode's void has a diameter of 300 million light-years, which is incredibly vast. This means that the civilizations of the 3 Grand Expedition organizations will need to travel another 150 million light-years to reach the center of the Great Void. That is the destination of each civilization, the true end point of the Grand Expedition, and yet, within such a vast region, there are pitifully few galaxies. According to observations by various civilizations, there are only about 2,000 galaxies, with the average distance between galaxies exceeding 10 million light-years. The key point is the average distance, a mathematical number. In reality, galaxies within the Great Void are not evenly distributed throughout the void. It's possible that no galaxies exist within a radius of 50 million light-years. This is fatal for civilizations that rely on matter for energy. Such a distance far exceeds the maximum navigation limit of a level 6 civilization at full power, exceeding the maximum distance that can be traveled with the most reasonable thrust-to-weight ratio. Therefore, all civilizations know that upon entering the Great Void, they must absolutely not operate at warp speed. Any civilization that dares to operate at warp speed will undoubtedly be the first to perish due to energy shortages. The 3 Great Voyage organizations possess extensive experience in great voyages, and will naturally not make such a rudimentary mistake. Even now, the civilizations affiliated with them have already begun making final plans for their voyages. Before actually entering the Great Void, the 3 Great Voyage organizations still need to do much work, such as traveling to the most distant galaxy as the final departure point. Using this as their final base, they will also conduct more precise observations in the direction of the Great Void. Determine the locations of the galaxies within the Great Void, determine the appropriate route for departure, identify potential dangers, and so on. The Grand Line was open, but for the three major navigation organizations, this final leg was the most dangerous and difficult. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. A journey of 90 miles begins with a single step. Time flew by, and 2,000 years flew by. During this period, the second-class boundary breakers completed their evacuation as per the treaty. The three Grand Voyage organizations, while also building their fleets, passed through stargates one after another, reaching the galaxies at the outermost edge of the Great Void. A total of 515 Level 6 civilizations from the three Grand Voyage organizations gathered together to make final preparations for their departure. Over 1,000 years ago, the Abyss and Blue Sea Grand Voyage organizations had already dispatched all of their surplus warships from their transformation to the Great Void. Simultaneously, like the civilizations of the Galaxy Grand Voyage, they were also laying the star route. The final leg of the Grand Voyage was finally about to begin. Chapter 1404. The sound of wind and rain at night. How many fallen flowers are there? This is a feeling that only planetary environments can bring. In the interstellar age, all you see is a vast sea of stars, and wherever you look, you see a vast galaxy. Retracting his gaze, Yu Yuan waved his hand, and the holographic screen displaying the entire exterior changed to a real-time dynamic image of the Galaxy Voyage Organization star paths. The bright dots within the image, each with various annotations, were star paths. The star paths weren't entirely made up of launched planets. There were also many surplus warships and various spacecraft, which were used as resources and launched into the Great Void. These spacecraft were filled with material, then ignited with warp engines with a set run time. Initially, they would travel at warp speed. After traveling for thousands or even tens of thousands of light years, they would switch to conventional thrust, pushing the spacecraft to near light speed, and then rely on inertia to drift toward the Great Void. The three Great Voyage organizations would periodically send fleets into the Great Void. Furthermore, they would also equip asteroids and planets with engines, and send them towards the Great Void as well. This was known as a star road. Due to the immense distance of the route, the time required to construct a star road would also be significantly longer. For example, the initial target of the three Great Voyage organizations' journey to the Great Void is a galaxy approximately 17.6 million light-years away from where we are currently. Given the current navigation capabilities of all the civilizations within the three Great Voyage organizations, no matter how large their fleets, they would be unable to reach the target at warp speed. Any civilization attempting to reach their target at warp speed would inevitably perish due to energy constraints. Warp speed, on the other hand, consumes more energy as its mass increases. Even a level 6 civilization's ships, even fully loaded with energy and supplies, would eventually reach a limit to their range. Even if they burned themselves for energy, the outcome would be the same: failure. Tests by various level 6 civilizations have shown that this maximum distance is approximately 3 million light-years. This means that if a fleet were to travel 3 million light-years in one go, by the time they reached their destination, they would essentially be destroyed. So, the Star Road is the only solution to this problem. They harness the energy of their galaxy to launch material first, then resupply it later when they catch up. However, there's a problem. The material launched also has mass, and is subject to the same maximum distance limit imposed by the thrust-to-weight ratio. Therefore, not everything can be launched at full warp speed. Most of the time, these objects are launched at conventional speeds, meaning they can't exceed the speed of light. This is the main reason why Star Road construction takes so long. This suggests that the optimal timeframe for the three major long-distance navigation organizations to build star roads should be between 2.5 and 3 million years. That way, by the time everyone reaches the maximum range, they can catch up with the material they launched. Of course, that's assuming the destination is only twice the maximum travel distance. However, the current destination is 17.6 million light-years away. Theoretically, to successfully reach it, it would take at least 14.6 million years to construct a star route. But that's nearly 15 million years. Not to mention the impracticality of constructing a star route. Spending that much time here would undoubtedly lead to serious problems. Because the fourth phase transition zone is constantly expanding. The three major long-distance navigation organizations don't have that much time to stay here. Even if they wait until the fourth phase transition zone reaches this point, and then depart at warp speed, constructing a star route and stopping for supplies still takes time. At this rate, the time available will shrink over time. However, entering the Great Void isn't the end of the world. Civilizations still need to find a way to harness zero-point energy within it, which also takes time, and the duration is uncertain. Therefore, the more time available, the better. In other words, the three major voyage organizations can't afford to spend 15 million years laying out a star path here. Their only option is to rely on inertial navigation, commonly known as hard flight. This method is time-consuming and places extremely high demands on the technological equipment of each civilization. Therefore, the preparations required differ somewhat from those of previous great voyages. Previously, transport ships were loaded with resources, but now they are more focused on maintaining facilities. As for the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, the plan is to travel at warp speed for 300,000 light-years in the first phase. Then, along the way, they will use up the previously launched star path resources as supplies. Then, they will enter regular near-light-speed travel, heading for the galaxy 17.3 million light-years away. No one is particularly concerned about the journey from the start to the end of the paved star path. The most challenging part is the long inertial navigation afterwards. That's a 17.3 million year flight, a lengthy period of time where everything would truly be annihilated. No current level 6 civilization could guarantee survival beyond 17.3 million years, with the meager resources they carried. When traveling by conventional means, at speeds extremely close to the speed of light, there will indeed be a slowing down effect, but that only applies to stationary observers. From the perspective of those aboard the spacecraft, time in their world flows at normal speed. Time slows down only during acceleration and deceleration. Whether traveling near the speed of light or at the speed of light, the speed of time remains constant, because for them, the speed of light remains constant. Therefore, if the civilizations involved in the Great Expedition wanted to travel 17.3 million light-years at conventional near-light speeds, they would have to spend 17.3 million years. Of course, if they didn't decelerate upon arrival, the fleet's intrinsic timeline and the target galaxy's intrinsic timeline wouldn't overlap, resulting in no intersection. This would significantly shorten the voyage, but that would be meaningless. In reality, the 300,000 light-year star route laid by the three great expedition organizations wouldn't even constitute a fraction of the total distance covered by the expedition. Theoretically, they could have simply launched from this galaxy, as laying a 300,000 light-year star route would still take 300,000 years. Using warp drive to launch supplies would significantly shorten the time required, but warp drives consume energy constantly. This method of launching supplies is effectively no different from simply loading a transport ship and setting off at warp speed. Once the distance spanned beyond the warp speed limit, the voyage's format and primary support requirements changed. For a journey of 3 million light-years, a grand expedition would focus on the warp energy consumption along the way, calculating it to ensure the fleet reaches its destination. This has been the practice for all three grand expedition organizations, and everyone is familiar with this format. But today's voyages are different. The distances exceed the limit so much that the grand expedition's focus is no longer on fuel allocation for warp travel, but rather on how long the energy contained within the entire fleet can sustain the entire civilization. The material and energy carried by an entire civilization must be converted to the greatest extent possible for its long-term survival. Therefore, warp travel should be avoided whenever possible, converting the energy that would otherwise be consumed by warp engines into the energy required for the survival of individual life forms, and the maintenance of ships within the entire civilization. This is the fundamental difference between conventional voyages and voyages into the Great Void. Chapter 1405. To this end, the three great long-distance navigation organizations prepared for a full 300,000 years. During this time, in addition to the routine task of paving the interstellar road, each civilization engaged in specialized scientific research and experiments. As for what these specialized tasks were, they naturally focused on the lifespan and maintenance costs of their own technological equipment. This encompassed a wide range of areas. For example, lifespan assessments of their own technological products, studies of individual life energy consumption, long-term dormancy research, equipment maintenance assessments, and so on. The performance indicators of all objects pointed to lifespan. And all of these studies can be summed up in one word: entropy. Three great long-distance navigation organizations, 515 level 6 civilizations, some of which have existed for hundreds of millions of years, far longer than 17.3 million years. But if they could exist for such a long time, why would they be afraid of a mere 17.3 million years? The reason is simple: entropy increases. In the past, the existence of these civilizations depended on exchanging energy with the outside world. Living within the galaxy, they possessed a variety of energy sources, all of which were low-entropy entities. By exchanging energy with these low-entropy entities, they maintained their own entropy from increasing. But after entering the Great Void, This became impossible. The moment they set sail, each civilization lost access to low entropy. At that point, each civilization, or the three Great Journey organizations as a whole, became an isolated system. Without the influx of low entropy, these isolated systems would gradually die from increasing entropy. The three Great Journey organizations' mission was to use technology to slow this process. Therefore, the 300,000 years of preparation involved more than just laying the interstellar path. It also involved a deep dive into relevant technologies. Every civilization strives for the final leg of the Great Voyage. Time in the universe slips by so easily. 300,000 years of vicissitudes have left every civilization ready to set sail. Each of the 515 civilizations has transformed its fleet into a long-distance voyage structure, each has launched its own star path, and each has at least gained some confidence. The long-sleeping beings awaken, gazing out the portholes at the darkness, at the tiny stars within that darkness. They know their civilization is about to set sail, so they awaken to gaze once more upon the starry sky they will soon bid farewell to. Afterward, they return to sleep. Some of them will slumber for 300,000 years, then awaken to relieve others. By then, the fleet will undoubtedly be sailing through the vast darkness. Thanks to technology, they can see not only the sparse stars beyond the portholes, but also countless spaceships. After 300,000 years of collective development, the laying of interstellar roads, and the construction of vast fleets, the galaxy's material reserves have plummeted. 515 level 6 civilizations, frantically mining for 300,000 years, have nearly emptied the galaxy. But it doesn't matter. Now all civilizations will depart, and the galaxy will return to its deserted state, its stars continuing to burn quietly until they die. Farewell, brilliant starry sky. Yes, goodbye, we hope we see you again. 3 major voyage organizations, a massive fleet composed of 515 level 6 civilizations, set sail, each bidding farewell to the starry sky in its own way. An unknown civilization was the first to activate its warp drive, and then its hundreds of billions of ships were seen disappearing one after another across the stars. 1 civilization, 2 civilizations, 3 civilizations. At the command of each civilization's leader, massive fleets hoisted their warp bubble sails and resolutely entered warp mode, heading for the abyss that held their only hope. For hope, we march into the abyss. Some civilizations once considered splitting themselves in two, but they discovered that none of the great galactic expeditions had done so. After years of careful investigation, they finally learned that a cosmic catastrophe was not far off. This universe was already shattered, a fact known to all the civilizations within the 3 great galactic expeditions. After learning this, no civilization considered splitting itself in two again. Because there was still a glimmer of hope in entering the Great Void, remaining here meant certain, slow death. Not to mention the spread of the 4th phase transition catastrophe, the presence of boundary breakers on all sides would render this place a desolate place. What had everyone come all the way across the galaxy for? Wasn't it to reach the edge of the Great Void? Everyone had long been prepared for a desperate gamble. Failure or destruction, that was all. Not entering the Great Void might allow for longer survival, but the end is certain destruction. Only by entering the Great Void can there be a glimmer of hope for survival, so why hesitate? If I hear the truth in the morning, I am willing to die in the evening. One option is to continue living in the muddle of a level 6 civilization until being swallowed by various cosmic disasters. The other option is to pursue the mysteries of the universe. Every civilization that has made it this far knows the choice. They have not fallen. Even if they perish, they will perish on the path of pursuing the Tao. Trillions of ships resolutely set sail. The massive warp engines whipped up endless turbulence, blurring space and time, obscuring the fleets traversing it. For all civilizations at level 6 and below, the Great Void was a desolate wasteland. But for the sake of elusive hope, all level 6 civilizations entered it. Watching fleet after fleet vanish before their eyes felt like moss to a flame, a sense of poignant gusts of wind whistling over the cold river. As time passed, the fleets that once filled the starry sky gradually dwindled, and it was time for human civilization to set sail. The Dia civilization followed closely behind. At the same time, in a distant galaxy, a series of cryptic communications emanated from an ancient boundary breaker's habitat. 300,000 years later, they finally set sail. Indeed, they won't succeed, just like us before us, eons ago. No civilization will succeed. The path forward is blocked. Cosmic-level civilizations do exist, but their very existence blocks the path for those who come after them. No civilization will succeed. For some reason, learning of their desperate voyage, I thought of our predecessors, of the passion we once shared in those eons. Passion? Haha, that's not passion, it's the wailing before despair. The universe can't hear our wails, nor theirs, but this vast universe won't block every path. We're on the right path now, I firmly believe. The 3 great voyage organizations and 515 level 6 civilizations have departed, but photons will continue to carry their presence across the starry sky, as if their legends still live on in this vast star field covered by the Stargate network. Without their presence, the stars in this star field are still burning, the planets are still revolving around the stars, and the universe is still running silently. The laws of nature are constant, and they do not exist for the sake of Yao or die for the sake of Jia. Chapter 1406. The only lesson humanity has learned from history is that it has learned no lessons from history. Hegel's words, like a heavy sigh, reveal the tragic cycle of humanity's historical progress. Many people take his words as a guiding principle, but they fail to understand that these words were merely a one-sided conclusion drawn by Hegel, who failed to see the world with open eyes. He drew his conclusions from Europe, while in the distant East, a great nation had been chronicling history, a unique existence. And today's human civilization is the descendant of that unique existence. They have inherited the trait of recording history, and they will learn from it, in the past, now, and in the future. The dangers of crossing galaxies, the precautions for contact and communication with other civilizations, are all recorded in their histories. From the Milky Way to here, they have traversed the vast galaxy, crossing the long interstellar journey. The hardships, joys, and sorrows they encountered along the way are all recorded in their histories, and each of them must learn from those histories. According to historical experience, for a voyage of this magnitude, humanity would have entered a long period of hibernation. Human lifespans already reach 1,000,000 years, but completing this journey would take at least 17.3 million years. To survive and see the other side, hibernation is necessary. Hibernation is not just for humans. It's for all intelligent life in the 3 great voyage organizations, even for individuals who don't worry about their lifespans. 17.3 million years is too long, and loneliness can overwhelm sanity. After setting sail, the 3 major voyage organizations first undertook a 1,420-year warp voyage. During this period, each civilization refueled along the star route as they traveled. At the end of the star route, they conducted a final replenishment to restock the fleet supplies before entering the second phase of the voyage. After completing the second phase of acceleration, most personnel entered a dormant state. This spectacle of tens of thousands of ships launching simultaneously is truly spectacular. Before entering dormancy, as if gazing at the world for the last time before death, each person gazed out the porthole at the fleet's acceleration through a magnetic lens. Magnetic lenses are lenses that allow people to see magnetic field fluctuations, effectively simulating magnetic fields into light signals that our eyes can perceive. Level 6 civilization ships still use magnetic propulsion for conventional acceleration, but their energy systems and engine structures have changed. Although magnetic propulsion is a technology already mastered by space-class civilizations, it holds enormous potential. Its left foot stepping on right foot propulsion method remains the most superior conventional propulsion method. When installed on level 6 civilization ships, its power is unparalleled. Through the magnetic lens, it was observed that during acceleration, a powerful magnetic field rapidly emerged from the stern of each ship. Then, driven by the magnetic thrust engines, the dense magnetic flux lines acted like springs, instantly propelling the ships forward. This thrust was also continuous, enabling the ships to accelerate extremely rapidly. The immense inertia caused all crew members to suffer from excessive gravity. To adapt to this powerful acceleration, the humans each activated overclocking mode. None of the ships had flamethrowers at the stern, but the sight of countless magnetic thrust engines operating simultaneously still caused the entire void to become turbulent. This was a phenomenon caused by the powerful magnetic field radiation. With the help of magnetic lenses, the scene was as if the ships were being propelled forward by balls of blue lines emerging from their sterns. Tens of thousands of ships launched simultaneously, instantly dyeing the pitch blackness of deep space the color of magnetic flux lines. During this phase, the fleet's normal speed increased, from relative galactic rest to a state extremely close to the speed of light. Massive objects cannot be accelerated to the speed of light, not even a powerful civilization like the sixth. As each civilization's fleet entered the second phase, deep space, briefly bustling with activity due to the passage of the large fleets, returned to its former tranquility. To conserve energy, the sixth-level civilization shut down their thrusters after entering near light-speed travel. Their shield systems were activated only on the forward side of their ships, and all external indicators on their ships were turned off, turning off every light that could be turned off. The humans on board also gradually entered a long-term hibernation state, and the systems of various types of ships were adjusted to low power consumption. 3 great voyage organizations, 515 level 6 civilizations, drifted slowly in the void and darkness. 10 years passed, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. The vast fleet seemed like a mass of dead steel. Silence and desolation, darkness and desolation, dominated the moment. The starry sky from billions of years ago still tirelessly shuttled around the fleet, their presence making the personnel on duty feel that they were still sailing, not just standing still. Oh, if the galaxy from which they departed was not used as a reference system, then it would be correct to say that they were standing still. The universe is so amazing. The fleet's normal speed is already extremely close to the speed of light, but to the fleet's observers, the speed of light is still the speed of light. This kind of voyage is boring, but it's the norm for long voyages. At regular intervals, on-duty personnel, aided by the ship's strong artificial intelligence, inspect the ship's various functions. Any issues are repaired, and if they can't be fixed, new parts are manufactured and replaced by factory-built ships. Level 6 civilizations are still very advanced. Some, like the pioneers, can achieve a lifespan of billions of years for their technological equipment. If humans now specifically consider the durability of certain equipment, they can also make it operate for billions of years without breaking down. For example, a device that stores information would simply require sufficient energy and allow its intelligent systems to self-repair. Of course, over such a long period of time, some wear and tear is inevitable, which is why pioneers' equipment broke down, and why civilizations now need to perform regular maintenance on their ships during voyages. It's undeniable that the conventional technology of the Potterad civilization is truly comprehensive. Among the civilizations affiliated with the Grand Voyage Organization, those possessing Potterad technology have sailed to this day without major issues with their ship systems and equipment. 2 million years later, their shipboard equipment still functions precisely. However, humans have discovered that some civilizations have begun activating their factory-like vessels, manufacturing parts for their fleets. Many such civilizations are present. The dozen or so civilizations that later joined the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization, as well as many in the Abyss and Blue Ocean Grand Voyage Organizations, have also begun to make moves. They become increasingly active for a period of time, and it's clear they're activating factories and reviving production lines to manufacture various replacement parts and equipment for their ships. It's only been 2 million years, and already this is the case. How will we continue to operate then? Chapter 1407. The human civilization personnel who discovered this phenomenon silently recorded those civilizations in their logbooks. Their purpose was self-evident: to inform their replacements, urging them to be on the lookout for these civilizations. Watch out for what? Of course, to prevent them from becoming desperate. Things are different now. When we were fighting the second-type boundary breakers together, we were all in the same boat, sharing a common interest. But now, facing an extremely long voyage with uncertain consequences, no one knew if they would reach their destination. Things are different. Clearly, after only 2 million years, those civilizations' equipment has begun to malfunction, activating their production lines. This is a highly energy-intensive operation. This means that these civilizations are likely to be the first to deplete their resources. Who knows if, when they can no longer sustain themselves, they will attack other civilizations and plunder their resources. They too wanted to reach their destination. How could they be willing to perish en route and watch other civilizations roar away? Humanity wasn't afraid of these civilizations attacking them, but they also didn't want to destabilize the Great Voyage Organization, and even less wanted to see real conflict between civilizations. After all, war would mean a massive waste of resources, which would severely impact the already uncertain fate of the Great Voyage. So, humanity would keep a close eye on these civilizations. 3 million years after the voyage, Yuan awoke for the third time. This year also marked the time for human civilization to maintain its unique technological creations. This also required maintenance on the Awakener's warship, as it was also equipped with human civilization's unique technological creations. So, Yuan also awakened from hibernation that year as agreed. After waking, he and Yuan had a conversation. Besides some entertaining chats, they also discussed the navigation status of their respective civilizations. The Awakener civilization status was roughly the same as that of humanity, having experienced no major problems for 3 million years. The same was true for other civilizations possessing the technology of the Putalard civilization. Overall, everyone seemed quite quiet. But some civilizations were already brightly lit, and several civilizations affiliated with the Abyssal Grand Voyage Organization had even begun dismantling transport ships. The star regions where their civilizations resided were visibly ablaze with light, indicating the presence of engineering and factory-type spacecraft at work. It seems this journey isn't going to be peaceful. Yu Yuan sighed silently at the sight. Then, Yu Yuan brought up the holographic screen, which displayed the status of 12 civilizations. The Shinju civilization, the Feiyu civilization, the Daya civilization, the Yalan civilization, and the Inxin civilization. All of them were silent, like men in black stalking the darkness. No movement is good. It means no one has reached the point of drastically replacing all the equipment and accessories. Yu Yuan woke up and lived for a few hundred years before returning to hibernation. And this hibernation lasted another 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years is the length of an average person's lifetime. Such a long period of time, even with long-term hibernation technology, cannot allow a person to survive intact. This concerns the continuity of human thought and memory, requiring periodic awakenings to activate the mind. Just as machines malfunction after being dormant for too long, humans cannot remain dormant forever. They need to awaken mid-sentence to conduct various mental exercises in order to continue dormant. However, the awakeners seem to have no such concerns. Their unique technology seemed to keep their minds active. Even in dormancy, they could keep their minds refreshed by adjusting certain dreams. Long-distance voyages were extremely boring, and this boredom only grew with time, because every time people woke, they saw nothing but endless darkness in the universe. Due to the vastness of space, the voyages of the 3 grand voyage fleets seemed to be at a standstill, like a lone ship in the boundless ocean. The deeper they went into the great void, the more intense the loneliness grew. Sometimes, upon waking, Yu Yuan even felt that he, human civilization, and even the entire Grand Voyage organization were already dead the moment they entered the great void. Nothing in the universe had anything to do with him. The galactic resource disputes, the unique technologies, the fearsome power that dominated the world. All of it, as the Grand Fleet entered the great void, was gone. Whatever happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Everything that happened in this place, whether in war or peace, was unknown to the outside world. No information from him would reach the outside world. Entering the great void felt like stepping into another world, a hellish realm cut off from the real world. Especially when the information from the very large telescope array showed their navigation status, the feeling of drifting in endless darkness, the sense of having no place to rest, became particularly palpable. The immensity of the universe was deeply imprinted on the minds of every intelligent being at that moment. Faced with this darkness and nothingness, they felt loneliness, sighs, and silence. The ambition and passion they had once vowed to embark on their voyage were buried deep within their hearts, seeds of hope that would sprout again when they arrived at the new galaxy. However, things didn't seem to go as smoothly as everyone had hoped. After 7,000,000 years of sailing, 12 civilizations, including the human, divine principle, and awakener civilizations, finally began to operate production lines for various parts and equipment. While the heavily loaded supplies were gradually being depleted, overall, they were still doing well. By the time of the first 10,000,000 years, many civilizations had already begun dismantling their transport ships, but they were still not at the end of their rope. Furthermore, each organization had its own overseers, so no civilization took the risk of threatening another civilization. By the 14.3 million years of sailing, although the destination was still 3 million light-years away, each civilization could already roughly gauge the size of the target galaxy. Based on various observational data, preliminary estimates indicate that the galaxy is approximately 20,000 to 30,000 light-years in diameter. This scene was truly inspiring for the 3 major long-distance sailing organizations. After all, none of the 515 Level 6 civilizations had yet been wiped out due to resource constraints. It seemed everyone could hold on. Even though many civilizations' fleets had been halved in size, their destination was only 3 million light-years away, so safe arrival seemed certain. However, just as everyone joyfully continued their journey for another 1,000,000 years, an unexpected situation occurred. No, not entirely unexpected, but rather, no one expected it to happen now, not sooner. At this moment, the 3 major long-distance sailing organizations were only 2 million light-years from their destination. Another 2 million years would be enough to reach their destination. But at this moment, a message from a reconnaissance ship ahead of the Great Fleet sent the hearts of all the civilization leaders plummeting. This news made everyone's heart freeze, as if frozen by the coldness of the universe. The target galaxy's optical brightness dimmed, a noticeable drop. It wasn't a gradual decrease, but a precipitous drop. If it were just a dimming of light, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that the exploration fleet ahead of the fleet, after noticing the disappearance of the target galaxy, also lost its signal and vanished from the detection field of the ships behind. Cosmic catastrophe. Seeing the feedback and the phenomenon, all civilizations were suddenly awakened from their lonely voyage. Having all been through the long voyage, they understood what this phenomenon meant. The target galaxy's brightness couldn't have plummeted for no apparent reason. There, or rather, ahead of the three great voyage organizations, some kind of cosmic catastrophe had likely occurred. After all, the exploration fleet ahead had perished. Perhaps that cosmic catastrophe had already spread to the fleet, and the target galaxy had vanished millions of years ago, with only its image still visible. The three great voyage organizations had merely entered the cone of light that had already destroyed the event. Chapter 1408. This incident either involved entering the target galaxy's destructive event cone, or the cosmic disaster zone expanded to the area between the three major voyage organizations and the target galaxy. Generally speaking, cosmic disaster spread at the speed of light, so after determining this was a cosmic disaster, no one panicked. After all, it was only the speed of light, and any civilization could escape at warp speed. The reason everyone was so depressed was entirely because of the destruction of the target galaxy. 515 civilizations had painstakingly journeyed for over 10 million years, and were on the verge of reaching their destination and experiencing a new life, only to have the target galaxy destroyed. This was a cosmic disaster no one could resolve. The destruction of the probe ahead indicated that the disaster zone had expanded to this region of space. Subsequent observations confirmed this conclusion. The brightness of the target galaxy had been plummeting, and its optical image was disappearing at the speed of light. All civilizations know that this phenomenon is caused by a cosmic catastrophe extending to a target galaxy, destroying it at the speed of light. Based on the target galaxy's distance from the target galaxy, the disaster zone must have expanded here 2 million years ago. As for the type of cosmic catastrophe, the civilizations that have initially encountered it are unable to determine. They only know that the disaster zone will be devoid of light. Based on the current understanding of cosmic catastrophes by various civilizations, there are probably two possible scenarios that could cause such a phenomenon: vacuum decay and the fourth cosmic phase transition. Vacuum decay would lower the energy level of the universe to its lowest point, and the photons that carry energy would naturally no longer be the same photons we see today. The fourth cosmic phase transition, on the other hand, is electromagnetic separation. With electromagnetic separation, photons, as carriers of electromagnetic force, naturally cease to exist. Neither of these situations could be resolved by the three great voyage organizations. So everyone now had only one option: to change course and find a new galaxy as their destination. This direction had to be towards the center of the Boötes void. Before and during the voyage, everyone had carefully observed the void. They had also planned their routes before setting sail. It wasn't a reckless act. The 300,000 years of preparation hadn't been in vain. So identifying a new target galaxy was easy enough. The problem was that after this cosmic disaster, no one knew whether another cosmic disaster zone would block the way to the next destination. You have to know that in this vast darkness, cosmic disaster zones are extremely difficult to detect. Even if they could be found, they would already be right in front of them, just like the exploration spacecraft ahead. But then again, the 515 civilizations were left with no choice. At this point, they couldn't just go back and try to find a way to their target galaxy. It was likely gone, and no civilization dared to take that risk. So, no matter how far the next destination was, whether there might be another disaster zone along the way, or whether the target galaxy had also been destroyed by the disaster, everyone had to go. They had to gamble on a safe journey, on the chance that the new target galaxy would still exist upon arrival. There was no other way. Each civilization acted decisively, immediately dispatching more probes to spread out and explore, determining the approximate size and extent of the cosmic disaster zone. Once they had gathered this intelligence and confirmed that the disaster zone had not yet spread to the space in the direction of the new destination, they immediately slowed down, turned their fleets, and accelerated towards their new destination. Since the catastrophic zone was already very close to their location, each civilization, after completing the turn, tacitly engaged in a period of warp travel to increase the distance from the catastrophic zone. In this way, after traveling at warp speed for approximately 10,000 to 20,000 light-years, the 515 civilizations once again entered the conventional near-light-speed phase, heading for their new destination. That galaxy was approximately 12.09 million light-years from the current location of the civilizations. Its direction was significantly offset from the center of the Great Void, but it was also part of the previously planned route. There was no way around it. None of the 515 civilizations in the 3 great expeditions were confident they could cover 150 million light-years in one go, so they inevitably had to take a sideways route, just like the previous voyages before entering the Great Void, resulting in many detours. So, in reality, the 3 great expeditions would have to travel much more than 150 million light-years to reach their destination. But this turn proved too much for some civilizations. Those civilizations, already depleted of resources and about to reach their destinations, thought they could hold on with their existing resources. But now they had to change course and head for even more distant galaxies. Isn't this a clear recipe for destruction? Based on energy consumption estimates, they felt they couldn't reach their next destination. Thus, a conflict arose. These civilizations initially presented their demands to their respective Grand Voyage organizations, requesting that the decision-makers allocate resources to them so they could reach their destinations. Allocating resources? Each civilization itself didn't know if it could reach its destination, so where would the resources be allocated? The decision-makers of the organizations naturally didn't want to pay attention, but they couldn't ignore it either. Those civilizations already knew they couldn't reach their destination. In this situation, they didn't care anymore and simply launched attacks on those civilizations that appeared to be weaker than them. This incident first surfaced within the Abyssal Grand Voyage organization, where the 2 leaders quickly put down the dispute with tremendous force. Though the dispute was settled, the incident had a significant impact, especially on those civilizations that knew they couldn't reach their new destination. They were already united and ready to fight to the bitter end. Under pressure, and also out of a desire to avoid wasting resources on a large-scale war, the decision-makers of the 3 Grand Voyage organizations finally compromised. As for the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, a general meeting was immediately held to resolve the issue. After the meeting, the organizations led by the Human Civilization, the Awakener Civilization, the Divine Principle Civilization, the Falcon Civilization, the Galactic Heart Civilization, the Dia Civilization, the Feather Civilization, and the Star Defenders offered a relatively satisfactory response to those civilizations. The organization decided to share its equipment maintenance and creature lifespan technologies from the Potterhead Civilization with all its affiliated civilizations. The Dia Civilization also decided to share its long-term dormancy technology with other civilizations. On the other hand, it also recommended that those civilizations reduce their size, such as reducing or even eliminating their combat fleets, reducing the number of residential spacecraft, or initiating the Civilization Spark project. In short, any method that would reduce energy consumption. This decision brought relief to the affiliated civilizations, as it made clear to all civilizations that it had not given up on them, and would not use its members as fuel. To stabilize the situation, the 2 major long-distance navigation organizations, the Abyss and the Blue Sea, followed suit, which helped to calm the rest of civilizations. With the internal risks resolved, the tedious voyage naturally resumed. Despite the tedious voyage, each civilization remained vigilant. Everyone feared encountering the disaster zone again, or even wandering into a disaster zone, or even entering an area that would soon be protected by a disaster zone. That would be the end of it. Chapter 1409. Thus, during the ensuing voyage, each civilization increased its exploration efforts to ensure safety. This certainly increased safety, but it also increased energy consumption. It could be said that when heading towards their first destination, each civilization still had some confidence they could reach it, but after being forced to change their destination due to the cosmic catastrophe zone, they had no choice but to persevere. A voyage of 12.09 million light-years. By the time the 3 Great Voyage organizations had completed the first 2 million light-years, those civilizations, already facing resource constraints, could no longer sustain themselves. They had no choice but to gamble that their own Great Voyage organizations would not abandon them and dismantle their battle fleets for energy. The biosphere spacecraft they had brought with them had long since been burned as fuel, and the organisms on board were no longer being maintained. It was also a huge energy consumer. Now that even their main life forms were entering a long-term hibernation, how could they have the energy to care for such things? 8 million light-years from their destination, the 7 technologically advanced civilizations of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization began dismantling their transport ships. Humanity further reduced its consciousness-linked warships, already reduced to 2 billion, by half, dismantling the remaining warships for resource use. At the same time, a related emergency policy, the long-term hibernation policy, was also introduced. It required that individuals must not awaken prematurely from each hibernation session, and must complete the 1 million-year hibernation limit before waking up to engage in mind-activating training. Humanity was in this state, and other civilizations were not much better. The Awakener civilizations even placed their individual beings into a dreamlike hibernation mode to reduce energy consumption. They didn't need to awaken like humans, but instead hibernated for over 1 million years, allowing them to train their minds during this period. During their journey to their new target galaxy, the three Great Voyage organizations lapsed into a state of utter silence. The entire fleet resembled a long-dead corpse, drifting in the bottomless darkness of deep space, appearing small and helpless. All around them was the dark and cold universe, devoid of stars, planets, or dark matter, nothing but darkness. The mere sight of a single free hydrogen atom in deep space was a luxury. Without external negative entropy, the 515 civilizations of the three Great Voyage organizations austerely scrambled to survive, while the universe continued to operate silently, seemingly indifferent to everything. For all the beings within the three Great Voyage organizations, desperate for survival and resources, the universe seemed cold, yet they all knew that this was the normal state of the universe. In pursuit of truth, in search of the unknown, all civilizations voluntarily embarked on the journey of voyage. If the end result was to be drowned in this vast darkness and sleep forever, then there was nothing to say. By 5 million light-years from their destination, the fleets of the three major maritime organizations had shrunk significantly. The once overwhelming fleets were now reduced to isolated, drifting vessels. Some civilizations, to conserve energy, even shut down their supercomputers and strong artificial intelligences, energy-guzzling machines, leaving only the most basic life support systems running. All scientific research had long ceased. No civilization dared to conduct research at such a vast distance. By 4 million light-years from their destination, the entire fleet of the three major maritime organizations appeared lifeless. None of the ships emitted any light, they were black, and the background was also black, completely blending into the darkness. Darkness became the sole hue of this void. The entire void was silent. Not even electromagnetic waves emanated from one ship to another. Each ship lay like a dying fish, silently resting in the stagnant darkness, like a coffin in eternal sleep. If one could describe the fleet at this moment with a single aura, it would be the aura of death. And the lights that flickered on from the factories were like the gills of a dying fish, struggling for a breath of air, restoring some vitality to its nearly frozen body and preventing its rapid decay. 2.5 million light-years from their destination, the Shinju civilization had already dismantled all warships except the neutron battlestar. Their transports were reduced to a few thousand, and they were almost unable to send out a reconnaissance fleet. In the abyss, most civilizations within the Blue Ocean Expedition Organization have already initiated Project Spark. To ensure the continued existence of their civilizations, they even demanded the death of their people, leaving only their memories stored in the sole functioning supercomputer. Then, executing Project Spark, they used memory resurrection technology to revive them upon arrival at their destination. Their transport ships have long been emptied, and their warships dismantled. After Project Spark is implemented, it's time to dismantle the vacated residential spacecraft. And used engineering spacecraft will also be dismantled, as will exploration spacecraft and biosphere spacecraft, their contents converted into fuel. After the genetic material of dependent species has been left behind, living organisms will no longer be necessary. Highly energy-intensive strong artificial intelligence will also be shut down. Spacecraft of every type, from sub-civilization class to stellar class to planetary class to mountain class to sea class, will be dismantled. All civilizations struggled for survival, doing their utmost to minimize their entropy increase. 2.11 million light-years from their destination, Yuan awoke from hibernation once again. The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted not by the dazzling, technologically advanced lights, but by a shimmering darkness. Yuan paused, waiting for his synapses to once again pulsate with microelectrical signals, and the quantum fluctuations of life to reappear within his soul. Finally, he emerged from his streaking state, and slowly emerged from his hibernation chamber. The Tianqin's hibernation chamber had also minimized energy consumption, with all unnecessary lights turned off. Therefore, the corridor before Yuan appeared remarkably dim. Another 1,000,000 years have passed. Reaching out to touch the inner wall of the corridor, Yuan felt a layer of fine dust. Dust shouldn't accumulate on a warship as advanced as the Tianqin, but the cleaning robots had long ceased operation. Of course, the fine dust he felt wasn't actually dust, but rather the diffusion and penetration of molecules on the surface of the material after it had been left there for too long. The regular structure, once arranged by technological power, had crumbled under the erosion of time. This phenomenon was occurring in many non-essential areas of the warship, such as corridors, partitions, and handrails. As Yu Yuan slowly drifted toward the Tianqin's command center, he felt as if he were on a dilapidated, antique warship. Everything he saw was gloomy. As he moved, the air currents that had been dormant for 1,000,000 years finally began to flow, stirring up the surrounding dust. The appearance of this fine dust made Yu Yuan feel even more desolate and lonely. The feeling of total silence pierced his heart. We were almost at our destination. While human civilization hadn't yet reached the stage of activating Project Spark, it was close. Like other civilizations, human transport ships and other unnecessary vessels had already been dismantled for energy. If this continued, human civilization would have to dismantle its warships. If even after dismantling them, they still couldn't reach their destination, they would have to gather the people aboard the various habitation ships and dismantle the vacant ones. If that proved to be a problem, they would have to implement Project Spark. Every civilization that has reached the stage of Project Spark can be described as on the verge of extinction. Chapter 1410. Arriving at the command center, there were always people on duty. Finally, the dust was gone, and Yu Yuan's sullen heart relaxed considerably. In reality, the Tianqin could work anywhere. Wherever Yu Yuan was, it could be said that the captain's room was everywhere. However, to conserve energy, this function had been disabled, and personnel on duty could only work in the command center. After waking up this time, Yu Yuan would likely remain awake and work for 10,000 years before entering a long-term hibernation. He would awaken again 1,000,000 years later, and so on until he reached his destination. However, upon arriving at the command center, Yu Yuan did not immediately begin work. Instead, he sat in the captain's seat and connected himself to the mind training center for mental training. 1,000,000 years of slumber had left his mind sluggish. He needed a period of training to reactivate his mind and restore all the neurons in his brain to their previous electrical signals, so that he would be fit to take charge. In fact, those originally living on the Tianqin did not need this, as the Tianqin had a dream machine from the Awakener civilization. The dream machine helped those in hibernation maintain their mental activity, preventing their souls from rusting due to prolonged dormancy. Unfortunately, recently, since the new voyage began, the Awakeners have all fallen into a long slumber. It's been a while since any Awakener has come to help maintain the dream machine, so it can only wake up once every 1,000,000 years, as usual. However, this isn't a big deal. Once we reach our new destination, someone will come to help maintain the dream machine. These are extraordinary times, and Yu Yuan doesn't blame the Awakeners. After spending a few days practicing mental activation, Yu Yuan got back to work. He first reviewed the logs from the past 1,000,000 years, then checked the current state of human civilization, resource inventories, energy reserves, remaining military strength, whether production lines were functioning properly, any lost technological data, the maintenance status of various ships, and so on. It was all routine work, and Yu Yuan knew the procedures for everything. It was just that understanding the history took some time, given the vast amount of historical records. After taking care of the daily routine within humanity, Yu Yuan also took the opportunity to learn about the status of other civilizations. The Awakeners remained silent, their rectangular warships floating silently in the void like coffins. Not many of their transport ships remained, but it looked like they could still hold on. The Galactic Center Civilization, the Falcon Civilization, the Dia Civilization, and the Feather Civilization were all similar, with some transport ships remaining. They were all about the same. The Shinju Civilization fared better. Although they had dismantled their other warships, they still had the neutron star, which held a wealth of resources. They could draw from it, and should have no problem reaching their destination. At most, the neutron star would be reduced to a white dwarf, and then they could recover by absorbing resources elsewhere. Everyone was still alive, and that was the best news. However, Yu Yuan was somewhat puzzled by this, as the disparity between now and then was too great. In their time, which civilization wouldn't have been a formidable force? All of them were uniquely technological civilizations. Placed in any galaxy, they would have been dominant, easily dominating the entire system for tens of millions of years. If they hadn't embarked on the Great Voyage, these civilizations would have undoubtedly achieved great things and left their own legends. But now, these overlords, each capable of leading a vast voyage organization, have become barely surviving. Like dying elders, they tremble and stumble along the Great Voyage, their frailty evident as if any gust of wind could extinguish them. And their transformation from a once dominant and ambitious state is merely the tip of the iceberg of their ambition to transcend this cold universe. For these civilizations, capable of easily destroying stars and moons, moving mountains, and filling seas, Like the might of heaven and earth, the universe has done nothing. The vastness of space and eternity of time has reduced all civilizations to their original form. And the despairing thing is that this so-called vastness of space and eternity is merely the tip of the iceberg of the universe. The Bodi's void is only 300 million light-years in diameter. This mere distance has rendered all the mighty level 6 civilizations nearly silent. The observable universe, however, is 93 billion light-years in diameter. And that's only the observable universe, limited by the expansion of spacetime exceeding the speed of light. The actual universe is far more than 93 billion light-years. Compared to the vastness of the universe, no matter how magnificent and legendary the legends of these level 6 civilizations, no matter how glorious their achievements, they are insignificant compared to the universe. The Falcon, relying on its unique technological strikes, destroyed countless stars. A single impact with a neutron battle star could shatter a star. The Lyra could instantly destroy billions of enemy ships with a single strike. The Awakeners were the unrivaled overlords of the Triangulum Galaxy. The Galactic Center civilization had plagued the lower-level civilizations of the Milky Way for tens of millions of years. The Great Galactic Expedition they formed nearly destroyed the entire Andromeda Galaxy. What a mad act of war! Yet, all these things pale into insignificance compared to the vastness of the universe. The vastness of space and the length of time alone can conceal them all, smooth out all these turbulences. Because, to the universe, perhaps only cosmic disasters can truly be considered ripples. After completing his daily duties, Yuan sat upright in the captain's seat, his figure half visible in the dim surrounding light. His shifting eyes reflected the star map, which displayed the current status of the fleets of the 3 major voyage organizations in the vast void. The star map displayed numerical values indicating the fleet's movement speed, calculated based on the relative speed of the departure point. To be honest, if it weren't for these series of numerical changes, the entire fleet would appear to be stationary. If the star map were enlarged further, to the point where the departure galaxy was visible, the fleet would become a tiny cursor, a cursor that was artificially placed. Otherwise, given the space occupied by the fleet, it wouldn't even qualify to be displayed on the star map. Whenever Yuan witnessed this scene, he felt incredibly insignificant, and he sensed the helplessness of life in the face of the vastness of the universe. Humanity and countless other intelligent races, including the 3 great voyage organizations, could only manage to stumble through the universe with all their wisdom. The universe, with its vastness and eternity, alone made all civilizations despair. When space reaches a certain limit, it isolates all connection. When time reaches a certain limit, it erodes everything. Chapter 1411. In the Earth Age, Yuan once gazed up at the starry sky. That was when he was still a child. Yuan still remembered the nights back then, when the stars were exceptionally bright. On many sparsely moonlit nights, he would lie on the cool grass, gazing at the tiny stars above the clouds. At the time, he wondered if only those twinkling stars could fall from the sky so he could pick them up. They sparkled so beautifully, and their falling form must be what adults call shooting stars. As he grew a little older, he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. He also understood that the stars in the sky were planets, like the sun. This knowledge still shocked Yuan. He couldn't imagine why there were so many sun-like planets in the sky. It wasn't until he started school that the knowledge from books taught him some basic knowledge of the universe. He learned about gravity, gravitational lensing, and the gravitational universe. The vague concept and mystery of the universe became much clearer with that knowledge. But after gaining this knowledge, every time he gazed up at the starry sky, he no longer felt the same naive fantasy he once had. Instead, he felt only the insignificance of himself and his own world. Whenever the bright stars of the night came into view, he wondered if people like us lived near those suns, whether they, too, gazed up at the sky like he did, and whether those stars, too, held inspiring stories. As he grew older, Yuan began to encounter modern science and technology. When he learned that reaching the nearest star, Proxima Centauri, would require a journey of 4,000 to 5,000 years, his illusions were shattered once again. The vastness of the starry sky left a profound shock on him. Finally, with the advancement of technology, his childhood dream finally came true, and those beautiful imaginary stars became desolate and lonely planets. As his knowledge accumulated, Yuan rationally accepted reality. However, the reality of the universe was truly cruel. There was no fairy tale world there, because the sun and Proxima Pythagorean star had been blown up by aliens. Afterward, with the success of humanity's first desperate voyage, he regained confidence in the power of human technology. It was during that millennium-long voyage that he overcame his fear of deep space and, along with a group of other humans, truly reached the other side of the starry sky. Since then, humanity has been hiding in the starry sky, and humanity has also entered the grand stage of the starry sky. On that grand stage, humanity encountered a diverse array of civilizations and myriad other forms of life. The sinister silver mist, the friendly Nair, the Chien, tools of an unknown civilization, the Kuntai, fellow wanderers, the Booker, enslaved by other civilizations, the profiteer gift civilization, the pirate-like orange star, the loyal kobolds, and so on. They also encountered numerous new planets and unique life forms, such as the special Adderley and the infant nebula lifeforms. There were also many powerful civilizations, like the Tianqing, which destroyed the Sun and the Centauri triple star system, the Awakener, who aided humanity, the Galactic Overlords, the sinister and treacherous Galactic Heart, and other civilizations and alliances still renowned today, such as the Perseus Community, the Silicon-based Consortium, Gaia Life, the Remnants, and the Divine Principle. Later, after humanity defeated the electronic warships and embarked on the Great Voyage, they encountered countless more civilizations. Some joined the Great Voyage organization and became partners with the same goal, while others perished due to various circumstances. After a long journey, enduring countless hardships, they finally overcame numerous obstacles and entered the Great Void. This was undoubtedly a great journey, a symbol of intelligent life's conquest of the universe. But after entering the Great Void, all their lofty ambitions were extinguished by the vastness of the universe and the relentless passage of time. All civilizations fell silent, a dead stillness. No matter how powerful their unique technology, no matter if they were the overlord of the galaxy or the leader of the Great Voyage organization, no matter how powerful their authority, once they entered the Great Void, everyone was the same. Yu Yuan stared blankly out the window at the emptiness and darkness. He felt like he was back in his childhood the first time he looked up at the starry sky. Only before, he saw tiny stars. Now, he saw nothing but darkness. Facing this vast sky, Yu Yuan felt that even with the knowledge of level 6 civilization, he was still the same ignorant boy. Universe, how many secrets do you still hold? How many unknowns remain? After an unknown amount of time, an unknown number of years, Yu Yuan's eyes gradually closed once again, and he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke again, another 1,000,000 years had passed. Time and again, falling asleep and waking, they faced endless nothingness and darkness. Without a strong spirit and a steadfast soul, reality and illusion would have long since blurred, past lives and present lives would have been confused, and people would have fallen into madness and nightmares. But their curiosity about the universe overcame the fear of the nothingness and darkness. The first time they gazed up at the stars, curiosity had already set sail in their hearts, as it did for countless human beings. People persisted, civilization advanced, and the desire for knowledge remained. How could Yu Yuan fall alone? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. The loneliness of time erodes everyone, threatening countless times to swallow up their sanity. Yet, within their hearts, a light perpetually burns, a beacon of hope and inquiry. Though it fades like a candle in the wind, it still manages to dispel the darkness and guide the path forward. The years flow by. People no longer remember how long they have been in darkness, almost forgetting what the starlight looks like. Ultimately, the darkness cannot completely swallow up the beacon of hope. When the light from the stars once again reaches their eyes, the photoreceptors, dormant for billions of years, awaken again. Using billions of years of evolutionary experience, they tell their masters that it is the light of hope. Light is endowed with hope. Rays of hope shone across the dark curtain wall, silent for millennia. Endless photons joyfully imparted their energy to the lifeless dust. The dust, sensing the light of hope, came alive, swirled, forming a twilight haze. Then, urged on by the light of hope, it gradually faded. Silver light finally pierced the darkness, and a fleet of silvery ships gradually emerged from the smoke and twilight. We arrived, finally. The clouds parted, revealing the sun. Ship after ship gradually emerged from the darkness, heading towards the ball of light representing negative entropy. Behold, those are stars, great stars. Beautiful stars. Selfless stars. They have been burning there for billions of years, waiting for us. No, they're not waiting for us. Not for any civilization. They simply shine and radiate according to the laws of the universe. Whether civilization arrives or not, they will burn there until they are extinguished. They are both passionate and indifferent. Just like the universe. Chapter 1412. They arrived. The 3 Great Voyage organizations have reached their destination. Of course, this isn't their final destination, just a stopping point, but it's also a tremendous success. Arriving here alive proves the three Great Voyage Organization's ability to travel extremely long distances. Although everyone is half dead, at least they're not completely dead. Since leaving the galaxy at the edge of the Boötes Void, the three Great Voyage Organizations had changed course once more. Calculating the total distance, they traveled 29.39 million light-years to reach this point. That's almost 30 million light-years. If you were to travel in a straight line, they already covered 1/5 of the final distance. This is undoubtedly a magnificent feat, an unprecedented, ultra-long voyage. The universe is truly amazing. The three Great Voyage Organizations traveled 29.39 million light-years, but judging by the timeline of this target galaxy, the time taken by the fleets from departure to arrival was remarkably short, less than a century in fact. This is the phenomenon caused by time dilation. From the perspective of an observer in the target galaxy, light traveling from the edge of the Boötes Void takes 0 time to reach here. The three Great Journey Organizations, traveling at a speed slightly slower than the speed of light, took decades. However, for the three Great Journey Organizations themselves, 29.39 million years have already passed. This is why everyone is so half dead. The vast length of time stretches everything out, and even the slightest loss, compounded by the vastness of time, becomes an astronomical figure. Regarding two different observers, one sees 29.39 million years pass, while the other sees only a few decades. Isn't this a definite bug? For the three Grand Voyage Organizations, it's like they traveled into the target galaxy's past. From the target galaxy's perspective, they traveled into the future of the three Grand Voyage Organizations. This isn't a bug, however. The time difference exists because the three Grand Voyage Organizations haven't yet decelerated, and are still traveling at very close to the speed of light relative to the target galaxy. Their intrinsic timelines don't overlap, and at this point, they have no meaning to each other. So, the three Grand Voyage Organizations will then decelerate. During this deceleration, their intrinsic timelines will quickly converge with that of the target galaxy. This process takes decades for the former, and 29.39 million years for the latter. When their intrinsic timelines converge again, their time is unified, and the flow of time is aligned again. The universe is truly mysterious. We finally arrived, and we're still alive. Yes, congratulations, you're still alive too. Praise life. Praise the universe. Praise civilization. The moment the fleet finished decelerating, everyone still alive awoke and congratulated one another. Being alive was the most worth celebrating. The Lyra was still there, having been cleaned by cleaning robots. It was now spotless and tidy, but it would require a major overhaul. Many of the equipment and partitions had deteriorated significantly due to the diffusion of molecules, and all of them needed to be replaced. Not only does the Lyra need a major overhaul, but other ships too, or even outright rebuilds. Many of the components of the habitation ships aren't as advanced as the Lyra, so more parts need replacing. If so many replacements are needed, it might be better to just build a new one. The engineering and factory ships that serve as maintenance tools also require upkeep. It can be said that the fleet has just finished slowing down, and humanity has already planned its next steps. The same is true for other civilizations. The Dia civilization is in a slightly better position than humanity. Besides the Dia, they still have several thousand main battleships that haven't been dismantled. The Feiyu civilization is in a similar situation. None of their habitation ships have been dismantled. The Falcon civilization is in a slightly worse position than humanity. Their entire fleet now consists of only the Falcon, the habitation ships, and the necessary engineering ships. All other transport and warships have been dismantled. The Galactic Center, Sides, Doli, Momota, and Stya civilizations are in similar situations. None of their individual life forms have reached the stage necessary to initiate the Spark project. The Alan civilization suffered a more disastrous fate. To maintain the energy-guzzling operation of their superintelligent leader, most of their individual life forms were transformed into genes. However, they eventually came to a halt. Given enough time, they could be reborn. As for the Shinju civilization, they no longer had any neutron battle stars, having already spit out all their material, transforming it into ordinary matter for fuel. Now, only a core remained of their neutron battle star. However, this was not a big deal for them, as a neutron battle star in this state was merely incapable of attack, not requiring replacement. As long as they were given enough material to absorb, their neutron battle star would quickly recover. This did allow each civilization to see what the core of the neutron battle star looked like, but unfortunately, no one understood it and simply admired it as a spectacle. The Abyssal civilization, the Kroll civilization, and the Blue Ocean civilization all survived, but many of them only managed to survive by initiating the Spark project. In total, of the 80 civilizations in the Galactic Expedition, 39, nearly half, had initiated the Spark project. Of the 127 civilizations in the Abyssal Expedition, 90 had initiated the Spark project, owing to their sacrifices to aid the nebula lifeforms. The 308 civilizations in the Blue Ocean Expedition had similar technological achievements, with only 27 of them initiating the Spark project. From this perspective, despite some setbacks along the way, this ultra-long-distance expedition was generally quite successful. None of these civilizations perished. Given some time, they could thrive again. Civilizations that implemented the Spark project could continue to reproduce their species, rebuild lost warships, and replenish any losses during the voyage, as their technology remained intact. This is certainly cause for celebration, but each civilization also knows it's not time to break out the champagne, as this is only the first stage of the voyage. As we approach the center of the Great Void, the journey will become increasingly difficult. Based on current observations, the next destination is a full 39.8 million light-years away, and if observations are correct, the next one is even further. No one knows whether they can reach the end, and this increasingly difficult voyage creates a feeling of being trudged step by step towards hell. Even if this road leads to hell, we must continue to the end, for there is no turning back, and no civilization will ever turn back. Everyone has realized that they would rather perish on the road of advancement and exploration than stop and linger and die. Cosmic catastrophe is spreading, and it is better to make an effort than to wait for disaster to strike. Chapter 1413. This galaxy isn't large, with a diameter of only about 15,000 light-years, and its stars are sparsely distributed. It's a small galaxy, but it contains more than enough stars for the 3 major teleportation organizations. After completing their deceleration, each civilization, like Quafu chasing the sun, plunged headfirst into the ocean of matter, absorbing it relentlessly. Before this, basic caution remained, and each civilization naturally dispatched its remaining probes to explore various parts of the galaxy. To eliminate risks and survey the general situation of this galaxy, scientists from the 3 major teleportation organizations discovered through observation and analysis that this galaxy wasn't naturally so small. The orbits of its stars seemed to be shifting over time. After collecting sufficient data, scientists from each civilization began to deduce the evolution of this galaxy. They discovered that other civilizations must have visited this place before their own. An unknown civilization or organization once arrived here, replenished its resources, and then departed. Although no remains have been found within the galaxy, comparisons of stellar positions and gravitational field relationships reveal this event. The time frame is likely measured in billions, at least 1 billion years ago. Because there are no remains, the 3 major voyage organizations have no way of determining what kind of civilization arrived. They can only roughly infer from the stellar depletion that it must have been a large-scale voyage organization. This news sparked heated debate within the scientific communities of various civilizations, and even high-ranking officials debated the matter. It was unimaginable that anyone had ever visited such a desolate place. This outcome made everyone feel less alone, and it also provided an additional mission as they headed towards their final destination, to search for any civilizations or organizations that had previously visited. Although everyone knew that the civilization or organization that had previously visited had most likely failed, for if they had succeeded, the Type 2 boundary breakers living around the Boötes Void would have known about it long ago, yet no news remained. Of course, there was a possibility that they had quietly departed after their success, but it was unlikely. As time passed, the civilizations of the 3 great voyage organizations gradually recovered from the brink of extinction. Looking out, the entire starry sky shone with silver light, the glint of newly built spacecraft. Each of the 515 civilizations occupied a patch of sky, frantically absorbing material resources. Factories bustled with activity, and ships of all types appeared in the void like dumplings. The galaxy, quiet for countless millions of years, became vibrant with the arrival of 515 Level 6 civilizations. The power of technology was once again reshaping the shape of this small galaxy. Planets were blasted apart, their rich mineral reserves extracted by various civilizations and processed into artifacts. Stars were purged of energy, filling the energy storage tanks of transport ships. To prepare for further voyages, the 515 Level 6 civilizations learned from their previous mistakes. Instead of storing raw minerals and natural energy materials directly as before, they refined them, and then sealed them in warehouses. Energy was not stored in the form of ordinary matter, but first converted into the most advanced energy form currently available, dark matter and dark antimatter. During resource development, everyone discovered that dark matter here was much thinner than outside the Great Void, but it was still extractable. Of course, even if there was no dark matter to mine, with the technology of a level 6 civilization, ordinary matter could still be converted into dark matter and dark antimatter through various processes. The energy consumed in this process would undoubtedly be higher than the energy generated by the final dark matter and dark antimatter, but given the abundance of matter within the galaxy, this cost was not a significant concern. At the same time, the various civilizations also took advantage of this period to exchange ideas, primarily focusing on lifespan technology and product lifespan. The experience of this great expedition taught all civilizations that they must unite, at least in terms of the lifespan of their equipment, otherwise no one would reach the end. The Galactic Expedition Organization shared its technology related to the lifespan of its creations with the other two organizations, and the other two organizations also generously shared their own technology for discussion. After sharing their technology, scientists from each civilization took advantage of this period to continue their efforts in this direction, striving for innovation in creation and breaking new technological barriers. Based on the experience gained from the first ultra-long-distance voyage, each civilization, during the period of recuperation following this rebirth, refined its shipbuilding technology and fleet structure. Each of the 515 level 6 civilizations unanimously adopted a strategy of elite warfare. This meant concentrating the lives of each civilization on a few meticulously crafted habitable ships. The same was true for other types of ships. Each civilization sought to utilize the most advanced and durable technology to construct vessels such as engineering ships and factory-type ships. Then, there's the flagship, a symbol of a civilization's combat power. Besides that, other ships don't need to be so advanced. They all be used as fuel anyway. Many civilizations even stop building warships, citing the sheer resource consumption of maintaining them. Building a warship to follow the fleet is simply worse than replacing it with a transport ship, stuffed full of energy. For example, humanity no longer builds warships, retaining only one, the Lyra, while the rest are transports and various other functional vessels. Daya, Feiyu, Inshin, Falcon, Shinju, Abyss, Kroll, Blue Ocean, and other civilizations with unique technologies have followed suit, each maintaining only one flagship and omitting all other warships. This is the ultimate in fleet structure for long-distance navigation. Everything is geared towards the needs of even longer-distance voyages. With the exception of the Awakener, all ordinary level 6 civilizations within the three major long-distance navigation organizations follow this approach. Oh my! What a wonderful sleep. You guys are going all out. I think you should have done this long ago. You're a collective civilization, unlike the Great Me. Seeing all the civilizations optimizing their fleets, the Star Defender couldn't help but chirp into the communication channel. This guy uses vacuum zero-point energy, and it's a genuine creation of a level 7 civilization. Therefore, he's been the most comfortable on this journey, without worrying about running out of energy or aging components. For the Star Defender, these 29.39 million years are just like a good night's sleep. It slept like this for the past 2 billion years in the Midway Galaxy. Among so many beings, only he remains as bright and new, as if time has left no trace on him. Truly a creation of a cosmic civilization, his creations are also cosmic. As for the nebula lifeform of the Abyssal Voyage, while a unique lifeform, without external energy input, his body would become increasingly chaotic over time. He nearly died from entropy increase. Had the Abyssal civilization not arranged for the various civilizations within the organization to rotate energy supplies, he would have perished along the way. Oh, if only I could transfer the energy I extracted to you. Seeing you all struggling for survival, I sometimes feel so bad. It reminds me of my long-lost companions. You must succeed. My escape depends on you. The idle Star Defender muttered again on the Galaxy Voyage internal channel. The 7 distinctive technological civilizations were also very respectful of him, with personnel from all 3 civilizations chatting with him. The emotional value he was after was palpable. After all the civilizations realized that this guy was using vacuum zero-point energy, and the goal of the Great Voyage was to master vacuum zero-point energy. Perhaps he could provide inspiration later. Chapter 1414. To reach their next stop alive, the 3 major voyage organizations, while simultaneously restoring their fleets, also proposed a madcap plan. This civilization was the Shinju civilization. The Shinju civilization's neutron battlestar had been restored, making this an easy task for them. They simply needed to find a star to charge towards and absorb it. The Shinju civilization's unique technology was the application of gravity, allowing them to activate and deactivate the neutron battle star's gravitational effects at any time. After consuming the neutron battle star's material, the Shinju civilization also exchanged personnel within it. The Shinju civilization lacked four-dimensional technology, and could not allow personnel to enter the battle star while in neutron battle star form. Therefore, each personnel change required the complete ejection of the neutron battle star's material, reducing the star to a core-only state. For this reason, each personnel change also served as a time for them to perform extensive maintenance on the neutron battle star. As for the energy and materials needed for the neutron battle star's personnel and power systems, these certainly could not be delivered via four-dimensional delivery. However, since they could build neutron battle stars, such a problem naturally presented no challenge to them. As far as human civilization knows, the Shinju civilization replenishes its energy by directly absorbing neutron star material. This means, using extremely advanced technology, they create a small opening in the core of the neutron star, injecting neutron star material into the interior to power the personnel and the neutron star itself. This method is generally known, but only in its introductory form. The specifics of the Shinju civilization's operation, including the core technology involved, remain largely unknown. After all, it is entirely within the Shinju civilization's unique technological domain. Speaking of which, after the Shinju civilization completed the extensive maintenance on its neutron star, it summoned several leaders of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, along with the Abyss, Kroll, and Blue Ocean civilizations, to the virtual auditorium to pitch their insane plan. You all possess unique technologies, and you all hold absolute authority within your respective organizations. Therefore, we have invited only you to this meeting. The Shinju leader began the meeting with an opening statement, which everyone could tell was directed at the Abyss, Kroll, and Blue Ocean civilizations. After all, the other civilizations were members of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, and everyone was already familiar with them. Then, the Shinju leader cut to the chase. Given the long distance ahead, the arduous voyage, and the uncertain dangers ahead, we can no longer simply restock the fleet supplies and set off as before. That would be too dangerous. Even if we have already upgraded our fleet structure to its ultimate long-distance configuration, I'm sure none of you here are sure you can reach your next destination. As soon as he finished speaking, the other leaders of the civilizations, empathetic to his concerns, responded one after another. Yes. That's right. 39.8 million light-years. As a level 6 civilization, we don't technically possess the ability to travel at such great distances. Therefore, we dare not even activate our warp drive at such great distances. We're desperately trying to survive. There's no other way. We can't guarantee that. So what are your thoughts? The leader of the Divine Matrix civilization scanned the speech with his consciousness. His floating figure shifted from one to several, then back to one. He then spoke, well, here's what we're thinking. Since we don't dare to travel at warp speed, and this galaxy still has so many resources available, why should we abandon such abundant resources and embark on a solo voyage? Why not put them to good use? Aren't we utilizing it now? Many civilizations cast puzzled glances at the leadership of the Divine Matrix civilization. The Divine Matrix civilization leader didn't keep them waiting. As if he understood their doubts, he spoke directly. No, we are indeed utilizing it now, but not completely. I mean completely. Our idea is to build a star accelerator. We will launch all the planets in this entire galaxy toward our destination, turning them into a meteor shower. Then, we will ride on this meteor shower and cross the starry sea. What? Launch the planets in the entire galaxy? Do you think this is just marbles? The civilizations of the Great Galactic Expedition Organization were fine. After all, they all had some understanding of the Divine Matrix civilization's capabilities. However, the leadership teams of the Abyss civilization, Kroll Level 6, and Deep Blue civilization were completely stumped by the Divine Matrix civilization leader's words. They all wore expressions of disbelief. What a joke. It's true that a Level 6 civilization has the ability to push stars, but how many magnetic propulsion devices would it take to push a single planet? A battleship is indeed roughly the size of a small planet, but its interior is hollow, and its mass is far less than that of a real planet. Therefore, pushing a battleship to near light speed is completely different from pushing a planet to near light speed. Now this Shinju civilization is actually trying to push away all the planets in this entire galaxy. It's simply insane. Most importantly, this guy seems very confident, and none of the other civilizations in the Great Galactic Expedition Organization have questioned this crazy idea. It's simply outrageous. The leader of the Shinju civilization was delighted by the disbelief expressed by the Abyss, Kroll, and Blue Ocean civilizations. He let out a hearty laugh, characteristic of individual Shinju individuals, and continued, "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean we can't. Conventional methods certainly won't work, which is why I called you here to discuss this. Our idea is that we provide the technology, and you provide the manpower. Let's work together to build a planetary accelerator. Our engineers have calculated that with the combined efforts of 515 civilizations from our 3 major voyage organizations, we should be able to complete it in 10,000 years. A mere 10,000 years of this shouldn't be enough time for a cosmic catastrophe to spread far enough. We've drawn the blueprints and designed the construction steps. You simply need to follow the blueprints. As for the advanced technology involved, you don't need to worry about it. For those areas of our specialized technology you don't understand, simply leave them blank during construction. We let our team of talented scientists handle them." With this, the Shinju civilization leader signaled his staff to send the blueprints and detailed construction instructions to the various civilizations present. Clearly, they assumed everyone would agree with this plan. After a while, perhaps after reviewing the information, the Abyss civilization raised their own questions. Their leader looked toward the Divine Principle civilization. "From what I've seen in the information, it seems we're the ones doing the initial construction, and you're just waiting?" Chapter 1415. Waiting? The leader of the Divine Matrix civilization was stunned, but he quickly understood the question. Apparently, the Abyss civilization thought their civilization had nothing to do in the early stages. He smiled and said, "No, no, no. We have our work to do, and no other civilization can accomplish it except us. Do you see these devices?" The Divine Matrix civilization leader gestured for the Abyss civilization team to look at the star map displayed within the hologram. The large circles stretched across the sky on the star map were a model of a star accelerator. It resembled a circular accelerator, with large circles at regular intervals. These formed the accelerator's pathway, forming a large structure resembling a spiral mosquito coil. The structure gradually narrowed from the outer circle to the inner circle, as if a large mosquito coil had been nailed to the entire galaxy. The outer circle of the mosquito coil represented the galaxy's outer edge, while the inner circle terminated at the galaxy's central black hole. According to the Shinju civilization, once the large-scale structure is completed, stars can be pushed into the stellar accelerator, accelerating them in a chain similar to a particle accelerator. Once they reach the vicinity of a black hole, the powerful gravity of the central black hole will be used to give the stars a final tug, accelerating their normal speed to near the speed of light, and launching them toward their target galaxy. The force that accelerates these stars is undoubtedly gravity. It is the smallest of the 4 fundamental forces, yet the Shinju civilization has managed to transform it into a force capable of moving stars, effectively calling it stellar force. To use the mythological language of human civilization, the Shinju civilization's conception would be to establish a vast stellar array, harnessing its power to mobilize the vast stellar forces that propel the vast sky. Wherever their arm points, the stars follow. They can be said to be fully acquainted with the ever-changing universe, knowing the weather and the terrain, shifting the stars and shifting the constellations, drawing upon the mighty power of the stars. They can grasp the sun and moon, shrink thousands of mountains, and manipulate the universe. The sun, moon, and thousands of mountains can be manipulated in the palm of their hands, while the celestial constellations are hidden deep within their sea of consciousness. From this perspective, the Shinju civilization star accelerator is nothing more than the Great Circular Constellation Formation. A scientist from the Shinju civilization team, following their leader's lead, explained the workings of their star accelerator to the civilizations present, and why they had no involvement in the construction of the star accelerator mentioned in the documentation. "We are actually all involved, but our work is different from yours. I wonder if you noticed the spots near the central black hole region and each of the large circular structures." A Shinju civilization scientist pointed to 2 locations in the model diagram. The members of the civilization followed his instructions, and carefully examined the data sets that marked the spots. They discovered that they were not spots at all, but rather massive planets, essentially stars of considerable mass. Everyone understood. The Shinju civilization intended to use these stars to power each acceleration stage of the stellar accelerator. Sure enough, the next moment, the Shinju scientist split into several clones, inputting various parameters into the model and animating it. After this flurry of activity, he continued, "During the construction of the stellar accelerator, our Shinju civilization must adjust the gravitational parameters of each environment. We use gravity weaving technology to weave the gravitational forces of the planets in each acceleration stage through these large circles into a force capable of pulling the planets. The same is true for the central black hole, but it's even more complex. We need to install special equipment there to apply the black hole's gravitational effects to the final stage of the accelerator, making it the most powerful link. Ultimately, we will launch stars one by one towards our target galaxy, as we desire. We roughly calculated that, not counting the stars that power the accelerator, the energy costs of building the accelerator, and all the other energy costs, we can probably launch about 1/10 of the planets in the entire galaxy. This galaxy has a diameter of approximately 15,000 light-years, and a total population of approximately 8 billion stars, so 1/10 is 800 million. This is just the number of stars. If we include the planets within the stars, the number would be even higher. As for the other 9/10 of planets, there are naturally only two outcomes. Either they will be consumed in the construction of the stellar accelerator, or they will be placed at various nodes of the stellar accelerator to be used as energy supply. In other words, the energy consumed to accelerate stars to near light speeds suitable for ultra-long distance travel far exceeds the available energy, resulting in a utilization rate of 10%. Those unfamiliar with the difficulty of accelerating to extremely near light speeds might think 10% is low, but it's actually quite high, and this is only possible thanks to the unique technology of the Divine Matrix civilization. Granted, planetary transport had already been accomplished by level 5 civilizations, but that was done at warp speed, requiring constant energy input to large warp drive systems. Furthermore, that type of transport took place within the galaxy, where energy resources were virtually inexhaustible, a completely different scenario from the Great Voyage. After learning of the Divine Thread civilization's plan, even the several technologically advanced civilizations of the Galactic Great Voyage organization were thrilled, not to mention the Abyss civilization, the Kroll civilization, and the Deep Blue civilization. The Divine Thread civilization's plan had a profound impact on them. They had never imagined that a great voyage could be carried out in this way, and that a civilization could possess the technology for such a massive undertaking. Before encountering the Galactic Great Voyage organization, they would have never dared to imagine it. Now, not only was it conceivable, but the Divine Matrix civilization had also provided a detailed, feasible plan. At this thought, the leadership of the Abyss, Kroll, and Blue Ocean civilizations could not conceal their excitement. Every intelligent being in their hearts cried out, "Glad to have met you. Otherwise, we might not have been able to proceed." At the same time, they also gained a deeper understanding of the strength of the Galaxy Voyage organization. Needless to say, we agree. We agree too. This is a grand and ambitious project. On behalf of all members of the Blue Ocean Voyage organization, we agree to proceed according to your plan. The three civilizations expressed their opinions. The Divine Matrix civilization leader glanced at the other civilizations in the Galaxy Voyage organization. It was obvious that everyone had experienced the difficulties of previous ultra-long distance voyages, and did not want to embark on another voyage with uncertain consequences. Seeing no objections, the Divine Matrix civilization leader signaled his scientists to continue explaining the details and precautions of this massive project. He also distributed more detailed and specific construction drawings to the various civilizations. After obtaining this data, the scientific teams of various civilizations discovered that the acceleration force within each circle of acceleration nodes wasn't limited to the area within the circle itself. Instead, the area surrounding each circle was a unique, super strong gravitational field. This was a special gravitational field created by the Shinju civilization, using their unique technology to manipulate gravity. The source of gravity came from the stars assigned to each large circle. The Shinju civilization, by some unknown means, had managed to extract the gravitational force of stars as energy. This was a gravitational technology that no other civilization could comprehend. However, each civilization had discerning eyes. Although they couldn't understand the specifics, they understood that the Shinju civilization's technology differed from the way most civilizations utilize stellar energy. Most civilizations utilize stellar energy through electromagnetic forces. The mass of a star is converted into light through nuclear reactions, and light energy is electromagnetic. The Shinju civilization, however, utilizes stellar energy through gravity. As we all know, gravitational waves are also a form of energy emission. For example, when two black holes merge, the mass of the resulting black hole is less than the sum of the masses of the two black holes before the merger. This lost mass then propagates into the universe as gravitational waves. It's likely that the Shinju civilization's technology utilizes a similar principle for mass energy conversion, harnessing stellar energy through gravity. The animation of the stellar accelerator simulation shows that each large circle of nodes is surrounded by 2 or 3 stars. When the stellar accelerator is operating, these stars orbit together in a large circle. Presumably, this process converts stellar mass into gravitational wave energy that can be utilized by the Shinju civilization. Chapter 1416. After gaining a general understanding of the operating principles of the Star Accelerator, the team members of the Abyss, Kroll, and Blue Ocean civilizations all cast admiring glances at the Shinju civilization. In fact, not only these three civilizations, who knew little about the Shinju civilization, but even the several technologically advanced civilizations within the Galaxy Grand Voyage organization hadn't anticipated the Shinju civilization's capabilities. Over the years, the Shinju civilization's unique technology has been constantly improving. Previously, they pioneered unconventional routes, and now they developed the technology needed for massive projects. The efficiency of each civilization was remarkable. After the meeting finalized the matter, the other ordinary Level 6 civilizations subsequently received the work assigned by the Shinju civilization according to the project construction. Each civilization within the three Grand Voyage organizations had its own tasks, each responsible for its own big circle manufacturing. After understanding that the Star Accelerator was proposed by the Shinju civilization, and that it was responsible for the core technology, the name of the Shinju civilization began to appear frequently within the ordinary Level 6 civilizations of the Abyss and Blue Ocean Grand Voyage organizations. If human civilization was previously renowned for its military prowess against Type 2 boundary breakers, now the Divine Hour civilization is renowned for its wild yet advanced technology. The civilizations assigned the task were unwavering, immediately deploying their strongest productive forces and diving headfirst into the massive construction effort. Human civilization was assigned the task of constructing 300,000 large circles, with other civilizations receiving similar numbers. The Star Accelerator planned by the Divine Hour civilization will consist of approximately 153 million large circles, with each of the three major voyage organizations receiving approximately 30 construction tasks. The total construction time is estimated to be 10,000 years. 10,000 years is a short time. The timeline is tight, and the task is immense. All civilizations know that the cosmic catastrophe zone is expanding, and right behind them. The reason they previously turned back from another galaxy and arrived here was because the cosmic catastrophe was spreading. After the civilizations initially turned, they first traveled at warp speed for approximately 20,000 light-years before continuing their journey. This means that by the time the Stellar Accelerator was completed, the cosmic catastrophe zone would only be 10,000 years away. Add to that the time it takes to eject a planet, and the Grand Expedition Organization actually has very little time. The good news is that the Shinju civilization's plan already includes a contingency plan for catching up with the Grand Fleet should the cosmic catastrophe spread. The plan is that after setting sail, everyone will first consume stars during their normal near-light-speed voyage. Once the stars are consumed, they will activate the warp engines installed on various rocky planets, and warp along with the Grand Fleet for a period of time, thus creating some distance between themselves and the cosmic catastrophe zone. Seeing the Shinju civilization's plan, everyone felt hopeful, especially those civilizations that survived the Seed of Fire project, who were the most supportive of the Shinju civilization. Every civilization erupted in enthusiasm, a fervent drive to sacrifice their lives for the grand project. Anything that stood in their way was an enemy. Even many civilizations formerly affiliated with the Abyss and Blue Ocean Expedition organizations placed the Divine Matrix civilization on the same footing as their leader. After all, their leader had been with them all the way through the Great Expedition. The Divine Matrix civilization now held such a high position in their hearts simply through this project. It was truly significant. As time went on, the Star Accelerator project steadily advanced. Meanwhile, while developing resources to complete their own construction tasks, various civilizations took the opportunity to explore the galaxy. For example, they looked for any unusual phenomena, relics left by previous generations, or the existence of indigenous civilizations. This was standard practice. Regrettably, after exploring nearly every star system, each civilization had found no traces of civilization. Even life-bearing planets were only one or two, and these were at the very beginning of life, similar to the single-celled stage on Earth. Such planets wouldn't develop into intelligent life for billions of years. None of these civilizations had the time or the decency to care about these planets, let alone the chastity of a saint. The universe was overflowing with life-bearing planets, and everyone was currently in the most difficult phase of their journey. They were lucky to survive, so they didn't have the energy to pursue such matters. Consequently, civilizations that encountered these life-bearing planets simply treated them as ordinary worlds and incorporated them into their Star Accelerator projects. They were treated like ordinary planets, equipped with warp drives and awaiting the completion of the Stellar Accelerator before being launched as backup resources to the next ultra-long distance destination. Time flowed like water, 5 years, 10 years, centuries, millennia. Looking across the starry sky, one could see the various ships of 515 civilizations, like ants. Sometimes a few, sometimes dozens or hundreds, working together to orbit each planet. These ships, like ants, worked together to transport each star to its designated location. The starry sky was filled with spaceships. Under each civilization's communication network, they resembled a swarm of connected bees, bit by bit, weaving a honeycomb across the vast expanse. As time passed, vast circles gradually took shape. Each circle, depending on its location, was dotted with 2 or 3 stars. Their appearance instantly imbued this galaxy, once dominated by natural stars and scenery, with a dazzling brilliance of technology. This was a project that transformed the entire galaxy, a project that consumed nearly all of its resources. Although the galaxy was relatively small, the emergence of each of these vast circles, each exceeding 2 million kilometers in diameter, was a perfect example of the power of technology and ruthlessness. Wisdom is miraculous, technology is magnificent. Their combination allowed tiny intelligent beings, as tiny as dust, to shake planets countless times larger. If one zoomed out to the perspective of the stars, so that they filled the entire screen, the flagships of these intelligent beings would be equivalent to a single pixel. Zooming out further, to the scale of the galaxy, encompassing all the great circles of the vast project within a single star map, the ships of the 515 level 6 civilizations would be dwarfed and invisible. But when the magnificent great circle of this vast project appeared in the starry sky, all the smaller civilizations were elevated, magnified, like giants towering above the heavens, building this magnificent project with their own hands. Pulling out further, one could see that the galaxy looked drastically different from what it had looked like 10,000 years ago. The stars, arranged in groups of 3 or 2, were arranged in a regular corridor, like a giant, coiling dragon, swirling through the starlight. Chapter 1417. This galaxy has a diameter of 15,000 light-years, and the star accelerator is a massive structure composed of 153 million large circles, shaped like a mosquito coil. Its outermost circle is actually the outermost edge of the original galaxy's disk. In other words, if one were to enter the star accelerator at a conventional speed, even if traveling at the speed of light, it would take approximately 47,000 years to orbit the accelerator's outermost circle. However, at the moment the star accelerator was built, the cosmic catastrophe was only 20,000 light-years away. Therefore, accelerating the planets cannot be done with conventional acceleration alone. Otherwise, if conventional power is used for slow acceleration, everyone would be swallowed up by the cosmic catastrophe zone before they even leave. Of course, the Shinju civilization would not allow this to happen. Therefore, they designed the star accelerator to have a wormhole-like function. That is, when the star accelerator is in operation, a fast passage will appear between every 2 large circles. The pattern in which those accelerated planets move through the acceleration channel mirrored the hopping pattern of the Shinju civilization's neutron battle stars, leveraging the elasticity of space. Not just planets, but all of us can experience the hopping motion of the neutron battle stars. The stellar accelerator combines hopping motion with special gravitational field acceleration to rapidly accelerate planets to near light speeds. It's a galaxy-scale material accelerator. With the technological capabilities of a level 6 civilization, only a machine of this size could empty an entire galaxy. 10,000 years passed quickly, and soon it was time to embark. All civilizations arrived at the entrance of the star accelerator. At the exit, not only were spaceships scattered throughout the void, but also a variety of planets. Powered by the technologies of 515 level 6 civilizations, these planets were dotted across the void. Soon after, a command message was transmitted from the Divine Matrix civilization. This command message, in the form of quantum entanglement, instantly affected each of the star accelerator's large circles. At that moment, all 153 million large circles suddenly trembled simultaneously, then began to rotate, gradually accelerating. As the large circles rotated, the surrounding stars also slowly rotated. As the rotation speed gradually increased, gravitational waves rippled across the starry sky, caused by the entanglement of the massive masses of the stars. However, these gravitational waves could not travel billions of light-years, like the gravitational waves from merging black holes. After their formation, they were absorbed by the larger circles at the center, powered by the technology of the Divine Matrix civilization, and became the driving force of the star accelerator. From afar, the clusters of stars swirling in large circles resembled a fleet of whirlwinds spinning in the void, except the surrounding flames had become the swaying flames of the star's motion, a truly spectacular sight. As the rotation reached the threshold set by the Divine Moment civilization, The star accelerator was finally officially activated. At that very moment, an invisible passageway formed. The planets, already prepared, would pass through this passageway formed by the strange gravitational field, rapidly circling the central black hole, ultimately being accelerated to near light speed and flung toward their target. After 10,000 years of effort, the 515 civilizations of the three Great Voyage organizations finally set out on their journey again. Watching the planets being sucked into the star accelerator like floating objects on the surface of water being slowly drawn into a vortex, all the intelligent beings of the 515 Level 6 civilizations felt an unprecedented sense of security rising within them. They knew that these planets sucked into the star accelerator would be supplies for their future journey. Although the road ahead was longer than before, they felt more at ease than ever before. It was a feeling of having food in hand, no need to panic. What a dreamlike scene! Watching planet after planet being violently sucked into the giant trumpet-shaped inlet, countless intelligent beings exclaimed the same sigh. The Shinju civilization's unique technology was so powerful and so useful that the star accelerator, built around it, was like an automatic vacuum cleaner. Under the influence of its unique gravitational field, the trumpet-shaped inlet instantly transformed into a gravitational vortex of the starry sky, drawing the stars into the acceleration channel. During this process, some civilizations assigned to launch first also entered the tunnel, along with their planets, in a circular trajectory through the entrance space. 800 million stars, billions of rocky planets, and the fleets of 515 civilizations were gradually sucked into the tunnel over the next period of time, like a giant whale in space opening its maw to devour every fish and shrimp in an ocean. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 4 circles. Like a mass accelerator, a vast number of stars and fleets, each resembling a fragment of debris in comparison, spun in circles within the stellar accelerator, their speed increasing with each circle. Finally, arriving at the acceleration channel near the central black hole, the powerful black hole's gravity gave all planets and fleets a final boost, accelerating their already near light speed velocities even further, ultimately reaching speeds extremely close to the speed of light. From relative rest to acceleration relative to the speed of light, the intrinsic timelines of the stars and the fleets of each civilization were constantly changing, their spatial and temporal relationships drastically altered until each became meaningless to the other. At this moment, from the perspective of the observer within the stellar accelerator, the ejected stars and planets became mere specks of light. And all the life forms of the 515 civilizations, like beings riding meteors, gradually vanished into the abyss of darkness. These intelligent beings, tiny as grains of sand, used their wisdom to shake the stars and mountains, and their magnificent technology to leave proof of their existence once again in the universe. The stellar accelerator. Although this so-called evidence, this so-called trace of their presence, will be ruthlessly destroyed by a cosmic catastrophe in approximately 10,000 years, it still served as a cry to the vast universe. Although such cries seem so insignificant in the vastness of the universe, almost as ridiculous as a constant struggle, they nonetheless represent the courage of life's unwavering self-improvement, the wisdom's quest for the endless unknown. This ultra-long distance voyage, with 515 civilizations accompanied by the stars, is a journey bathed in light and warmth. But a distance of 39.8 million light-years is no joke, so everyone chooses slumber, choosing to close their eyes and accept the darkness. Outside the ship, the stars blaze, a world of light, while the world within the ship remains dim, and the people continue to sleep in darkness like the dead. They sink into the darkness, merging with it, only to better embrace the light in the future. Oh, the universe, it watches all this silently, silent and unmoved, neither sad nor happy, neither annoyed nor angry. It is indifferent to all, yet also embraces all. It, oh eternal, gazing at the vast starry sky, the endless galaxy, Shi Jiao said, the 4 directions above and below are called the universe, and the past and present are called the universe. Chapter 1418. Thanks to the technology of the Great Divine Matrix civilization, the 3 Great Voyage organizations experienced no energy crisis this time. Without an energy crisis, the civilizations didn't have to implement the Spark plan again, and they were even able to travel at warp speed for a period of time. Compared to the total duration of the voyage, this period was short, but it bought the 515 civilizations 40,000 years. Considering the original disaster zone was 10,000 light-years further back, the 3 Great Voyage organizations still had 50,000 years to reach this galaxy. 50,000 years was plenty. It would take 10,000 years to build another stellar accelerator, and a few hundred more to complete the acceleration and launch, leaving almost 40,000 years. This would finally put some distance between them and the cosmic disaster zone. With previous experience and the success of this voyage, upon arriving in this galaxy, all civilizations were energized. Having just received the engineering instructions from the Divine Matrix civilization, they eagerly headed for the target star region and began large-scale mining and construction. Of course, routine exploration of the galaxy was also essential. Overall, this galaxy is only 30,000 light-years in diameter, making it larger than previous galaxies. However, what surprised various civilizations was that this galaxy contained even less dark matter. From this, various civilizations concluded that the closer to the center of the large void, the less dense the overall dark matter. This is a surprising phenomenon, because according to various civilizations' theories of cosmic evolution, the amount of dark matter is enormous, and it should all be concentrated by gravity, which would explain why every galaxy has such a large concentration of dark matter. Because space is isotropic, the distribution of dark matter in all regions of the universe born from the Big Bang should be largely uniform. This means that every galaxy should possess a dense dark matter halo, and its distribution density should be solely related to the mass of each galaxy, rather than the current pattern of decreasing dark matter closer to the center of a large void. The three great voyage organizations didn't know the reason, but they were excited by the observed phenomenon. This decrease in dark matter, as one approaches the center of a large void, aligns with the expectations of various civilizations. This phenomenon, in other words, suggests that the various civilizations' speculations are correct, and that the inability to locate the vacuum zero point is indeed related to some factor related to dark matter. Furthermore, judging by the current scale of the universe, this effect would have a very wide range. Otherwise, no one would need to enter the interior of a large void, but only the void between galaxies. Combined with the Starry Sky Defender's previous statement that the Dian civilization wouldn't need to venture into a large void at all when it ascended to level 7, scientists from various civilizations have come to a bold hypothesis. They believe that perhaps the clusters of dark matter that encompass galaxies in the vast expanse of space are like some kind of signal network. Through some unknown mechanism, they cover the entire vast star field, blocking certain signals within their coverage area. And within the range where certain signals are blocked, the correct answer to mastering vacuum zero-point energy is impossible. Since this was possible in the era of the Dian civilization, doesn't that mean that such a mechanism didn't exist back then? Doesn't this mean that the emergence of this mechanism could be the result of a modification of some law? But what kind of powerful civilization could alter the rules of an entire region of the universe spanning billions of light years? Based on the current understanding of various civilizations, a cosmic-level civilization would be completely incapable of such an undertaking. Therefore, it must be a civilization even more advanced than that, if it were man-made. What kind of advanced civilization is this? Star Defenders tell you, it's a divine-level civilization. That's a term borrowed from the Dian civilization. If we follow the current usage of the three major voyage organizations, it could also be called a level 8 civilization. In other words, a divine-level civilization once visited this place, and for unknown reasons, they used divine means to seal off this vast galaxy. Perhaps they witnessed the war between level 7 civilizations, or perhaps it was a cosmic catastrophe. At this thought, everyone felt a heavy weight weighing on their hearts. This universe was truly depressing. They say it's riddled with holes, but previously, those holes were understood to be caused by level 7 civilizations. But now, it seems that divine-level civilizations were also involved, and their destructive power and impact are even greater. If this speculation is true, it's no exaggeration to say that all civilizations within the Laniak Chaos supercluster are encompassed. This method isn't targeted at any one civilization, but rather at a single region of the universe. Thus, considering the universe's profound scars, the purpose of this divine civilization's actions is not difficult to infer. After all, the direct effect is to limit the emergence of cosmic civilizations, which most likely means limiting the emergence of vacuum decay zones. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that divine civilizations are also unable to resolve the vacuum decay problem? Otherwise, they could simply resolve it directly, rather than resorting to such methods to restrict civilizational advancement. Depression, truly too depressing. But with this thought, everyone understood why there were almost no traces of cosmic-level civilizations. Whether they perished in that war or survived, they were all gone. The Dian civilization had also departed. Perhaps they had discovered the existence of a divine-level civilization, and that divine-level civilizations were using this method to limit the emergence of more cosmic-level civilizations. They also suspected that divine-level civilizations couldn't solve the vacuum decay problem, and thus realized that their own efforts and those of the cosmic-level civilizations were bound to fail. So they embarked on a new journey, seeking a way to break through to divine-level civilization. But the hallmark of a 7th-level civilization, or cosmic-level civilization, is the mastery and large-scale use of vacuum zero-point energy. What, then, is the hallmark of a divine-level civilization? Though still struggling on the great journey, though not even reaching cosmic-level civilization, scientific teams from various civilizations couldn't help but imagine what a divine-level civilization might look like. Regarding these speculations, the civilizations of the Galactic Great Voyage Organization felt that the Star Defender might know more. After all, as a creation of the Dian civilization, he possessed a wealth of information and knowledge about the civilization, so they consulted him. Unexpectedly, the usually outspoken Star Defender fell silent upon hearing this. However, his subsequent response nearly made the various civilizational delegations spit out their food, secretly contemplating that the Star Defender was still the same Star Defender. As for human civilization, the Star Defender's words, when translated, read, "Chow Wu, you bastards are quite clever and imaginative. You can draw such a conclusion based on such a trivial piece of information, and it makes a lot of sense. Isn't it true that by the time I meet my son, ahem, that hateful Dian civilization, they might have become God-level civilizations? How can this even reflect my greatness? Goodness. This guy has no information at all, and he hasn't even considered this aspect." Without receiving a definitive answer from the Star Defender, the various civilizations could only continue to work silently, and continue on their journey. With the experience gained from the first construction of the Star Accelerator, everyone worked much faster this time, completing the Star Accelerator in just 9,000 years. Needless to say, the next step is to make cannons in the same way, continue launching planets, and then set off again on the stars, heading towards deeper space. Chapter 1419. That was the cry of the ancient wisdom of the nation, its voice transcending time and space, reaching the ears of every human being. Every awake person on duty felt the space he spoke with their own eyes, for they knew they were traversing the void. Every slumbering person personally experienced the cosmos. Though lying down, eyes closed, they were also witnessing the course of history. The long voyage was always lonely, and the daily routine of duty was monotonous, consisting of maintenance work coordinated with strong artificial intelligence. Of course, for individuals, each ship offered many entertainment options. After all, each ship was larger than any major city. So-called residential ships, warships, engineering ships, factory ships, and so on were merely categorized by their primary function. In reality, a sub-civilization class ship contained everything. If someone within deliberately gazed out the porthole at the dark nothingness, they wouldn't even notice they were sailing through nothingness. The sheer power of technology was undeniable. The voyage continued, and the intrinsic time of human civilization and all civilizations riding the meteor also flowed. Their speed relative to their starting point approached the speed of light, but their time flowed at a normal rate. The people of every civilization were similarly moving towards their new destination in a long-term hibernation. Thus, 10 years passed, then 100 years, then 1,000 years, then 10,000 years, then 1,000,000 years, then 10 million years. When time is magnified to the scale of the universe, it moves with surprising joy. Thankfully, the Great Voyage was on the right track. After 10 million years of travel, no disaster zones were encountered along the way, at least not by the probes at the forefront. This might be the best news yet. Another 29.8 million light-years. That's still too far to see the destination with the naked eye. Yuan sighed inwardly, standing alone by the porthole, gazing into the darkness. He then adjusted his eyes to normal vision and continued to gaze quietly at the empty black void outside, as if there was something interesting there. Since setting sail again, Yuan has woken up many times. Even when awake on duty, whenever he had a moment's leisure, he would gaze out the porthole into the distance. And his eyes' focusing pattern is clearly one of the research findings of human life science. Humanity in the interstellar age is far different from that of Earth, not to mention humanity having already reached the 6th level of civilization for many years. Humanity had actually considered pursuing the quantum body path back then, but unfortunately, it never succeeded. The quantization of life path can be considered a failure, but it's not a waste of scientific research effort, as some of the initial research results have been successfully applied to the current path. For example, some human-machine interaction technologies stem from this research. However, the human eye's focusing mode is a true biotechnology. This function was already present in the eye, and technology has amplified and upgraded it, turning it into a small aperture telescope that can be switched at will. Humanity's appearance remains similar to that of the past, but its hardware has been comprehensively upgraded. Things like spider sense are now child's play for modern humans, abilities accessible to everyone. If modern humans were placed in the past era of Earth, They would be undeniably superhumans, capable of flying and escaping. Unfortunately, facing the vastness of the universe, such abilities are essentially useless. Even though humans have become formidable, they still need to work together to advance, because these things are merely artifacts of technology. Only wisdom can continue to guide human civilization. The universe is so vast that every time Yuan gazes into the darkness, he experiences a stark contrast between insignificance and vastness. If this were to happen in Earth's time, he would undoubtedly question the meaning of life, thinking, the universe is so vast, yet he is just an even smaller speck of dust within Earth, forever bound to Earth, let alone the solar system. All the wondrous, mysterious, and magnificent scenery in the boundless universe has nothing to do with him. Nor can he have any influence on the distant cosmic landscape. After his death, the magnificent universe will continue to operate, and the aliens hidden behind the stars, as well as the rest of Earth, will continue to live their wonderful lives, but all of this has nothing to do with him. In ancient times, people, looking down upon the surging river, would be moved to lament the brevity of my life, while envying the infinity of the Yangtze River. Today, humans boast a lifespan of millions of years, yet facing the long voyages of the great beyond, facing the boundless expanse of the universe, don't they all exclaim the same sigh? Of course, people today are far happier than those of Earth's time, at least for those whose hearts are oriented toward the universe. They possess what the ancients considered immortality, possessing superb physiques and freedom from illness and disaster, practically capable of anything. They can also traverse the sea of stars, taking in the beauty of the universe along the way. From drifting asteroids to recurring planets, from dazzling stars to majestic nebulae, from violent neutron stars to terrifying black holes, they have seen them all, and not just from afar, but through direct encounters with them. This is undoubtedly the power of great wisdom. For the ancients, it might have been enough to die without regrets, but those who embark on this journey cannot be content. They need more. Their inner curiosity is insatiable. They must keep moving forward. They must keep moving forward. Unsure how long he will live, Yuan completed his duty and fell back into a deep sleep. 1,000,000 years later, he awoke again and continued to gaze into the darkness from the old porthole. It was like this every time, until one day, he could see the light emanating from the target galaxy with his naked eyes. The long-exposure telescope had long since revealed the destination, and a single command from the Tianqing could bring up an image of the destination, but he still preferred the feeling of seeing it with his naked eyes. After this awakening, Yuan would likely remain awake for 10,000 years, because the fleets of the three great voyage organizations would now shift their flight profile from conventional speed to warp speed, reaching their destination directly. Scientists have calculated that the resources initially launched would be sufficient to provide another major resupply to the fleets, which would then have the energy to initiate warp speed. Thanks to the Stellar Accelerator project, resources for this ultra-long-distance voyage are plentiful. If we continue at this rate, we have no problems reaching our destination, and even have resources left over. But the Grand Voyage Organization can't continue at this rate, because the cosmic disaster zone looms behind them. If they continue at such a slow pace, they run out of time by the time they reach their destination. So, warp speed is necessary, buying time for development after reaching their destination. More importantly, if the Stellar Accelerator project is feasible, the civilizations plan to continue using this method for their next voyage. This requires constructing a new accelerator after reaching the target galaxy. Chapter 1420. The ultra-long-distance Grand Voyage was incredibly time-consuming. While the three Grand Voyage organizations were heading toward the abyss, numerous events unfolded elsewhere in the universe. In that boundless universe, a massive fleet sailed across the void and docked at the edge of a vast galaxy. This galaxy was enormous, a spiral galaxy with a diameter of 400,000 light-years. It was shimmering with stars and nebulae, creating a feeling of entering another stellar world. A closer look revealed that the ships within the massive fleet that had arrived were of a different construction style. This clearly wasn't a single fleet. If one could directly eavesdrop on their communications, one could easily discern this Grand Voyage organization comprised of 399 Level 6 civilizations, and 3 special life forms. One was a Gaian life form, one a nebula life form, and yet another, seemingly a radiant planet, more precisely, a star-like planet that shone and varied in brightness. Its life activities took place within it, its thoughts fueled by positronium. Clearly, its life form resembled that of the remnants of the Milky Way. He was actually another remnant, the first generation of stellar life left over from the ancient universe. This type of life form was extremely rare, and the three great voyage organizations, the Galaxy, the Abyss, and the Blue Ocean, had never encountered such a unique life form. Yet, This incredibly lucky Great Voyage organization had encountered it. Not only had they encountered it, but they had also successfully recruited it into their ranks, joining them on the Great Voyage. The reason was simple. Some civilizations within the Great Voyage organization had shared the story of the remnants with this special life form. Clearly, these civilizations originated from the Milky Way and possessed some knowledge of galactic historical events, such as the annihilation of the remnants by electronic warships and the human civilization's victory over them, as they embarked on the Great Voyage with other galactic leaders. They had a rather unassuming name, the Tianai Great Voyage Organization, a joint initiative of the Tianquan and Nair civilizations, originating from the Milky Way. Miraculously, the Tianquan and Nair civilizations within the Tianai Great Voyage Organization possessed no unique technological prowess. The former possessed only computer expertise, arguably a unique skill in photonic computers, while the latter possessed no significant military prowess, possessing a pitifully small number of combat capabilities. Yet, they somehow managed to acquire a level 7 artifact. It was an artifact from the Observer civilization, so the Nair civilization simply called it the Eye of Observation. Its functions were simple: scanning and detection. Yet, this single artifact saved the entire Great Voyage organization from catastrophic disasters on numerous occasions. Because its scanning and detection capabilities are so powerful, and its range is so wide, in almost any conflict, other civilizations are completely transparent to the Tianai Great Voyage organization. Thus, even without specialized technology, the Tianai Great Voyage organization can defeat most enemies. Furthermore, thanks to the Eye of Observation, they have avoided many cosmic disaster zones during their voyages. It can be said that they have been largely unaffected by cosmic disasters. Even if they encounter a slightly tougher opponent, the Tianai Great Voyage organization is capable of fighting, as they not only have a large number of civilizations, but also possess 3 unique life forms. The reason the Tengu civilization was able to maintain its leadership position was because one of the 3 special life forms was their loyal companion, Adley, who had evolved into a true Gaian life form. Although he still occasionally bouts of madness, these were no longer serious issues. Adley's friendship with the kobolds was entirely due to the influence of human civilization. The kobolds had set out on their voyage quite a while ago, leaving the Milky Way only 2.45 million years after human civilization. From a cosmic perspective, it was a matter of seconds. But the outcome was quite different. The Tengu and Nair civilizations did successfully reach the Andromeda Galaxy. They also discovered the cause of the shattered Andromeda Galaxy, knowing it was the result of war, but fortunately, they failed to find any guidance messages left by humans. This allowed them to successfully avoid the Stargate disaster. As a last resort, they chose to travel to Andromeda's satellite galaxies, using them as a springboard to continue their warp-speed voyage. This move also allowed them to successfully stray from the path of human civilization. Whether it was luck or misfortune, the Tianquan and Nair civilizations had found no trace of the galactic expedition since leaving the Andromeda Galaxy. They wondered if they had taken a wrong turn, but even if they had, they couldn't turn back. So, they had no choice but to continue on their journey. Fortunately, the Tianquan civilization remembered what humans had told them. The final destination of the great expedition was the Boötes Void. So, they continued their journey, making their own way towards the Boötes Void. Perhaps because they followed a different path than human civilization, they never encountered a single Stargate. However, in a stroke of luck, or perhaps due to sheer luck, they unexpectedly discovered the remains of the Observer civilization within a certain galaxy. The Nair civilization even managed to seize the core artifact within the ruins, which later became the Eye of Observation. Thus, relying on the Eye's powerful observation and scanning capabilities, as well as the formidable combat capabilities of the organization's 3 specialized lifeforms, their journey, despite numerous twists and turns, was relatively smooth. At least, judging by the difficulties they encountered, it was smoother than that of the Galactic Grand Expedition. However, their failure to discover even a single Stargate slowed their voyage to an extremely slow pace. On the other hand, their slow progress also allowed them to encounter more civilizations along the way. Coincidentally, thanks to the Eye of Observation, the Tianai civilization was able to accurately assess the strength of the technologically advanced Grand Expedition when encountering them, maintaining a superior informational advantage. On numerous occasions, they encountered invincible foes and were able to escape. But the endless circuits proved too time-consuming. Furthermore, lacking a civilization like the Divine Matrix, they couldn't find the dark matter islands hidden in the starry sky. Consequently, they missed the opportunity to enter the Boötes Void. The second half of their voyage, just as they were about to reach the edge of the Boötes Void, was approaching. The eye of observation informed them that there was no way forward. The vast void ahead was a disaster zone, constantly expanding. The eye of observation saved them once again, forcing them to abandon their quest for the Boötes void and turn towards a nearby large void. Chapter 1421. Unable to resolve the cosmic catastrophe zone, and knowing the path ahead was impassable, the Tianai Expeditionary Organization, led by the Tianquan civilization, the Nair civilization, and 3 special life forms, had no choice but to turn back. After discovering through their observation eyes that the path ahead was blocked by the cosmic catastrophe, the kobolds and Nair believed that human civilization, having set out 2.45 million years earlier than them, had likely also turned back, seeing the path ahead blocked. In fact, other civilizations within the Tianai Expeditionary Organization had a different view, believing that human civilization might have been engulfed by the cosmic catastrophe zone and perished. However, the kobolds simply refused to believe this. How could a great human civilization possibly perish? The Tianai Expeditionary Organization had left, fortunately arriving late. Had they discovered this after reaching the Type 2 Boundary Breakers living area or entering the Great Void, their fate would have been far more disastrous. Compared to the luck of the kobolds, Nairs, and Adley, the Type 2 Boundary Breakers were not so fortunate. However, the first to suffer were not the Type 2 Boundary Breakers, who had clashed with the 3 major long-distance organizations, Blue Sea, Abyss, and Galaxy, but rather another nearby star region. Of course, the Type 2 Boundary Breakers living within the Stargate network were unaware of the cosmic catastrophe until they encountered it. Even if they had known, they would have been powerless to do anything. So, when they learned the catastrophe zone had spread to their living areas, they became extremely anxious, realizing they had no way to escape. Thus, the once mighty Type 2 Boundary Breakers collapsed. This story begins when the catastrophe zone spread to the galaxy covered by the Stargate network. A lackey civilization conducting routine patrols within the galaxy discovered that the outer reaches of the galaxy seemed unfamiliar. After some investigation, they discovered that it was the legendary cosmic catastrophe, which had already spread to this area. This discovery made the lackey civilization realize that the Boundary Breakers' path was a dead end. Thus, this lackey civilization took decisive action. First, they reported to the second Boundary Breakers, under the pretext of preventing other Grand Voyage organizations from passing through, and began a race against time to build warships. However, while nominally building warships, they were actually only constructing the warship shells, with the internal configuration of a transport ship. Clearly, after the battles with the 3 Grand Voyage organizations, this lackey civilization's loyalty to the second Boundary Breakers had weakened. Now, having discovered the spread of the catastrophe zone, they finally decided to take a desperate gamble and flee. Sadly, they were discovered by the second Boundary Breakers and destroyed as traitors. However, this also led them to discover the catastrophe zone. The Boundary Breakers were now truly panicked. Using the detection technology of their underling civilizations, they were horrified to discover that not only was this catastrophic zone capable of disintegrating all visible matter into unknown forms, but even the dark matter they relied on for survival was undergoing some unknown phase transition. This discovery was a devastating event, sending Boundary Breakers throughout the Stargate network into a state of panic. Fortunately, compared to Boundary Breakers elsewhere, they had more time, after all, able to use Stargates to cross dozens of galaxies. But as time went on, their despair grew. Great leader, please say something. If we don't come up with a plan, we'd be unable to suppress those technological civilizations. In a dense dark matter region of a galaxy on the edge of the Stargate network, ancient Boundary Breakers gathered, their expressions clearly indicating their genuine anxiety. Because the cosmic catastrophe had already destroyed most of the Stargate network, it was estimated that in another 10 million years, this most distant galaxy would also be affected, and everyone would die. The feeling of knowing death was imminent, but having to wait for it utterly agonized the Boundary Breakers. What can I do? Either we can break through to a life form ourselves and reach a point where we can survive without relying on dark matter, or we can ask the technological civilization to help us build a super large spaceship, fill it with dark matter, and then we can board it and leave. The Boundary Breaker leader's words silenced all the ancient Boundary Breakers present. If this breakthrough were possible, wouldn't they have already done it? As for the second option, it was even more impractical. Because Boundary Breakers knew the size of their bodies, even if they could roll themselves up, it would only last for a while, not forever. The largest technological civilization spaceship was only that big, and it would take an entire Boundary Breaker to fit inside. And even if they could, wouldn't it be like putting a Boundary Breaker in a cage? There wouldn't be enough dark matter, and they wouldn't survive. Are we just going to die? Is our evolutionary path truly wrong? We already achieved speeds exceeding those of a level 6 civilization and are halfway to becoming a level 7 civilization. Why is this happening? What do those technological civilizations say? The grand leader of the second type boundary breakers, unsure of what to say, changed the subject and asked about the exploration of the cosmic catastrophe zone. He seemed to still hold out hope. An ancient boundary breaker, looking hopeless, replied, "Alas, those guys have been exploring for nearly tens of millions of years, but they still haven't found a clear answer. They only know that some kind of phase transition has occurred in the visible matter world within that cosmic catastrophe zone. They say it might be the separation of electromagnetic forces, but we're not quite sure, as we discovered that dark matter has also undergone some kind of phase transition. In order to investigate, we don't know how many exceptional lives have perished. Our conclusion is that the dark matter we rely on for survival undergoes some irreversible transformation in the catastrophe zone. Combined with the conclusions of that technological civilization, this phase transition likely occurred after the phase transition of visible matter. The dark matter after the phase transition appears to combine with the visible matter after electromagnetic separation to form the material in the catastrophe zone. According to that technological civilization, this is a new world where the fundamental forces of species coexist. Unfortunately, neither we nor they can survive in such a new world, because dark matter is no longer dark matter. This is a completely new cosmic disaster. In ancient times, before we became great dark matter beings, we only knew of vacuum decay. Now, it's too late to say anything. Even the Stargate can't withstand this disaster. Its protective shields have been eroded. Now, unless we can truly become cosmic-level life forms, we will all die. At this revelation, the boundary breakers fell silent. Billions of years had passed. Countless of the older generation of boundary breakers had perished naturally, yet still not a single one had successfully achieved the breakthrough to become a cosmic-level life form. None of them believed they could succeed in this mere 10 million years. As the disaster zone drew closer, the technological civilizations under their command continually defected, hoping to escape. The second-tier boundary breakers faced an increasingly difficult situation. Many had already committed suicide, driven to despair, and unable to endure the mental toll of approaching death. They felt that no matter how hard they struggled, they would ultimately be wiped out by the cosmic catastrophe, whether they were boundary breakers or the technological civilizations that had entered the Great Void. It was better to end it quickly. Whether they lived or died, whether they had hope or not, the outcome was the same. Only death was immortal. Chapter 1422. The boundary breakers, like withered bones in a graveyard, awaited their doom, while a civilization on the other side of the universe, thought extinct, bravely forged ahead, successfully crossing galaxies time and again. For tens of millions of light years, they relied on their stellar accelerators to cross the stars, their progress fading as galaxies dimmed. The road to the center of the Great Void proved to be free of cosmic disasters, at least none so far. This was good news. Even so, the journey was difficult, as the interior of the Great Void was vast, making a straight path impossible. The three great journey organizations could only advance step by step, targeting each winding galaxy, and gradually approaching the center of the Great Void. The Great Void's interior was empty, yet it contained a few star systems, which was the basis for the three great journey organizations' ability to enter. Without them, even with the capabilities of a level 6 civilization, entering would be certain death. But obviously, the three grand expedition organizations couldn't continue their zigzagging back and forth, for the cosmic catastrophe zone was chasing them at the speed of light. Taking too many detours would inevitably lead to their being overtaken by the zone. Furthermore, everyone understood that reaching the center of the Great Void wasn't the end. The goal of the grand expedition wasn't simply reaching the finish line, but rather mastering zero-point energy. So, after estimating the maximum single distance travel possible using the stellar accelerator, and considering the distance to the cosmic catastrophe zone behind them, the scientific teams of each civilization decided to make the final leg a direct journey to the center of the Great Void. Arrays of large aperture optical telescopes can see that the center of the Great Void is devoid of galaxies. It's a void, nothing but darkness. Yet, all civilizations know that this is the destination of the Great Voyage. That place, within the cosmic tree structure, is furthest from the stars, least affected by dark matter, and the only hope. After observation and measurement, each civilization determined that the final leg of the journey is approximately 50 million light-years. Based on past experience, the planets launched by the stellar accelerator should be sufficient. As long as the galaxy from which they depart is large enough to launch a sufficient number of planets, This ultra-long distance voyage is entirely possible. This galaxy isn't very large, but it can easily support the 3 great voyage organizations for a 40 million light-year journey. For the final leg, they simply have to grit their teeth and continue into it. The scientific teams of each civilization proved quite accurate in their estimates. For this final leg, when each civilization was 10 million light-years from the center of the Great Void, the resources sent by the stellar accelerator were exhausted. Yes, it's incredible that a star that could last for tens of billions of years was drained away by 515 level 6 civilizations. But this is the reality. This is because each civilization needs to maintain its peak state. The purpose is, of course, to prepare for advancement. Secondly, maintaining ships requires factories to operate continuously. Furthermore, as they approach their destination, each civilization is constantly converting the planet's matter into more efficient dark matter and dark antimatter for storage and energy supply for their massive fleets. Of course, if these costs were the only factor, the 3 major voyage organizations, with their stellar companions, would have no energy problems. But when you add in the vast expanse of time, everything changes. This is why entering the Great Void has become so difficult. Without the technology of the Divine Principle civilization, the route after entering the Great Void would be even more difficult. The 3 great voyage organizations were already considered the best. But despite this, more than a dozen civilizations still felt unfit to continue. Yes, just 10 million light-years from the center of the Great Void, 15 civilizations believed that if they continued, they would have to activate the Spark project before they even reached their destination. However, by the time they reached their destination, they would be entering the final sprint for the 7th level civilization interpretation. How could they afford to pursue the Spark project? The Spark project would be the equivalent of a complete rebirth for an entire civilization, requiring each new individual life form to relearn the full technology tree of a 6th level civilization from scratch. There simply wasn't enough time for such a thing. So, after careful consideration, they decided to remain here and begin their research, seeking the opportunity to break through to a 7th level civilization right here. After all, this place was only 10 million light-years from the so-called center of the Great Void. Given the breadth of the Bodhi's Great Void, this location would already be considered the center of the Great Void and other Great Voids. If that's the case, then why continue? The environment is almost the same, so why not stop and start researching vacuum zero-point energy? This reasoning is irrefutable. In fact, these 15 civilizations felt that continuing to advance at this point was a waste of time and unnecessary. Continuing would only reduce their remaining resources, and resource shortages would hinder their various experiments. This was the reason they stopped. The 3 great voyage organizations didn't insist. After all, they were right. In theory, stopping here wouldn't make much difference whether they continued into the central zone or not. As for the possibility of being overtaken by the cosmic disaster zone, if they stopped here, that wasn't a problem. They weren't actually slowing down to a stop. They were simply leaving their dormant state and activating all sectors of their civilization, conducting various scientific experiments. In reality, their fleets maintained the speed of light and continued to drift toward the center of the Great Void. Following the example of these 15 civilizations, over the next million years, more and more civilizations revived and began scientific research. While other civilizations were still dormant, they were engaged in extensive construction and research. Their entire civilization was ablaze with activity, and they began various energy-intensive scientific experiments, acting like the early bird that flies first, aiming to be the first to impact the cosmic civilization barrier. The 3 great voyage organizations had originally intended to quietly complete the final leg of their journey, but these civilizations' actions created problems. The noise they made was enormous, causing other civilizations to sail in silence. But that wasn't the point. The key point was that these guys didn't slow down. They simply chose to wake up and conduct large-scale experiments to impact the cosmic civilization barrier. Their entire fleet, along with other large fleets, was already drifting towards the center of the Great Void. The distance to the center of the Great Void was still 10 million light-years, and these dozens of civilizations' actions had other civilizations wondering. What if, while everyone was drifting towards the center of the Great Void, dozens of civilizations actually succeeded? Would they, the first to become a level 7 civilization, turn around and destroy themselves? They were currently ordinary level 6 civilizations under the Great Voyage organization, but who could guarantee that they wouldn't covet their unique technology once they became level 7? Chapter 1423. So what should be done? The various technologically advanced civilizations leading the 3 Great Voyage organizations chose to observe in secret. At the same time, They issued notices in the name of their respective Great Voyage organizations to those civilizations that were beginning to challenge cosmic civilization, demanding that they disclose their research progress on vacuum zero-point energy to the organizations. Regardless of whether this demand was reasonable or not, the civilizations being asked were absolutely unwilling to do so. In reality, if everyone reached their destination together, recovered together, and then launched an assault on the cosmic civilization barrier, then this demand would be reasonable, provided that everyone shared their research progress. But the problem was that these civilizations felt their resources wouldn't last in the central region of the Great Void. To avoid launching the Spark project again, they initiated research prematurely. They were already feeling uneasy, and being asked to do so further made them even more uncomfortable. However, faced with the directive from the Supreme Council of the three Great Voyage organizations, they knew they had no right to object, so they asked their organizations to provide them with resources for future technological research. This request is reasonable. You're asking me to share my research progress, but I'm starting research early due to resource constraints, so you should provide me with the necessary resources. But the three Voyage organizations clearly disagree. Those civilizations chose to initiate this energy-intensive research now, while the majority still need to advance. We can't expect so many civilizations to use their resources to support a few dozen of you. What if you waste resources without making any progress? To sum it up, we don't trust your scientific research capabilities, but we're also afraid you might just get lucky and succeed. Faced with this contradiction, the civilizations that chose to initiate research felt frustrated. How could they say they were wrong? They weren't stupid. They naturally understood the concerns of the other civilizations in the three major Voyage organizations. Logically, this problem could be solved simply by the other civilizations in the three major Voyage organizations agreeing to provide them with support, but these guys refused to do so. The problem was, they couldn't even resist. With no other choice, these dozens of civilizations had no choice but to steel themselves and immediately decide not to continue with the three major voyages. Instead, they chose to slow down and stop researching in this void. Now, you bastards can't demand we share our research progress, can you? However, to their surprise, the civilizations that chose to continue still demanded that they disclose their research progress to the organization, which infuriated the dozens of civilizations that had stopped. This was bullying, but they endured it because they couldn't win, didn't dare, and couldn't afford to fight. So, they agreed to share their research progress with the organization and maintain quantum communication with it. This meant, although we pause for further research, we're still members of the organization and willing to follow its instructions. Feel free to continue on. However, all civilizations knew this was merely a verbal agreement. Those civilizations that paused their research were completely free to disobey the agreement. The organization wouldn't dare to assign some of its researchers to oversee the situation, and even if they did, they could easily conceal the truth. You're not afraid of being discovered. You already gone far, and there's no turning back. Even if the researchers left behind are killed, you can only watch helplessly. The universe is simply too vast. The moment these civilizations choose to break away from the organization and act independently, their actions are no longer bound by the organization. All civilizations know this. So, after these civilizations paused to conduct research, some others, unable to bear it any longer, also chose to stop advancing. They feared that the previous civilizations would surpass them in reaching the 7th level of civilization. As the saying goes, once there's a first, there's a second. Once this opening is opened, it can't be stopped. Every civilization has its own ambitions. During the Great Voyage, we once united to face various cosmic disasters and powerful enemies together. But why should you, a uniquely technological civilization, always be superior, while we are relegated to ordinary members of the organization? Now, everyone strives to reach a higher level of civilization. We all reach the interior of the Great Void, an environment theoretically unaffected by the peculiarities of dark matter, and we can now begin research. So why don't we take the lead? Perhaps we be the first to successfully ascend to a level 7 civilization. Even if we become just an ordinary level 7 civilization, so what? We still have you. Aren't you a superior race? Level 6 civilizations with unique technologies? Perfect. Become our subordinate race. The first 15 civilizations to halt may have been forced to do so, but the question is as to which civilizations will halt later. Many of them harbor ulterior motives. These civilizations clearly understood that now was the perfect time to surpass all other civilizations and become the dominant force in the universe. They knew that if they followed the Great Voyage organization and continued their advance to the true center of the Great Void before commencing research, they would have absolutely no chance. At that point, Those technologically advanced civilizations would absolutely demand that other civilizations share their research progress. They would absolutely not allow any other civilization to surpass them, nor would they allow any other civilization to master zero-point energy, which could alter the balance of power. Zero-point energy was the key to unlocking the ability to modify the laws of the universe. That meant modifying the very laws of physics. All civilizations knew that even an ordinary cosmic civilization could easily crush a powerful sixth-level civilization, even one possessing numerous unique technologies. A civilization is not a single individual. It is composed of independent ships in the void. It would be easy for an entire civilization to conceal its intentions. However, if we put ourselves in their shoes, we would understand that every civilization has its own wise men. By pooling our wisdom and thinking, we could understand the reason. Thus, civilizations, unwilling to fall behind, one after another, broke away from the Grand Voyage Organization's fleets. They either slowed down and stopped on their routes to begin research, or redirected their routes to nearby star regions, conducting research as they sailed. Among them, many civilizations possessed abundant resources, at least not yet. With demoralized people, the team became difficult to lead. From the time the first 15 civilizations stopped to the time the 3 Grand Voyage Organizations reached a 0.7 million light-years from the center of the Great Void, a period of 3 million years had passed. During this time, civilizations continued to stop and begin research. As of now, the number of civilizations in the 3 Grand Voyage Organizations has dropped from 515 to 210. Those civilizations that chose to initiate research early left either individually or in groups with other civilizations. In truth, without the divine principle civilization, these civilizations wouldn't have reached this point, but faced with the allure of becoming a cosmic civilization, they weren't grateful. The remaining civilizations had their doubts, but they chose to continue. Perhaps they trusted the leaders they had followed for countless years, or perhaps they believed that breaking through to cosmic civilization was too difficult and lacked confidence in their own scientific research capabilities. The central region of the Boötes void is 1,000 light-years, 10,000 light-years, 1 million light-years, or even 10 million light-years. There's no definitive answer. So, after those civilizations gradually chose to pause and initiate research, the remaining civilizations, still following their leaders, increasingly called for joint research. As the leaders of the 3 major voyage organizations, these technologically advanced civilizations naturally feared that those civilizations would become cosmic civilizations first, but they also feared that the environment wouldn't allow for the correct answer, and that initiating research would be a waste of resources, tantamount to suicide. And so, another 2 million years passed. At this time, the 3 great long-distance navigation organizations have become 2. The reason is that 1 million years ago, the Blue Ocean Civilization, the boss of the Blue Ocean Long-Distance Navigation Organization, could no longer bear it. It took the remaining civilization under their command, slightly adjusted the route of its lightspeed flight, and separated itself from the civilization that was still dormant, and then officially started research. Chapter 1424. Only 84 civilizations remain, continuing to advance alongside the galaxy and abyssal grand voyages, 34 from the galaxy, and 50 from the abyssal grand voyages. The abyssal grand voyages already outnumber the galaxy. While many remain, many have also left. Thankfully, those civilizations within the galaxy that chose to pause and begin research were new members. The 7 distinctive technological civilizations advanced silently and in tacit agreement, and those that had acquired technology from the Pulderade civilization remained within the organization. Many civilizations eagerly began their research, but many still chose to continue. The 3 grand voyages comprise a total of 515 civilizations, and 84 remain, continuing to advance with the main force. In reality, they are somewhat lost, fearing that civilizations that initiated research first will surpass them in achieving cosmic status. Therefore, for a long time, they have been putting pressure on the Grand Voyage's Supreme Council. However, the Supreme Council simply stated, if you want to start research, start it yourself. With so many civilizations gone, one more of you won't make a difference. If you believe in us, we continue following. If you don't, we stop. The Supreme Council here refers to the Supreme Council of the Galactic Expedition Organization, a meeting reserved for only the 7 technologically advanced civilizations: Humanity, Divine Principle, Awakener, Falcon, Galactic Heart, Dia, and Feather, plus the Star Defenders. 1 million years passed, and because the Supreme Council kept saying this, even the Doli, Alan, Stereo, Momota, and Side civilizations were puzzled. They had actually wanted to start research a long time ago, But seeing that the organization's leaders were not in a hurry, they held back. Hey, fellow members of the Galactic Voyage, aren't you afraid that those civilizations will become cosmic civilizations first? Not only the civilizations affiliated with the Galactic Voyage, but also the civilizations of the Abyssal Voyage were anxious. Before even tens of thousands of years had passed, they couldn't help but send a message to the Galactic Voyage. The civilization asking this question was the Kroll civilization, which had previously contacted the Galactic Voyage. Feeling they had a good relationship with the Galactic Voyage, they took the initiative to inquire on their organization's behalf. Oh, how come you're still here? Hey, what do you mean by how come you're still here? The Galactic Voyage's response nearly made the Kroll civilization representative vomit blood. You guys aren't paying attention to us. We think it's better to go a little further, the Kroll civilization representative said, unsure what to say. The Supreme Council of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, we feel the same way. Hey you guys. The Kroll civilization representative thought the other party was just teasing him, but he endured it. After a while, he finally calmed down and continued sending messages. After all, we have shared hardships with you. In fact, we haven't thanked you yet. Without you, we and the Abyss civilization would probably still be blocked by those hateful second-class boundary breakers, and perhaps even be swallowed up and destroyed by the cosmic catastrophe zone. Wait a minute, I know my rank is not high enough. I go wake up our leader right now. The Abyss civilization delegation will also be here, including their leader. I hope we can have a frank and open conversation about this grand voyage. I think there is great room for cooperation. The Galactic Expedition Organization said, okay, alright. We sent you the identification information and key for the virtual hall. You can come together in 10 days. After receiving a definitive response, the Kroll civilization representatives went to awaken their leader. 10 days passed quickly. When the leaders of the Kroll and Abyssal civilizations led their highest-powered team to the virtual hall, they discovered that many civilizations from the Galactic Expedition Organization had already arrived. There were familiar human civilizations, technologically advanced civilizations, like the Divine Principle civilization, and several new civilizations. Their life forms differed, a fact that the Kroll and Abyssal civilization leaders could still distinguish. Since everyone's here, let's begin. Yu Yuan smiled upon seeing the two civilizations arrive. It was his normal time to be awake on duty, and the leaders of the other civilizations had also awakened from their long slumbers for this meeting. For no other reason than to hear the human civilization announce something important regarding the final phase of the voyage. If it had been any other civilization, they might have hesitated, but this was the human civilization, the Pluckers. Ever since the battle with the second-class boundary breakers, everyone has learned about human civilization's nickname and its unique technologies. They come to know that humanity is incredibly powerful, and that the worship of the strong extends even to civilizations. So, upon hearing that it was human civilization, they all rushed to the meeting hall early. However, many of these civilizations didn't know that human civilization was only one of the insiders. The other two were the Divine Principle civilization and the Awakener Illusion civilization. In the meeting hall, all 7 of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization's unique technologies were present, including the Star Defenders, who usually didn't enjoy meetings. Also present were the Do-type civilizations, the Staya civilization, the Momota civilization, and the Side civilization, which were originally ineligible for this meeting hall. Seeing this, the leader of the Kroll civilization was overjoyed, secretly concluding that his suspicions were correct. These guys truly knew something, and it was a good thing he had refrained from ordering their research to begin. The leader of the Abyssal civilization also looked toward the human civilization with anticipation, knowing that these Pluckers were about to reveal the truth behind their continued advance. At this moment, the leader of the Abyssal civilization shared a similar sentiment, exclaiming in relief. In fact, after the Blue Sea civilization left, he had approached the Kroll civilization to discuss whether the Abyssal Grand Expedition Organization should also depart, but fortunately, the Kroll civilization persuaded him otherwise. The Kroll civilization's reason was simple and straightforward. They believed in the Pluckers. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan, the leader of the Pluckers, was watching them with a smile, his face devoid of any worry. After a moment, he spoke, I'm glad you all stayed and followed us this far. Even if we don't share the same ideals, it at least demonstrates the resolve of your civilization. Okay, I'm sure you all know why I called you here, so I be frank. You're all leaders of civilizations, and you must have many questions in your mind right now. Perhaps you already had them. You must be wondering why we're not rushing. I tell you right now, it's because we haven't reached the cleanest areas yet. Here, as well as in the places where those civilizations left us millions of years ago, the rules are not clean. Of course, that doesn't mean you can't succeed in those places. After all, no one has set a limit on the size of the Great Void Center. In fact, when the first civilizations left us, they were already within the Great Void Center, but it wasn't clean enough. Chapter 1425. Not clean enough? The rules aren't clean enough? Hearing this, all the civilization leaders present, save for humans, the Divine Principle Civilization, and the Awakener, looked in horror toward the human civilization. Some were puzzled, some were surprised, and some were delighted. The leader of the Kroll civilization exclaimed in surprise, "The rules aren't clean enough? String pluckers, you mean you can detect the strength of the rules restricting this area?" You know what rules I'm talking about, the ones that limit our ability to find the correct path to vacuum zero-point energy. No, we don't have that technology, but members of our Galaxy Grand Voyage organization do. Yu Yuan shook his head. After these words, all the civilization leaders turned toward the Galactic Center civilization. As far as they knew, the Galactic Center civilization possessed specialized technologies related to detection. Based on this, they assumed the Galactic Center civilization was the civilization the string pluckers were referring to. The leader of the Galactic Heart civilization, surprised by the stares of the other civilizations, turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. His 4 eyes, gleaming with rage, practically blazed. He thought to himself, what the hell do I know? Damn human civilization, Divine Principle Civilization, Awakener Civilization, where's the 4 of us? How did it become you 3 again? They didn't even tell us such devastating news. It's a good thing we didn't stop early, or we'd be doomed. What a bummer. The leader of the Galactic Heart civilization was furious. He felt that all those years of joy over the 4 of us had been for nothing. It was still you 3. However, he also knew that losing his temper at this moment would be inappropriate, and might leave a bad impression on the pluckers. The Galactic Heart civilization was well aware of its own kind. As its leader, it was certainly aware of the negative impact it had had on other civilizations in the galaxy, especially the lower-level ones. This pluck stringer had risen from a low-level civilization at the pinnacle of the galaxy. He undoubtedly harbored some prejudice against himself, so he couldn't show it at this moment. So, facing the gazes of the numerous civilization leaders, the leader of the Galactic Center civilization remained silent, displaying a knowing expression as if to say, "We don't have the technology to detect it, but we've known about this for a long time." The leaders of the Falcon civilization also looked constipated, as if they didn't understand either. Or perhaps, judging by the Galactic Center leaders' performance, they assumed that only the Galactic Center understood, while they themselves didn't. The Dia civilization's leadership, on the other hand, appeared unperturbed. Their thinking was simple: whether you leave or not, we're sticking with human civilization. Yu Yuan, naturally aware of the actions of the Galactic and Falcon civilizations, stated bluntly, it wasn't the Galactic and Falcon civilizations, but the Star Defenders. It was the Star Defenders who told us about the rule interference. But you don't need to ask him. He doesn't really understand what it's all about. He just feels differently when extracting vacuum zero-point energy. As soon as these words were spoken, before anyone else could say anything, the previously silent Star Defenders erupted. What the hell? I don't know what's going on. I told you what I said, and you don't understand. You can blame me for your own low IQ. Right. We don't fully understand, Yu Yuan said, embarrassed, his eyes wide open. In fact, the Star Defender didn't know. He just felt the difference in his extraction of vacuum zero-point energy while sailing with the large fleet towards the central area of the Boötes Void. The data in his body fed back to him that the restrictions of the rules were weakening. Moreover, the further into the Great Void, the more pronounced this data feedback became, though he wasn't entirely sure what the changes were. After learning of this feeling, he shared the news with Yu Yuan, who was in the process of awakening and chatting with him about everything. Since everyone was still asleep at the time, Yu Yuan sent the news to the Divine Principle Civilization and the Awakeners, 2 of whom were closest to human civilization. As for the Dia civilization, Yu Yuan wanted to see if they would still recognize human civilization as their leader after becoming a technologically advanced civilization, so he held off on informing them. As for the Falcon civilization and the Galactic Center civilization, it was up to them. Facts have proven these 2 civilizations to be quite patient. Even after so much time, they haven't yet separated from the team to initiate research. Though, this area is actually considered a suitable area for research, it's just that according to the information provided by the Star Defenders, the probability of finding the correct understanding of vacuum zero-point energy is lower here, as well as in areas previously left by other civilizations. It's not completely impossible, but it's significantly influenced by certain rules, making the probability of finding the correct answer lower. The fact that those civilizations that left earlier haven't attacked yet speaks volumes. After all these years, they haven't yet achieved universal status. That's why human civilization has chosen to continue its advance. According to the sensory changes provided by the star defenders, it will take approximately another 1,000,000 years to reach the center of the Boötes void, 2 million light-years away. That location should be the most suitable location for the Boötes void and the true destination of the Great Voyage. Since everyone had been summoned to the meeting, Yuan naturally shared this information with all civilizations. Now, only 1,000,000 light-years from the true destination, the civilizations that should have left had already departed, and the remaining ones had recognized their position. It was time to share this news. The leaders of the civilizations who had learned this explosive news all cast grateful glances at the Star Defender. Of course, those glances were almost all filled with intense curiosity. They were curious about what this giant ball of light was, that it could actually sense the strength and weakness of the rules and restrictions. The Kroll and Abyss civilizations were especially unaware of the Star Defender, believing it to be some strange, isolated civilization. Now that they discovered it possessed this ability, they were even more certain that the Star Defender was a special life form possessing extraordinary abilities. In fact, apart from them, several of the technologically advanced civilizations of the Great Galactic Expedition Organization were also curious. Their curiosity lay in what exactly the Star Defender was, and what concept had originally shaped it. Why did the Great Evolution Civilization, which created him, abandon him to this galaxy of stars and leave him alone? Unfortunately, even the Star Defender himself doesn't know this. Perhaps only encountering the Great Evolution Civilization will reveal the truth. The various technological civilizations of the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization usually keep quiet, but they all know that the Star Defender's obsession with finding the Great Evolution Civilization is largely driven by his desire to understand the reason for his own birth. He often refers to the Great Evolution Civilization as his son, but that's just out of anger. Despite the Star Defender's carefree demeanor, he'd likely be more excited than anyone else if he truly found the Great Evolution Civilization. Where did I come from? Why did I end up in this universe? What's the meaning of my existence? If the Star Defender wants to unravel the mysteries surrounding himself and discover the meaning of his existence, he must find the Great Evolution Civilization. In other words, only by finding the Great Evolution Civilization and clarifying all his questions can the Star Defender truly understand himself, transcend himself, and become his true self. Chapter 1426. With the Star Defenders backing them up, the civilizations felt reassured. While they knew they could succeed elsewhere, they had all been trapped in the 6th-level civilization for countless years and understood the difficulty of advancement. Who wouldn't want to reach a more suitable position? And so, the remaining civilizations continued their advance. Those who had received the news sailed with peace of mind, while those who hadn't received the news also gained some information through various channels. No civilization ever abandoned the team. Thus, nearly 1,000,000 years passed quietly. One day, human civilization received a call from the Star Defenders. We're almost there. Wake up! Get ready for work. Has the interference decreased? The duty officer asked. Star Defenders, almost. This change is gradual and imperceptible. I can only tell you it's almost there. Okay, thank you. After expressing their gratitude, the duty officer returned to the command center and, following procedure, notified all departments to prepare to awaken those who were still asleep. At the same time, the message was sent to the other civilizations. This isn't the very center of the Great Void, but the term center of the Boötes Great Void has a range. Since the Star Defender mentioned it, it's correct. Sending this message to other civilizations also allows them to prepare. The awakening of the entire Great Voyage organization signifies, for human civilization, that the Great Voyage that began in the Milky Way has finally reached its destination. This moment will be recorded in the history of every civilization. The record of human civilization begins in the Milky Way, while civilizations born in other galaxies begin at their birthplaces. After so many years, we finally arrived. Yuan, having regained consciousness, habitually went to the porthole and gazed at the abyss. Ahead lay a pitch-black void, yet this was his destination, the very depths of the abyss. Any civilization that reached this point, unless it successfully ascended to the cosmic level, would rest here forever. This was the destination and graveyard of countless civilizations' journeys over countless years. They had endured countless hardships, traversed hundreds of millions, even billions, of light years, and spent countless eons to reach this point, all with a single ultimate goal, to master zero-point energy. The civilizations that had reached this point were all leaders in the starry sky. Some dominated the galaxy, some were powerful civilizations that had reigned unrivaled for tens of millions of years, and some were unrivaled, supreme civilizations. But without mastering zero-point energy, they could never escape this region. Yu Yuan knew that countless eons ago, countless civilizations must have staged epic stories within this profound darkness. They had strived here, perhaps with some success, but more likely with others' failure. Here, there must be the graves of many civilizations. Those tombs must have recorded the lives of their owners, the journey from the birth to the demise of a civilization. Their stories might still exist, or perhaps they have faded with time. Yu Yuan also understood that these tombs must be small and difficult to encounter. Because this is the heart of the Boötes Void, every civilization that comes here aims to study zero-point energy. They wouldn't have the resources to build a massive celestial tomb for themselves, and no civilization would expend resources building one just for the sake of it. Therefore, most of these so-called civilization tombs must be obscure, mere fragments lingering after their resources were exhausted, rather than the vast ruins of civilizations encountered in other galaxies. Whether it was luck or some other twist, just as Yu Yuan was lost in thought, a message from a probe jolted him out of his reverie. At first glance, it seemed as if one of the deployed probes had spotted a building floating in the void. However, when clearer photos returned, Yu Yuan realized it wasn't so much a building as a shabby spaceship. Judging by its size, it was likely a stellar-class vessel, its surface covered in the marks of time. The discovery of a broken spaceship in such a place is most likely the final burial site of a vanished civilization. After additional probes were dispatched to explore, the details of the shabby spaceship gradually became clearer. Sure enough, it was a vessel carrying the last hope of a civilization. Though small, only the size of a stellar-class vessel, it contained a complete range of functional structures. Life support equipment, residential areas, industrial production blocks, scientific research bases, and various functional buildings likely supporting a particular species of life were embedded in the spacecraft like mosaic modules, as if the entire vessel were a microcosm of a civilization. It was indeed a microcosm of civilization, and the final resting place of that unknown civilization. A careful exploration revealed that this star-class spacecraft had been dormant for countless millions of years. Its energy systems had long ceased to function, and the barely discernible fuel tanks were completely empty. Micro-robots deployed by the exploration ship did discover some objects in the residential area that looked like hibernation pods, containing traces of decaying individual life forms. Judging by the traces, it must be a carbon-based life form, likely the product of a civilization in its final stages, sealed away after using up its last remaining energy. Alas, their sleep is the end of the entire civilization. Time has robbed this unknown civilization of everything. The probes scanned the starship thoroughly, finding no decipherable information. The ship's information storage devices had long since failed due to age, and even the carvings on the interior partitions, which might have been text, had been smoothed over by time. Even some of the ship's materials had decayed due to their half-lives, no longer resembling their original materials. The details reveal the larger picture. Behind the shabby starship was once a powerful civilization. They must have possessed a vast fleet, but now only a single ship remains, a barely recognizable one. Nothing else remains. Time obscures all information. Everyone knows this is a failed outcome. One outcome is possible, and the other might be what Yu Yuan will say next. Yu Yuan sighed, but as the leader of a civilization, his thoughts immediately returned to reality. He opened a communication channel and said, "Have the logistics department dispatch 2 sub-civilization class transport ships to pack it up and take it away." This is another outcome of failure, becoming fuel for other civilizations. This place is dark and empty, with nothing left. Of course, we must make the most of every material we can. This civilization's tomb has left no trace, so we can only use it as fuel and burn it. If Yu Yuan were a saint, he would have asked human civilization to provide resources to build a monument to this unknown civilization, singing its praises. But he clearly wasn't. Chapter 1427. The encounter with this civilization's tomb was merely a coincidence. After packing it up and taking it away as backup supplies and fuel, the great expedition fleet continued on its journey, not encountering another civilization's tomb for a long time. Even after encountering this tomb, each civilization became more cautious and deployed probes to explore during the voyage. However, after traveling for tens of thousands of light years, they still found nothing. Originally, everyone had intended to search for more along the way, not hoping to find a tomb containing valuable information, even if it could be used as fuel. Unfortunately, the number of tombs that could be preserved is limited, and the space here is vast, so encountering a civilization's tomb is like finding a needle in a haystack. The lack of tombs doesn't mean that few civilizations have entered this area in history. Previous tombs may have become fuel for later generations, just as human civilization has stored this civilization's tomb. Every civilization that arrived here was pragmatic and understood the importance of resources. Afterwards, the two great expedition organizations, the Galaxy and the Abyss, totaling 84 civilizations, continued on their journey for tens of thousands of light years, finally arriving in an area recognized by the Star Defenders. The long-awaited civilization finally unfolded, and major research began. Each civilization deployed its equipment, and factory-like spacecraft began to work again, producing components for various large-scale scientific research equipment. Individual life within each civilization also awakened, from scientists at the forefront of technology, geniuses with insight into unique technologies, to ordinary people living on their residential spacecraft. All departments within the civilizations began to operate. But upon arrival, ordinary people could no longer continue their previous, relaxed routines. All civilizations understood what lay ahead. From the outset, many issued various prohibitions and implemented long-prepared policies, focusing their entire civilization's resources on scientific research. All unnecessary recreational activities were banned within the civilizations, and the energy saved was channeled into scientific research. The previous encounter with the tomb of a civilization had made all civilizations realize more deeply that this was a race between life and death. Success meant survival, failure meant destruction. The current environment was different from that of ancient times. There were no cosmic catastrophe zones chasing us back then, but there are now. However, fortunately, thanks to the Shinju Civilization Star Accelerator project, some of the planets they had brought in earlier were still available, and each civilization within the two major voyage organizations could probably still claim one or two rocky planets. To avoid wasting resources, the civilizations did not slow down after arriving at their destinations, instead allowing their fleets and the previously accelerated planets to continue drifting toward the center of the Boötes void. All civilizations continued to drift at normal speeds close to the speed of light relative to their point of origin, while simultaneously carrying out various scientific research and facility construction work. Because of the principle of the constancy of the speed of light, although each civilization's current speed is the speed of light relative to its point of origin, the measured speed of light is still the speed of light. If not compared with the state of the galaxy at its point of origin, each civilization could effectively be said to be stationary. Regardless, drifting this way wouldn't affect anything. Furthermore, as time went on, they would gradually approach the center of the Boötes void, maintaining a distance from the cosmic catastrophe zone behind them. Of course, this range is limited. According to the information we now enter the appropriate area, this range is approximately 1 million light-years. This means we can only continue drifting for 1 million years, after which we must begin slowing down, aligning our timeline with our departure point, which is the timeline of most of the universe's matter in galaxies. If civilizations haven't yet mastered zero-point energy, then we only have about 300,000 years left, because the edge of the cosmic catastrophe is now 300,000 light-years behind us. From this perspective, if those civilizations that left the main force to conduct research had remained where they were, they would have been engulfed by the cosmic catastrophe, given the time that had already passed. However, they certainly wouldn't stand by and watch themselves being destroyed by the cosmic catastrophe. They would surely set sail again, accelerate their fleet to near light speed, and continue drifting forward. This would give them more time to conduct research, and therefore, they would undoubtedly have reached the center of the Boötes void. If everyone still hasn't mastered zero-point energy by then, they might even perish together. They could be wiped out by resource depletion, or they could be wiped out by the cosmic catastrophe zone, where they could no longer retreat. If this scenario were to occur, perhaps everyone would once again use their remaining energy to accelerate the fleet to the speed of light, and continue drifting forward, drifting out of the most suitable area for studying zero-point energy, continuing their research until they were either wiped out or mastered it. Having traveled all the way to the Great Void, everyone believed they still had resources and energy, and they certainly wouldn't be willing to be swallowed up by the cosmic catastrophe zone and destroyed. Therefore, the most likely outcome would be to grit their teeth and continue on, clinging to life in the hope of a miracle, until their energy was exhausted. Things are different now. Due to the spread of the cosmic catastrophe, civilizations that arrived here before could remain here and continue their research until their energy resources were depleted. This is no longer possible. Now, everyone must race against time to complete their advancement before the cosmic catastrophe completely engulfs the central region of the Boötes void. Otherwise, there's a high probability that there will be no hope. The previous civilization's graveyard illustrates everything. Even if they arrive here, even if the influence of the rules is minimized, even if they have a vast amount of time, some civilizations still cannot discover the mysteries hidden within the universe. This shows how vast and thick the barriers to cosmic civilization are. Completing the Great Expedition does not mean success. It merely earns the qualification to truly impact cosmic civilization. In light of this, the two Great Expedition organizations, the Galaxy and the Abyss, immediately issued a directive to all civilizations in the name of their respective supreme councils, requiring them to share their research progress and hold regular scientific exchange seminars to discuss the details of their respective research progress and share their findings. Of course, this sharing only applies to research related to vacuum zero-point energy, not all branches of science. This makes perfect sense. To ensure that all civilizations adhere to the treaty, the two Great Voyage organizations also established strict regulations. For example, any civilization that concealed its research progress would face destruction. We must succeed together, or perish together. Having reached this point, no civilization objected. This was the only hope for all civilizations. We must unite, and use our wisdom to collectively attack the towering mountain that stood in their way. The Great Voyage had reached its end, and the end of the Great Voyage was also the beginning of a new journey. Chapter 1428. All civilizations are in action. Yu Yuan sat alone in the captain's cabin, his surroundings set to full exterior view mode. This mode allowed him to observe the cosmic environment and, of course, the images coming in from human civilization's detectors. For example, right now, many images floated before Yu Yuan, displaying the work of various civilizations. Each was constructing experimental equipment that might explore zero-point energy. Behind these images lay the vast, profound cosmic backdrop. Raising his hands to wave the floating 3D images for a moment, Yu Yuan pulled him aside. Using a magnifying motion, he zoomed in, and zoomed in again. The full exterior view mode's display parameters showed that, as Yu Yuan moved, the view angle was increasingly closer, clearly pointing towards the Milky Way. Yu Yuan wanted to catch another glimpse of the Milky Way, but even at maximum magnification, he still couldn't see it, leaving him feeling a sense of regret. The Milky Way is approximately 750 million light-years away, a vast distance on an astronomical scale. The Great Voyage organization had gone through immense hardships to reach this point, but from a telescope, this scale is actually visible. It's a pity that the Milky Way is obscured by other galaxies. About 160 million years have passed since I left the Milky Way, Yu Yuan muttered, abandoning his observations. He hadn't looked at the timeline of human civilization, but it seemed like about 160 million years. This is the time span of human civilization. The time span is vast, measured in billions of years. But in reality, the journey from the Milky Way to the edge of the Boötes void, even with the zigzags, stops here and there, and numerous detours, takes no more than tens of millions of years. The most time-consuming part is actually after entering the void. That section is all forced flight. Basically, the distance, the number of light years, is the number of years it takes to fly. Oh no, if you include stops for construction and resupply, it's even longer. When we first left the Milky Way, everyone expected that a level 6 civilization with a warp speed of 213 would reach the edge of the void in about 700 million light-years, which would only take 3 or 4 million years. But that was the ideal scenario, a completely one-shot, straight-line warp-speed spacecraft reaching the edge of the void. The actual situation is much more complicated than imagined. It's been over 100 million years. After a moment's thought, Yu Yuan sighed again. Over 100 million years, what an eternity. But he felt the first half of the Great Voyage had taken much longer than the time since entering the Great Void. Indeed, his senses told him so. Perhaps due to the long hibernation, this feeling of time seeming to pass quickly despite the length of time he had experienced made Yu Yuan feel a little unreal. It was like waking up in the evening, yet still feeling the illusion of morning. What exactly is time? This absurd feeling made Yu Yuan begin to daydream. While he wasn't a true great scientist, and his primary work wasn't scientific research, after living so long, the knowledge he had accumulated was practically that of a great scientist. So sometimes, the knowledge in his mind would form strange connections within his mind, along with his subjective thoughts. Yu Yuan wasn't stagnant, he continued to learn new things. Over the years, human civilization has seen several generations of brilliant scientists, all succumbing to the ravages of time, but Yu Yuan remained young and strong. Time seemed to have left no trace on him, and so did Lu Xiaofan. The gold content of that red gas seemed to be increasing. It was hard to imagine it coming from a level 4 civilization spaceship. If he hadn't been afraid of going insane from staying awake too long, Yu Yuan would have tried staying awake to see how long he could survive during the years he entered the Great Void. To this day, humanity still hasn't uncovered the secret of Yu Yuan. They only know it must be an anti-entropy factor, but it seems vastly different from the anti-entropy factors known to everyone. Unfortunately, the exact difference remains unknown. Yu Yuan and Liu Xiaofan have actually been research subjects at the Human Academy of Life Sciences. They tried everything from genetic testing to mental probing to various scans, but to no avail. Human scientists could only conclude that it was most likely the product of a civilization that mastered unique anti-entropy technologies. Otherwise, everyone would have no reason to understand it. Ever since human civilization mastered this unique technology, Yu Yuan had repeatedly wondered, if only this thing could work on a genius scientist. Alas, he and Liu Xiaofan were the only humans who possessed it, and neither of them were genius scientists. Maybe I'm not trying hard enough? Yu Yuan shook his head, recalling his experiences interacting with many genius scientists, and wondering what set him apart from them. He felt that if he could understand humanity's unique technology, with a lifespan countless times longer than a tortoise's, he could absolutely ensure its continued evolution. Unfortunately, understanding unique technology was like mastering it, akin to metaphysics. Just like the Dragon Star Brigade back then, he didn't understand it at first, but suddenly one day, he understood it, as if his mind had suddenly opened up, defying reason. Rarely thinking, Yu Yuan finally shook his head, brushing off the clutter. He turned off the full exterior mode, stood up, left the captain's cabin, and went to his post to do his duty. Human civilization had already begun research on vacuum zero-point energy. Although some specific experimental equipment hadn't been completed, various laboratories were already operational, implementing designed experimental projects. At the Interstellar government's command, scientists from all relevant scientific fields plunged into the effort, with Yu Yuan's role being to direct, coordinate, and oversee the overall effort. In fact, the existence of vacuum zero-point energy has been discovered by humans since Earth's time. At the time, Dutch scientist Casimir proposed a method to detect the presence of this energy, which became known as the Casimir effect. Since then, humans have known that when two neutral metal plates are placed parallel to each other in a vacuum with a very small distance between them, an attractive force will appear between them. This phenomenon, which does not occur in classical mechanics, is known as the Casimir effect. Humans also call it the Casimir force, a manifestation of vacuum quantum fluctuations. Humans have long recognized that all fields experience fluctuations, especially electromagnetic fields. At any given moment, the measured value of quantum fluctuations remains constant, even at absolute zero. Chapter 1429. Based on this, some research teams in human civilization are now using the Casimir effect as a starting point to study zero-point energy in vacuum. Building on the shoulders of their predecessors, they begin their analysis of zero-point energy in vacuum using simple experimental equipment such as metal plates or plane mirrors. This research is based on traditional methods, and there are also derivative methods. For example, the research base Yu Yuan visited utilizes one of these derivative methods. The leading scientist of the research team, a man Yu Yuan knew, is named Mushite. In the laboratory, Yu Yuan saw a massive experimental device. According to Mushite, it was constructed using a combination of large, fully reflective mirrors. They replaced traditional metal plates and mirrors with fully reflective materials. Yu Yuan briefly reviewed the device's structure and discovered that while its basic principle was based on the simple Casimir effect, its design was ingenious. The gap between each two fully reflective mirrors could be considered a cavity. Through the clever arrangement of the fully reflective mirrors, these cavities formed a resonant electromagnetic field chamber. Scientists manipulated magnetic fields to generate varying input frequencies, testing the relationship between different multiples of the half-wavelength and cavity space. They explored how different ratios of the input half-wavelength to the cavity space affect vacuum fluctuations, under what circumstances vacuum fluctuations are suppressed, when they are amplified, what the specific values are, and whether there are any laws that govern these fluctuations. While much of this research has already been done on Earth, it was known that it was done under certain conditions that suppress the influence of certain rules. Now that we have achieved a theoretically feasible environment, many of the previous experiments need to be repeated. This allows us to compare the old and new to see any changes. If we can identify patterns, perhaps this could advance human civilization's research into vacuum zero-point energy. Of course, this is just one research direction. After fully entering the research phase, human civilization will employ more than just this one research method. For example, in a void approximately a few hundred astronomical units from this laboratory, there is a superparticle collider. From the outside, This superparticle collider is far smaller than the one originally built by human civilization to advance to a level 4 civilization, but its power is countless times greater, a direct manifestation of its technological advancement. The collider's acceleration module utilizes a direct superforce field, and the energy level is the highest currently available to level 6 civilizations, completely different from previous colliders. According to Yuan, this collider is currently conducting tachyon collision experiments. Of course, this isn't an ordinary tachyon collision. If it were, human civilization at level 4 could perform it, as could other civilizations. Therefore, the so-called tachyon collisions here are much more complex than people realize. Their purpose isn't to create new particles like previous colliders, but rather to find ways to slow down tachyons. The scientists leading this research project believe that certain zero-point fluctuations in quantum mechanics are very similar to the mechanism of tachyon birth. They hope to study tachyons and work backwards to uncover the laws governing vacuum quantum fluctuations. This may only be a part of the laws governing vacuum quantum fluctuations, and the phenomena glimpsed through this method may only be the tip of the iceberg in the laws governing vacuum zero-point energy. However, any effort that can potentially advance humanity's understanding of the true nature of vacuum zero-point energy is warranted. Research on slowing down tachyons not only provides insights into the laws of zero-point energy, ZP, but also deepens humanity's understanding of the fast world. When the idea of a fast world collapse first emerged, human civilization already had a preliminary understanding of the fast world, knowing that the mechanisms and secrets of the range strike capabilities possessed by itself and other civilizations lay hidden within the fast world. As we all know, after reaching level 7 civilization, the factor that determines a civilization's combat effectiveness is its understanding of the laws of physics. So what is this understanding of the laws of physics? How did this understanding come about? Clearly, it is developed bit by bit through the course of civilization's development. For example, a civilization with a deep understanding of the laws of physics in the fast world would certainly not fear that other civilizations would disrupt the laws of the fast world in their region. Because they already have sufficient knowledge of the laws of the fast world, they could adjust the disrupted laws of the fast world according to their own understanding to prevent their range strike capabilities from being sealed. So, even if the research findings on the fast world had nothing to do with zero-point energy, humanity should not give up. If there's an opportunity to learn more about it, do so. Perhaps these findings will be put to use someday. Furthermore, regardless of whether the answers from these studies are correct or not, they are the foundation of a scientific and technological civilization. Furthermore, from the perspective of string theory, a relativistic string has a negative squared mass in its lowest energy quantum state. This state is called a tachyon. Tachyons are born from the void and disappear into the void. The mechanism of their birth and disappearance is related to the fast world and quantum fluctuations, and string theory connects them. Many seemingly unpretentious experiments actually involve multiple aspects of a technological tree. Their appearance is superficial. Ordinary people only see the outer shell, and the outer shells of scientific equipment are often common, painted alloy containers. In other words, human civilization conducts a wide variety of scientific experiments. They may be physical, but they are not limited to physics. Scientists in other fields are also quietly working in their own fields, although sometimes they are unaware of the connection between their research and zero-point energy. For example, mathematicians are constantly advancing in their own fields, proposing hypotheses, and then painstakingly proving them. Their research topics may seem unrelated to zero-point energy research, and sometimes even they themselves are unsure of their research's significance. But perhaps, at some point, a physicist will have a flash of inspiration and, using an unprecedented mathematical formula, they will unravel a new direction for scientific advancement. While he didn't know the current situation of other civilizations, Yuan was well aware of the situation in human civilization. A group of mathematicians were currently tinkering with some proof, led by a brilliant mathematician who understood humanity's unique technology. This was a matter of life and death, and every civilization was giving its all. Periodically, scientists from various civilizations would gather in the virtual world to share their research progress. Thus, millennia passed by. Chapter 1430. Over the past 10,000 years, human civilization has made some progress in the study of vacuum zero-point energy. First, past theories were verified, and then new theories were developed from these original theories. Building on these new theories, human civilization has taken a small step forward in the study of vacuum zero-point energy. Although we are still far from mastering vacuum zero-point energy, our understanding of its generation mechanism is much greater than before. It can be said that the knowledge gained from the exploration of vacuum zero-point energy during the long period from the Earth era to the arrival of our destination is not as much as the knowledge gained through the collective efforts of all of humanity over the past 10,000 years. This is the result of the joint efforts of 84 civilizations from 2 major voyage organizations, with contributions varying in magnitude. And today, as usual, Yuan arrived at a research base. This is one of humanity's research bases for vacuum zero-point energy. It is fully equipped with various auxiliary research equipment. Things like consciousness linking equipment, standard equipment and human research institutions are also available here. When Yuan arrived, Long Xinglu, the head of the research base and a leading scientist in one of its research fields, was discussing some research-related matters with other scientists. Noticing Yuan's arrival, Long Xinglu paused his discussion and, after a brief greeting, continued his unfinished speech. Long Xinglu pointed to a series of neat formulas and simulated animations floating on a holographic screen and said, "Look, this is how strings split, and this is how gravitons split. When a graviton splits in two, we can determine the moment and location of the split. We can use third-person observation mode to see where it occurs. We simply need to input the observation parameters into these formulas and let the supercomputer calculate the results. We can find the corresponding observation coordinates, which are located in the third type of Calabi flow. We can see that this split is very sudden. But when a string splits, it's like the bifurcation of a tube. At the bifurcation, the tube wall is not broken. It forms a very smooth Y-shaped tube, perfectly fitted. This smooth and gradual event is easier to handle with quantum mechanics, and this is the starting point of our research." After a pause, the Dragon Star Brigade changed the holographic image display to a series of Feynman diagrams, then continued, "Our idea is simple: to study the mechanism of vacuum zero-point energy through the vibrations of strings or combinations of strings. To understand its mechanism, we first need to find a way to pluck different combinations of strings. You see, this is a string in spacetime. It can be observed in the Calabi flow. I have confirmed this with the Awakener civilization. We see. It's the same thing, even though our descriptions differ from theirs. Perhaps this is the deviation in how wisdom understands things. Okay, back to the point. This is a string in spacetime, like the overtone vibrations of a piano string. The electron cloud of a hydrogen atom's electrons is related to the standing waves produced when they vibrate in a stretched state. Therefore, the quantum mechanical motion of electrons around protons can also be described as a standing wave. And this standing wave is inextricably linked to the mass effect. In the quantum world, the existence of matter is a superposition of standing waves, which holds the secrets of the Higgs mechanism. Of course, this is another research direction. Relativistic strings are the foundation of both branches. We're currently researching another direction. You see, this D0 membrane is like a string against a background. The strings vibrating on the membrane are like the strings and the body of the instrument. Of course, this analogy isn't entirely accurate, but it will help you find your target when you enter third-person observation mode. The Dragon Star Brigade showed no sign of stopping, so Yuan simply listened. After listening to the Dragon Star Brigade for several dozen minutes, Yuan finally understood. The Dragon Star Brigade team is studying zero-point energy from the perspective of strings. He's talking about finding how zero-point energy affects string vibrations. The reason they're asking everyone to search for that kind of string vibration is, of course, because the research requires more observational data. With Yuan's knowledge, he quickly got into the flow, and he also planned to observe it himself. Perhaps, as he continued observing, his mind would suddenly awaken. Look! Long Xinglu continued to explain the concept to his research team using a combination of images and text. When a relativistic string is in an excited state, it vibrates at its fundamental frequency, or an overtone frequency, just like a piano string. You can see it simply by observing that its vibrations conform to the formula. But just as electrons and hydrogen atoms cannot move in arbitrary ways, relativistic strings cannot vibrate in arbitrary ways. We know that electrons must choose from a series of discrete energy levels, and strings must also choose between different vibrational states. Different vibrational states have different energies, and energy and mass are closely related, so different vibrational states of the string will have different masses. First, we can clearly see that the string has a rest mass, which is related to the tension between the D0 branes. Secondly, each overtone frequency also contains vibrating energy, which also contributes to mass. However, this seems somewhat different from the force we understand as gravity causing the distortion of spacetime. It's more like a manifestation of the Pauli exclusion force, the specific nature of which we currently don't know. Finally, There's the minimum energy allowed by quantum mechanical uncertainty. This energy is what we're studying. It's the atomic quantum fluctuations, something we call zero-point energy. We usually assume that strings vibrate in spacetime. If not, that would be even better, because that would imply that some principle other than dynamics could control the string shape. Unfortunately, this isn't the case. In the string worldsheet approximation, spacetime is merely a series of markers describing motion. Through quantum mechanical processing, we know that these markers will have small fluctuations, which are the vacuum zero-point energy. We need to find the patterns of their behavior and capture the energy of these fluctuations. Hearing this, Yu Yuan nodded silently. He had a vague idea of the research approach of the Longxing Brigade-led research team. He linked zero-point energy, string vibration energy, and rest mass, then, through analysis of 2 of the 3, derived a formula for the large-scale application of zero-point energy. However, this theory regarding string vibration modes and zero-point energy somewhat defies common sense. It suggests to all who study it that if only a single vibration mode on a string is considered, the zero-point energy is positive, and higher-order string overtones contribute even more positively to the zero-point energy. However, when these are added together in a suitable manner, the result is a negative number. This is as strange as plus 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 equals minus. To this end, Longxing Brigade even found a mathematical formula from a mathematician, which expressed something incomprehensible. He used it to successfully translate the plus 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 equals minus into an imaginary mass. It seemed like a forced explanation, but it did seem quite plausible, because even after Longxing Brigade's manipulation, the calculations still adhered to mathematical logic. Yu Yuan even questioned Longxing Brigade about this, and the answer he got was, "I don't know why, I just felt they fit, so I put them together, and I didn't expect them to actually adhere to mathematical logic." Okay, is this what they call scientific intuition? It sounds far-fetched, but at least it hasn't been wrong so far, right? Let's use it for now. Maybe it's one piece of the puzzle to understanding zero-point energy. Yes, it's one piece, not the whole puzzle. If zero-point energy were so easy to understand, there wouldn't be so many civilizations that disappeared into the Great Void, and there wouldn't be that civilization graveyard we encountered back then. Humanity is not so arrogant as to believe that a research team led by a single scientist within its own civilization can break through the barrier of zero-point energy, nor is it so arrogant as to assume that its approach based on string and superstring theory is inherently correct. All scientific progress is gradual, conforming to the dual logic of knowledge and human cognitive laws. Human cognitive abilities develop from shallow to deep, from partial to comprehensive. In fact, this is true not only for humans but also for other aliens. It's just that, due to their different life forms, each civilization's intelligent life defines shallow and deep differently, and sometimes even vice versa. Let's talk about human civilization itself. Simply because of language differences, a person's perception of the same world can differ. Simply put, it's a different entry point into the world. A native Chinese speaker can easily learn multiplication tables, while a native English speaker finds it difficult. So sometimes, what humans find difficult may seem like entry-level knowledge to intelligent beings from other civilizations. This, in turn, underscores the necessity of multi-civilizational collaborative research, the importance of regular scientific and technological exchange between civilizations. It turns out that physicists are often also good at mathematics. Yu Yuan then watched Long Xinglu explain the necessary process for integrating a mathematical formula into his research system. He saw Long Xinglu writing and drawing on the holographic screen with one hand, projecting each derivation onto the screen, and saw various mathematical symbols floating in the air. As he deduced the mathematical process, Long Xinglu said, "Look, calculations show that as long as spacetime itself obeys the equations of general relativity, quantum fluctuations will occur. And the real world tells us that quantum fluctuations exist, and the equations of general relativity are correct. This proves that the formulas developed by our great mathematicians of human civilization are correct. Don't worry about how they came up with them." That's quite true. In fact, before arriving here, Yu Yuan had met with the mathematician and asked him in person how the mathematical formulas Long Xinglu had obtained came about. At the time, Yu Yuan expected the mathematician to tell him a fascinating story about how he discovered the mathematical formulas, but instead, he saw a look of bewilderment on his face. It was as if saying, "Huh? What formula? I wrote this mathematical formula. When did it happen? Why can't I remember it?" Good grief. Yu Yuan still remembered that the mathematician had to search an online database to remember when he had come up with this formula. As for the formula's purpose, he had no idea. Anyway, While studying basic mathematics, he felt like he had derived a formula whose meaning he didn't understand, so he wrote it down. That was all. Just as Yu Yuan was slacking off, he heard Dragon Star Brigade raise his voice slightly, saying, "Okay, we have a big mission ahead of us. We be observing Type 2 and Type 3 calabias epidemics over the next 1,000 years. However, our team still has too few researchers. Until we can recruit more researchers from the public, we'd likely be stuck in the microscopic world for a very long time." After a pause, Dragon Star Brigade looked at Yu Yuan and said, "To that end, Commander, our team needs an additional 1 million sets of consciousness-linked third-person observation equipment from the engineering department." "That's no problem. I checked before I came here. The logistics department currently has 700,000 sets. You can use them first. Once they're ramping up production, they deliver the new equipment to your team as soon as possible." Yu Yuan nodded in response, clearly prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon Star Brigade continued, asking another question. "Microscopic disorientation is a problem. This time, we're conducting extended observations of the microscopic world. Unlike in the past, this seemingly minor issue will become a major one over time." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan shook his head and sighed, "There's no solution. I consulted a psychologist, and they're not a psychological problem. The only solution is for researchers experiencing discomfort to take a break." After a pause, he added, "Well, the Awakener's illusion suggests it might be a manifestation of a strange phenomenon in the real world affecting the mind and soul. They don't have any good solutions right now, but I think having researchers involved in long-term observations of the microscopic world trained with the Awakener's dream machine might be effective. Microscopic disorientation is similar to thalassophobia. Those who observe the microscopic world for a long time may develop a certain skepticism about the real world due to the strangeness of the microscopic world. It's a feeling somewhat similar to thalassophobia and the feeling of insignificance in the face of the vastness of the universe, but it seems more severe. Currently, it can only be overcome through personal willpower. This symptom is unique to humans. It's not that intelligent life in other civilizations is more powerful, but rather that they can't directly see the microscopic world the way humans do. In the pursuit of zero-point energy, they created microscopic disorientation. So what is the underlying mechanism of this microscopic disorientation? Is it related to the soul? Cognition? Or the limits of intelligence? The universe holds so many secrets. When one question remains unanswered, another arises, and behind that, who knows how much greater the unknown awaits. Science truly has no boundaries. Chapter 1431. The key is that some things cannot be discovered unless a civilization has reached the corresponding technological level or possesses the necessary exploration capabilities. Just as human civilization currently faces the microscopic loss syndrome, other races will never encounter it. This, in turn, can cause civilizations composed of different races to encounter unseen areas in their technological exploration. The reason for collective effort is to fill in gaps and, as far as possible, to glimpse the full picture of the unknown truth. This is the original intention of scientific and technological exchange among civilizations. They all realize that even if they reach the right place on their own, they may not be able to find the correct answer. Even if their civilization has the potential to find the correct answer, they cannot do so within a limited time frame. There is no time to lose. These civilizations naturally have confidence in themselves. They believe that if they are given the same amount of time as the previous generation of voyagers, they will surely master zero-point energy before all their materials and energy are exhausted. However, everyone now realizes that they only have 1.3 million years left. No, less than 1.3 million years. Exceeding this time frame will force all civilizations to withdraw from the region most suitable for studying zero-point energy. If they couldn't succeed in the most suitable place, how could they succeed after leaving? It's only 1.25 million years now. Yes, 50,000 years have passed since each civilization entered full-scale research. 50,000 years is enough for intelligent life in the planetary age to reincarnate several times, enough for the transmission of civilization to be cut off, and for the written words that once represented it to be buried deep in the earth. But in the cosmic age, people's lives are less than 1/10 of their lifetime, and from the perspective of civilizational development, it's a blink of an eye. Now, it was time for the 84 civilizations to engage in scientific and technological exchanges. When this day arrived, the scientific teams from each civilization, as usual, brought their research findings to a specially designed virtual auditorium to exchange ideas with the scientific teams of other civilizations. This meeting wasn't a domestic affair, but rather a purely scientific research progress exchange. However, it wasn't just the scientific teams that attended, leadership teams from various civilizations also attended. For example, Yu Yuan always attended the human civilization meeting, as he was now not only the leader of human civilization, but also an advisor to many scientific research teams. It must be said that living a long life was also an advantage, allowing Yu Yuan to accumulate a wealth of knowledge. Other civilizations, however, couldn't be viewed through the lens of humanity itself. Some civilizations didn't even distinguish between leadership positions, political positions, engineers, or scientists. Each individual possessed a unique blend of expertise. They were the Awakeners. From warfare to construction and research, the Awakeners were proficient in everything. However, not all of them attended the meeting. Instead, the Awakeners brought a group of representatives. After the meeting began, representatives from the scientific community of each civilization took turns speaking, outlining their own developmental history and research progress over the past millennia. This was intended both to inform other civilizations and to summarize their own scientific development. The idea that particles can branch and leap led scientific civilization into the realm of quantum field theory, and leaps and branching are virtually everything in quantum field theory. However, our previous research on mass has not made much progress. After all civilizations had presented their research progress, the scientific team of the Shinju civilization took the final floor, presenting their research progress and perspectives over the years. We explore the problem from the perspective of mass. Everyone knows that a vacuum is not empty. This statement suggests that a vacuum is nothing more than a roiling broth of matter and antimatter creation and annihilation. If this were the case, then all elementary particles would remain massless, as quantum loops themselves do not impart mass. But our world does have mass, and its existence is due to the curvature of spacetime. Our Shinju civilization explores this through the curvature of spacetime we control, gravity. We use gravity as a tool, creating a gravitational probe. Enter the world of mass, and search for the principles of the Higgs mechanism. The representative of the Shinju civilization scientific team, floating in midair like a ghost, continued to explain to all the civilizations present, "We believe that since spacetime tells matter how to move, matter tells spacetime how to curve, and the Higgs mechanism is the cause of mass, then even if spacetime is curved in a place without visible matter, the Higgs mechanism must be present. They must be intrinsically connected. If we can find the mechanism by which they interact, we may be able to follow the clues and understand how zero-point energy operates at the very foundations of the universe. This is because we believe that quantum fluctuations and the Higgs mechanism interacted early in the universe's history. We are currently using our unique technology to reconstruct that process and discover the laws governing their interaction." Well, in some of your civilization's theories of cosmic evolution, this phenomenon is described as a remnant of a cosmic phase transition, which is actually correct. We believe that as the hot particle gas in the newborn universe expanded and cooled, a vacuum without Higgs particles was at an energy disadvantage, and therefore a vacuum filled with Higgs particles became the natural state. So now, whenever spacetime is deformed, twisted, or turbulent, the Higgs mechanism is definitely involved. When we distort spacetime, Higgs particles appear, just like the sudden appearance of water droplets condensing on glass. During the high temperatures following the Big Bang, fleeting quantum fluctuations in the vacuum seethed and roiled, particles and antiparticles appearing and returning to nothing. All of this bears the shadow of the Higgs mechanism. But we also know that the Higgs mechanism isn't the only determinant of mass. Our research from this perspective may not reveal the full picture of vacuum quantum fluctuations, but we believe it is certainly part of the entire vacuum zero-point energy technology tree. It must be said that the representative of the Shinju civilization was right. No civilization dares to claim that its research is infallible. The Higgs mechanism also cannot explain all mass issues. For example, most of the mass of protons and neutrons is not due to the common properties of the Higgs mechanism. Their mass comes from the phenomenon of quark-gluon condensation. The Shinju civilization knows its research is incomplete, yet it persists. It seems they intend to continue to advance along their unique scientific and technological path. If nothing unexpected happens, the Shinju civilization will definitely make every effort to deeply explore the various intrinsic properties of quarks, electrons, muons, tau particles, and W and Z bosons. Chapter 1432. In their quest for zero-point vacuum energy, almost all civilizations with unique technological expertise share this approach. They approach and explore problems from the perspective of their unique technology. Human civilization uses a third-person perspective to enter microscopic higher dimensions, exploring new frontiers by plucking cosmic strings. The Shinju civilization explores zero-point vacuum energy through the physical phenomena of gravity. They are said to have developed a creation experiment, supported by their unique technology. The experiment appears to be a small device, but in reality, the Shinju civilization's so-called creation experiment is a massive space giant. To build this laboratory, they exhausted the resources of an entire planet, and the laboratory itself is as large as a planet. And their laboratory, as its name suggests, conducts a creation experiment, an experiment simulating the conditions of the Big Bang. Through this method, they attempt to simulate the conditions of the early universe, observe environmental changes, and collect data to uncover the operating mechanisms of zero-point vacuum energy, ultimately successfully mastering methods for large-scale extraction of zero-point vacuum energy. The Galactic Center civilization, starting with tachyons, leveraged their unique understanding of tachyons to extend their research into the fast world, using exotic tachyons as a supplementary tool. They also conducted another line of research, exploring the concept of time travel, with 2 parallel research tracks. This is also a unique characteristic of the Galactic Center civilization among its various specialized technologies, as they possess 2 races. As for the Falcon civilization, as far as Yuan knows, they are currently located over 1,000 light-years from human civilization, conducting various experiments in time-space disruption. Yuan had listened carefully to their feasibility study report. They were conducting various comparative experiments, using their unique technologies as auxiliary tools. For example, they were investigating whether the Casimir effect differed between the restored spacetime and the original spacetime after being torn apart, and whether zero-point energy in vacuum would vary due to changes in spacetime. Like humans, the Awakener civilization used a third-person observation model as an auxiliary research tool. However, unlike humans, they did not delve into microscopic, higher dimensions, and target areas with strings as their research points. Instead, they began their research from the realm of dreams and mental consciousness. To human civilization, the Awakener civilization's approach to research might seem somewhat metaphysical, but to them, it was based on well-established scientific principles. The Dai and Feiyu civilizations' research seemed closer to that of ordinary level 6 civilizations, likely due to their lack of deep development in their unique technological fields. The Abyss and Kroll civilizations fared better. Like the Shinju and human civilizations, their approaches to zero-point energy and vacuum were influenced by their own unique technologies. So sometimes, when we sit together and share our knowledge, as we are doing now, some relevant points may be unclear, especially when unique technological civilizations explain their exploration processes from the perspective of their own unique technologies. But this doesn't dampen our enthusiasm for discussion, nor do we see any problem with a few unique technological civilizations doing so. All civilizations know that zero-point vacuum energy is the hallmark of a cosmic civilization, which means that mastering zero-point vacuum energy is something all civilizations possess. If a unique technological civilization truly succeeds, their research findings can surely be verified by ordinary level 6 civilizations using their own methods. It's like everyone's goal is to climb from the foot of a mountain to the top. A unique technological civilization might reach the summit by helicopter, but ordinary civilizations, lacking understanding of how airplanes can fly, can ask the civilization that successfully reached the summit to drop a rope down and climb back up. As they ascend, they use their own methods to verify and master the entire process of zero-point energy and vacuum, mastering the underlying principles. The power of technological civilizations lies in mass production. Once the principles are mastered, they can declare themselves the winners. Ordinary level 6 civilizations believe that conventional methods will also work. So what is the conventional method? It would certainly be to explore the simplest Casimir effect, following this path, which everyone understands. Continuously designing experiments that might detect different phenomena, running them 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Continuously refining methods, constantly trying and failing, gradually eliminating incorrect answers, using the simplest and most brute force method to advance step by step. For millions of years, everyone has come this way. This method must be effective, and we definitely find a viable path. Ordinary methods will definitely work, because the Star Defenders have told all civilizations that even cosmic civilizations have unique technological advancements. Yuan still remembered what the Star Defenders had said. Level 7 civilizations have unique technologies, but more than one. Civilizations that have mastered the ultimate applications of the 4 fundamental forces, as well as special areas like time, space, and spirit, are war-oriented civilizations with unique technological advancements. Since cosmic civilizations have unique technological civilizations, there are also ordinary cosmic civilizations, so the conventional path must work. In fact, if it weren't for the Star Defenders, everyone would have been fooled by the paper civilization theory. But looking back, the paper civilization's claim that only unique technological civilizations could succeed wasn't necessarily a lie. Perhaps they themselves were unaware. 3 months later, the Science and Technology Development Exchange Conference concluded. But after emerging from the virtual auditorium, Yu Yuan was still immersed in the feeling of the boundless potential of science. Especially after hearing about the research methods of those ordinary civilizations, he remained lost in thought. Exhaustive search, trial and error. Continuous trial and error can indeed lead to answers, but it's also a complex research process, requiring longer time. And just because a path works now, and has always worked, doesn't mean it can be continued forever. Because cosmic civilization isn't the end point, there are even more powerful God-level civilizations. Advancing from cosmic to God-level civilization, exhaustive search and trial and error aren't necessarily successful. Yu Yuan knows that infinity is one of the universe's safes, infinitesimal and infinitesimal. Perhaps because he's lived too long and has become prone to wild speculation, Yu Yuan has pondered this more than once. The hallmark of a first-level civilization is controlled nuclear fusion. Second-level civilization is cold and heavy nuclear fusion. Third-level civilization is true nanotechnology. Fourth-level civilization is the grand unified theory, within which the annihilation of matter and antimatter is widely applied. Fifth-level civilization is the theory of everything, within which negative matter and negative energy are widely applied. And sixth-level civilization, also within the theory of everything, further explores and develops dark matter and dark antimatter as energy sources. Seventh-level civilization, or cosmic civilization, is vacuum zero-point energy. What about God-level civilization? Is it also a new energy source? Based on all the information currently known, Yu Yuan suspects it's likely not a new energy source, but rather an unimaginable achievement like understanding the cosmic safe. Considering the current state of the universe, Yu Yuan believes this speculation is likely correct. After all, the barrier of rules within and outside the Great Void could be the work of a God-level civilization. If so, God-level civilizations must be rare. After all, if one really understands the cosmic safe, then the exhaustive and trial-and-error methods will inevitably fail. Chapter 1433. Thinking about this now may seem unrealistic, but people always enjoy imagining things that don't exist. Perhaps this is desire, curiosity. Back in the days of Callisto, no one could have imagined that human civilization would one day reach the center of the Boötes void, much less that humanity would achieve such an accomplishment. At this stage, no one cares about Yu Yuan's fantasies, but as long as human civilization can break through to the cosmic level, many people will follow his lead, imagining the future and what a higher level of civilization would look like. They can't stop, because the seed was planted the first time humans gazed up at the stars. Even if no one tells a person about the legacy of gazing at the stars, when they do, they will awaken a yearning for the heavens. That is the curiosity hidden deep within the wisdom of intelligent life, the sale for knowledge. Research continues. While the specialized technological civilizations were dedicated to studying zero-point vacuum energy within their own specialized technological fields, other ordinary level 6 civilizations weren't sitting idle either. They used various conventional methods to establish experimental sites in the void, conducting endless trial and error. Thus, another 100,000 years passed. However, research on zero-point vacuum energy progressed slowly, with many civilizations still stuck in the most primitive Casimir effect laboratories. They devised various experiments, measuring data from Casimir effect experiments using various materials. For example, they examined the effects of different parameters on the strength of the Casimir force, such as the materials, the spacing between materials, the structure, and so on. All data were measured with extreme accuracy, and the various manifestations of zero-point vacuum energy in the laboratory were clearly measured. Every civilization knew that signs of zero-point vacuum energy had been observed, but no civilization had been able to utilize them on a large scale, and research remained stagnant. We knew that zero-point vacuum energy was enormous, and a truly inexhaustible energy source, and we could even detect its existence, but we couldn't apply it on a large scale, and we couldn't find a way to do so. 100,000 years had passed, and everyone was still staring blankly at the Casimir effect. The zero-point vacuum energy measured from the Casimir effect felt like a tiny drop of the vast energy at the bottom of the universe seeping through our fingers. We knew the ocean was full of water, but we couldn't scoop even a scoop. Trying every possible means to extract water, we only got a trace of water vapor from the natural evaporation of the seawater. Originally, all civilizations believed that this phenomenon, long observed by lower-level civilizations, was insignificant to a great sixth-level civilization. The reason they hadn't found a way to extract zero-point vacuum energy on a large scale must have been due to issues with the cosmic environment. As long as they leave the area affected by dark matter, they quickly find the answer. But everyone who thought so was slapped in the face. The two major voyage organizations, Abyss and Galaxy, or perhaps it should be said that of all the civilizations that entered the Boötes void together, none have achieved a breakthrough. That's for sure, because if the civilization that conducted research earlier succeeds, they inevitably come over to see how the others are doing, and it's not just a matter of observing. Therefore, civilizations currently conducting research in different regions are not only racing against the cosmic catastrophe zone, but also against other civilizations. Every civilization is striving to master zero-point vacuum energy before the others. However, the difficulty of this task far exceeds all civilizations' expectations. Some civilizations even seem to have lost their ability to conduct scientific research due to a long period of lack of progress. In just 200,000 years, some civilizations feel at a loss. They feel they have exhausted all possible research methods and experiments, but still cannot obtain the correct answer. For a moment, they are at a loss as to how to proceed. Many scientists in human civilization, who have always focused on studying the microscopic and higher dimensions, have also fallen into confusion. The ocean is right before their eyes, seemingly within reach, yet all they can smell is the salty sea breeze. A small breath, a large sip, it's all sea breeze, a sea breeze that has never condensed into water. Strings are supposedly the smallest units that make up everything in the universe, but why haven't we discovered their laws? Even starting from this most fundamental unit, many confused scientists are crying out inwardly, not weary. They're still striving, but after 250,000 years, they still see no sign of progress. We already have the equations in string theory that describe how strings move. These equations say that strings will move through spacetime in such a way that the area they occupy is minimized. This motion, when factoring in quantum mechanics, becomes a system of equations. We already have them. This was the path we considered most promising when we began our research, but they still can't describe the large-scale extraction of zero-point energy. Yes, is our theory of zero-point energy wrong? Is all our research based on a flawed theory? But if it's wrong, what's wrong with it? The stagnation of research has caused scientific teams to pause and reflect. This applies to human civilization, and to other civilizations as well. Year after year, scientific research progress seems to have reached a dead end. Scientific teams from various civilizations find themselves unable to conceive of any further path forward. Even trial and error and exhaustive methods have led them to stumble upon a vast, unknown maze, a labyrinth of obstacles. It's as if they exhausted all possible solutions, yet the answers they found are still all wrong. The Awakener civilization offered their perspective on this, the same words they had shared with human civilization when they first encountered it. The upper limit of intelligence. They believe the reason no one can find the answer isn't because the answer doesn't exist, but rather that the method for finding it exceeds the intelligence of all intelligent beings present. Intelligent beings cannot imagine anything beyond their own imagination, and the answer lies beyond their imagination. So what we should do now isn't to bury ourselves in scientific research, as that won't lead to answers. First, we should free our wisdom from its shackles. First, break through ourselves, let our wisdom transcend its existing limitations. Only then will we be able to see a broader world. Finding the answer will then be a natural progression, unlike the current situation where we exhaust all our wisdom, and still can't find the answer. That sounds plausible, but how can we break through the barriers of wisdom? The Awakener civilization doesn't know either. One of the goals of their great voyage was to push the limits of wisdom, but they haven't been able to do so. It's like someone trying to lift themselves up by hugging themselves. Chapter 1434. When their research was stagnant, the various civilizations sought the help of the Star Defender. After all, he himself was powered by zero-point energy, so perhaps he knew something. But the answers they received were disappointing. The Star Defender did indeed use zero-point energy to power himself, but that energy was essentially a part of his body, much like the mitochondria in a human body. If you ask someone how their mitochondria produce and transport energy, the likely response would be, I don't know. I just know I have energy when I eat. The Star Defender actually wanted to help the level 6 civilizations, but he truly lacked the knowledge. If possible, he would even be willing to allow the civilizations to study his internal workings, but no civilization had the means to do so. The third-person observation modes of human and Awakener civilizations couldn't see what was happening inside the Star Defender, let alone other civilizations. The path to seeking help from the Star Defender was cut off. Research progress stalled, but time continued to flow. The The 84 civilizations continued their research while drifting at near light speed. As the years passed, they drifted forward by that many light years, almost always maintaining a distance from the cosmic catastrophe zone spreading behind them. In this way, another 750,000 years passed. Adding these 500,000 years, the total time the 84 civilizations had been here conducting research was nearly 1,000,000 years. The Grand Fleet also moved from the edge of the central region of the Boötes void to the center, and finally moved away from it. This shift from approaching to receding meant that the Grand Fleet was about to leave the best and cleanest area. This caused immense anxiety among the scientific teams of various civilizations. If they couldn't find the answer even in their optimal location, how could they leave it? While the fleet hadn't left the optimal zone yet, it would be best to break and stop. After all, the cosmic catastrophe zone behind them was still 300,000 light-years away, giving them another 300,000 years to remain there. If they still hadn't found the answer by then, they could simply set sail before the catastrophe zone arrived. After all, the catastrophe zone was spreading at the speed of light, so they could still escape. Of course, if that time came, they would have to flee early. After all, the catastrophe zone didn't actually spread at a steady speed of light. Sometimes, it would surge forward like a rolling ocean wave, exceeding the speed of light. Years of exploration by various civilizations have also revealed that the spread of the catastrophe zone sometimes exhibits pulsations, similar to the way puddles of water splash onto the shore after a tide hits a levee, spreading automatically. This type of spread always exceeds the speed of light. So, in reality, the catastrophe zone is moving faster than the speed of light. Precisely because of this phenomenon, the 84 civilizations, while inertially traveling at near light speed, had to deploy numerous probes to survey the surrounding star regions, to avoid being surrounded by the catastrophe zone spread by the debris. The closer they were to the catastrophe zone, the more careful they had to be. However, now, in addition to facing the lack of scientific research progress and the constant pursuit of the cosmic catastrophe zone, each civilization also had to consider resource issues. When everyone began their research, nearly every civilization was allocated 1 or 2 planets. Combined with the supplies carried by their transport fleets and the supplies that could be dismantled from the transport ships themselves, if only to provide for the sleep needs of those in inertial travel and the operation of their equipment, they could sustain themselves for a very long time. But with the current large-scale scientific research, resources are becoming less durable. Scientific research isn't just about holding meetings, boasting, discussing technology, and writing research papers. It encompasses a wide range of energy-intensive experiments, especially the kind of scientific research that reaches the level of a cosmic civilization, where the entire civilization revolves. In addition to experiments, various supercomputers, and the civilization's most powerful strong artificial intelligence systems are also working constantly. Of course, civilizations haven't yet reached the point of dismantling transport ships, but if they were truly driven away by the cosmic catastrophe zone, they would inevitably face resource constraints. At that point, it wouldn't be a question of whether or not there are resources for research, but rather the question of survival resources. Thus, some civilizations have already prepared for extinction. If they haven't succeeded after 300,000 years, they won't leave, but perish with the cosmic catastrophe. After all, even if they leave, they still perish due to resource shortages. In the beginning, knowing they had 1.3 million years, everyone thought it was plenty of time. But now, no civilization sees that as a given. Some civilizations have even shown signs of decline, with some negative voices emerging from their inhabitants, with pessimistic and euphoric sentiments emerging. From the perspective of the Awakeners, these civilizations are showing signs of becoming decadent. But now, the Awakeners no longer care about these matters. Their focus is solely on zero-point energy. The two great expeditionary organizations, 84 civilizations, have truly come to a halt. Although braking requires considerable energy, they cannot continue to drift forward. Any further drift would mean they will drift out of the center of the Boötes void. However, just as each civilization had completed its deceleration, a message from a probe sent shockwaves through all civilizations. The source of the message was once again the Galactic Center civilization. Approximately 70,000 light-years to the side of the fleet's docking area, they had discovered an artifact clearly of technology. When they saw the artifact's shape, Yu Yuan and all the leaders of human civilization were stunned, especially Yu Yuan, as the shape was incredibly familiar to him. From the outside, it resembled a diamond-shaped crystal, pointed at both ends and wide in the middle, perfectly regular. It looked exactly like the Pioneer artifact they had first encountered. In other words, this was a Pioneer artifact. It's the Pioneers, no doubt about it, it has to be them. The moment they saw the image of the diamond-shaped crystal, the leaders of human civilization erupted in excitement. Yes, it must be the pioneers. We haven't heard from them since the second half of the Great Voyage, and I was worried. Turns out it was just us getting off track. Well, it must be because we're following the divine principle star chart that we haven't encountered any messages from them. Yes, that's for sure. As expected of the pioneers, they truly completed the Great Voyage. Great. Yes, if the pioneers have completed the Great Voyage and left behind such a massive diamond-shaped crystal, doesn't that mean they succeeded? Everyone's excitement grew even stronger after hearing this. Yes, if they hadn't succeeded, where would they have the resources to create such a massive diamond-shaped crystal? You know, judging by its impact, this diamond-shaped crystal is enormous, even larger than a star. If it were placed in the solar system, it would fill the entire orbit of Jupiter. Chapter 1435. That's Jupiter's orbit, with an average diameter of 777 million kilometers, or 5.2 astronomical units, 557 times the diameter of the Sun. What a massive object. Of course, that depends on what it's compared to. If compared to the star Ui Scuti, it's not huge either, only 1/3 the diameter of Yu Scuti. A rhombus-shaped crystal like this doesn't actually appear large in the vastness of space. From a distance, it looks like a bright speck in the void. But up close, its sheer size becomes apparent. Rhombus-shaped crystals, like those encountered by human civilization before, are pointed at both ends and wide in the middle. If placed upright, they give the illusion that the two pointed ends are longer, but in reality, the distance between them is the same as the diameter of the center. The images transmitted by the probe show that the rhombus-shaped crystal appears to be fixed in space, motionless. It neither rotates nor tumbles, simply emitting a faint glow. It must be a pioneer creation. Seeing this, Yuan's heart grew even more certain. It was virtually identical to the diamond-shaped crystals he had seen in the microcosmic maze left by the pioneers. A true manifestation of pioneer technology. Great. Although we lost track of the pioneers during the Great Voyage, we finally encountered their traces at the destination. The Dragon Star Brigade wasn't aboard the Lyra, but they still arrived via holographic projection to face the diamond-shaped crystal alongside Yuan. News of the diamond-shaped crystal had spread throughout society. Scholars and experts aboard the Lyra had also arrived at the command center, and those not aboard the Lyra but involved in the matter also appeared via projection. Great. Now we can thank the pioneers in person. The human scholars were also delighted. The rhombus crystal was a pioneer creation, and it was unprecedentedly large. Perhaps it could be used to contact the pioneers. Humanity had once been indebted to the pioneers, possessing the key to their treasure and obtaining a pioneer creation from the microcosm they left behind, also a rhombus crystal. The rhombus crystal initially activated the warp boost function, and later, once human civilization reached a suitable level, it activated quantum macro tunneling. These were two unique pioneer technologies. The former gave human civilization a combat capability exceeding that of civilizations of its peers, allowing it to protect itself when weak. The latter was even more powerful. Without quantum macro tunneling, human civilization would have no chance of defeating the electronic warships. Thus, human civilization would likely be trapped within the Milky Way for years, like other technologically advanced civilizations, until one day it was harvested by the Reapers. The Tianqin's victory over the electronic warships back then was a result of both humanity's unique technology, the pioneers' unique technology, and the assistance of the Awakeners. With humanity's unique technology alone, the Tianqin would have been annihilated by the electronic warships in a single encounter. The electronic warships didn't even need to employ other means of attack. They could simply use their conventional attacks, and the Tianqin would have been unable to evade them. Although humanity later lost the pioneers' quantum macro tunneling due to disrepair, this great favor will always be remembered by human civilization. Furthermore, the pioneers' benevolence extended beyond human civilization. It can be said that all civilizations in the Galactic Grand Expedition Organization benefited from their kindness. Whether it was the Grand Expedition's routes or the messages left behind by the pioneers, they were invaluable and could determine the fate of a civilization. The pioneers are the pioneers of human civilization, the pioneers of many civilizations in the Milky Way, and the pioneers of all civilizations in the Galactic Grand Expedition. Human civilization owes the pioneers a debt of gratitude. The Divine Matrix civilization also wants to know what kind of civilization the pioneers are. The Galactic Core civilization is also deeply curious about the existence of the first generation of the Milky Way's Grand Expedition civilization. Looking at the diamond-shaped crystal, all the individuals of the Awakeners civilization felt a surge of respect. They had heard about the first generation of the Grand Expedition in the Triangulum Galaxy, and had traveled thousands of miles from there to the Milky Way. Their original purpose was to find any traces of the pioneers. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Everyone wanted to speak to the pioneers at least a word. However, compared to the civilizations under the Galactic Grand Expedition, the civilizations of the other two Grand Expedition organizations were less excited. They were unaware of the pioneers' relationship with the several technologically advanced civilizations of the Galactic Grand Expedition. Their current interest stemmed solely from the discovery of a massive object in the void. In their eyes, a massive object equals a vast amount of matter, and vast amounts of matter equal vast amounts of energy. Of course, they were even more eager to discover within this diamond-shaped crystal a method for ascending to cosmic civilization. They had learned from the Galactic Grand Voyage that it was a creation left behind by an earlier Grand Voyage civilization. Each of the 84 civilizations had their own ideas, but the discovery of the creation was made by the Galactic Core Civilization, one of the leaders of the Galactic Grand Voyage. Without word from the leaders of the Galactic Grand Voyage, they dared not act drastically, and simply dispatched their own probes to observe. The Great Galactic Expedition Organization also dispatched additional ships to conduct an in-depth investigation of the rhombus crystals. Human civilization even brought the key they had received from the pioneers, if for no other reason than to allow the rhombus crystals to identify them as their successors. Thus, if any benefits came to them, they would be the first to claim them. It must be said that humans have experience in this area. For a civilization that had traveled hundreds of millions of light years, 70,000 light years wasn't far. A reconnaissance ship, at full warp speed, could reach the destination in 329 years. Hey, I still find it a bit strange. If the pioneers succeeded, why didn't they return to the Milky Way? After dispatching more reconnaissance ships, the people on the Lyra began to voice their concerns again. However, this was quickly refuted by the fanatics. The Milky Way is so far away, even a cosmic civilization would take millions of years to reach it. The pioneers might have other priorities after their advancement. They already left enough behind for those who come after them in the Milky Way. They care about those who come after them, not just babysitters. The person who had just spoken waved his hand. Hey, I just find it strange. I certainly hope the pioneers succeeded. Our research has been stagnant for a long time. Who knows? Maybe the pioneers left behind some clues. It would be even better if they had information on how to achieve cosmic status. Who says not? The pioneers must have succeeded, otherwise they wouldn't have left behind such a large creation. They wouldn't have the ability. As for why they didn't return to the Milky Way, only they know. That being said, what about the War Immortal Civilization? They were with the pioneers. If they succeeded, why didn't they return to the Midway Galaxy to pick up the Starry Sky Defenders? Chapter 1436. While the various voices within human civilization were still discussing, the Star Defender in the void had already taken off. Upon hearing that the Pioneer artifact had been discovered, he rushed towards his target at top warp speed without a word. Stop talking so much. I know once I get over there, and take a look. The Star Defender headed towards the diamond-shaped crystal, cursing over the public communication channel. Pioneers, the War Immortal Civilization is truly a piece of shit. I thought they were wiped out by other civilizations along the way, but they'd made it all the way to the finish line, and apparently even succeeded in becoming a cosmic civilization. If you succeed, you won't come back to pick me up. I'm so pissed. I got to ask that if there's anything else. Galactic Heart Civilization, you guys can't do this. What a rubbish probe. We've been circling that crystal for so long and haven't gotten any new information, and yet, I have to personally go out and do it. Ours is a small probe, launched once. To conserve energy, its capabilities are limited, the leader of the Galactic Heart Civilization said stubbornly. Forget it. Seeing you discover the Pioneer artifact, I won't bother with you. The Star Defender surprisingly didn't lash out. With that, he continued on his way. The exploration ships of various civilizations also reached full warp speed and followed closely behind. Thus, in the minds of the various civilizations, over 100 years passed quickly. The Star Defender arrived at its destination 70,000 light-years away, ahead of all the other civilizations. Its arrival also provided the civilizations of the Galactic Grand Expedition with a new perspective on the rhombus crystals. It must be said that the Star Defender's observational capabilities were far superior to those of a crippled Galactic Center civilization probe. Through the Star Defender's perspective, the 84 civilizations quickly discerned some details of the rhombus crystal. There's writing on the rhombus crystal. The presence of writing implies information, most likely deliberately left by the pioneers. So, upon discovering the writing, all the civilization leaders were excited, especially those within the Galactic Grand Expedition. They knew that the pioneers loved leaving messages for those who came after them, and they were already imagining that the rhombus crystal contained data on their research on vacuum zero-point energy. As the Star Defender approached, the text displayed on the rhombus crystal gradually became clearer until it was discernible. The first thing they caught there was a few very large characters. Perhaps to make their meaning easier for those who came after them, beneath these large characters were numerous densely packed smaller characters and various graphic representations. If one scanned them closely, one would discover that these images were actually instruction manuals, intended to make them comprehensible to unknown civilizations that had never encountered pioneer writing. Many of its parameters are related to hydrogen atoms. For example, one set of parameters is the wavelength period of the electromagnetic waves emitted when hydrogen atoms switch from co-spin to anisotropic spin. There are many other physical and mathematical terms mentioned above. After parsing this information, an unknown civilization can use it to decipher the pioneer language and then understand the text on the rhombus crystals. However, human civilization and the Star Guardians do not need to do this, as they have archived the pioneer language and can directly decipher the meaning of the text on the rhombus crystals. However, once the largest characters were identified, the Star Defender seemed frozen in place, halting his advance towards the diamond crystal and hovering motionless in the air, as if witnessing something incredible. Inside the Lyra Command Center, the high-ranking personnel of the human civilization who simultaneously witnessed the text were struck by lightning, frozen in silence. The Star Defender transmitted video information, and upon receiving it, the human civilization system automatically translated the text. Therefore, anyone operating a diamond crystal could now understand the translated Chinese characters. Looking at those words, everyone couldn't believe their eyes filled with disbelief. They were 5 large characters, Tomb of the Pioneers. This can't be real. Everyone's heart seemed frozen, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The previously bustling atmosphere of the Lyra Command Center suddenly cooled, becoming barely audible. The Star Defender in the distance also paused his incessant chatter. Although he always called the pioneers and the war immortal civilization bastards, often feigning casual comments like, "Will those 2 bastards perish along the way?" But when he actually witnessed the scene, he clearly found it difficult to accept. Just look at his reaction. The Star Defender had originally resembled a colorful ball, but now it seemed to have turned black and white. Before him lay a diamond-shaped crystal with a diameter of 770 million kilometers. Not far from the crystal, a 5-kilometer wide colorful ball, seemingly black and white, hovered. The 2, large and small, remained motionless, frozen in the void, their background deep and dark. Human civilization, Star Defenders, what's wrong with you? Speak up. Or maybe upload the translation program? What exactly are those texts? The 2 remained silent for so long that even Awakener Juan couldn't help but shout into the public channel. His words startled Star Defender, but he simply muttered "son of a bitch" and remained silent. Star Defender had access to the language data of the various civilizations under the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, and was supposed to translate the pioneer text into the languages of each civilization, but he didn't seem to be in the mood for it now. Yu Yuan, also awakened by Awakener Juan's words, swallowed his grief and allowed human civilization's supercomputer to translate the text displayed on the diamond crystal into the languages of each civilization. Tomb of the Pioneers, at this moment, all civilizations fell silent. The leaders of the various civilizations, originally anxious for information, felt a chilling sensation after understanding the meaning. Especially those civilizations that emerged from the Milky Way, their leaders seemed to be under a spell, as if they had lost some kind of faith, some belief, their eyes filled with disbelief. Those were the pioneers who had led everyone on the great journey and left countless treasures for future civilizations. They had reached the center of the Boötes void. How could they have perished? This couldn't be true, yet the translation was correct. Those words were, "Tomb of the Pioneers." All previous fantasies were extinguished. Even if it was unbelievable, each civilization had no choice but to accept it. After all, that was reality, Tomb of the Pioneers. The pioneers perished in the Boötes void. The pioneers weren't haunted by cosmic disasters back then, so they must have had plenty of time, yet they perished. So can we succeed? All civilizations were lost. The light of hope that had sustained them since embarking on the great journey seemed to have been extinguished. It was precisely because of that glimmer of hope in their hearts that everyone plunged headlong into the vast abyss of the Boötes void without hesitation. This was the faith that sustained all civilizations on their journey, But now, that faith seemed to be shaken. The 5 words Tomb of the Pioneers struck deeply into the souls of all intelligent life. Now, everyone felt this dark void grow even colder. The darkness was profound, the loneliness and helplessness was desolate, and all civilization seemed buried in the void and darkness. The words Tomb of the Pioneers exuded a sense of despair. Chapter 1437. Everyone was sad, but they couldn't wallow in sadness forever. After the sadness subsided, people realized that since the pioneers were all dead, why did they leave behind such a large tomb? With so many resources to build such a large tomb, wouldn't it be better to use it to continue researching the vacuum zero point? After all, there was no cosmic disaster at the time, and there was plenty of time. Perhaps if they continued their research, they would succeed. Could it be that the pioneers had been researching for too long and felt they couldn't break through any further, so they used the remaining resources to build a tomb for themselves? This is a bit unreasonable. After all, they were already dead, so who would they build such a large tomb for? For future civilizations to see? Or to prove that they once existed in this universe? Why would the pioneers choose this way? It's so strange. Each civilization felt something was amiss with the pioneers' tomb. After all, for a civilization at this point, survival must take precedence over tomb building. Unless the pioneers had completely lost their will to advance, they had persevered for eons. How could they possibly lose their drive during the Great Voyage? It made no sense, absolutely no sense. Confused, the probes of each civilization inched closer to the giant diamond-shaped crystal. Throughout this process, the Star Defender remained motionless, its thoughts unknown. No one rushed to disturb him until the civilizations approaching noticed a line of smaller words next to the words Pioneer's Tomb, awakening the Star Defender from his years of silence. Next to the Pioneer's Tomb lay a string of words clearly a signature: War Immortal Civilization Founded. Time: 12,865,770,000 years into the Big Bang timeline. War Immortal Civilization. War Immortal Civilization. Yes, how could they have forgotten the War Immortal Civilization? Suddenly, everyone seemed to remember that after the pioneers began their voyage, there wasn't just one group, but also the War Immortal Civilization. This was the civilization the pioneers encountered in the Andromeda Galaxy. After their encounter, they came together through a series of contacts. The two combined to form the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization Grand Voyage Group. Later, along the way, they encountered the Stargazer Civilization. The Starry Sky Defenders were old friends of the Stargazer Civilization. They formed a larger fleet and continued their journey. When they reached the midway point of the galaxy, the Stargazer Civilization perished. A small number of the War Immortal Civilization and the Pioneers' fleet survived and continued their journey. Now, it seems that both the War Immortal Civilization and the Pioneers have successfully reached the end of the Grand Voyage. And since this tomb was built by the War Immortal Civilization, doesn't that mean that the War Immortal Civilization still existed when the Pioneers perished? Otherwise, they couldn't have erected a monument to the Pioneers. The War Immortal Civilization was capable of erecting such a large monument and building such a massive tomb. The most likely scenario is that they succeeded. Yes, how could a pioneer of a level 6 civilization have the time, energy, and resources to build such a massive tomb for themselves? If all this was done by the upgraded War Immortal Civilization, that would make much more sense. But the question remains, if the War Immortal Civilization succeeded, why didn't they return to retrieve the Star Defender? Most importantly, weren't the War Immortal Civilization and the Pioneers together? How did one perish while the other succeeded? While everyone was still puzzled, the Star Defender scurried up to the diamond-shaped crystal, moving up and down, left and right, and then began to fly around it, talking as it flew. What the hell? The War Immortal Civilization. You really succeeded, and you've forgotten me because of Tama's success, haven't you? You're really pissing me off. Don't you even think about how you could have gotten away if it weren't for my old friend? The Star Defender was a little angry, but as time went on, his words gradually became quieter, as he saw the inscription on the Pioneer's tombstone. The other civilizations also noticed the Star Defender's anomaly, and sent out exploration ships to observe the diamond crystal to see what was written on it. It was amazing. This massive tombstone didn't store information using technological means, but rather, it used primitive methods to inscribe the text into the diamond crystal. I wonder what the War Immortal Civilization was thinking. Thankfully, there was no need to ask these questions, because a close-up scan revealed that the diamond crystal was actually inscribed. Of course, the civilizations later discovered that the text they saw wasn't actually engraved on the diamond crystal, but rather was inscribed inside the crystal through some method, then reflected by light from the crystal surface. The same is true of the large character's Tomb of the Pioneers. displayed on each diamond facet, so large they can be seen from afar. As the probes scanned the diamond crystals, other inscriptions on the diamond crystals also became visible to the higher-ups of various civilizations. My companions, my close companions on the Great Voyage, the Pioneer Civilization, are composed of two races, born in the Lania Chaos Supercluster, the Virgo Supercluster, the Andromeda Cluster, and the Milky Way. Their specific cosmic locations are as follows. Below this paragraph is a star map, with bright dots depicting the positional structure of galaxies. The central galaxy is the Milky Way. Star maps are dynamic, as human civilization has discovered that the relative positions of galaxies shown on them are not much different from the space at the time they left the Milky Way. It's absolutely impossible that this star map is from 1 billion years ago. It seems that the War Immortal Civilization took time into account when creating the tombstone. It was born 9.8 billion years after the Big Bang and perished at the Pioneer Civilization Anniversary XXXX, which is 12.8 billion years after the Big Bang, representing a civilization spanning 3 billion years. This monument commemorates our great companions, the Pioneer Civilization. The Pioneer Civilization's original name is unknown. We only know that after they left the Milky Way, they acquired the name Pioneers. This was the name given to them by the lesser civilizations that remained in the Milky Way after they embarked on their great voyage. It was also the name given to them by the civilizations that followed them on their journey. We, the War Immortal Civilization, also recognize pioneers, because they were truly the pioneers of the great voyage of our time. At least within our own galaxy, they were absolute pioneers. It was their influence that inspired our War Immortal Civilization to resolve to embark on the great voyage. Although they failed, their spirit lives on. We, the War Immortal Civilization, will never forget their contributions. Without them, there would be no successful War Immortal Civilization. The Pioneer Civilization's footsteps will forever remain at the 6th level of civilization, but in our eyes, they will always be our good partners, pioneers in exploring the unknowns of the universe, brave and fearless pioneers. Chapter 1438. The rhombus-shaped crystal contained a wealth of information, mostly about the Pioneer Civilization. It resembled an inscription, yet also resembled a different one. The content included many events related to the Pioneer Civilization's history, as well as information recorded from the perspective of the War Immortal Civilization, like a story. It resembled a history book. It was a history book compiled by the War Immortal Civilization for the Pioneer Civilization. After deciphering the text, most of the previous doubts were resolved. And after the arrival of human civilization, the once cold tomb finally began to change. Pioneer Civilization? A message clearly possessing intelligence emanated from the rhombus-shaped crystal, clearly directed towards human civilization. After questioning, without waiting for a response from the human civilization, the source of the information continued, "Oh, so you're just a civilization carrying artifacts created by the pioneers. It seems you're the latecomers, who have benefited from the pioneers' kindness. If the pioneers saw you, they would be delighted." Seeing the rhombus crystal actually initiate a conversation, the human side immediately responded, "Are you from the War Immortal Civilization? Did you succeed? Where are you?" But before the rhombus crystal could reply, the Star Defender, also sharing the conversation, interrupted, "Hey, War Immortal Civilization, have you forgotten me? And since you can speak, tell me what's going on." Rhombus Crystal: "I'm just a program left behind by the War Immortal Civilization, running according to a program. Calculating the time, my creator has been gone for 1 billion years. However, I have you in my database, Star Defender. From what I understand, my creator should have returned to retrieve you, so why are you still here? Fuck. I was sleeping the whole time, waiting, and they never showed up." The Star Defender exclaimed angrily. However, he also understood that the system wouldn't lie. There was only one explanation. The War Immortal Civilization encountered an accident on their way back. Thinking of this, the Star Defender suppressed his anger. Forget it. Since you can talk, let's first tell me what happened between you and the pioneers. Aren't you together? How did you succeed while the pioneers perished? Did you eat them? You're judging others by your own standards." The Diamond Crystal retorted, then explained, "My creator and the pioneers were indeed together, but after arriving here, they conducted research in separate parts of the void. It was a difficult time, as recorded on the tombstone. Since you have the pioneers' relics, you should have seen it." Indeed, they had seen it. The inscription on the tombstone described a total of 450 civilizations that arrived here with the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization. After arriving at their destination, 450 civilizations each conducted vacuum zero-point energy research in their respective locations within the void. Ultimately, only the War Immortal civilization succeeded. In fact, they shared their research findings, but ultimately, only the War Immortal civilization reaped the rewards. This was because the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization Group, unlike the current Galaxy Expedition Group, which includes civilizations like the Divine Principle Civilization, had already consumed significant resources by the time they arrived. Thus, their development was limited not by time but by resources. According to the inscription, the research initially proceeded smoothly, but after reaching a certain stage, progress stalled. This situation is almost identical to the current situation faced by the Galaxy and Abyss Expedition groups. Due to a prolonged lack of progress and limited resources, the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization Group eventually fell into crisis. However, they did not give up. Instead, they launched the Spark Project, conserving resources while continuing their research. But supplies dwindled day by day. Until one day, they realized they could no longer sustain both their research and the Spark Project's energy needs. They dismantled everything they could and burned everything they could convert into energy, but still could not find the answer. Gradually, each civilization lost hope. They abandoned the Spark Project and instead poured all their available energy into a final, last-ditch effort. And so, in the final moments, one civilization after another fell, each one failing. But before their own defeat, before their last remaining energy was exhausted, each civilization sent a message to the civilization with its last breath. The message was simple. It informed the nearest civilization of their coordinates and told them, "Come, take our last laboratory. Burn it for energy, and then continue on until you too fall." The 450 civilizations of the Pioneer War Immortal Civilization's Great Voyage Group, thus feeding on the corpses of their fallen comrades, managed to survive for a while longer. As the strongest and most technologically advanced leaders of the group, the War Immortal Civilization and the Pioneers persevered to the bitter end. However, the Pioneer Civilization eventually fell, and like the others, they gave their last laboratory to the War Immortal Civilization as material. At that time, the Pioneer Civilization had no idea that the War Immortal Civilization would succeed, and the War Immortal Civilization itself didn't believe it could succeed, because when the Pioneer Civilization collapsed, there were very few people left. The reason the War Immortal Civilization survived to the end, besides its advanced technology, was the heroic initial decision of its individuals in the final moments of its survival. To sum it up, the individuals of the War Immortal Civilization lined up to die, each lining up to transform themselves into the energy that fueled the civilization's scientific research. All lives are equal, but their people knew that only by allowing great scientists to survive to the end could there be hope. If that didn't succeed, it would be the universe's own demise, a death without regrets. So they chose to sacrifice themselves, starting with ordinary people, then officials at all levels, various sociologists who had little to do with current research, and finally various personnel unrelated to research. The War Immortal Civilization, which held out to the end, also made a desperate move, burning everything they could into energy. In the end, all that remained of the entire civilization was a supercomputer used to assist in research and a group of aging scientists. By this time, the War Immortal Civilization had long since exhausted even its dark matter and antimatter resources. In fact, other civilizations experienced the same thing when entering their final stages. To prolong their existence, they stopped converting matter into dark energy and dark antimatter, as the intermediate conversion process would have been too costly. It would have been better to directly generate energy through the annihilation of matter and antimatter. This would have allowed them to survive longer and barely maintain the energy needs of their various laboratories. However, what the War Immortal Civilization could not have anticipated was that this very decision, or rather their prolonged survival, allowed them to persevere until the effects of dark matter and antimatter dissipated, just before the death of their last group of researchers. They succeeded. And this is what the rhombus crystals now want to tell all civilizations. Dark matter is the culprit behind all failures. Dark matter and antimatter, converted from matter and used as energy, are also dark matter. Where dark matter appears, the entire void is affected, and the correct answer will never be found. We all live in water, and we rely on water to build a powerful civilization and cross the stars with water. However, we can't even light wet firewood, let alone make a fire in water. Chapter 1439. Yes, how can you start a fire in water? The reason everyone embarked on the long voyage was to avoid the influence of dark matter. After all, the galaxy is filled with dark matter, and all life forms live in it. But no one expected dark matter's influence to be so significant. We had assumed that once we reached the center of the Great Void, dark matter's influence would be eliminated. But who could have imagined that even a tiny amount of dark matter could influence the answer? What kind of method could allow such a large area of dark matter to have such properties? Yu Yuan exclaimed. The personnel of all civilizations fell silent. The Star Defender had once told them that, long ago, dark matter regions could still yield the correct answer to zero-point energy. At least, during the era of the Dian civilization, there were no such limitations. It didn't exist before, but it exists now. There was only one explanation. Either it was the result of some kind of cosmic catastrophe spreading, or it was the work of a god-level civilization. By the way, are you still able to contact the War Immortal civilization? Perhaps unwilling to give up, the Star Defender asked. Not anymore. The rhombus crystal replied succinctly, then continued, actually, I don't need you to tell me. You already have the answer, don't you? I do have quantum entanglement communication, but my creator has been gone for so long, and the distance is so great, the communication has become distorted. I hope they haven't perished. The Star Defender muttered silently. Of course, he knew about quantum entanglement communication. In theory, it allowed real-time communication without any distance restrictions. However, this universe was so marvelous and full of disasters that the quantum foam in space could affect quantum entanglement communication. Generally speaking, the quantum communication fidelity distance of a normal cosmic civilization is approximately 100 million light-years, while a technologically advanced civilization like the Observer can reach 300 million light-years. The War Immortal civilization left here 1 billion years ago, having long since surpassed this distance. At this moment, the diamond crystal continued, actually, before you arrived, some civilizations also came here. I seen hundreds of them, but they all failed. Oh! Everyone was curious upon hearing this. Human civilization had previously encountered a certain civilization's graveyard. Now it seems that in the 1 billion years since the pioneer's demise, many civilizations have indeed completed great voyages. I wonder if they, too, have learned of the severe impact of dark matter. Hundreds of great voyages have been made, some too far from here for me to detect. My database only records what the detector scanned. They all failed. The diamond crystal continued, if every great voyage that enters the Boötes void is recorded in my database, yours would be the 337th. I hope you succeed. Hope. Yu Yuan caught the key word. Hope means that the great tomb left behind by this War Immortal civilization doesn't contain the formula for extracting vacuum zero-point energy. So, each civilization is left to its own devices. It was a bit regretful, but he was also content. After all, he knew the key to the problem. Do they also understand the reason for using their own dark matter, as we do? The leader of the Silver Heart civilization, still uneasy, interrupted. Many don't know. A very few organizations learned it in their final moments, but they lacked the resources to continue their research, so they didn't succeed. You didn't tell them? No. My creator made certain arrangements when creating me. If you don't have the Pioneer's artifacts, I won't be activated. I only learned this now, because this is my first time being activated. You can understand this as, I didn't exist before this conversation with you. Hearing the diamond crystal's words, the civilizations understood. It was prepared for the descendants of the pioneers, and the War Immortal civilization. Without the artifacts of these two civilizations, the tomb system wouldn't be activated, and the answer wouldn't be so easy to obtain. Although the answer seems simple after knowing it, as the saying goes, those in the know are often confused. Furthermore, who could have predicted that even the tiny amount of dark matter used in the engine, the tiny amount produced by the factory-type spacecraft, would have such an impact? How much dark matter is that? How much dark matter is there in each galaxy? The amount is completely incomparable. The most important thing is that even if such an idea were to be attempted, it would likely fail due to the lack of knowledge of the scope of the impact. If that were the case, then it would be truly doomed. Because for the civilization that attempted it, having already tried, and then believing it had no effect without knowing it still existed, and unable to find the correct answer for zero-point energy, that civilization's final path would be blocked, and they would conclude that the dark matter on the spacecraft wasn't the cause. It's true that the Star Defender could sense that the area was the most appropriate, but that perception wasn't truly a perception. It was an answer based on the changes in the parameters of zero-point energy extracted. To put it bluntly, the Star Defender could only perceive an approximate area. Furthermore, after informing the various civilizations about the approximate size of the central region of the Boötes void, this guy went to sleep, claiming to be killing time. By the way, that lousy cosmic disaster is going to spread here soon. Can you move your tomb? The Star Defender remained silent for a long time, seemingly concerned about the tomb, or rather, the intelligent system within it. It can't be moved. I don't have any concept of life or death. The rhombus crystal answered seriously, but the answer disappointed the Star Defender. He realized that the rhombus crystal's intelligent system was truly just an intelligent system, without any concept of self. Over the next few minutes, the Star Defender chatted with the rhombus crystal for a while the various civilizations continued to observe the tomb with their probes, hoping to gain some insights from it. It was during this process that human civilization discovered that while the rhombus crystal looked like a pioneer creation, and its shape followed pioneer conventions, it was indeed completely unrelated to pioneer creations. It was entirely a creation of the war immortal civilization, protected by a shield of rules, just like the stargates everyone used back then. It was completely indestructible. The rhombus crystal was created entirely because of the pioneers. The diamond crystal mentioned that many major voyage organizations had visited it before, so it's likely that many civilizations had discovered it, but they ultimately failed. Before their failure, they must have tried to exploit it, and the results were obvious. It remained intact. It seems that the gap between cosmic-level civilizations and level 6 civilizations is even greater than people imagined. Chapter 1440. As for the fact that the rhombus crystals didn't contain the formula for zero-point energy of vacuum, no one fretted, nor did they blame the war immortal civilization for not leaving behind the answer. Instead, they should be grateful, thank the war immortal civilization, and even more so, thank the pioneer civilization. This is clearly recorded on the rhombus-shaped tombstone. If it weren't for the pioneers' habit of leaving something behind for later civilizations, the war immortal civilization wouldn't even have left this information. At most, they would have built a monument to commemorate them. Everyone has known this for a long time, so during the Great Voyage, they searched for traces of the pioneers, not the war immortal civilization. Of course, this doesn't mean that the war immortal civilization is ruthless. After all, they also originated from the Andromeda Galaxy, and are neighbors with the Milky Way. Given the current state of the Galactic Great Voyage organization, if they were to encounter them again, they would likely be able to get along amicably. After all, they have the pioneers as their relationship. Even if the pioneers were to perish, they wouldn't have known that such a civilization had been pursuing them. Regardless, the Galactic Grand Expedition Organization recognizes pioneers, and will not deny that they are now standing on the shoulders of those who came before them. Speaking of which, after further communication with the rhombus crystal, and confirming that it truly has nothing to offer them, the various civilizations will depart. The reason is simple: this place is no longer suitable for research. The Star Defender remains, and the other civilizations remain silent. It doesn't need research anyway, so it's fine to continue interacting with the rhombus crystal. Now that we know the reason, the next question is where to conduct our research. Commander, this is the likely route we and the civilizations that conducted research earlier will take. It's marked on the star map. Aboard the Lyra, a staff officer swung a star map onto the holographic screen and pointed to the intertwining tracks. The areas surrounding the tracks were marked with red. He continued, according to the information provided by the war immortal civilization and the current distance from the disaster zone, it's no longer feasible for us to remain here and wait for the dark matter's influence to dissipate. So there's only one solution: leave. The Dragon Star Brigade, appearing as a projection, took over the conversation. We must leave, but we can't do it this way. We need to dismantle all the dark matter production lines and replace the dark matter engines. Otherwise, it'd be the same no matter where we go. Another staff officer shook his head thoughtfully. We do need to dismantle and replace them, but the question is who should do it first. You know, replacing the dark matter engines will significantly reduce our warp speed back to 101.59 times the speed of light, and without dark matter and dark antimatter to provide energy, our Tianqin will also lose its ability to make microscopic high-dimensional jumps. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Star Brigade solemnly stated, "It's not just us. All of our specialized teleportation technologies are unusable. I even doubt the Divine Matrix Civilization's neutron battlestar can still be powered. This is just a reduction in combat effectiveness. Considering the issue of eliminating the influence of dark matter, all civilizations must abandon all dark matter technology and discard anything that uses dark matter. In other words, the deeper the research into dark matter-related technologies, the higher the prevalence of dark matter technology within a civilization, and the more difficult it will be to completely escape the influence of dark matter." The Dragon Star Brigade was right. The hallmark of a level 6 civilization is the mastery of dark matter-related technologies. Therefore, the deeper the research into dark matter technology, the more powerful the level 6 civilization, without a doubt. It could be said that the progress of a typical level 6 civilization is one of embracing dark matter, though it hasn't reached the level of complete integration achieved by a Type 2 boundary breaker. After all these years of the Great Voyage, which civilization present isn't an ancient level 6 civilization, but the older the civilization, the more advanced its dark matter technology, the more difficult it is right now, because they need to discard more, and the impact is greater. For example, the Falcon civilization, upon receiving this news, immediately convened an emergency meeting. They were incredibly anxious. Their signature technologies were all related to dark matter, and various equipment on their ships also had traces of dark matter technology. Now, all of this had to be eliminated, and the dilemma was immense. But there was no point in hesitating. They knew this was the only way forward. The general meetings of the two voyage organizations were about to begin, and every civilization knew that anyone who dared to oppose self-demotion would become a target of public criticism. They could even be wiped out. After all, everyone is abandoning dark matter-related technology and all related artifacts. What's the point of still holding on to them? Do you intend for everyone to be downgraded, so that you, a single civilization, can then rely on dark matter technology to wipe out all civilizations? Abandoning dark matter technology and related artifacts is easy to say, but it's far more difficult to do. It's like putting yourself in a desperate situation to survive. After receiving this news, the civilizations didn't hold a general meeting to discuss it, but instead held internal discussions within their own civilizations. They first developed a feasible plan and discussed how to downgrade, who would downgrade first, who would downgrade later, and how each civilization would monitor each other's downgrade operations. Abandoning dark matter-related technologies isn't simply a matter of replacing energy sources with other sources. It also raises the question of whether existing ships can be powered by energy from a level 5 civilization. Every civilization's ships are built to the industrial standards of a level 6 civilization. Take the Void Shield, for example. This shield, capable of enveloping an entire civilization-class warship, requires dark matter and antimatter as its energy source. Otherwise, the energy level is insufficient to activate it. Removing dark matter-related technologies would not only reduce speed, but also deprive everyone of the various offensive and defensive means of a level 6 civilization. Neutron battle stars, Falcon, Galaxy, Dia, Lyra, all flagships of technologically advanced civilizations, would lose their formidable combat power. Without the energy generated by dark matter and antimatter annihilation, their various means would be useless. With the exception of one civilization, the Awakener civilization, the Awakener civilization's third-person driving mode would remain unaffected, and of course, the same would apply to human civilizations. Therefore, in response to this decision, which was a complete gamble, abandoning everything and starting over, human civilization discussed it and agreed that it should be implemented immediately. It would be best if everyone upgraded their ships to Class V civilization ships. The more thorough the upgrade, the better. The Lyra could be dismantled. Then a new, Star-class Lyra could be built and used as a starting point. With human civilization's example, other civilizations, despite their heartache, agreed to downgrade. This was the only way to quickly remove existing matter and reach a region free of dark matter influence. This self-downgrading operation required a high level of trust among the 84 civilizations. Furthermore, there were more than 84 civilizations at the center of the Bodhi's Void, including those that had left earlier. The 84 civilizations trusted each other and were willing to downgrade, but they worried that one of those civilizations would be overtaken by a cosmic catastrophe. If they hadn't found the answer to zero-point energy by then, they would be doomed. Thinking of this, everyone felt they shouldn't have allowed the group of civilizations to leave. However, now that things had come to this, there was no turning back, and they could only do their best to remedy the situation. So, after some discussion, each civilization decided to first construct a batch of probes using a level 5 civilization energy system, and send them to explore the areas they would be heading to. This was a remedial and preventative measure. To prevent any unexpected events, and to deter all civilizations, the Galaxy and Abyss civilizations decided not to dismantle any flagships with specialized technologies, and of course, not to follow the main force. Instead, they would remain at the Diamond Crystal and wait until everyone successfully mastered vacuum zero-point energy. This wasn't a proposal, but a decision. With everything ready, all civilizations immediately entered the self-surgery phase. Chapter 1441. To deal with you, one flagship is enough. The Lyra, Neutron Battlestar, Galaxy, Dia, Falcon, and Abyss, these are the flagships that remain. They represent the highest combat power of their respective civilizations, and serve, as a military guarantee to prevent conflict with civilizations heading to other star regions for research. It's true that various agreements have been signed, but any agreement must be backed by military force, otherwise, it's just a piece of toilet paper. As another technologically advanced civilization, the Feiyu civilization left no flagship behind, because their specialty technology is swarm-based. The warp booster's effect isn't significant, and more importantly, they believe that with these leaders in charge, the presence or absence of their warships won't matter. They trust the Shinju civilization. As for the Awakener civilization, they all upgraded to level 5 civilization engine technology and headed for the void. Even the Awakener illusion remained. This group of people, common warriors, common researchers, common scientists, must all go. Their numbers are small, so they need to work together with all their might. Most importantly, they believed in human civilization. It took each civilization about 500 or 600 years to complete the downgrading of their scientific research vessels and other types of spacecraft, and then they formed fleets and headed for the void. These fleets utilized all level 5 technology, from energy technology to various propulsion systems, reducing their speed to that of a level 5 civilization. The size of their spacecraft was also reduced to stellar class due to the energy downgrade. From the outside, they resembled a group of level 5 civilizations. Everyone knew this was their last chance. Perhaps already fearing the effects of dark matter, to ensure they didn't carry any dark matter, the two major voyage organizations even created a gravitational field. Before each ship departed, it had to pass through the powerful gravitational field and remain near it for a period of time. The goal was to disinfect and sterilize, using a powerful gravitational field to absorb any dark matter that might cling to spacecraft or even intelligent life forms. This, of course, was the technology of the Shinju civilization. The two major voyage organizations also joined forces, sharing dark matter probe technology and constructing a massive and extremely sensitive dark matter probe to scan all ships going out for scientific research to ensure they were free of dark matter. These devices were all newly constructed, powered by energy from a level 5 civilization, demonstrating meticulous preparation. The destination they were heading to was approximately 100,000 light-years from their original location. This distance would be trivial for a level 6 civilization, a trip from one end of the galaxy to the other in one breath. However, the current voyage involved a group of ships equipped only with level 5 propulsion systems, making it a truly long voyage. A normal level 5 civilization would never be able to travel such a distance in one breath, requiring resupply along the way. The reason they needed to travel 100,000 light-years was entirely due to the effects of dark matter. This was actually the result of the two major long-distance navigation organizations' own misfortunes. They had previously sent too many probes, and they had traveled too far. Those probes were powered by the annihilation of dark matter and antimatter, meaning that the locations they had previously visited were no longer suitable. Combined with the information received from the rhombus crystals, the various civilizations finally found a suitable location. 100,000 light-years. With the navigation technology of a level 5 civilization, traveling at warp speed non-stop, would take approximately 990 years. Although the two major long-distance navigation organizations had been struggling here for so many years, they still had some resources, enough for everyone to spend on the journey. Time passed quickly. After arriving at their destinations, each civilization once again entered full-scale research mode. Of course, first they had to build the various experimental equipment. The previous experimental facilities were too large to be transported with the power technology of a level 5 civilization, so they had to rebuild them upon arrival. This undoubtedly consumed a significant amount of resources, but no one had a choice. After the various equipment was completed, the experiments previously conducted using the dark matter and dark antimatter annihilation propulsion system had to be repeated. After all, the previous methods were correct, merely distorted by the environment. Perhaps repeating them would lead to the correct answer. This, in turn, was another significant expense. None of this was necessary. Thanks to the Divine Matrix civilization, the resources of the two major voyage organizations were not so scarce that they could not restart their experiments. It was not a major issue. Of course, it was not a waste of resources either. Thus, the two major voyage organizations embarked on a new round of scientific research, spanning millennia or even tens of thousands of years. However, as time went on, various experimental projects and concepts were constantly proposed, and then each civilization discovered a desperate problem. The energy technology of a level 5 civilization was insufficient to support certain experiments. The energy level was insufficient. This was utterly hopeless, because if the correct answer happened to lie within these experiments, wouldn't that mean they would never find the answer? This was a desperate cycle. To find the answer, they had to abandon the dark matter and dark antimatter energy systems. But without them, the energy levels they possess wouldn't be enough to blast open the door to the correct answer. Critically, as time passed, each civilization had conducted almost all the experiments they could, except for those that were impossible due to insufficient energy levels. Yet, even so, the correct answer remained unfinished. Doesn't this mean that the loop of despair must be broken? This is where the value of the information provided by the rhombus crystal becomes apparent. Its existence lets all civilizations know that there must be a way around the loop of despair, otherwise the war immortal civilization wouldn't have succeeded. Exploring with the knowledge that something is feasible, and without the knowledge of its feasibility have different results. The former often leads to mistakes, often due to uncertainty about their own feasibility, and ultimately to destruction in self-discovery. The latter, however, has only one conviction: they know they can succeed, but they simply haven't found the right method. Thus, 100,000 years have passed. 100,000 years later, and 84 civilizations still haven't found the correct answer. This has given traction to the Awakeners' theory of breaking through the limits of intelligence. They believe that the war immortal civilization must have broken through its own limits of intelligence to succeed without the interference of dark matter. But while these people claim this, they don't know how they broke through their limits of intelligence. In response to their claim, the Divine Matrix civilization believes that the so-called limits of intelligence are merely different races' definitions of their own intellectual understanding. Perhaps some of our civilizations have already broken through their own limits of intelligence, but are simply unaware of it. Rather than pursuing such ethereal things, it's better to continue working hard. If the war immortal civilization succeeded, so can we. 100,000 years of failure reminded everyone of the words of the rhombus crystal. It had seen many great long-distance organizations come here, some aware of the impact of their dark matter engines, some not, but none of them succeeded. To master this skill, one must first castrate oneself, and even then, success is not guaranteed. The two great long-distance organizations have reached their final 4 words, and must continue no matter what. There's no turning back. Time heals all things, but it can also turn problems that weren't problems into problems. As time passed, resource issues that weren't previously a problem gradually became apparent. The abundant resources provided by the technology of the Divine Matrix civilization were becoming increasingly scarce over time. Chapter 1442. But the end of the road hasn't arrived yet. The two great expedition organizations, 84 civilizations, have nearly completed all the prerequisites for finding the correct answer. Even so, the research remains incredibly difficult. But no one is discouraged. The moment they embark on the great expedition, there's no turning back. In fact, none of the civilizations that have made it this far have achieved any progress. At least, they progress from absolutely impossible to possible. And the work done over the past 100,000 years can be summarized as finding that possibility. Perhaps trial and error, or exhaustive search methods, have paid off. 11,000 years after their desperate attempts, everyone finally sees the first glimmer of hope. This hope comes from the Awakener civilization's membrane collision experiments, which yielded an energy reaction far exceeding all previous experiments. The Awakener civilization hailed this as a great success, believing it to be the energy reaction expected from zero-point energy in vacuum, consistent with the predictions of zero-point energy theory. The news of the Awakener civilization was like a ray of light in the darkness, exciting scientists from all civilizations. To this end, various civilizations quickly convened a meeting, where the Awakener civilization shared its own experiments. After the meeting, a large number of civilizations replicated the experiments, using the methods provided by the Awakener civilization. If they could obtain the same results as the Awakener civilization, it would prove that the Awakener civilization was correct, as their results were replicable and scientifically sound. Unfortunately, the Awakener civilization's experiments relied heavily on their own observational methods, making it impossible for any civilization other than human civilization to directly replicate the Awakener civilization's experiments. While it's not completely impossible, they would need to employ alternative detection methods, which isn't easy. It requires the invention of unprecedented instruments and the use of abstract, invisible methods for verification. It's a difficult task, but every civilization knows they must achieve it. Just a few years after the Awakener civilization released its data, human civilization announced it had successfully replicated the experiment, with the energy reaction parameters consistent with the Awakener's results. This truly caused a stir. The ability to replicate the experiment means the results are correct, and that result most likely holds the true answer. Following this path, Perhaps we can find a way to truly master zero-point energy. Even more encouragingly, less than 1,000 years after successfully experimenting with the Awakener's method, human civilization proposed a completely new theory, successfully replicating the experiment from the perspective of cosmic strings using the method of plucking strings. At the same time, human civilization also demonstrated the microscopic, high-dimensional manifestations of the experimental phenomena during the occurrence of the experimental phenomena, and detailed descriptions to each civilization of the microscopic, high-dimensional string vibrations that occurred during the energy reaction. Unfortunately, because it involves so much unique human technology, virtually no civilization understands it. But this is enough to excite everyone, as many civilizations believe that human and Awakener civilizations have, from different perspectives, punched a hole in the technological barrier of level 7 civilization, glimpsing what's on the other side, and that success is not far off. If only one civilization succeeds, everyone else will surely follow suit. How can this not be exciting? However, no civilization seeks advancement by relying on the help of others' success. Instead, it strives to advance through its own efforts, using its own methods, or rather, using methods common to any ordinary level 6 civilization. This is the truly universal path. Of course, the progress of human and Awakener civilizations is certainly valuable for reference. Even after their successes, many civilizations began to use their data to conduct reverse engineering or analogous experiments. The 84 civilizations of the two Great Voyage organizations officially entered a new phase thanks to the initial successes of the Awakener and human civilizations. Over the next 50,000 years, the Shinju civilization also successfully replicated the Awakener civilization's experiments. Most excitingly, they used conventional methods. The Shinju civilization initially approached gravity, hoping to leverage their unique expertise in gravity to find the same answer in a different way. Who could have imagined that as they pursued this path, they would develop a new theory? Not a theory of gravity, but a theory of energy. They believe that energy is inherent to the universe, and simply exists. All energy we see is actually a transformed form of the inherent energy of the universe. From the forces between particles to the cosmic scale gravitational and electromagnetic forces, they are all manifestations of the inherent energy of the universe. This inherent energy of the universe is zero-point vacuum energy. So how is zero-point vacuum energy transformed into other forms of energy? At a scientific research progress exchange meeting, the Shinju civilization explained to all other civilizations that it's because the universe is in motion. Zero-point vacuum energy is omnipresent, like an energy field that permeates the universe, a seething ocean of vacuum quantum fluctuations, imbued with vitality by endless random quantum transitions. Against this backdrop, the movement of the universe is like a machine the size of the universe, cutting magnetic lines of flux. In this motion, energy transforms from vacuum zero-point energy into various manifestations, such as gravity through the mass effect, and the strong force through the quark confinement effect. The expansion of the universe, the distortion of spacetime, the curvature of spacetime, all these manifestations are the result of the interaction between the moving universe and the vacuum quantum energy field that permeates the entire universe. The vacuum zero-point energy, or vacuum quantum fluctuations, is the source of all this. The Shinju civilization explained to all civilizations at the seminar that this cosmic motion is not motion in the conventional sense, but rather the result of the interaction between time and space. The so-called cutting magnetic flux lines should actually be understood as the universe moving on an ever-elongating time axis. The new theory provides all civilizations with a path forward. Now, they truly see the dawn of victory. Although all civilizations, including the Shinju civilization, know that this theory is imperfect, since it is imperfect, they must refine it and continue exhaustively until they find the correct answer. After the Shinju civilization proposed this theory, scientists from almost every civilization believed that, once it was refined, they could then find the correct answer through exhaustive enumeration. Of course, finding the answer wasn't the end of the story. For all scientists understood that after finding the answer, they still had to solve the problem of borrowing and repaying, which was the final step in utilizing zero-point vacuum energy. Theoretically, zero-point vacuum energy is borrowed from the universe, like a debt that must be repaid. However, if repayment were required, it would be meaningless. No civilization wanted to repay the debt, so after seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, scientific research teams in many civilizations were already preparing for the future, researching how to become a deadbeat. Chapter 1443. The Awakener civilization's success came suddenly, but the plot wasn't dramatic. At least, they didn't succeed right before colliding with the cosmic catastrophe zone. If the Awakener civilization's success was the beginning, Then the divine principle civilizations research universalized the earlier research, providing a path for all civilizations to follow. Now, the 84 civilizations must follow this path until they succeed. At this point, everyone's advancement to cosmic civilization is just one sudden burst of inspiration, or perhaps a relentless search for the correct answer. But inspiration is unpredictable, and even searching through the process reveals just how deeply hidden the answer may be. Under these circumstances, the only recourse for each civilization is to continue moving forward, exploring the mysteries of the universe to the utmost of their ability. The road ahead is unknown. Exploring the unknown is the process of exploring the unknown. Building on the theory proposed by the divine matrix civilization, each civilization continued to advance and experiment until they found patterns within the various experimental data, summarized these patterns, and derived universally applicable formulas. Only then could all these research findings be translated into reality, in other words, technological creations, and that would be considered true success. Every civilization strives, and human civilization is not far behind. But the barriers to cosmic civilization are too thick. Even with this foundation, even with the concerted efforts of 84 level 6 civilizations, research progress remains slow. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 years have passed since the divine matrix civilization proposed its theory. Logically, after so many years, each civilization would have long since expanded upon the foundations of the Awakener and divine matrix civilizations, and found the correct answer. Yet, after 10,000 years, a dozen of the 84 civilizations have not only failed to make progress, but have actually experienced a decline in their scientific research capabilities. Yes, that's right, it's a decline in scientific research capabilities. The fundamental reason for the decline in scientific research capabilities of those civilizations is similar: internal social problems. Whether it's due to staying in one place for too long or slow scientific progress, these civilizations have unexpectedly developed various strange currents of thought. For example, one civilization, like humans, has one race and two genders. However, over time, a wave of absolute egalitarianism has emerged within them. The aliens aboard the spaceships first deny their own civilization's history, denying the fact that all intelligent life in their civilization had died, leaving only the gene pool. Then, using various arguments for absolute egalitarianism, they pressured their government to use powerful genetic technology to reshape the two aliens into identical physical features. They believe, in an extreme way, that only beings with the same sexual characteristics can be considered a single race. To this end, they deliberately extract aesthetic advantages from both sexes, artificially creating a predominantly neutral body shape. With the cooperation of certain departments, they also develop targeted genetic modification technology. They claim this is the correct way to use genetic technology. This incident escalated to the point where within this civilization, new, superior forms that met their aesthetic standards gradually emerged. Within just a few thousand years, this civilization had completed its internal transformation, with almost everyone, except for its gene pool, adopting the new forms. Most disturbingly, during a technology seminar for all civilizations, representatives of this civilization publicly mocked the physical characteristics of other civilizations, claiming they didn't meet the aesthetic standards of intelligent life in the universe. Normally, no one would care about such internal transformations, but to bring one's own civilization's extreme ideas publicly was unacceptable. However, everyone was currently in the research phase, so a major conflict was not appropriate. However, the two Voyage organizations jointly investigated this civilization and discovered that countless outstanding scientists had been slaughtered in the process of completing their internal transformation. The reason was that these scientists felt that such transformations were a waste of time better spent on scientific research. They refused the transformations on this grounds. Then, they were slaughtered by the new rulers. Such an outrageous thing actually happened to a level 6 civilization. Their new leader actually believed that those with different forms were aliens. Upon learning of this, the Awakener civilization immediately made a definitive judgment on this civilization, stating that if it continued to develop normally, it would inevitably fall into the direction of degeneration. After a long period of time, either a powerful figure would emerge to turn the tide, or it would perish. To be honest, this was the first time human civilization had ever encountered such a thing. However, the Awakener, the Shinju civilization, and the Inchin civilization were not so surprised. They told human civilization that this phenomenon was not uncommon among ancient level 6 civilizations, as it was one of the reasons for the demise of level 6 civilizations. The Shinju civilization deeply disliked this type of civilization. If the flagships of various technologically advanced civilizations were not currently unable to arrive, And if it were not for the inconvenience of engaging in a full-scale war, they would have already dispatched a neutron battlestar to destroy the civilization. This was merely a minor incident on our path forward. If only one of the 84 civilizations had problems, it wouldn't be a major event. However, the problems exposed by this civilization served as a warning to all civilizations to manage their own internal affairs. Alas, you brought this upon yourself. Aboard the Tianqin, Yuan could only sigh as he watched the news unfold. With his scientific background, he could easily participate in various research projects, but he chose to remain aboard the Tianqin, using his presence to maintain stability within human civilization. At least with him, such outrageous events wouldn't occur within human civilization. At the time, Yuan had been struggling with whether he should have gone to the research base, but now it seemed his choice was the right one. The leaders of other civilizations made similar choices, remaining aboard their own flagships, using their absolute power to intimidate any civilizations that came to conduct research, while also acting as bodyguards for them. The Tianqin was no longer at its original location. Instead, it and the neutron battlestar Falcon, Galaxy Dia, and Abyss were each heading to a separate void, deploying detectors between the cosmic disaster and the research base. The goal was to prevent civilizations that had previously departed from the ship from being driven here by the cosmic disaster and becoming desperate. These detectors were placed at a safe distance, detecting outsiders while also monitoring the spread of cosmic disasters. All of this was done to ensure that civilizations could continue their scientific research with peace of mind after their ships were downgraded. And so, another 1,000 years passed. After a brief period of sluggish development, the exploration of vacuum zero-point energy finally saw new progress. Chapter 1444. The latest discovery came from human civilization, achieved by the now-aging Dragon Star Brigade and his research team, using conventional methods. After confirming this achievement, human civilization immediately notified all civilizations to enter the virtual hall and share their latest research findings. At first, the various civilizations believed that human civilization had achieved this through its own observational talents and showed little interest, believing they could not replicate it. However, after attending the virtual hall and listening to Dragon Star Brigade's explanation, they discovered that it was actually a conventional method. In reality, they didn't know that their initial misconception was correct. Human civilization had indeed discovered the new phenomenon through its own talents, namely, the third-person observation mode similar to that of the Awakener. However, the human research team then spent another 300 years using this third-person observation mode to follow the clues, tracing back the process from the results, and finally reproducing the experimental results using ordinary level 6 civilization technology. To the delight of all civilizations, humanity's results this time had completely lifted the second leg, which had previously prevented it from entering the realm of cosmic civilization. The Awakener civilization's previous discoveries had pierced a technological barrier. The subsequent theories and research of the Divine Moment civilization had extended one leg into the breach, and human civilization had now stepped over the barrier with the other leg. This meant that human civilization had found the correct answer for large-scale application of vacuum zero-point energy. All that was left was for other civilizations to repeat the experiments themselves, following the methods provided by human civilization, and then develop the formula that led to the correct answer. At that point, the civilization that has mastered the formula will have successfully mastered zero-point energy. Yes, humanity hasn't yet finalized the formula. During their exploration, the human research team discovered that the data using zero-point energy appeared to contain numerous variables. These variables render the much-anticipated formula for using zero-point energy not a definitive formula, but rather a formula with hidden variations. The idea of a formula with hidden variations is strange. After all, isn't a formula fixed? However, the data collected by the human civilization research team using a third-person observation model demonstrates that the process of obtaining the correct answer is indeed derived from a variable formula. This seems to be a hidden phenomenon, undiscoverable without meticulous investigation. The human civilization scientific team's discovery is entirely due to the third-person observation model. They discovered that this variation isn't a change in the amount of zero-point energy obtained. Rather, the amount obtained is determined by a variable in the fixed formula. This is the research result that this human civilization will share with all civilizations, and it also represents the human civilization research team's speculation on how zero-point energy is obtained. Sharing this information with other civilizations is also intended to allow them to use their own ingenuity to verify this hypothesis. If the hypothesis is correct, then the hidden variation formula is likely the behavior of zero-point vacuum energy under different environments. In other words, it could be the feeling that the star defenders refer to. Remember, star defenders can detect zero-point vacuum energy in regions rich in dark matter. This means that there might be a way to obtain the same enormous zero-point vacuum energy even after incorporating dark matter's influence on the parameters. This is something that falls within the exclusive research purview of each civilization, and is not covered by the Zero-Point Energy Research Treaty. Human civilization has long known from the star defenders that civilizations that master zero-point energy also experience differences in speed. Therefore, after discovering this phenomenon, scientists have concluded that the underlying factor behind speed is likely the depth of a civilization's research into zero-point energy. This discovery is likely the result of further research into zero-point energy. Just as when human civilization first mastered warp speed, it unconsciously skipped the initial stages, only realizing later that other civilizations were running slower than it. Humans, having had this experience, and no longer being newbies in cosmic society, are no fools. Perhaps this time, they too will skip the initial stages of cosmic civilization. If so, after mastering zero-point energy, humanity will immediately achieve warp speeds exceeding 392.5 times the speed of light, exceeding the initial stages of cosmic civilization. Winning at the starting line is a given. As for what human civilization told other civilizations in the virtual auditorium, it was a conventional method based on membrane theory, the D-brain annihilation experiment. Humans could observe the changes in the vibrations of strings and string combinations during the experiment through a third-person observation mode. A normal civilization could abstractly calculate this process through mathematical schemes, then conduct tachyon collision experiments using specific scientific equipment, identify the corresponding tachyons, and then, in the membrane turbulence caused by the tachyon collision, discover the annihilation of the D0 brain and the anti-D0 brain. From these phenomena, the laws governing the entire process were summarized and formulated. Although these processes also involve strings and membranes, cosmic strings are not unique to humans. Humans simply have a deeper understanding through third-person observation. Many theories about cosmic strings and membranes are also accessible to other civilizations. This was the second step forward on the other side of the technological barrier. Human civilization sealed the deal, propelling the fate of the 84 civilizations of the two Great Voyage organizations to another peak. This success of human civilization may not seem earth-shattering. But this is not a problem with human civilization, but rather a problem of understanding. People often assume that only after going through untold hardships and overcoming one obstacle after another that threatens to bring civilization to its doom can success be considered earth-shattering. In reality, scientific research is always a gradual process, progressing from quantitative change to qualitative change. Success never occurs suddenly. Humanity's current success is achieved by standing on the shoulders of the Awakener and Divine Principle civilizations. While it may seem easy, it actually conceals countless obstacles. Furthermore, the prerequisites for all this success and progress have already blocked countless civilizations, as it requires the ability to reach the center of the Great Void. Completing the Great Voyage is the foundation of all this. Then there's the seemingly easy problem of solving the fire cannot be started in water problem. If it weren't for the information left by the war immortal civilization, the 84 civilizations would likely still be stuck in their tracks, ultimately, like many other Great Voyage organizations before them, only realizing their potential at the last minute and ultimately perishing. However, human civilization's success this time doesn't guarantee true success. Experiments have shown that while they can indeed generate vast amounts of vacuum zero-point energy using this method, they must immediately return it to the universe. In other words, while they can ignite fire, their income is negative. The input energy exceeds the output energy, and all their efforts are wasted on losses. They must repay the same amount of vacuum zero-point energy they borrow from the universe. Thus, after each civilization obtains the formula in subsequent experimental research, they must devise a way to deceive the universe, preventing its rules from reclaiming the energy they have intercepted. This process is not simple, as human civilization has discovered that it involves microscopic quantum tides. Notably, the Awakener civilization also discovered this phenomenon after receiving shared data on human scientific research progress. Regarding this recent progress in human civilization, the Dia civilization stated, "We still have to be the best." Chapter 1445. The Awakener civilization also possesses a third-person observation mode. What humans can observe, they can also observe, provided they are given the data. Thus, in the study of zero-point vacuum energy, their progress is currently closest to that of human civilization, followed by the Divine Moment civilization. These are the three civilizations currently at the forefront. All the major advances in civilization today are driven by these three civilizations. Of course, other civilizations have also made contributions, but their contributions are mostly cumulative and quantitative. From this point on, 84 civilizations officially entered the next stage, the final stage of zero-point vacuum energy research. How to become a cosmic deadbeat. I never thought we have to study how to be a deadbeat, but how exactly do we become one? Debts must be repaid. The universe's ability to collect debts is too strong. We can intercept that powerful energy, but we can't retain it. Inside the human civilization's research base, Long Xinglu and Dao Baiqi were discussing their recent research findings in an office within the base. Dao Baiqi was the one speaking. She is the daughter of Dao Haiqi's grandson. She awakened at 530,000 years old, which, according to the current lifespan of human civilization, makes her a young woman. Of course, the term young woman is merely a way of identifying her life form. She is actually a brilliant scientist. Although, according to the definition of kinship in the interstellar era of human civilization, she is no longer related to Dao Haiqi. In a sense, she has inherited the will of the great scientist Dao Haiqi, becoming a brilliant scientist of human civilization through her own talent and hard work. Yes, the problem is that we can't retain it. Our experimental team has captured vacuum zero-point energy millions of times, but we still can't figure out how to retain it. Long Xinglu averted his gaze from Dao Baiqi's beautiful face and raised a hand to pinch the graying beard on his chin. Dragon Star Brigade's awakening age is over 1 million years old. Judging by humanity's current life science and technology, he's nearing the end of his life. However, he continues to work at the forefront of science, and his physical condition hasn't diminished despite his graying beard. Human civilization has achieved the technology to maintain peak physical condition from adulthood to death, and disease is virtually non-existent. Perhaps we should return to string research and seek answers from superstring theory. When faced with uncertainty about quantum mechanics, Dao Baiqi, a staunch supporter of superstring theory, raised her hand and tapped a hologram on her desk, pointing to a simplified diagram of microscopic spatial dimensions. My team and I have used third-person observation to track the amplitude relationship between the corresponding dual membranes after different string vibrations. We clearly determined that spatial dimensions in string theory can change. They come, they go, they shrink and grow. We discovered that the ultimate relationship between strings and the universe involves extra dimensions. When the dimensions are very small, spacetime is only an approximation, a correct description of the universe. It might be related to the 4 dimensions. For so many years, our perspective seems too limited, perhaps due to conventional thinking. We focus only on the 4 dimensions, believing that we should consider the problem from the perspective of 3-dimensional space and the interpenetrating dimension of time. However, quantum fluctuations should be an event that encompasses all dimensions. Our action of extracting energy from space may seem to only affect the macroscopic dimension, but in fact, it affects both the macroscopic and microscopic dimensions simultaneously. Because we discovered that during the process of extracting vacuum zero-point energy and being forcibly taken back by the universe, microscopic higher dimensions undergo changes. We believe that if we can identify that change and understand its laws, we can find a way to borrow without returning. Long Xinglu nodded, signaling her to continue. Dao Baiqi tapped a few times, causing the hologram to display microscopic 6-dimensional images. He then pointed to several of the changing processes and said, "Look, this is a phenomenon we discovered through our research on S-dual strings. It can smoothly change the strength of string interactions. We use these as operating strings, while the other set of strings acts as transmitting strings. This is the result of their oscillations on the T-dual brain." Long Xinglu listened quietly, his eyes fixed on the various parameters changing on the holographic screen. He knew that this was actually the Tianqin's way of dealing with the quantum tides that appeared out of nowhere during its microscopic high-dimensional transition. It was to use them as a kind of sail propulsion, propelling the Tianqin from the microscopic high-dimensional world to the appropriate exit, back to the macroscopic world, and completing the transition. Hearing this, Long Xinglu understood Dao Baiqi's meaning. Sure enough, after a long conversation, Dao Baiqi tucked his bangs behind his ears and continued, "Based on this, we've been wondering, is there a possibility that we don't even need to consider preserving zero-point vacuum energy? Instead, we can simply use it before the universe reacts and recycles it. We know this is difficult, as it might be on the Planck timescale, which is why we always believed we must preserve it first. We also considered skipping the preservation stage, but unfortunately, there's no material capable of storing so-called zero-point vacuum energy." After a pause, Dao Baiqi continued, "Well, Regarding the concept of preserving zero-point vacuum energy, 300 years ago, the Galactic Center civilization believed that such materials didn't exist. There's only one way to preserve zero-point vacuum energy, through rule-based constraints. We must create a regular cage to trap the extracted zero-point energy within. When we need it, we create a hole and use it where we need it to do work. Dao Baichi pointed at the hologram simulation of boiling vacuum quantum fluctuations and erased the quantum fluctuations that were at their peaks. After the peaks she erased disappeared, they immediately returned to their original state. However, a device labeled energy confinement device showed an increase in energy density. After the simulation, Dao Baichi blinked her beautiful eyes and continued, "It's like this. We extract vacuum zero-point energy, but the universe replenishes it in an instant. Oh, not even a Planck time. This energy is originally required from the energy we extracted, but the energy we extracted has been constrained in a container by the rules, isolated by them. Therefore, the universe can only replenish it from other sources through some internal mechanism. We continuously extract energy, and the universe continuously replenishes it. This must be a fundamental mechanism of the universe. We don't know how it works, but we now know that when this compensation mechanism becomes too large, too much energy will be distributed across the universe's own mechanisms, causing an energy drop. This is vacuum decay." Chapter 1446. Long Xinglu nodded slightly and continued, "Yes, so as long as zero-point vacuum energy is continuously extracted and utilized, vacuum decay will inevitably occur. Information we receive from cosmic civilizations tells us that the location of this occurrence is a form of true cosmic randomness. Where vacuum decay occurs is completely random. The vacuum decay we cause by extracting zero-point vacuum energy could occur hundreds of millions, or tens of billions of light-years away, or inside or outside our spacecraft. As research on zero-point vacuum energy deepens, humanity has also gained a wealth of relevant information, such as vacuum decay, one of the cosmic disasters that civilizations have been harping on for countless years. Combining the information gathered throughout the long voyage to this point with their research on zero-point vacuum energy, Long Xinglu believes that the truly random occurrence of zero-point vacuum energy is one of the causes of the demise of a level 7 civilization. That is, what he just said about appearing inside or outside the spacecraft. The location of vacuum decay is completely random. Therefore, when it occurs, the initial decay range could be anything from a small dot to an area hundreds, or even hundreds of thousands of light-years across. If a level 7 civilization happened to be within the range of a sudden vacuum decay event, it would be unlucky. Of course, since the space occupied by a level 7 civilization's fleet is so vastly different from the entire universe, the probability of this happening is extremely small, nearly zero, but not zero. Realizing all this, the Dragon Star Brigade sighed. No wonder those level 7 civilizations wanted to come up with a zero-point energy non-proliferation treaty. From this perspective, it's certainly true. Dao Baichi nodded, indeed. So, even though so many civilizations utilize zero-point energy on a large scale, the reason our space still contains such a high density of zero-point energy after so many billions of years is entirely due to vacuum decay. Long Xinglu looked at Dao Baichi and added, "No, it's the continued expansion of the vacuum decay zone that's responsible. We believe it's spreading because some mechanism in the universe is maintaining the current density of zero-point energy. The universe is expanding, but it also needs to maintain the density of zero-point energy, so the vacuum decay zone can only continue to expand." Dao Baichi, yes. Combining the current research data from our own civilization and all other civilizations, we can believe that this rule-based constraint method is feasible. To put it in the words of the Galactic Center civilization, we just take it, and let the universe handle the rest. But the question is what rules should be used to constrain the extracted zero-point energy, and how should it be used? After all, building such an instrument involves modifying the rules of physics, and the force required to change them is enormous. The energy density must be at the level of vacuum zero-point energy. Speaking of this, Longxing Brigade threw up his hands, a look of frustration on his face. Isn't this just going full circle and back to square one? Dao Baichi also said silently, yes, from a conventional perspective, it's just going full circle and back to square one. So we have to find another way. If conventional methods don't work, we can explore the approach of specialized technology. Breaking this closed loop from the perspective of specialized technology is the approach all specialized technological civilizations have come up with. As for conventional methods of breaking the closed loop, that's left to scientists of ordinary level 6 civilizations. So is there a way to circumvent the closed loop? Of course there is, otherwise ordinary level 7 civilizations wouldn't exist. But it's certainly much more difficult than any specialized technological means. This is probably one of the reasons why many large voyage organizations have perished after discovering the correct answer. Now, the ordinary level 6 civilizations of the two major voyage organizations have come up with a simple and crude solution: to build an instrument that can use this extracted zero-point energy to directly modify a physical law parameter, changing the cosmic debt collection mechanism from a direct trigger to a delayed trigger. During this delayed trigger period, they can then direct the extracted energy to other devices to perform work, such as the warp drive of a level 7 civilization. Wouldn't that be successful? They call this method the prolongation method. But actual implementation faces two key problems. First, how to build the instrument that will guide the initial burst of zero-point energy to impact that physical law. Second, how to find that physical law. Solving these two problems, an ordinary level 6 civilization can declare itself the master of zero-point energy. However, after all civilizations continued their research for tens of thousands of years according to their own ideas, they discovered that this was easier said than done. Furthermore, during their research, they finally realized a problem that human civilization had noticed tens of thousands of years ago: quantum tides. It was the Galactic Center civilization that discovered the problem and disclosed it to all civilizations. It wasn't that they were the first to discover it, but rather that they were the first to create the problem. The reason for this was that the Galactic Center civilization, while conducting research using its unique technology, unexpectedly surpassed all other civilizations with specialized technologies. They discovered the rule of the rule-binding law. Using special tachyon detection and a unique understanding of three-dimensional space, they ingeniously created a sophisticated device based on the principles of three-dimensional shuttle technology. In theory, this device could use three-dimensional shuttle gate technology to confine the extracted vacuum zero-point energy within its magical inner space. Using this tricky method, they nearly succeeded in becoming the first deadbeat. However, to the surprise of the Galactic Center civilization, while confidently conducting their experiment, their entire laboratory blew up. To be precise, it wasn't an explosion. The entire laboratory was reduced to ashes the moment the experiment began, vanishing without a trace. Had their leader not felt the need for extreme caution in their first experiment and evacuated all their talented scientists from the laboratory beforehand, the Galactic Center civilization would have suffered a devastating blow. As for the experimental mishap, the Galactic Center civilization initially suspected a design flaw, perhaps a parameter error. But no matter how they searched, they could not find the cause. They had no choice but to repeat the experiment and then construct a series of highly sensitive detectors for observation. After centuries of research, they finally discovered that the culprit behind their laboratory's destruction was the quantum tides, which humanity had briefly mentioned at a scientific conference. Although they ultimately failed, it wasn't a malfunction of their equipment or their method, but rather a failure to stem the tides. The Silver Heart civilization immediately treated their failure as a success, then called all civilizations into a virtual meeting hall and announced, "We, the Silver Heart civilization, have succeeded. Our exceptional race has, like a genius, found a way to avoid paying back our debts. We are the first of the 84 civilizations to be the last one to default. Present us with your flowers and applause." Chapter 1447. The Galactic Center civilization indeed received everyone's praise and applause. Their experiment could be considered a failure, but it could also be considered a success, for they had indeed managed to utilize the vacuum zero-point energy they had absorbed. However, in the process of utilizing it, they were unable to withstand the quantum tidal forces emanating from the cosmic mechanism. The attack on their laboratory did not originate from a macroscopic source, nor did it come from a cannon produced in space to fire upon them. Instead, it came from within the laboratory itself. When they had completed their acquisition of vacuum zero-point energy, and were using it with no intention of returning it to the universe, a quantum tidal force, originating from the underlying cosmic mechanism, suddenly appeared in all the microscopic entities involved. Sweeping from the microscopic realm, it transformed everything involved into a component of the vacuum zero-point energy. The mechanism by which quantum tidal forces generate and damage them is likened to the legendary lightning, fire, and wind disasters of cultivation. If a lightning disaster strikes you, you must understand your true nature and clear your mind, and avoid it in advance. If you can, you will live as long as the heavens. If you cannot, you will die. A fire descended from the sky to burn you. This fire was neither heavenly nor ordinary. It was called Yin fire. It ignited beneath your Yonquan acupoint and penetrated directly into your Niuan palace, reducing your internal organs to ash and rotting your limbs. All your millennia of hardship were rendered futile. A wind descended from the sky to blow you. This wind was neither the east, south, nor west winds, nor the gentle, fragrant, golden, or bamboo winds. It was called the bi wind, blowing from the fontanelle into your internal organs, passing through your dantian and piercing your 9 orifices. Your bones and flesh dissolved, your body disintegrating. The laboratory of the galactic center civilization seemed to have suffered a catastrophe, reduced to ashes in an instant. Thus, they ultimately failed, but they were also ahead of all other civilizations. If they could find a way to resist the quantum tide, they could truly declare themselves a cosmic civilization. Now, the galactic center civilization can truly boast, we are the closest to cosmic civilization. Unfortunately, their methods are completely inaccessible to other civilizations. However, their progress has made all civilizations feel a sense of urgency, especially the human civilization, the divine principle civilization, the awakener civilization, and the Dia civilization. They have all been in the Milky Way, and are familiar with the galactic center civilization's actions. Now that the galactic center civilization has reached the forefront of all civilizations, who knows what kind of trouble it might cause if they were to succeed first. To ensure their own safety and interests, the human civilization, the divine principle civilization, and the awakener civilization privately communicated and quickly reached a consensus. The 3 civilizations decided that if the galactic center civilization truly mastered vacuum zero-point energy first, they would unite to put pressure on them, at least to prevent them from being the first to build the first cosmic-class warship. Presumably, given the galactic center civilization's shrewdness, they would understand the 3 civilizations' intentions. A tacit understanding would be best. If they persisted in their pursuit, they would likely end up in war. This is a classic chain of suspicion, one that remains unbreakable, as no one fully trusts the galactic center civilization. Of course, at this stage, the galactic center civilization is still trapped by quantum tidal forces, and the secret discussions remain undisclosed. While all civilizations publicly applaud the galactic center civilization's success, they secretly harbor conflicting thoughts. Human civilization, the divine principle civilization, and the awakener civilization are developing with a sense of urgency, as do the Abyss and Kroll civilizations, each of which is deeply engaged in their own unique technological fields. But the most anxious civilization was undoubtedly the Falcon civilization. Because their unique technology was all related to dark matter, they were the only civilization with specialized technologies unable to advance in their own direction. Consequently, they had become almost obscured by the masses over the years. And so, another 10,000 years slipped by. During this time, the galactic center civilization continued to be tormented by the quantum tides. For this very reason, if one were to name the most resource-wasting civilization in the universe, it would undoubtedly be theirs. Every experiment was destroyed by the quantum tides. For every laboratory destroyed, they would rebuild a new one. 10,000 years later, the galactic center civilization's resources were running low. Their allocated planets had long since been depleted, and they had begun dismantling their spacecraft. Just as the galactic center civilization stagnated, the Abyss civilization announced on public channels that it was the second deadbeat after the galactic center, having similarly reached the point where it was only just beginning to resist the quantum tides. Followed by the Kroll civilization, then the divine principle civilization, and finally the awakener civilization, they reached that point. They all reached this point by relying on their own unique technologies, which other civilizations cannot replicate, and can only continue to explore conventional methods. It must be said that, given the same starting line, civilizations with unique technologies do have an easier time reaching cosmic-level civilization. From this perspective, the theory of paper civilizations back then seems to be somewhat accurate. Take the 2 major current long-distance organizations as an example. Without the divine principle civilization, all ordinary level 6 civilizations would have reached the end of their rope. Yet, they are still only 1 foot into cosmic-level civilization. After further advancement, they will have to face the more resource-intensive experimental phase, similar to that of the galactic center civilization. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, the Falcon civilization would have been doomed without the divine principle civilization. Even now, their research progress lags behind that of many ordinary level 6 civilizations. The Falcon civilization's performance demonstrates that boundary breakers will never become cosmic-level life forms. Speaking of cosmic-level life forms, the nebula life form within the Abyssal Grand Voyage organization is also striving to evolve, but after so many years, it has remained largely stagnant. Crucially, its evolutionary method remains unknown, as it is the only special life form here, while the others are technological civilizations. As for the Star Defender, it's still sleeping soundly in the rhombus crystal. And so, another 5,000 years passed. This year, the Dia civilization also took the final step, becoming a near deadbeat. On the surface, the Dia civilization appears to have surpassed human civilization, but when announcing their success, they still gave human civilization ample face, even sharing a copy of the materials detailing their success. This wasn't a boast, but rather a statement. Even if we're temporarily ahead of the boss is still our boss. Yu Yuan was somewhat surprised that the Dia civilization didn't look down on humanity for its progress. The next civilization to achieve progress was the Great Feiyu civilization. They were called greater because their approach was universal. The Feiyu civilization's success meant that the two major voyage organizations and all ordinary level 6 civilizations had ascended with them. They could all understand the Feiyu civilization's methods. From then on, all civilizations had reached the final step. If they could successfully resist the quantum tide, they would truly master vacuum zero-point energy and become a true cosmic civilization. Chapter 1448. Oh, if we're talking about specialized technologies, then it's all except for human civilization. Regarding human civilization's failure to announce success in its specialized technologies, each civilization reacted differently. The Galactic Center civilization was quite cunning. They remained silent. The Abyssal and Kroll civilizations believed that human civilization had degenerated into the equivalent of an ordinary level 6 civilization. The Divine Principle civilization and the Awakeners frequently expressed concern for human civilization, even offering reassurance that ordinary methods would be just as effective. In response, to avoid worrying these two civilizations, which were their closest ally, human civilization informed them that their situation was somewhat unique and that they shouldn't worry too much. Of course, they also informed the Dia civilization, their loyal little brother. Human civilization's situation was indeed unique, as it already had experience dealing with quantum tidal waves at the level 6 level. Otherwise, the Lyra wouldn't have possessed the ability to make microscopic high-dimensional leaps. After entering the microscopic higher-dimensional realm, the Tianqin used quantum tides as wind to propel its sails to its predetermined exit, completing the macroscopic transition. So, while all civilizations would consider quantum tides a challenge to resist, human civilization sees them as a non-issue. One reason why human civilization hasn't announced its success for so long is that, once announced, it would be complete mastery. But it's difficult to state this openly, lest other civilizations become concerned. The second reason is that human civilization's scientific research team seems to have discovered a secret, and wants to kill two birds with one stone. While simultaneously capturing and utilizing vacuum zero-point energy, they can also delve deeper and develop a device that can convert quantum tides into usable energy. A two-pronged approach, if successful, would absolutely lead to a meteoric rise. For years, various research teams in human civilization have been dedicated to this endeavor, yet it was unexpected that the Feiyu civilization had actually successfully developed a conventional method. However, we cannot abandon our own unique technological strengths. This is the guarantee that human civilization will remain a technologically advanced civilization even after achieving cosmic status. So, even after the Feiyu civilization achieved its results, human research teams continued their efforts. Over 1,000 years later, human civilization finally found a two-pronged approach. We don't need to repay our debts at all. Quantum tides are sweeping in from the microscopic dimension. We can harness them, just as we did when the Tianqin was propelled. They are the power of the underlying mechanisms of the universe. If our research succeeds, we will be able to overtake all other civilizations. The speaker was Long Xinglu. After all these years, he remains vigorous at the forefront of science, leading human civilization to break through the unknown and reach new scientific heights step by step. This was a scientific and technological seminar within human civilization, also held in a virtual venue. Long Xinglu, standing at the podium, would first summarize the progress made this year, followed by presentations from various research teams. Yes, we've found a solution. At least the theoretical reasoning is sound at this point. As long as we can build the corresponding artifact according to plan and complete the verification tests, we can directly declare that we have mastered vacuum zero-point energy. Look, this is just a partial demonstration of the effect. The specific structure is extremely complex. Even for experimental artifacts, it would likely take us tens of thousands of years to complete. Longxing Brigade explained while showing the concept map to the scientists present. Everyone stared intently at the holographic screen. The holographic screen displayed something incomprehensible to ordinary people: microscopic six-dimensional anatomical diagrams and various label parameters, leaving 99% of the audience baffled. As he spoke, Long Xinglu waved his hand, and the microscopic six-dimensional spaces on the screen multiplied from 1 to 2, then 2 to 4, then 4 to 8, and so on, multiplying and replicating until they soon filled the entire holographic screen. Then, with the assistance of strong artificial intelligence, Long Xingli continued inputting various parameters. After this group of microscopic six-dimensional spaces had combined in a miraculous way, he continued, just like this, what you just saw is a process that may take us tens of thousands of years to complete. These microscopic six-dimensional spaces represent a special kind of Calabi flow we discovered. Yes, exactly as you imagined, it's a derivative of microscopic high-dimensional transition technology. We use certain special string oscillations to meticulously manipulate them, arranging them into a carpet. Then we refine and fold them. This process is extremely complex. If any step goes wrong, we have to start all over again. But I believe we succeed, just like we did when we built the Tianqin. Once completed, it will be one of the core technologies we master, Long Xingli continued. The special microscopic structure it forms can soften the destructive force of the incoming quantum tide. Just like Tai Chi, the microscopic spaces in this structure act as buffers and converters. Previously, we could only direct them to propel the Tianqin, but now it's different. Now that we discovered the mechanism that goes from the microscopic to the macroscopic, we can also direct it towards specialized creations. Combined with the initial zero-point vacuum energy, the two will multiply like a tidal wave, creating a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. We can harness this powerful energy and, with simple, brute force, surpass the primary speed of a cosmic civilization. According to calculations, barring any unforeseen circumstances, upon our success, our warp speed will undoubtedly surpass the initial levels of 392 and 656 times the speed of light. Conservatively, we could reach at least 1,000 times the speed of light, and 15-16 times the speed of light isn't out of the question, depending on our technological capabilities. At these words, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Thanks to the existence of the Star Defenders, all civilizations within the two Great Voyage organizations are aware of the navigation capabilities of cosmic civilizations. A cosmic civilization, so long as it masters zero-point vacuum energy, can easily reach a warp speed of 392 times the speed of light, a level that even a level 6 civilization can achieve through specialized technology. Above that is 656 times the speed of light. The transition between the two is not a sudden leap, but a smooth curve. In other words, the warp speed level of a primary cosmic civilization will vary depending on technological development, ranging from 392 to 656 times the speed of light. Next up is the intermediate level, generally staying below 15-16 times the speed of light, with 10-24 times the speed of light being a minor technical barrier. However, in terms of navigation technology, advanced cosmic civilizations still face two minor technical barriers, 1,649 times the speed of light and 1909 times the speed of light. Of course, these aren't the limits. Some civilizations can reach 3,000 times the speed of light. Based on currently available information, scientists from various civilizations believe that these warp speed barriers stem from differences in the depth of research in the field of laws. Especially at the intermediate level, relying solely on the brute force output of zero-point energy and vacuum may have reached its limit, requiring modifications to the physical laws governing warp speed to break through. This depends on the different civilizations' understanding of the laws of cosmic physics. Understanding, modifying, and adapting the laws of physics to one's advantage is undoubtedly a vast technological landscape, and it will be the direction and new journey for all civilizations striving to become cosmic civilizations. Human civilization, of course, also knows this information. Therefore, upon learning of the Dragon Star Brigade's research results, many scholars suddenly wondered if human civilization could use this method to break through the warp speed limit of a conventional level 7 civilization. And breaking through the limits of conventional civilizations, wouldn't that be unique technology? Oh no, perhaps this is just one application of humanity's unique technology. Chapter 1449. Regardless of other technologies, human civilization is undoubtedly ahead of other civilizations in warp technology, simply by virtue of its ability to detain the cosmic debt collector. And as expected, human civilization completed the corresponding creation in just 8,000 years, and in a very short time, successfully verified its two-pronged approach. In fact, at this point, human civilization could have declared itself a cosmic civilization, but after private discussions with the Awakener and Divine Principle civilizations, both suggested that human civilization remain in hiding for a while. In their words, whether human civilization announces or not, it won't affect everyone's development. After all, human civilization's success involves unique technological fields that other civilizations cannot replicate. Therefore, it's better to keep it secret until ordinary civilizations succeed before announcing it. This way, they can still keep a hand. Understanding the two civilizations' intentions, humans did as they were told. This doesn't mean human civilization will cease its research into zero-point vacuum energy. While conventional methods haven't yet been implemented, human civilization will devote a portion of its scientific research resources to this endeavor. The more complete the technology tree, the better. No civilization would be satisfied with possessing too much technology. At the same time, human civilization must also consider the application of zero-point vacuum energy. The moment success was declared within the civilization, the design of new ships began. Due to the widespread nature of the disaster zone, large-scale ship construction here is unrealistic. Therefore, human civilization intends to use this time to design new flagships and new residential spacecraft. Once other civilizations successfully master zero-point vacuum energy, they will declare their own success and begin manufacturing immediately. Calculating the time, the current disaster zone is still approximately 50,000 years away from our star region. While this time might not be enough to build a new flagship equipped with the latest technological advancements, it's certainly not a problem to construct a few ships capable of departing. Perhaps due to the shared development achievements among all civilizations, the entire group has accumulated sufficient quantitative changes. About 3,000 years after human civilization successfully mastered zero-point energy through a two-pronged approach, other civilizations finally achieved success. The first to succeed was again the Galactic Center civilization, but this time, they didn't make the same grand announcement as before. Instead, they quietly sent private messages to human civilization, the Divine Principle civilization, and the Awakener civilization, then added the leadership of these civilizations to their own secret group chat. Afterward, they didn't immediately and proudly announce their success. The performance of the leadership team of the Galactic Center civilization was surprising. Their leader concealed his inner excitement, facing the three civilizations with a sly expression, and said slyly, "Did you all succeed? I know you all succeeded. Part of our research results are based on your previous work. You three civilizations are the most advanced of all. Don't pretend, we know you must have discussed it privately. Let us guess, is it those foolish civilizations' fault? No, it's your fault, Yuan thought. Seeing that the leadership teams of the three civilizations remained silent, the leader of the Galactic Center civilization continued to stir the fire. Hey, don't forget our unique technology. Although we are a bit far from human civilization, your experiments are making quite a noise. Other civilizations may not be able to detect it, but we..." At this point, all three civilizations knew the Galactic Center civilization was truly remarkable. So Yuan finally responded, "Yes, we succeeded. You invited the three of us to a private meeting, wasn't it just to confirm this?" In reality, the Divine Principle civilization and the Awakener civilization were still a little behind, but they were close. Judging by the intelligence information shared among the three parties regarding their research progress, it would only take a few hundred years. I just didn't expect the Galactic Center civilization to succeed first. Of course, we couldn't let the Divine Principle civilization and the Awakener civilization down at this time. Upon hearing Yuan's acknowledgement, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization immediately changed his expression. Blinking his eyes, he said, "We estimate that conventional methods and routes will only take about 10,000 years to succeed. We have to say that the Feiyu civilization is very talented, and is the most outstanding civilization after us. We acknowledge their excellence. They are worthy of standing with us at new heights in the universe, and exploring more unknowns together, but other civilizations may not be so." The leader of the Silver Heart civilization chuckled, and shared a data set with the human civilization, the Divine Principle civilization, and the Awakener civilization. He said, "This is the information we collected through the various scientific and technological seminars we held over the years. Based on the research progress they reported at each meeting, we compiled a qualification table based on various information. You can take a look." Yuan clicked on the information, and was greeted by a ranking list of civilizations, clearly a list compiled by the Silver Heart civilization for 84 civilizations. He scanned the list, and found that none of the 4 civilizations present were on it. The Feiyu civilization ranked first. Next came the Dia civilization, the Doli civilization, the Kroll civilization, the Abyssal civilization, the Alan civilization, the Momota civilization, and the Green Sea civilization. The Green Sea civilization was the first ordinary level 6 civilization under the former Abyssal Grand Voyage organization. They named their civilization after the Green Ocean, similar to the Blue Star civilization, which is named after a planetary feature. The names of these civilizations are bright, while the names of all those following them are gray, clearly indicating that the Galactic Heart civilization considers them substandard. After reviewing this table, Yu Yuan had a rough idea of what the Galactic Heart civilization was up to. Sure enough, the next moment, the leader of the Galactic Heart civilization continued bluntly, "Since there are only 4 of us here, I be frank, vacuum zero-point energy is extremely dangerous." Yu Yuan feigned confusion. "Well, we know." "So what? 84 civilizations is too many," the leader of the Galactic Heart civilization said without hesitation. Yu Yuan, "So? Some civilizations have no need to exist." The leader of the Galactic Center civilization said this without a trace of guilt, then explained, "Our 4 civilizations are the most superior, our race is the most superior, and the universe needs us. We already succeeded, and since we succeeded, we're a cosmic civilization. As a cosmic civilization, we should view things from the perspective of a cosmic civilization. The use of vacuum zero-point energy inevitably leads to vacuum decay. The more cosmic civilizations there are, the faster the cosmic catastrophe. And since we previously didn't need to travel to a large void to become a cosmic civilization, but we do, there must be a shadow of a god-level civilization behind this." Chapter 1450. The leader of the Galactic Center civilization continued his analysis to the 3 civilization leadership teams present. A god-level civilization, they must have their own motives for doing this. In our opinion, their most fundamental motivation is to limit the emergence of cosmic-level civilizations, thereby slowing the spread of vacuum decay. Since they want to limit the emergence of cosmic-level civilizations, we believe they may have more than just modifying certain properties of dark matter. They should remember how the Observer civilization perished. If the god-level civilization that once visited the Lania Chaos supercluster has other arrangements, such as vacuum zero-point energy detectors, we believe the more civilizations that ascend to cosmic-level civilizations, the greater the danger we face. Of course, that's not necessarily the case, because that god-level civilization is likely to. They're not necessarily determined to completely curb the emergence of cosmic civilizations. Combining all the information gathered during the Great Voyage, we believe that if it's truly the work of a god-level civilization, then the Great Voyage is a means of restriction and a test. Thus, those incompetent mediocre individuals would have no need to exist. Don't worry, we don't need to act now, and you don't need to. Leave it to us. When the time comes, we achieve satisfactory results. When we emerge from the Great Void, those following us will surely be civilizations capable of contributing to resolving cosmic disasters. The Galactic Center civilization's claim to exterminate other civilizations is so high-sounding. But if the upgrade within the Great Void is truly the work of a god-level civilization, they do have some truth to their claims. At least the Divine Principle civilization agrees with their argument. However, they don't favor the annihilation of so many civilizations, only those that have shown signs of degeneration during their development. The Awakeners, on the other hand, believe that those civilizations showing signs of decadence should be spared, primarily to replenish their own population. They were unconcerned with other civilizations, and essentially acquiesced to the Galactic Heart civilization's actions. As for Yu Yuan, he and the leader of the Divine Principle civilization, the Awakener Huan, had initially suspected that the Galactic Heart civilization would cause trouble, but they hadn't expected it to target ordinary civilizations rather than themselves. And they had even known to confront humans, the Divine Principle, and the Awakeners for negotiation. A civilization capable of freely operating in the galaxy under the pressure of the Reapers was truly remarkable. Even the Divine Principle civilization hid in its inner universe, daring not to show its face, while the Galactic Heart civilization operated openly. And now, it seemed they had made the right choice again. As the saying goes, a friend's death is better than a humble one's. Yu Yuan had no objection to the Galactic Heart civilization's plan. After all, he didn't need to take action himself. He could simply watch the Galactic Heart civilization perform. If the 2 Great Voyage organizations were considered a single entity, the actions of the Galactic Center civilization would constitute internal strife, inevitably weakening the overall strength of the organization. But what if this were truly the work of a divine civilization? What if a large-scale development by a group of cosmic civilizations created a significant disturbance, truly attracting the attention of a divine civilization? Of course, after all civilizations succeeded, they could gather together and draft a plan to jointly adhere to restrictions on the use of vacuum zero-point energy, such as stipulating a limit on the number of ships each civilization could possess. Yu Yuan had originally considered this, but the Galactic Center civilization's actions disrupted his plans. However, for now, the Galactic Center civilization has only proposed an idea and is secretly developing some plans, without taking immediate action. They also knew that now was not the right time. The priority was to continue developing. Thus, the information privately exchanged between the four civilizations became top secret. As the Galactic Center civilization had anticipated, the other civilizations gradually completed their research within approximately 10,000 years after the secret meeting. First came the Shinju civilization. 100 years after the secret meeting, they mastered a method to resist quantum tidal waves, thereby mastering vacuum zero-point energy, becoming the third civilization to reach cosmic status, following humanity and the Galactic Center civilization. Next came the Awakener civilization, with the two achieving this within 100 years. 1,000 years later, the Dia civilization also succeeded. After informing humanity, they announced their success directly on the public channels of 84 civilizations. 2,000 years later, the Abyss and Kroll civilizations also announced their success. After that, a period of silence followed. Approximately 7,000 years later, the Feiyu civilization announced that they had successfully resisted quantum tidal waves using conventional methods. That same year, the Human civilization, the Divine Principle civilization, the Awakener civilization, and the Galactic Center civilization publicly announced that they had also mastered zero-point energy. From then on, the two Great Voyage organizations, totaling 84 civilizations, all completed their transformation and entered the ranks of cosmic civilizations. 300 years later, the Falcon civilization miraculously announced that they had found the corresponding formula for zero-point energy in dark matter-dense environments and non-dark matter environments and published their findings at the Great Voyage Joint Research Forum. Their approach effectively contributed their research findings to all civilizations. With this achievement, the 84 civilizations could truly enter the return phase. Of course, before this could happen, they had to complete the transition from experimental success to technological application, incorporating the new technology into new ships. Only in this way can they truly transform into a cosmic civilization. What the Falcon civilization didn't know was that their discovery had saved their lives. Their names weren't originally on the Galactic Heart civilizations list, but it was this discovery that transformed their names from gray to bright. The moment the Feather civilization announced its success, all ordinary level 6 civilizations rejoiced. They enthusiastically took the Feather civilization's shared research findings and diligently studied them, gradually transforming them into their own technologies. Against this backdrop, the Galactic Heart civilization's conspiracy was secretly brewing. First, they summoned all civilizations to a meeting under the guise of a general assembly. Then, with the tacit approval of the Human, Divine Principle, and Awakener civilizations, they proposed a merger of the two Great Voyage organizations. Both the Abyss and Kroll civilizations agreed, and the new organization was simply named the Starry Sky Great Voyage Organization. Then, a series of rules were promulgated in the name of the organization. On the surface, these rules seemed harmless, but in reality, they were designed to gather together those civilizations they believed should not exist after the voyage began, so that they could be taken away in one fell swoop. For example, they told all civilizations to first develop habitable spacecraft, as the top priority was to leave the area about to be covered by the cosmic disaster zone. Then, they would devise formation plans for subsequent departures, developing their plans while sailing. While the Galactic Center civilization was secretly developing its plans, Human civilization had already capitalized on its first-mover advantage and entered the field of zero-point energy technology applications. 100 years later, the first warp engine based on vacuum zero-point energy was created by Human civilization and successfully installed on an experimental ship for sea trials. In the centuries that followed, other civilizations also developed their own warp engines. This marked the full entry of the 84 civilizations into the stage of transforming science into technology. Once they had completed the upgrade and transformation of all their creations, they would truly be Level 7 civilizations. Level 7 civilization is what the previous generation of civilizations referred to as cosmic civilization. Civilizations that reach this level no longer have to worry about energy issues, their speed will be greatly increased, and their range will be limitless. The universe is vast, and there's no limit to what can be explored. Chapter 1451. Thus, to travel to various parts of the universe, one must possess the appropriate navigation capabilities. This is also the first task that all civilizations must address. The first step in applying science is to develop warp drives. Whether installing warp drives on old ships or newly designed ones, the goal is to leave this world. Today, each civilization has extracted zero-point vacuum energy through its own methods, and large-scale industrial manufacturing has followed. Previously, due to energy shortages, each civilization had to dismantle its ships, but now there is no such worry. While developing new warp drives, each civilization has also developed energy extraction devices. These devices, like oil wells, continuously draw energy from the ground. This energy will be used to perform work, then undergo energy-to-mass conversion, transforming it into the materials needed by each civilization. All normal space contains zero-point vacuum energy, which is virtually inexhaustible. Through energy-to-mass conversion technology, materials can be continuously obtained. After becoming a cosmic civilization, finally freed from the drawbacks of relying on the galaxy for material supplies and mastering vacuum zero-point energy, all civilizations, relying on their existing technologies, truly achieved the feat of creating something out of nothing. Over time, many civilizations developed their own warp engines and completed test flights. Of all creations, the warp engine most clearly demonstrates the technological level of each civilization. Of the 84 civilizations, nearly 80% developed warp engines capable of only reaching 392 times the speed of light, the initial speed of a cosmic civilization. The remaining dozen or so civilizations, including the Abyss civilization, the Kroll civilization, the Dia civilization, the Doli civilization, the Alan civilization, the Momota civilization, the Green Sea civilization, the Falcon civilization, the Galactic Center civilization, the Divine Matrix civilization, and the Awakener civilization, have all surpassed this initial level, achieving 656 times the speed of light. As for the Feiyu civilization, known for its warp speed prowess, they achieved a speed of 16 times the speed of light upon completing the development of their next-generation warp engine, stunning all civilizations. This was more than twice as fast as other civilizations, and nearly on par with the level of humanity's next-generation warp engines. Humanity was also astonished by this result. When sharing their research progress, they had seen that other civilizations' warp engines ranged from 392 to 656 times the speed of light, and human engineers had assumed humanity would be the clear leader. However, they were surprised by the Feiyu civilization's impressive feat, demonstrating such impressive technological prowess on its first test flight. Other civilizations had different perspectives on this matter. Humanity felt that the Feiyu civilization was exaggerating, achieving the same level as itself, despite its two-pronged approach. Other civilizations, however, saw the exaggeration as humankind. In the meeting room within the Galactic Center civilization, countless tables were smashed by the Galactic Center leaders simply because of the warp speed demonstrated by humankind. This is truly abhorrent. The Feiyu civilization is fine, after all, their original specialty technology is related to warp speed, and their current level of advancement is far superior to everyone else's, so that's barely acceptable. But how can human civilization even reach 16 times the speed of light? 16 times the speed of light. That's already mid-level cosmic civilization. Going beyond that, it truly enters the realm of top-tier cosmic civilization navigation. We're still struggling at the elementary level, and you too, on your arrival, have leapt through stages 392, 656, and 1024. Comparison is utterly infuriating. At this stage, when everyone had completed their warp engines, 67 of the 84 civilizations were at 392 times warp speed, 15 at 656 times warp speed, and human and Feiyu civilizations were significantly ahead, reaching 16 times warp speed. If these technologies weren't covered by the Technology Sharing Treaty, everyone would probably have demanded that human and Feiyu civilizations share their warp technology. Of course, not all civilizations were jealous, seeking to reap the benefits without effort. After witnessing the achievements of human and Feiyu civilizations, they were secretly engaged in research, attempting to surpass their current capabilities through their own efforts. At this point, everyone had just mastered vacuum zero-point energy. The first warp engine developed didn't represent the final technological level. However, after witnessing the achievements of human and Feiyu civilizations, other civilizations were even more motivated. Sure enough, after just 5,000 years, the Shinju civilization, Dia civilization, Awakener civilization, Galactic Heart civilization, Abyss civilization, Kroll civilization, Alan civilization, Momota civilization, Green Sea civilization, and Falcon civilization all achieved warp speeds exceeding 1024 times the speed of light. However, in that same short period, the Feiyu civilization, as if on a whim, once again surpassed 16 times the speed of light, pushing its highest warp speed to 1649 times the speed of light, becoming the fastest entity in the organization. Crucially, if energy consumption is taken into account, their warp engine is even more fuel efficient than that of human civilization. It seems that the Feiyu civilization has found its unique technological path. If this trend continues, it is estimated that, given sufficient time, they will surely raise their warp speed to the top level of cosmic civilizations, or even surpass it, reaching a new, unparalleled level, the 3,000 times the speed of light that some special civilizations, as mentioned by the Star Defenders, can achieve. Indeed, the Feiyu civilization's warp technology has surpassed the brute force of vacuum zero-point energy stage and entered the warp rule modification phase. In terms of warp speed alone, the Feiyu civilization has reached the mid-level of a cosmic civilization. However, at this stage, they are limited to warp speed alone, and in terms of combat power, they are still superior to those traditional specialized technological civilizations. A civilization's development cannot be judged solely by its warp speed, as it has always been and continues to be. The development of a cosmic civilization is multifaceted, and mastering vacuum zero-point energy is only the beginning. While improving their navigation capabilities, each civilization must continue to explore various applied technologies. Otherwise, they will be nothing more than a cosmic civilization that can only run away. In this regard, various specialized technological civilizations have a natural advantage. Their most direct approach is to replace the original driving force of their specialized technologies with vacuum zero-point energy, thereby temporarily strengthening the strike capability of their existing specialized technologies. Take the Shinju civilization, for example. They used this time to upgrade their neutron battle star, switching its energy system to zero-point energy. This instantly increased its range of effect strike capability tenfold, and its spatial elasticity and leaping capabilities surpassed their previous range. However, the Shinju civilization knew that this level of enhancement wasn't enough to truly elevate their military capabilities to the level of a cosmic civilization. After all, they had witnessed the Observer's observation station. That was just one station of the Observer civilization, yet its range of effect strikes could cover the entire galaxy, even if the galaxy was relatively small. In comparison, the current neutron battle star is far inferior. Chapter 1452. As for the Shinju civilization, they have a grand plan. They intend to spend 40,000 years upgrading their weapons, ultimately raising their area of effect strike capability to galactic proportions. At the same time, they will complete the development of their rule-based shield before setting sail from the Bodhi's Void. In fact, it's not just the Shinju civilization. All civilizations that experience the area of effect strike at the Observer Civilization Observation Station have their own goals. To sum up, there are two main areas, offense and defense. For established, distinctive technological civilizations, their attack range can be expanded by continuing within their existing systems and pursuing research along their established paths, seeking ways to expand their attack range. However, this only extends their range. To make their offensive methods more effective, they still need to modify the laws of physics. After all, after reaching level 7, their defenses become rule-based shields, and their existing attack methods cannot break through them. Just like human civilization's quantum banishment attack, once a powerful weapon, it obviously can't be dismantled directly if the target is a level 7 civilization spaceship, as resisting quantum tidal waves is a basic capability of a level 7 civilization. The same goes for attacks like the neutron battle star's spatial stranglehold. When it hits a stargate protected by a rule shield, it's like water passing over a duck's back, completely unable to distort the space within the shield's protection. So, to break the rule shield, you have to use the rules. And to break the rule shield, you have to understand what the rule shield is. So what is a rule shield? The various civilizations that have just embarked on the path of cosmic civilization don't know much about this issue. Even some common sense questions about rule shields require each civilization to slowly explore and understand them in the dark. Fortunately, the Starry Sky Defenders exist in the Starry Sky Defenders organization. The Star Defenders inform the civilizations within their organization that have already embarked on the path of rule research that rule shields are generally divided into two types: rigid rule shields and flexible rule shields. Rigid rule shields primarily focus on reinforcement, using incredible technology to strengthen existing or modified physical rules, rendering the physical laws of the ship's surrounding area or its hull material inherently rock-hard. For example, impact damage and shear damage are achieved by disrupting the chemical bonds of the target armor. However, if the target armor possesses a rigid rule shield, it can strengthen the chemical bonds of the target armor material or add rules that make it tougher than shear. This allows it to block attacks it would otherwise be unable to block without altering its inherent properties. This is one of the development paths of rigid rule shields. Civilizations with advanced technology can even coat their creations with a carefully woven layer of rigid rules, rendering their creations indestructible and impervious to water, fire, and all other forces. Another development path is the flexible rule shield. This type of shield doesn't require any physical rule reinforcement. Instead, it simply responds promptly when it detects that the shield itself or its surrounding area is being impacted by relevant rules, making targeted modifications to the altered rules. This is a tit-for-tat, counterattack type of approach. However, this method requires extremely high computer technology, and whether the shield can be breached is largely determined by the level of computer technology. It's also fair to say that it's a defensive strategy, not a defensive one. As the saying goes, children make choices, while adults want it all. Capable cosmic civilizations pursue both approaches simultaneously. Regarding the research on rule shields, the Star Defender simply provided this one piece of information, saving various civilizations tens of thousands of years of exploration time. Listening to one person's words is worth 10 years of reading, which is true. Now, all civilizations want to complete the most basic upgrades to their creations before setting sail. Among the requirements for these upgrades, mastering rule shields is merely additional research, merely one of the supporting technologies for the ships of the envisioned cosmic civilization. Mastering rule shields simply aims to build better ships. Ships can still set sail without them. Of course, many civilizations desire the perfect ship, and therefore prefer to design new warships only after mastering rule shields. Even human civilization, which had already begun its new warship construction plan, temporarily paused, realizing that warships designed before rule shields were implemented would inevitably lack them, and they didn't even know how to reserve space for them. In fact, all civilizations faced the same dilemma when designing new ships. However, virtually all civilizations choose not to wait. Instead, they choose to first build a batch of ships, then iterate upon improved models once other technologies advance. This applies to most technological creations, just like the progression from first-generation fighter jets to sixth-generation fighter jets. If a cosmic civilization wants to develop a cutting-edge warship, it must first advance all aspects of its technology to the pinnacle of cosmic civilization. Just like the flagships of civilizations at the 6th level back then, they were products of the pinnacle of 6th level technology. Creating a cutting-edge warship is simply unrealistic at this stage. Everyone understood this principle, so for the next few years, all civilizations would focus on technological iteration and creation iteration. This was true for warp drives and ships. Designers of various creations constantly refined their designs as technology advanced, striving to keep pace with the advancement of their designs and achieve the optimal solution at the current technological level. Time slowly passed against this backdrop, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 years had passed. During this time, a previously unknown civilization was the first to master a technology that would alter the size and form of all civilizations' warships. Space folding technology. That civilization was the Mimodan civilization. The Mimodan civilization itself had some expertise in space technology, so it was not surprising that they were the first to master this technology. Yes, first. In fact, space folding technology can be a specialty technology of a level 6 civilization, or it can be a comprehensive derivative technology of a cosmic civilization. In this case, it is not the specialty technology of the Mimodan civilization, but the latter. It is a technology developed based on the existing space technology of a level 6 civilization. Level 6 civilizations already possess a certain foundation in space technology, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to create microcosms. After reaching the cosmic level, with the advancement of the technology tree and the comprehensive advancement of all technological branches, space technology naturally undergoes a qualitative change. Star Defender once told the civilizations under the Grand Voyage organization that the reason many cosmic-level civilizations' warships are small is due to space folding technology. Now, indeed, the Mimoda civilization has mastered this technology. The emergence of space folding technology not only validates Star Defender's words, but also forces various civilizations to make significant changes in warship design. It means that warship combat effectiveness and size will no longer be necessarily linked. Even with the advancement of various cosmic-level technologies, a civilization's war capability, which is directly proportional to the size of its fleet, may be weakened. It is foreseeable that, with the advancement of space folding technology, the total fleet size of a cosmic-level civilization may be even smaller than that of a level 6 civilization. A cluster of residential spacecraft, vulnerable to attack and a technological weakness, may no longer be a cluster but rather a single spacecraft. Various signs indicate that the advancement of a level 6 civilization to a cosmic civilization is not a unilateral increase in speed, but an all-round qualitative change. Chapter 1453. If space folding technology could be widespread, the entire Far Ocean organization would be considered a legitimate Level 7 civilization. However, like warp drive technology, this technology is not covered by the technology sharing agreement, and the Momota civilization naturally would not share it with others. However, it is not a unique technology. Many civilizations with deep roots, including human civilization, successfully mastered space folding technology within a few years of Momota's success. The emergence of this technology undoubtedly changed the course of creation for all civilizations, rendering their previous large-scale ship designs obsolete. These civilizations, previously inclined toward battleships and massive cannons in their ship design philosophy, have undergone a general shift. After the breakthrough in space folding technology, they are all attempting to design their ships smaller, as if the smaller the ship, the more advanced their technology. The emergence of space folding technology has revolutionized the creations of cosmic civilizations, theoretically making the miniaturization of many creations possible. Not only ships, but also various equipment can be miniaturized. If research is conducted in depth, perhaps even storage rings and space backpacks could be created, truly bringing technology into every household. If all of this is achieved, it's conceivable that life within civilizations will become vastly different. Take the living environment, for example. The places where individual beings reside in the future will likely be like the sun and moon in a pot. Opening each spatial door opens up into a completely different world. In a space of the same size, multiple dimensions often overlap. Even the same door can lead to different spaces depending on the method of entry. Perhaps it's actually possible to fit an entire civilization on a single ship. Of course, realizing these technologies requires addressing many details, such as how to set up space gates, how to stabilize space after folding, communication within the folded space, and, most importantly, the issue of mass. Yes, the issue of mass. After space folds, the total mass of matter within it increases, rather than magically disappearing as imagined. For this reason, the idea of a space ring containing a world was aborted, as individual life forms cannot lift the mass of a world. Mass is not weight. Weight is the force exerted toward the center of gravity on Earth, which creates the concept of not being able to lift. In the cosmic environment, there's no such concept of weight, but the inherent property of mass remains. Although an object floats in a vacuum, the greater its mass, the greater the force exerted on it. Therefore, if a planet were placed inside a space ring, it would remain firmly embedded in that space, just like a real planet. To date, no civilization within the Grand Voyage organization has been able to resolve the issue of mass, not even those possessing the Higgs mechanism technology. Therefore, even if space folding technology were mastered, civilizations would likely not be able to integrate their entire civilization into a single spacecraft. Furthermore, the idea of integrating all civilizations into a single spacecraft is unsafe. Thus, after mastering space folding technology, human civilization would plan to build not just one residential spacecraft, but more than a dozen. Initially, they would build a similar number of warships, with the remaining vessels to be constructed after the launch and as technology advances. This was also the initial engineering plan for most civilizations. After completing the initial construction, everyone would set sail. The departure time was more rushed than planned because the advent of space folding technology forced all civilizations to devote their scientific research resources to it, causing some delays in construction. If they had continued according to the original plan, they would have collided with the cosmic disaster zone. Therefore, they had to set sail early, ahead of the spread of the cosmic disaster. Another reason was that the various civilizations were now afraid that the cosmic disaster would envelop this area. Since there was still time, they couldn't wait until the last minute to leave. That would be too dangerous. Thus, 20,000 years after the advent of space folding technology, the Great Voyage organization finally completed its initial construction goals and entered the sailing phase again. It was at this time that the Galactic Center civilization finally took action. However, they encountered a problem. They discovered that their unique technology couldn't wipe out all the civilizations on their list in one fell swoop. Even though those civilizations hadn't developed rule-based shields, the Galactic Center civilization itself hadn't developed rule-based strikes. To this end, the Silver Heart civilization had no choice but to secretly contact human civilization, the Divine Principle civilization, and the Awakener civilization once again. Human civilization was capable of instantly annihilating the civilizations gathered for the launch, but Yu Yuan did not want to bear the reputation of backstabbing his teammates. The Divine Principle civilization neither agreed nor disagreed, tacitly accepting the Silver Heart civilization's approach, but they also did not want to take action. The Awakener civilization preferred to retain the fallen civilizations for their awakening, and therefore opposed the idea. Originally, the Silver Heart civilization believed they could master the rules of attack during the launch, then demonstrate a new attack method using their new flagship. However, they overestimated their own capabilities. With no other options, the Galactic Heart civilization summoned the civilizations on the whitelist for a meeting, and this time, they truly intended to discuss it. Thus, a meeting to determine the future direction of the Star Voyage organization began. The participating civilizations included humanity, the Divine Principle civilization, the Awakener civilization, the Galactic Heart civilization, the Dia civilization, the Abyss civilization, the Kroll civilization, the Falcon civilization, the Feather civilization, the Tobiat civilization, the Allen civilization, the Momota civilization, and the Green Sea civilization. 13 in total. In addition, there were the Star Defenders and the Nebula Lifeforms. Among these civilizations, except for humanity and the Feather civilization, the others had reached warp speeds of 10-24 times the speed of light. The Nebula Lifeforms were also quite impressive. They had finally achieved success, having previously stagnated. Somehow, under the protection of the Kroll and Abyss civilizations, the Nebula Lifeforms entered a miraculous stage of evolution. In just 20,000 years, he shed his nebula form and transformed into a transparent, gelatinous mass, resembling a cloud from afar. After this transformation, a structure capable of extracting zero-point energy gradually emerged within his body. It's unknown how he accomplished this transformation. At the same time, his size began to grow, expanding from his original astronomical unit size until it finally settled at 5,000 light-years. It's understood that 5,000 light-years is only his normal size. If he were to expand and extend, he could expand tenfold to 50,000 light-years. 50,000 light-years, that's the size of a small galaxy. It was truly remarkable, and it was the first time any civilization had witnessed a unique cosmic life form. Chapter 1454. Speaking of the Star Defender, he came to the Great Void with the original intention of asking his companions for help in opening a hole in his shell, but after arriving, he never again raised this request. For this reason, the humans, the Awakeners, and the Divine Principle civilization, who were close to him, specifically asked him about this, but the response was silence, followed by a single "I was wrong." And then nothing happened, leaving the various civilizations baffled. It was later discovered that this creature could evolve, but not in the traditional sense of a specialized life form like the Nebula Lifeforms, but rather through technology. The Star Defender informed the human civilization, the Divine Principle civilization, and the Awakeners that, after detecting a warp speed exceeding 1,000 times the speed of light, a space portal within him connected to his main brain. According to the Star Defender, it was a limiter, presumably installed by the Dian civilization when he was created, but for some unknown reason, it had never been connected to his main brain. After the connection, the Star Defender's warp speed increased. It also contained a wealth of technological knowledge and applications, all from the Great Evolution civilization. Over the years, the Star Defender remained silent because he was immersed in research, trying to understand these things. The information within was too complex, and even the Star Defender himself couldn't grasp it. In short, over the years, the Star Defender had become quite silent. Aside from occasionally asking human civilization, the Divine Principle civilization, and the Awakener for information on cosmic-level scientific knowledge, he spent almost all his time in silence. He also stopped sleeping. It seems that after everyone ascended to the cosmic level, the Star Defender also began to seek progress, but his goal shifted from breaking through the outer shell to searching for the Great Evolution civilization. Judging from his tone, the Star Defender was resolute in his search for the Great Evolution civilization. His biggest desire now was to leave quickly and urge the Great Star Voyage organization to search for the Great Evolution civilization in the depths of the universe. Thus, he had no real interest in the meeting convened by the Galactic Heart civilization. He simply showed up, said, "My opinion is the same as human civilization," and departed. The Nebula Lifeform from the former Abyssal Voyage organization had a similar attitude, saying, "My opinion is the same as the Kroll civilizations," before withdrawing his consciousness from the conference system and going offline. Thus, only 13 technological civilizations were actually participating in this meeting. At this point, the Galactic Heart civilization didn't waste any time. As soon as the secret meeting was announced, they got straight to the point and presented their plans and ideas. "No, we don't agree." Before the leader of the Galactic Heart civilization could finish, the Abyssal civilization, understanding his intentions, jumped in to object. "How could you do this? We, the Abyssal civilization, didn't agree to the merger just to come and slaughter our fellow civilizations. Those civilizations have been with us for hundreds of millions of years. We shared joys and sorrows, and overcome countless hardships to get here. Now, you're wiping them all out with the pretense of zero-point energy is dangerous. How could you have the heart to do that? The Galactic Heart Civilization leader remained unmoved and, with thoughtful consideration for the Abyssal Civilization, said, "It's because I can't bear it that I'm allowing you to eliminate the civilizations that were once part of our Galactic Grand Voyage organization. You're dealing with the civilizations that were once part of your Grand Voyage organization. They have no ties to you, so you'll be able to do it, right?" The leader of the Galactic Heart Civilization statement effectively acknowledged the Abyssal Civilization's even a tiger won't eat its own cubs philosophy, while also proposing the concept of exchanging cubs for food. At this point, the leader of the Kroll Civilization, seemingly having discussed this with his team, also stepped forward, stating, "We agree in principle that vacuum zero-point energy is dangerous, but we disagree with attacking our fellow citizens." The Kroll Civilization leader expounded on the dangers of such a move, and threatened that if the Galactic Heart Civilization persisted, he would be forced to withdraw from the organization and leave the civilizations formerly part of the Abyssal Great Voyage to leave on their own. The Abyssal Civilization, aligned with the Kroll Civilization, immediately jumped out in support of the Kroll Civilization. The Green Sea Civilization, formerly part of the Abyssal Great Voyage, also supported its two former leaders and expressed its opposition. The Do and Momoda civilizations also opposed it, fearing that if the Galactic Heart Civilization were to succeed, they, too, would one day be excluded from the list due to their lack of development potential. The Dia Civilization remained indifferent, their leader having already determined that they would adopt the same stance as humanity. The Falcon Civilization expressed support, likely because none of the 84 civilizations were originally part of the Falcon Voyages organization. The Alan Civilization also quite rationally agreed. The Feiyu Civilization and the Shinju Civilization shared the same stance. The two civilizations had enjoyed a good relationship since the Great Voyages. Due to the overwhelming number of opposing civilizations, the Milky Way civilization's planned destruction plan was not carried out. However, a single meeting clearly couldn't change the Milky Way civilization's beliefs, and they remained steadfast. Finally, the Galactic Center Civilization issued a harsh warning. "Don't regret your actions today if you're wiped out like the Observer Civilization." From then on, the event was temporarily aborted. However, its impact persisted. Afterward, the Abyss and Kroll civilizations joined forces with the Green Sea Civilization to provide warp engines to civilizations whose warp speeds couldn't reach 1024 times the speed of light, enabling them to catch up with the main force upon leaving the Boötes Void. Afterward, they actively distanced themselves from the Galactic Center Civilization, perhaps considering it a dangerous entity. However, they also knew what they could and couldn't say, and kept the contents of the secret meeting secret. Otherwise, the 84 civilizations would likely have split into 3 factions and engaged in fighting before leaving the Boötes Void. The Radical faction, represented by the Galactic Center Civilization, was the zero-point energy contractionist, the Encouragement faction, represented by the Abyss and Kroll civilizations, and the Neutral faction, represented by the Humans, Awakeners, and Divine Principles civilizations. The Falcon Civilization, however, somehow miraculously joined forces with the Galactic Center Civilization. It could be said that after this meeting, the Great Voyage of the Harmonious Stars, established less than 100,000 years ago, began to show signs of disintegration. Perhaps it was because everyone's goal now, to leave the Boötes Void, was relatively aligned, and with the cosmic catastrophe looming behind them, that they were able to continue as a single entity for the time being. If this situation continued, the organization would sooner or later face problems, or become like the group of Level 7 civilizations, splitting into 3 factions. History seemed to be repeating itself. Perhaps this was how the Level 7 civilizations fought each other. However, times have changed. The cosmic environment back then was not as pressing as it is today. And so, amidst this strange atmosphere, the 84 civilizations once again embarking on their journey back to the Radiant Galaxy. As luck would have it, as the 84 civilizations began their return voyage, the Galactic Center Civilization suddenly detected a signal from behind. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was a fleet, a Level 6 civilization fleet to be exact. The Level 6 civilization fleet drifted in from behind, still traveling at near light speed. It was most likely the civilization that had initially left the main group to conduct its own research. As expected, as the Galactic Center Civilization probe continued to approach, it wasn't long before the civilizations preparing to depart saw the fleet's outline. It was actually the Blue Ocean Civilization's fleet. Chapter 1455. The Blue Sea Civilization, which had been the first to disembark, had reappeared, and it was a level 6 civilization. Seeing this, the civilizations that had persisted with the organization to the end felt fortunate. That was the Blue Sea civilization, the leader of the Blue Sea Grand Expedition Organization, a uniquely technological civilization. Yet, even though we had reached the cosmic level, they remained stagnant. Many civilizations were unaware of the Galactic Center civilization's plans, so their situation made them feel their choice was the right one. More detailed information about the Blue Sea civilization was also revealed to the member civilizations of the organization as the Galactic Center conducted its explorations. They discovered that the Blue Sea civilization's fleet still had a considerable size. After so many years, the Blue Sea civilization, which hadn't yet completed its advancement, should have had very few resources left. Since they hadn't reached the end of their rope, there was only one explanation, that during their development, the Blue Sea civilization absorbed the civilizations that had accompanied them, turning them into fuel for their own development. Otherwise, they wouldn't have persisted for so long. However, whether this was the case or not, the civilizations no longer cared. They only cared about the Blue Sea civilization. They stared at the Blue Sea civilization flee drifting slowly and unaware in the dark void, their mouths drooling almost to the ground. The eagerness in the eyes of each civilization's leadership group was unabashed. What do you think? As the fleet prepared to set sail, a leader of an ordinary civilization under the organization asked his staff, "Your Excellency, times have changed. Blue Sea civilization remains at the 6th level. This opportunity is fleeting. Even if we don't act, other civilizations will," one of the staff members urged. Another aide chimed in, "Yes, Your Excellency. The Blue Ocean civilization is a uniquely technological civilization. After all these years, we finally have this opportunity. If we miss it, it won't come back. Think about the other uniquely technological civilizations within the organization. Even after ascending to cosmic-level civilizations, they still possess talents we can't match. I'm not saying our race is incompetent, but if we could treat the Blue Ocean people as a vassal race, wouldn't our chances be even greater? The leaders within the organization might look down on the Blue Ocean people, but other ordinary cosmic-level civilizations would certainly be tempted." Another military officer spoke bluntly, "Yes, Your Excellency. Give the order." "It's too late." The leader of this civilization considered it, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. He said, "Everything is for the advancement of our civilization, but we still need to report to the organization." This civilization was still considering reporting first before taking action, but as their leader finished speaking, they saw through the detector's field of view that the other civilization accompanying them had already taken action. That civilization immediately dispatched its fleet, which had completed its phased upgrade, and headed straight for the Blue Ocean civilization. Seeing this, the supreme leader of this civilization could no longer resist, and immediately ordered his fleet to target the Blue Sea civilization. As soon as one thing happened, another. Seeing this, the other civilizations instantly understood what these civilizations were planning. In a short period of time, the civilizations that had already prepared to sail immediately reversed course, heading for the Blue Sea civilization. Seizing the Blue Sea people. Of course, these civilizations knew that the Blue Sea civilization's warships were not real warships, but rather parts of their bodies. They were simply steel life forms in the starry sky. This technology rapidly converts other elements into metals. Combined with their close integration of life and machinery, they possess an incredibly rapid expansion capability. Each individual life form is, in effect, the boss of a mechanical empire. They can repurpose the fallen bodies of their comrades, transforming them into replicas of their own lives to continue the fight. The Blue Ocean civilization's unique technology is quite unique, but regardless, they must seize it first. Of the 84 civilizations, nearly all those without specialized technology took action, baring their fangs against their former allies. Faced with the oncoming fleets, the Blue Ocean civilization, once the leader of a major long-distance navigation organization, was barely able to mount an effective resistance. Their warp speed was only 213 times the speed of light, leaving them powerless against warships that outnumbered them by almost 5 times their size. Despite their unique technology, these ordinary civilizations were no longer what they once were. They had undergone a transformation, mastering even more powerful technologies. The Blue Ocean civilization was now in a state of utter defeat, and neither could they escape. Falling behind meant being beaten. Of course, if the Blue Ocean civilization weren't a technologically advanced civilization, perhaps they wouldn't have been attacked. If the Blue Ocean civilization hadn't disembarked early, they would still be the powerful Blue Ocean civilization they are today. But there are no ifs in this world. The Blue Ocean civilization, a once powerful existence for countless years, a civilization that led over 300 civilizations all the way to the edge of the Boötes void, a civilization that successfully entered the void, became a prey simply because its development lagged behind its former allies. Every civilization craved a piece of the action. Even among the swarming civilizations, one had once been affiliated with the Blue Sea Grand Expeditionary Organization. Yet, they watched their former leader being slaughtered without mercy, even fighting even harder. They were eventually recognized by the Blue Sea Civilization, but recognition was no use. Facing their former members, the Blue Sea Civilization was completely devastated, knowing their doom was imminent. The Human Civilization, the Awakener Civilization, the Divine Principle Civilization, the Galactic Heart Civilization, the Dia Civilization, the Falcon Civilization, the Abyss Civilization, and the Kroll Civilization remained motionless. Their fleets remained motionless, their leadership teams silently observing the Blue Sea Civilization's dying struggles from their flagships. Perhaps they had already anticipated the outcome. As expected, as the leader of a grand expeditionary organization, the Blue Sea Civilization ultimately chose dignity. When the first Blue Sea member about to be captured activated their own ascension energy and self-destructed, the Blue Sea Civilization preserved its last remaining dignity with its own demise. We, the Blue Ocean Civilization, have traversed the galaxy for hundreds of millions of years. We once crossed a vast galaxy. We imagined we might one day fall, but we never imagined we would be destroyed by a bunch of scoundrels like you. We have no regrets, and we don't blame you, but could you, in our final moments, tell us why you succeeded? Each spark represented a Blue Ocean person. The last Blue Ocean person had already initiated the self-destruct sequence. With his death, the Blue Ocean Civilization would be annihilated. In his final moments, he cried out words he had suppressed for countless years. Because of dark matter. The dark matter in the engine is also dark matter. The Silver Heart Civilization thoughtfully sent a message to the final Blue Ocean person. Ha, the answer is so simple. We should have thought of it long ago. We should have thought of it long ago. No, we already thought of it. It's just that we're too close. Oh, universe. The last Blue Ocean person broadcast, then disappeared in the fireball of self-destruction. The Blue Ocean Civilization perished. Between the humiliating choice of allowing their race to continue and the choice of dignity, they chose dignity because they knew that even if they continued to live in humiliation, the Blue Ocean Civilization would no longer be the Blue Ocean Civilization. Chapter 1456. All the fleets that had set out to seize the intelligent life of the Blue Ocean Civilization returned, returning to their own regions. They had anticipated this outcome, but they hadn't expected the Blue Ocean Civilization to be so decisive. Years later, the seemingly united Star Voyage organization finally set sail, heading towards the brilliant starry sky. Compared to entering the Great Void, exiting was much easier. The distance was similar, but the civilizations had changed dramatically. Back then, traveling in at the speed of light took over 100 million years, but now it only takes over 146,000 years. Perhaps because the universe is simply too vast, the voyage still seems long. This is assuming all civilizations are traveling at warp speed throughout the entire journey. Clearly, the 84 civilizations couldn't travel at warp speed constantly. It wasn't that they couldn't, but they wanted to complete their comprehensive civilizational upgrades before returning to the edge of the Great Void. This necessitated periodic pauses to travel at normal light speed, as large-scale industrial activity couldn't be carried out at warp speed. In this scenario, human and feather civilizations had the best time utilization, as their warp speeds were higher than those of other civilizations. They could initially advance ahead of the main force at high warp speed, then exit warp when needed to upgrade their creations. Once the main force caught up, they could repeat this process. However, human and feather civilizations only managed this a few times before they were invited to a meeting by other civilizations, under the guise of the same organization, to discuss warp technology. The reasoning was that as a single organization, other technologies were manageable, but possessing different warp speeds was unacceptable, making unified action impossible. All civilizations pressured the human and Feyyu civilizations to share their more advanced warp technology with the organization. Logically, the same organization should have the same speed, especially in such a vast universe. Different warp speeds would inevitably lead to inconsistent coordination among civilizations. As two of the leaders of the Great Star Voyage organization, Feyyu and the human civilizations should contribute their own technologies. This would promote unity among civilizations. But who would be willing to hand over technology they had painstakingly developed over countless years? Especially when the organization was already showing signs of disintegration, the two civilizations were even more reluctant. However, now that we were in the return phase, improving the warp speed capabilities of all civilizations was a clear trend, and the human and Feiyu civilizations could not withstand the pressure. Ultimately, the human and Feiyu civilizations agreed in principle to share warp technology. Of course, this was only in principle. In practice, human civilization presented a wealth of information related to its unique technologies, but utilizing quantum tidal waves was a technology not seen anywhere else except human civilization. With no other options, other civilizations had no choice but to turn their attention to the Feiyu civilization. However, the Feiyu civilization possessed such powerful warp technology because of its unique technology, so their approach mirrored that of human civilization. In the end, other civilizations had no choice but to settle for the next best option, asking the Feiyu and human civilizations to provide them with finished warp engines. This was feasible, and the leaders of both civilizations had originally considered it the best outcome. The Feiyu civilization's unique technology was a collective one, so providing finished engines to other civilizations presented no real pressure. As for human civilization, since utilizing quantum tidal waves was actually a unique technology possessed by a level 6 civilization, reaching the cosmic level presented no difficulty in developing this inherited unique technology. Thus, with the support of human and Feiyu civilizations, the Starry Sky Expedition Organization increased the overall speed of all civilizations once again, reaching 15-16 times the speed of light. With such a speed, if they could continue at full speed, the return journey would take less than 10,000 years. 10,000 years can accomplish a lot, but not much. 10,000 years was barely enough for human civilization to complete the development of the Rule Shield, and they hadn't even completed its full assembly. The Shinju civilization was a bit faster, having already achieved mass production of the Rule Shield and installed it on their warships. In addition to completing the development of the Rule Shield, they also accomplished another feat, determining the direction of their fleet's development and producing 1,000 neutron battle stars on their return voyage. Yes, the Shinju civilization, which previously struggled to maintain a single neutron battle star, can now mass-produce them, albeit with limited efficiency. But the neutron battle stars have indeed transformed from specialized technological flagships into their standard warships. Although they may be conventional warships, each neutron battle star is far more powerful than their previous flagship, both in terms of attack, defense, and mobility. Take space jump technology, for example. Previously, the neutron battle star, the flagship of the Shinju civilization, could only leap 2 or 3 light years. Now, powered by zero-point energy, this distance has soared 100-fold, and their area of effect strike capability has also improved 100-fold. Furthermore, the area of effect strikes of the neutron battle stars have now become a standard offensive tool for the Shinju civilization. Their defensive capabilities have also seen a qualitative leap, as has their offensive power. They are no longer afraid of dimensionality increases or decreases. Any one of these 1,000 neutron battle stars could shatter 4-dimensional space, and even if they leaped into 2-dimensional space, they would be unaffected. The reason is that the Shinju civilization has equipped them with rigid rule shields. They are already creations of a cosmic civilization. But the Shinju civilization remains unsatisfied. They continue to cultivate their unique technological path, and they do not consider the current neutron battle stars to be the most powerful products of their unique technological path. On the contrary, the Shinju civilization believes that these neutron battle stars are merely phased products of their deep cultivation of their unique technological path, cosmic civilization versions of the original neutron battle stars. Thus, in their fleet planning, these neutron battle stars are conventional warships. As for flagships, the Shinju civilization believes that they should continue to cultivate their unique technology and only build them after completing their final form. However, they have already begun to formulate preliminary ideas. Some experts and scholars within the Shinju civilization believe that a more powerful warship would be a black hole battleship, and that the Shinju civilization should focus on gravity research to create a black hole battle star. Other experts and scholars believe that a quark battle star is more powerful, because a black hole battle star involves the infinitesimal and infinitesimal safes of the universe, which is beyond the current technological capabilities of the Shinju civilization. While they had differing visions for their flagships, they were united in their distinctive technological paths, believing they should continue research in the field of gravity and, leveraging their own racial talents, master its ultimate applications. The Star Defenders had stated that the 4 fundamental forces represented the 4 paths of a warlike cosmic civilization, and the scientists of the Divine Matrix civilization were confident they would master the ultimate application of one of them. Chapter 1457. Neutron battle stars were never solely a product of the Shinju civilization's unique technology. If a civilization specialized in four-dimensional space technology and also had extensive research into extreme stars, they could also create one. Thus, the neutron battle star was a product of the Shinju civilization's unique technology, but the universe was vast, and they couldn't create just that. Now, having reached the level of a cosmic civilization, they were naturally unsatisfied with the status quo. They would continue along their original path, attempting to master the legendary ultimate application of gravity. As for what this ultimate application of gravity might be, the Shinju civilization still didn't know, nor did any of the civilizations in the Great Star Voyage organization. Without guidance, they could only explore on their own. On their journey back to the starry sky, the other civilizations witnessed the true nature of racial talent. They envied other races, and resented the bias of the universe. Why wasn't their own race the one possessing special talents? This time, the Shinju civilization treated the neutron battle star as a regular warship. They weren't the only ones to make progress. Virtually all civilizations that previously possessed unique technologies saw varying degrees of advancement as their civilizational level rose. For example, while the Dia civilization still hadn't mastered soul annihilation, they had expanded the range of their soul shock attack to the galactic level. In fact, they were the first civilization to achieve galactic scale attacks. Their success might be related to the unique characteristics of soul attacks, but regardless, they were the first. The Galactic Center civilization also successfully increased its detection capabilities to the 10,000 light-year level, which, if targeting extremely small galaxies, would be considered galactic level. If this trend continues, the Galactic Center civilization appears poised to become the second observer civilization. However, none of the member civilizations of the former Galactic Grand Voyage organization have forgotten that the Galactic Center civilization consists not only of the Galactic Center people, but also of another race, the very race that once enabled them to travel in 3 dimensions. Perhaps drawing lessons from the past, that race once rebelled, and the Galactic Center civilization subsequently strengthened its internal development. After becoming a cosmic civilization, their life sciences and technologies achieved further breakthroughs, giving them sufficient technological foundation for internal integration. Before returning to the starry sky from the center of the Boötes Void, the Galactic Center civilization had already completed its internal integration. They are no longer 2 races, but 1 race, 2 ethnic groups. Using life sciences and technologies, the Galactic Center civilization transformed the other races' appearance, making them identical to their own, sharing the same living environment, and even eliminating reproductive isolation, effectively becoming a single race. This marked the complete transition of the other race into the Galactic Center people, and one of the 2 ethnic groups of the Galactic Center civilization. To facilitate this fusion, the Galactic Center civilization not only genetically modified the other race's appearance, but also examined the conflicts and historical connections between the 2 races from their very origins. To reshape the histories of their 2 races, the Galactic Center not only falsified their own history within their own civilization, transforming themselves into a majestic image, but also used technology in exchange for secrets from civilizations that knew their history, even revising the publicly known history of the Milky Way. The goal was to transform the 2 races within their own civilization into a single, coherent people, eliminating any racial tensions. According to the script humans received, the Galactic Center civilization demanded that human civilization alter the historical record of their civil war into a conflict between 2 ethnic groups, rather than between different races. From then on, the Galactic Center civilization consisted solely of Galactic Center people. Their reforms were highly effective. Although the concealed history was a fabrication, the cooperation of various civilizations had virtually sealed all loopholes. The Galactic Center civilization's historical falsification was thorough. Not only did they go to great lengths to completely alter their own secret archives, they also used diplomatic means to have other civilizations completely alter their own archives and historical records. This way, even if someone from one of their races later became the leader of their civilization, the true history would be untraceable. As the saying goes, when it comes to historical falsification, the Galactic Center civilization is undoubtedly the best in the galaxy. The internal falsifications of human civilization during Earth's time pale in comparison. At least the Galactic Center civilization wouldn't create a clay tablet that remained intact after thousands of years buried underground. On the contrary, in order to unify the 2 races within its own civilization, the Galactic Center even approached the Awakener civilization, asking them to help create a customized dream. Speaking of which, the efforts of the Galactic Center civilization finally freed them from internal worries. Afterward, amidst a favorable internal situation, they finally, after thousands of years, successfully became the third civilization to master the rule shield. At the same time, the unique technology originally aboard their galaxy was transformed into a common warship, just like the neutron battle star. One can imagine that if a civilization were to engage in battle with them, they would undoubtedly see a swarm of galaxy ships and a multitude of three-dimensional shuttle portals appearing in the starry sky. The head of a warship might be here, while the tail might be tens of thousands of light years away. These are the results of a level 6 civilization's unique technological advancements, enhanced by the foundational technologies of a level 7 civilization. Similarly, the Incheon civilization, like the Shinju civilization, continues to refine its unique technologies and strives to find the ultimate application in a particular area. The Feiyu civilization continues its relentless pursuit of warp speed. They seem to have truly reached the peak of their talent. Using only the time they spent returning home, they advanced their warp speed theory, advancing from 1,649 times the speed of light to 1,909 times the speed of light. This surpasses all other civilizations, making them the first to reach the warp speed limit of a conventional cosmic civilization. Of course, they are still in the experimental stages. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will likely be ready for implementation upon their return to the Milky Way. The Feiyu civilization is arguably the most rapidly advancing civilization in warp speed. At this stage, no civilization can claim to be first, even if they claim second place. The Awakener civilization is also making remarkable progress. Although they haven't yet achieved teleportation, they are making rapid progress in dream creation. As far as Yuyuan knows, the Awakener civilization appears to be researching a dream-building technology. Yuyuan wasn't entirely sure what it was, but Awakener Huan told him it was probably a technology that allowed dreams to communicate with reality, seemingly studying the boundary between them. According to Awakener Huan, for nearly 10,000 years, all Awakeners have been practicing dream communication, setting physical parameters within their dreams, and then constructing accordingly. It appears to be still in the research and experimental stages, and Awakener Huan didn't provide a comprehensive explanation, so Yuyuan currently doesn't know if it's a rule-based weapon with galactic scale capabilities. Of the distinctive technological civilizations within the original Galactic Grand Voyage organization, only the Falcon civilization remains hesitant. Some experts and scholars believe it's time to stop exploring the applications of dark matter and dark energy, considering them outdated. Others believe it should continue, arguing that the method used to restrict the advancement of a level 6 civilization involves dark matter, and that this is the future direction the Falcon civilization should take. Of course, even with internal disagreements, the Falcon civilization's Falcon has become a common warship. Like the Divine Moment civilization, they are now worried about finding a new flagship. Overall, all civilizations have made progress over the past 10,000 years, but those with specialized technological expertise have made even greater progress. Those specialized technological civilizations, through their own development, have proven that their superiors are still their superiors. Chapter 1458. Of course, ordinary cosmic civilizations are no less advanced. After mastering zero-point vacuum energy, they will generally, over time and through in-depth research, gradually master related technologies and develop derivative technologies. Similarly, technologies previously difficult to master at a level 6 civilization will, as the civilization's zero-point vacuum energy technology tree is developed, radiate to other technology trees, allowing them to advance accordingly. This technological radiation isn't one way, it rather influences each discipline. For example, civilizations at level 6 only have a preliminary grasp of space technology. However, at the cosmic level, breakthroughs in space technology will naturally occur. This is because research into zero-point vacuum energy also involves the study of spatial principles, the microscopic and macroscopic dimensions of space, and particularly the topic of cosmic energy. Furthermore, research into spatial dimensions also involves the four fundamental forces, which in turn involve their various related technologies. Most importantly, of course, is the modification and application of the laws of cosmic physics. In short, a normal cosmic civilization is inherently well-rounded and extremely powerful. However, the ordinary cosmic civilizations among the 84 civilizations today don't seem that powerful. They're indeed not that powerful, and the reason is simple. They didn't achieve this breakthrough on their own, but rather shared vacuum zero-point energy technology with other civilizations. If they had achieved this advancement through their own efforts, then the moment they mastered vacuum zero-point energy, they would not only be able to immediately master space folding technology, but also their applications in other areas would be equally impressive. It can be said that if a cosmic civilization happens to specialize in a particular field, they can easily create the unique technological artifacts originally possessed by level 6 civilizations. For example, the dimensionality reduction strike weapon, the two-dimensional foil, is possessed by the paper civilization at level 6 due to its unique technology, but any cosmic civilization specializing in the study of macroscopic, low-dimensional space can also create it. As for the pioneers' quantum macro tunneling, cosmic civilizations primarily specializing in quantum tunneling can also create warships with similar capabilities, though the methods of manufacture may differ, or they may also be the same. If it's the former, it's likely achieved through some similar principle. If it's the latter, it can't be said that the individual life forms of this cosmic civilization possess the same racial talents as the pioneers, but rather that their intelligence has reached the level of understanding the pioneers' unique technology. Of course, this only works if the cosmic civilization is fully developed and specialized in the relevant field. Similarly, if an established cosmic civilization were to acquire the Tianqin, which humanity once owned, and they possess deep research in microscopic, high-dimensional fields, and specialize in this area, they could also build a warship capable of quantum banishment. So, the unique technology of a level 6 civilization is, in fact, cosmic-level civilization technology, but it's not ordinary technology either. Instead, it's premium technology from a specialized technology tree. In game parlance, it's purple rare technology, which requires a cosmic-level civilization to complete the prerequisites for unlocking it. However, an established cosmic-level civilization possessing quantum banishment technology doesn't necessarily possess the same third-person dream talent as humans and awakeners, as they can acquire this technology from other normal rare technology tree paths. From this perspective, the awakeners longing for breakthroughs and intelligence are actually already occurring during a civilization's own efforts to ascend to cosmic-level civilization, though it's a subtle process, unnoticed by anyone. In particular, as various scientific tools are used to understand and apply the laws of cosmic physics, wisdom gradually breaks free from its constraints. Of course, races with unique talents, and the civilizations they form, often unleash even more remarkable talents after ascending to cosmic-level civilization. However, this takes time, requiring the cosmic-level civilization to cultivate these talents, accumulating quantitative changes through comprehensive development of each technology tree, ultimately creating its own unique technological creations, just as they did in the past at level 6. This is also what every unique technological civilization within the Star Voyage organization strives for. It can be said that if the target is a cosmic-level civilization specializing in the microscopic realm, then human civilization's current quantum banishment attack will be incapable of killing them. Just like the unknown civilization that built electronic warships, if their own electronic warships were driven into the microscopic realm, they might be able to escape on their own. Moreover, a cosmic civilization like that might possess more than just electronic warships. So, in reality, the current Star Voyage organization is quite underwhelming. They are all newly promoted newbies, far behind the established cosmic civilizations. A fully developed cosmic civilization is definitely not comparable to this group of newbies. And over the years, some of this knowledge and understanding has been discovered or inferred due to the scientific research progress of various civilizations, while some remain shrouded in mystery. For example, the concept of specialized development paths for cosmic civilizations has been recognized by most civilizations. After reaching this level, they discovered that the various branching technology trees of cosmic civilizations are simply too vast, so vast that even the combined wisdom of their entire civilization might not be enough to develop each one to its full potential. In this situation, most civilizations know what to do. That is, maintain conventional technological development at a normal level, then specialize in a single research path, or even a single principle or subject. Develop a particular technological application into a unique skill. Each specialized technological civilization has long demonstrated to all civilizations at the 6th level the immense combat power that specialization and unique skills bring. So what are these paths? The answer is obvious. The Star Defender stated that, from a broad perspective, there are 4 fundamental forces: strong force, electromagnetic force, weak force, and gravity, as well as dimensions, the macrocosm, the microcosm, the spirit and soul, and even the ethereal art. Of course, these are merely general developments. The actual application of a particular technology is necessarily specific to a specific branch of the technology tree. For example, dimension has a host of branching technology trees, macroscopic and microscopic, whether its dimensionality increase or decrease, whether it's spatial or the mysterious dimension of time. Specifically, when it comes to a particular object or principle, it's the study of a specific mechanism, such as the Higgs mechanism, the Pauli exclusion mechanism, the fermion mechanism, the bosonic mechanism, the tachyon mechanism, the quantum mechanism, and so on. It can even be as specific as the intrinsic properties of a particle. In this application, civilizations from the Milky Way are most familiar with the identical spin strike of electronic warships. What are physical law weapons? These various research results, transformed into weapons, are physical law strikes. At the sixth level of civilization, some civilizations, through their own racial talents, had already begun to glimpse these secrets, such as the paper civilization encountered by the Great Galactic Expedition Organization long ago. Their dimensionality reduction strikes exploit the laws of space physics. Chapter 1459. And now, like several other civilizations with unique technologies, scientists in human civilization are also worried about the follow-up research on their own unique technologies. The underlying theme of human civilization's unique technologies is undoubtedly plucking the strings, which is why various civilizations refer to human civilization as the pluckers. This plucking operation is clearly based on a third-person observation model. Based on this, the brilliant scientists of human civilization believe that they should continue to delve deeper into the microscopic realm, continue to leverage the advantages of third-person observation, continue to delve deeper into the various microscopic six-dimensional structures, master the laws related to them, and then develop a strike method even more powerful than quantum banishment. As for what strike method, that depends on what plucking method they can find. It could be an evolved version of quantum banishment, or perhaps a different strike method. After all, quantum banishment is merely a special application of human civilization's unique technological research path, not the entirety of its unique technological path. In short, keep plucking the strings, plucking them in various ways, striking out different cosmic notes, and transforming them into their own unique weapons. As for their main development path, the human scientific community has held countless meetings, essentially summarizing current research findings and selecting the primary technological development direction for human civilization. Because these meetings concern the primary technological direction of civilization, Yuan attends every one, and other scientific teams and talented scientists are also present. However, this time, in addition to the normal scientific discussions, there's an additional topic: life sciences. Human civilization has already reached the cosmic level, but its technological development clearly cannot compare to that of established cosmic civilizations. Just in the life sciences alone, there are still countless branches of the technological tree that human scientists need to explore. For example, the future development path of life sciences remains a multiple-choice question, but as civilization levels rise, new unknowns are discovered, and many things previously thought to be true become conditionally correct, much like classical mechanics. This is the law of scientific development. The same is true for life sciences. Many life science scientists have revived the previously discontinued quantum path. They believe that after human civilization becomes a cosmic civilization, with time accumulating more and more technologies and knowledge across various fields, and with a deeper foundation, full quantization will become a viable option. Of course, this is only one topic of the conference. Regarding life sciences, the current focus remains on the lifespan technology branch. The universe is vast. Even if we achieve a level 7 civilization, facing a universe measuring billions of light years, our current lifespan of 1,000,000 years is still insufficient. Therefore, in life science research, anti-entropy technology must not be discontinued. In other words, to encourage the interstellar government to prioritize life sciences and even consider them a primary research path, these life science scientists even outline the prospects of anti-entropy technology at the conference. According to them, anti-entropy technology not only allows individual humans to complete a life transformation and achieve immortality, but it's also a truly rare technological path. A civilization specializing in this path, upon reaching its peak development, could undoubtedly use anti-entropy as a weapon. This group of life scientists calls the ultimate weapon of anti-entropy technology the entropy strike. After all, bragging is free. These scientists also say that by continuing to explore this technological path, they might not only possess entropy-increasing weapons, but also open up another technology tree. Temperature. Their various hypotheses sparked heated discussions among other scientists in the field. Is it possible that we could pluck strings and produce various regular strikes? After all, from the perspective of string theory, string vibrations are the foundation of the universe. The vibrations of different strings, or combinations of strings, constitute everything in the universe. As the meeting entered the discussion phase, some physicists couldn't help but initiate a discussion with their colleagues. A nearby scientist chimed in, "Are you saying that by plucking a certain combination of strings, we could instantly increase the entropy of the entire galaxy?" Yes, it's possible, but I guess, like those life scientists say, we have to focus on anti-entropy technology in the future, maybe even temperature. The physicist who initiated the topic nodded secretly. Well, in that case, perhaps we could also pluck strings and produce identical spin strikes like the electronic battleships did back then. Perhaps we could also achieve dimensionality reduction or alter some particle mechanics. Another scientist beside him also joined the discussion with interest. This person, Xin Yuhua, was a physicist specializing in electromagnetic force research. He followed up on the previous conversation between the two scientists, saying, well, plucking the strings is indeed like a general outline. In theory, we can do it, but in practice, it's not so easy. For example, if we want to launch an identical spin attack, based on the technological path of our human civilization, we not only need to be able to plucking the strings, but also need to discover all the relevant mechanisms for an identical spin attack. That's a completely rare technology tree. So, after all the twists and turns, the problem has returned to the starting point. We must at least focus our efforts in one direction first. The scientist who initiated the conversation spread his hands. Xin Yuhua nodded and said, that's inevitable. After reaching the level of cosmic civilization, we find ourselves facing even more unknowns, and the technological branches derived from these unknowns are even more numerous. We simply can't cover them all in a short period of time. After a pause, Xin Yuhua recalled the situations of other civilizations and continued, I remember that the Xinjiu civilization has clearly stated that gravity technology will be their primary focus. They are determined to become a war-oriented civilization with powerful military forces. From what I understand, the Awakener and Dia civilizations are pursuing spiritual and soul technology, while the Falcon civilization has chosen to continue exploring dark matter and dark energy. Even the Tufted civilization has determined its primary focus, choosing weak interaction. They're not willing to fall behind. As for our human civilization, I believe we should also determine it as soon as possible. That way, we can focus our forces in a single direction. In my opinion, electromagnetic force is best. Xin Yuhua's research area is electromagnetic force, so he naturally hopes that human civilization will make electromagnetic force its primary focus. Besides, this is one of the 4 fundamental forces. According to the Star Defenders, civilizations that can push these 4 paths to their limits will generally become powerful warlike civilizations. However, other scientists disagreed. The one who had previously initiated the topic immediately shook his head and said, hey, what electromagnetic force? We're currently specialized in microscopic high-dimensionality. In my opinion, we should focus on the microscopic high-dimensional direction of dimensional technology. Our theory already supports us entering microscopic high-dimensionality. We should continue to develop this path and push it to its limits, entering the microscopic and controlling the microscopic. Another scientist couldn't help but say, you're just delusional. I actually think we should revisit mind imprinting technology. As soon as he finished speaking, someone else interrupted, TSK. Speaking of the 4 fundamental forces, I think the strong interaction is the best. For a moment, the hall was filled with a flurry of discussion, with all sorts of opinions. Chapter 1460. Under normal development, human civilization's main technology tree doesn't need much discussion. It can simply dive headfirst into the microscopic high-dimensional realm. After all, that's where human civilization excels. The various discussions arise simply because some scientists believe the 4 fundamental forces are merely a military safeguard. Especially after learning about the impact of the 4th phase transition, human scientists now understand that it represents the ultimate electromagnetic technology. The question remains whether it represents the unique technology of a level 7 civilization or a true God-level civilization. Regarding the 4th phase transition region, upon leaving the center of the Boötes Void, the civilizations of the Grand Voyage organization explored its periphery, but largely without significant progress, knowing only that contact with it would lead to death. However, humans and the Awakeners did observe some things, but they were mostly phenomena beyond their comprehension. Currently, what can be determined are some general phenomena after the phase transition. For example, human civilization and the Awakeners have confirmed through third-person observation that light is indeed absent in the 4th phase transition region of the universe, and that the 4 fundamental forces have become 5: gravity, electricity, magnetism, strong force, and weak force. There are also some inherent connections between the 5 fundamental forces. However, due to only third-person observations, without having personally entered the world and lacking knowledge of that aspect, humans and the Awakeners do not know what these connections are. However, human civilization and the Awakeners have made some relatively reasonable speculations, and some things are certain. For example, the dark matter in that world will completely phase transform and disappear, transforming into a completely new type of ordinary matter. It is certain that this is a completely new world, but unfortunately, it cannot be entered. It is precisely because of these understandings that scientists in human civilization have become obsessed with the four fundamental forces, particularly the seemingly most common force, the electromagnetic force. However, they were unsuccessful. Most scientists in human civilization were unwilling to take risks, instead opting for the more conservative approach of strings, determined to persevere in their reputation as string pluckers. After this decision was made, the focus of human scientific research shifted to string theory, superstring theory, M-theory, and new superstring theory, among other theories. Combined with the third-person observation model, countless talented scientists devoted themselves to these efforts. Over time, having determined their primary focus, human civilization, supported by the theory of everything, gradually began to explain various technologies using strings or combinations of strings. The purpose of this approach is simple: to attempt to explain everything from the underlying structure of the universe, strings, to explain as many current physical phenomena as possible, and to incorporate the expression of each physical phenomenon into the new string theory. If successful, human civilization might be able to alter various physical laws by plucking different cosmic strings. As some scientists have previously suggested, plucking strings can still achieve dimensionality reduction. Of course, human civilization has only recently entered the realm of cosmic civilization. We need to continue to accumulate experience and progress, gradually addressing the shortcomings in the bucket before we can build a new Tianqin. Yes, a new Tianqin. The interstellar government of human civilization, led by Yu Yuan, has determined that the new Tianqin must be equipped with the most advanced technology currently available to human civilization, and must include unique technological artifacts. This requirement for unique technological artifacts will keep human civilization's talented scientists and engineers busy for a long time to come. They will all plunge headfirst into exploring unique technological fields and their potential applications. Even Yu Yuan himself has joined the scientific team. There's no other way. He's lived so long, and with so much accumulated knowledge, it would be a shame for such an individual life form not to engage in research. So, after leaving the Bodhi's void, Yu Yuan began consciously training himself. Since human civilization adheres to the principles of governing the country through technology and science first, it's not surprising that a civilization leader is also a scientist. The individual life forms of the Awakener civilization are indeed omnipotent. This phenomenon may not be very obvious in other civilizations except the Awakener civilization right now, but as the civilization's level rises, the individual life forms within it will become increasingly powerful with the development of life science and technology. We become interstellar civilizations, having traveled billions of light years, and can be considered to be exploring a corner of the universe. Many concepts from the Earth era are no longer applicable. Under such intense conditions, human civilization, upon returning to the galactic environment, has finally achieved breakthroughs in its own unique technological fields. First and foremost, breakthroughs have been made in the unique technologies of the original Level 6 civilization. Because human civilization has already conducted more in-depth research on vacuum zero-point energy than other civilizations, the dual-channel technology has significantly improved the teleportation capabilities of warships equipped with microscopic high-dimensional jump engines. The range has soared from 4 light-years to 500 light-years. The quantum banishment strike range, now standard on consciousness-linked warships, has also been significantly increased, reaching 1,000 times its original range. It's worth noting that this is only a preliminary achievement. Scientists predict that as civilization's comprehensive strength increases, the distance and strike range of high-dimensional jumps will continue to increase. The former may not be so dramatic, but the latter will definitely reach galactic levels. By then, a single strike would easily destroy an entire galaxy. The design of the new Tianqin has also seen new developments, driven by the continued advancement of space-folding technology. It's now certain that humanity's future Tianqin will no longer be a massive warship measuring 2,000 kilometers long, 1,236 kilometers wide, and 763 kilometers high. Instead, it will be smaller. The currently confirmed size is approximately 5 kilometers, roughly the same as the Star Defender. By previous standards, this size would be equivalent to a second-tier civilization's capital ship, the size of the largest Lake-class warship. Despite its small exterior, the application of space-folding technology allows it to possess an interior volume countless times larger than any previous warship. These publicly available data have once again demonstrated the power of human civilization to all civilizations within the Star Voyage organization. However, If they were to see the private data, they would likely be astonished. For the warship humanity is currently planning to build is anything but a traditional warship. It's not streamlined like the Tianqin, nor spherical like the Star Defender and Neutron Battlestar, but rather a naturally constructed form. Its appearance isn't even fixed. What kind of warship is this? So far, civilizations know of only one type. The electronic warship, which has a hazy appearance. The origin of the electronic warship is well known. It's based on a pair of Pauli-incompatible electrons. Since scientists and engineers envision the new Tianqin as a warship with a fluid appearance, they naturally considered the manufacturing process of the electronic warship and wanted to use this approach to build the new Tianqin. Chapter 1461. Electronic warships are created by modifying electrons, so they also possess some of the inherent properties of electrons. For example, in terms of attack and defense, electronic warships are created by amplifying certain characteristics of electrons. The most typical example is the conventional attack method of electronic warships. The underlying logic of their destruction of electronic equipment is the inherent properties of electrons, as is the case with identical spin strikes. So what will human civilization's new flagship be? Will it be a modified proton? A photon? Or some kind of quark? None of these. Human scientists and engineers have chosen a microscopic six-dimensional spatial structure, or in human scientific parlance, a Calabi-Yau space. Calabi-Yau space, also known as Calabi-Yau space, has 6 dimensions, and is a space curled up in a microscopic higher dimension. In Earth's time, it could not be measured with instruments, and could only be described using abstract mathematics. Now, human civilization has truly seen them through third-person observation mode and plans to transform them into a warship using divine technology. The radius of this space is even less than 1/1000th of a meter, only 1/1000th of the radius of a proton and neutron. It is the microcosm of the microcosm, the realm of the ultramicro. Human civilization's attempt to transform it into a warship is undoubtedly a madman's decision. Human scientists don't know the construction process of electronic warships, but even from a microscopic perspective, it's easy to imagine that it is definitely more difficult than manufacturing electronic warships, and it's not even in the same tier of difficulty. It's conceivable that if the planned new flagship is truly built, it will have a fantastic appearance. For this reason, human civilization named its new flagship project the Dream Lyra project, and this Lyra, which still only existed in the planning phase, also received a new name, Dream Lyra. These details are currently hidden from other civilizations by human civilization. After all, human civilization is not in the habit of pre-announcements about things that are only a beginning. On the other hand, the emergence of the Dream Lyra project wasn't entirely accidental. Before human civilization finalized its primary research direction, it had consistently pursued research in microscopic and higher dimensional fields. Of course, the emergence and finalization of the Dream Lyra project were undoubtedly supported by new discoveries and research results. It's impossible to simply imagine the manufacturing process of an electronic warship and then say, let's build one too. As for the specific research results, the story begins after the primary research direction was finalized. That happened over 100 years ago. About 7 or 8 years after human civilization finalized its primary research direction, a surprising breakthrough occurred in life sciences. This small breakthrough resulted in a renewed life for the Dragon Star Brigade, which was on the verge of collapse. The distinctive technological path of human civilization was achieved under the leadership of him and 2 other brilliant scientists. One of these 2 scientists was Dao Baiqi. The other, Xiao Yijuan, was not a physicist, but a brilliant mathematician. He completed the normal academic course of human civilization in just 1,000 years and, at the age of 20,000, reached a leading position in mathematics. It's worth noting that Xiao Yijuan also married at the age of 20,000. His bride was Dao Baiqi, who was 530,000 years his senior. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you will bring you gold bricks. A woman 30 years older than you will bring you the kingdom. A woman 300 years older than you will bring you elixirs. A woman 3,000 years older than you will be ranked among the immortals. A woman 30,000 years older than you will be fed by the Queen Mother. And a woman 300,000 years older than you will stand at the Buddha's door. Xiao Yijuan is quite a legend. Miraculously, his home is across from Dao Baiqi's. So he actually met Dao Baiqi back when he was wearing open-crotch pants. Dao Baiqi even hugged him, and who would have thought that embrace would become inseparable? Speaking of which, in their research on microscopic high-dimensional space, the 3 scientific teams discovered that Calabi-Yau space can be visualized through a series of incomprehensibly complex calculations and operations. They also discovered a type of string combination that, through manipulation, can expand Calabi-Yau space. This involves numerous precise microscopic operations that are impossible to perform except under third-person observation mode. The Longqing Brigade, Daebaki, and Xiao Yijuan teams found their solution through countless observations and calculations. Based on their observations of microscopic six-dimensional space and the various properties it exhibited after unfolding, they came up with this incredibly wild idea. They posited whether human civilization could operate on unfolded Calabi-Yau space, attaching individual folded spaces to the unfolded space as units, like printed circuit board patches. Once completed, the space could be rolled back. This idea was incredibly insane, as even this simple statement raised a host of unprecedented challenges, previously unimaginable, let alone achievable, and completely solvable. Let alone the process of unfolding and visualizing Calabi-Yau space. Even the state it manifests after unfolding touches upon entirely new territory. Regarding the unfolding of Calabi-Yau space, the Dragon Star Brigade and Daebaki teams originally believed it was a process of liberating curled-up dimensions in microscopic space, a process of macroscopicization, a process of flattening within macroscopic dimensional space. To this end, the two teams cited a wealth of seemingly valid observational data and, in their research and development reports, predicted the extent to which the microscopic six dimensions would unfold within macroscopic space. However, Xiao Yijuan, through mathematics, demonstrated that it is not, nor cannot be, unfolded in macroscopic dimensions, nor is it a process of liberating curled-up dimensions. Rather, it is a process of projecting curled-up dimensions onto the cosmic membrane through string duality. In other words, the so-called unfolding occurs on the cosmic membrane. Thus, according to Xiao Yijuan's calculations, the vast majority of operations in humanity's dreamy Tianqin project should be carried out within the vast microscopic realm. Subsequently, the two physics teams, through various microscopic high-dimensional observations, found key data, proving Xiao Yijuan's theory correct. So how can this series of operations be accomplished in the vast microscopic world? For example, how do we embed pieces of folded space into the unfolded Calabi-Yau space? How do we fix and glue them together? And so on. These questions require further research by human civilization to find practical solutions. Currently, the answers offered by various scientific teams in human civilization still point to strings. Their idea is to use some kind of extremely microscopic probe to activate cosmic strings to weld or rivet the two spaces together. However, scientists currently believe that the most suitable form of cosmic strings, or adhesive, is gluons. That is, using gluons, powerful propagators, as the adhesive, they would bond the Dream Lyra's control room, command center, power system, weapon system, living system, and other core components of the warship to the unfolded Calabi-Yau space. This is humanity's initial concept for the crazy Dream Lyra project. If it were truly accomplished, the Dream Lyra would likely resemble a Calabi-Yau space, with a twisted and abstract appearance. According to scientists in human civilization, this shape, from a macroscopic perspective, is likely not fixed, but rather a dynamic form that constantly fluctuates and distorts. The specifics will likely only be revealed after this insane plan is completed. Chapter 1462. This is our research object. If you want to experience it firsthand, you can switch your perspective to first-person mode now. A voice appeared in Yuan's mind. He recognized it as the Dragon Star Brigade's. After hearing the Dragon Star Brigade's voice, Yuan followed their instructions and switched his perspective back to first person. Then, he used the senses enabled by his spiritual soul technology to observe everything before him. This was a bizarre world. As the Dragon Star Brigade had said, it was the research object, and their research object was undoubtedly the microscopic high-dimensional space. This method of entering the microscopic world was actually the same method used by the staff during the Tianqin maintenance. The reason Yuan entered the microscopic world through third-person observation mode was simple. His lifespan was so long that scientists, like the Dragon Star Brigade, wanted him to have the ability to understand the unique technology of human civilization. This entry into the microscopic high-dimensional space was to train his senses. They felt that even if someone like Yuan wasn't as gifted as a brilliant scientist to support the existence of specialized technologies, they should at least learn to understand them, ensuring that humanity's future specialized technological creations would be maintained by someone. After switching to first-person perspective, Yuan extended his hand to examine it, then looked up at the bizarre world before him. Then, following the Dragon Star Brigade's steps, he slowly drifted through this twisted and bizarre space. Yuan knew that this drifting was merely feedback from his consciousness linking device. He hadn't actually entered the microscopic realm, only his perspective had. The so-called drift is actually a shift in perspective. What Yu Yuan sees now is what the scientists saw back then in the Bodhi's void. He is now in a curled-up microscopic space, and everything he sees is part of its structure, some curled normally, others curled to the point of no return. If one pulls back the perspective, one can see a constantly roiling and surging Calibio space, its boundaries constantly shifting like a thin membrane tumbling in water. There are actually more than one such space, but an infinite number. Like flowers, they are spread across the cosmic membrane, collectively forming an endless microscopic world. Human civilization's quantum exile strikes confined macroscopic objects to this place, ultimately transforming them into parts of the infinite microcosm. Look, they're rolling on the timeline. Long Xinglu directed Yu Yuan to observe the wriggling spatial walls, continuing, if our observation mode didn't include the timeline parameter, we wouldn't be able to see them moving. Their back-and-forth oscillation causes the timeline to become distorted here, like a curve. You must understand all the twisted spaces and bizarre phenomena we're seeing now. You see, that's a curled, wrinkled space, like claws firmly wrapped around a membrane. It's through studying these that we discovered the strings that can be used to weld space. If the Dream Lyra is truly completed, these things will be used to maintain it. Commander, you must understand its mechanism and fully comprehend it. We're gaining a preliminary understanding through observation. Upon your return, Xiao Yijuan will prepare some math lessons for you. Through continuous field observations and targeted mathematical study and problem-solving practice, we believe you are capable of understanding these things. Xiao Yijuan and I won't assign you many courses. If all goes well, you should be able to master them in a few hundred years. Yes. Yu Yuan nodded like a student. The task was arduous and serious. He must devote himself to studying humanity's most cutting-edge technology. Long Xingli continued his on-site teaching, pointing to patches of incomprehensible, twisted, wrinkled space. He said, the sixth dimension can be used to manipulate the mathematical techniques of electromagnetism and gravity, but it's more than that. It's also a physical dimension, providing the glue that allows us to explain their interactions using strings. But it's so small that ordinary instruments can't detect it. Only we, and the Awakener civilization can see it. Other civilizations can only describe it abstractly with mathematics. This is our advantage, and precisely because of this, I have every confidence that you can understand it. Long Xingli then continued to teach Yu Yuan a great deal about microscopic dimensions. The discussion moved from the curled-up microscopic dimension to the macroscopic dimension, then, starting with the example of the hypercube, and moving from the macroscopic four-dimensional space to the abstract dimensions one by one. For example, how one microscopic dimension is used when it is spread out on a membrane, what happens when two dimensions are spread out, and then 3, 4, and even 6 dimensions. All of this was designed to help Yu Yuan truly understand it, and gain the ability to maintain the fantasy Tianqin in the future. If Yu Yuan wanted to know how to maintain the fantasy Tianqin in the future, he had to complete his learning objectives, and then participate in the research, and even the subsequent construction of the fantasy Tianqin. He has already begun. Similarly, the development of the Dream Lyra is actually proceeding quietly. After arriving in the starry sky from the other side of the Bodhi's void, human civilization, like other civilizations, found a quiet spot to stop and then plunged into a frenzied state of research without stopping. Today, human civilization strives forward almost every moment. Beneath this quiet exterior, scientific teams toil day and night. Thus, another millennium has quietly passed. Yu Yuan lived up to expectations. Although he spent several hundred extra years undergoing various mental training, he ultimately became someone who could understand the unique technologies of human civilization. After millennia of development, human civilization has also completed the initial construction of its fleet. First, the warships, scaled-down versions of warships with even greater capabilities. Human civilization has built approximately 2,000 of these warships, all equipped with quantum banishment strikes and microscopic high-dimensional jumps, and of course, consciousness-linking warships. With technological advancement, these two unique technologies have become rare in this technological tree, enabling small-scale production of related artifacts. The habitable spacecraft have also been consolidated. There are only 30 of them, but thanks to space-folding technology, all human life forms reside on them. Though small in number, they utilize humanity's most advanced technology, are equipped with microscopic high-dimensional jumps, and are all equipped with rigid rule shields. Destroying them is essentially impossible without a large-scale attack. They also don't congregate in clusters, but are dispersed across the vast starfields. After becoming a cosmic civilization, other civilizations followed suit. With increased mobility, their range of activity naturally expanded. Thus, even if two spacecraft were thousands of light-years apart, they would still be neighbors. Chapter 1463. Many years passed, and the civilizations affiliated with the Star Expedition Organization gradually arrived at their target galaxy. This galaxy, located on the edge of the Boötes Void, is only 67,000 light-years in diameter. Because each civilization only stopped briefly here, it was called the Sudden Galaxy. Like human civilization, all civilizations temporarily established roots here, frantically developing technology. At the same time, as usual, each civilization dispatched its probes to conduct a reconnaissance scan upon arriving at a specific location. This galaxy is only 67,000 light-years across, not very large for those who had already achieved cosmic status. In a short while, they had already scanned most of the galaxy. During the resurgence, everyone discovered the existence of a second type of boundary breakers in this galaxy. This discovery was unilateral, but the various civilizations, preoccupied with technological advancement, had no time to pay attention to them, let alone take action to eliminate them. They probably assumed that these boundary breakers would soon perish in the cosmic catastrophe. Moreover, unlike the group encountered before entering the Great Void, these second type of boundary breakers held no grudges, so there was no need to exterminate them immediately. Thus, the Starry Sky Expedition Organization flourished here, year after year. In this way, another 800 years quietly passed. At this point, 9 distinctive technological civilizations, Human Civilization, Divine Principle Civilization, Awakener Civilization, Galactic Heart Civilization, Dia Civilization, Falcon Civilization, Feather Civilization, Abyss Civilization, and Kroll Civilization, had completed the creation of primary cosmic civilization artifacts. Other rapidly advancing civilizations also began researching and developing rule shields, such as the Green Sea Civilization, the Kabuto Civilization, the Alan Civilization, and the Momota Civilization. These civilizations' research on warp technology has gradually evolved beyond the creations of human and Feiyu civilizations, and they are now capable of producing their own warp engines capable of 1,000 times the speed of light. Other civilizations lag far behind. This is especially true of those civilizations that have previously shown a tendency to decline. Some of these civilizations have already experienced technological stagnation due to internal factors. Now, with the support of the various civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization, they are barely able to maintain their current status. Overall, they have made no progress in their study of the laws of cosmic physics. Only their utilization of zero-point energy in vacuum proves these civilizations to be cosmic-level civilizations. Given their current status, if they were to be classified, they would be at the very beginning of cosmic-level civilizations. They still possess a large number of level 6 civilization artifacts, and their weapon systems and defenses have yet to be fully upgraded. They are arguably at the bottom of the cosmic-level civilization hierarchy. Of course, if they don't allow themselves to decline, given enough time, they can still develop. If they can't develop specialized technologies, they can at least become true cosmic-level civilizations capable of using various laws to strike. But this universe seemed unwilling to give them time. Just as all civilizations were hard at work, a strange ripple suddenly appeared in the void somewhere in a certain direction of this galaxy. If the Great Star Voyage Organization had a detector there, they would have discovered that it was a fluctuation caused by warp speed, but it wasn't entirely warp speed. For the warp speed fluctuation seemed intermittent, like the ripples caused by a swimming duck, which had become the fragmented ripples of a skipping stone. It looked like some sort of creature leaping and traveling at warp speed. This creature wasn't invisible in the optical band. A detector observing it would reveal its true form. The material it was made of looked ordinary, like scrap copper metal. It didn't seem to possess any technological sophistication, just a silver lump of iron. But its movement proved it was anything but simple. This entirely silver creature could reach warp speeds of 3,053 times the speed of light. Moreover, each time it exited warp speed, its apparently rigid silver exterior suddenly transformed into a mysterious stream of light, then vanished into the darkness as a ball of silver light. When it reappeared, it was already 1616 light-years away. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the value of 1616 light-years approximates the Planck length to the power of 10 to the power of 38. Of course, 1616 light-years is a value calculated by human civilization using Earth years. Other civilizations would have different years, and thus different calculated distances in light-years, but they would still be multiples of the Planck length. Apparently, after a period of warp speed, this creature performed some kind of jump, spanning 1,616 light-years in one go. Even more astonishingly, sometimes after completing a jump, it didn't enter warp speed, but instead continued to jump several times towards the Suyu galaxy before returning to warp speed. After a period of warp speed, it began to repeat its previous actions, continuing its jumps. Space also rippled regularly due to the creature's movements. Judging by the way this object moves, it certainly resembles a spaceship, or perhaps a warship. However, if a civilization affiliated with the star voyage could actually see it now, they would undoubtedly be confused. Because it can surprisingly transform from a rigid body into something resembling a stream of light. How could a warship be capable of such a transformation? This is unscientific. Back in the Milky Way, the silicon-based consortium possessed unique all-metal transformation technology, and the warships they built could also transform, but not to the point of becoming something as dramatic as a stream of light. If a civilization in the Milky Way were to see this, they would probably assume it was a warship created by a civilization possessing technology similar to that of the silicon-based consortium, developing along their own technological path after becoming a cosmic civilization. If humans were to see it, they might have a stronger opinion, as the Dream Lyra, currently being painstakingly constructed by humans, exhibits similar characteristics. It doesn't look like a normal warship. Perhaps a human civilization would believe this warship was also created by modifying some naturally occurring structure. However, no one noticed the warship heading towards their galaxy, or they would have been frightened away. After all, the warship's speed and jumping method surpassed the technological level of all civilizations. The technological prowess it displayed clearly represented the level of a veteran cosmic civilization. Thus, even a single warship possessed a formidable deterrent. And so, unnoticed by the Great Star Voyage, this strange warship emerged from the dark void and, like a ghost, sprinted towards the Suyo galaxy. Of course, there were still powerful figures within the Great Star Voyage organization. The reason they didn't notice it was simply because of the vast distance. So, after the strange warship actually entered the galaxy, 3 civilizations within the Great Star Voyage organization detected its presence, or rather, the strange fluctuations it was causing. These 3 civilizations were the Galactic Center Civilization, the Awakener Civilization, and the Human Civilization. Chapter 1464. The former was discovered through their superior detection technology, while the latter 2 were discovered through the miraculous third-person wide-area observation. That strange fluctuation, caused by the extraction of vacuum zero-point energy and its large-scale use, acts on spacetime and reflects back into the quantum world of the universe, leaving a trace on the cosmic membrane. However, upon initial detection, the 3 civilizations had no idea it was a warship. They only knew there was a strange fluctuation, possibly originating from the activities of a cosmic civilization, and that was all. So, upon discovering this phenomenon, the 3 civilizations initially assumed that one of their own civilizations had departed for a distant experiment. After arriving in the Suyo galaxy, the 84 civilizations of the Great Star Voyage organization did not gather in a small area. Instead, they dispersed and developed in their own areas, practically spreading throughout the Suyo galaxy. Therefore, the 3 civilizations specifically exchanged information and conducted a thorough investigation, but found nothing. If there was none, it meant that the fluctuation originated from some unknown entity. An unknown entity, or the fluctuations of a cosmic civilization. Doesn't that mean an unknown cosmic civilization has appeared there? What have you discovered? This is a message from the Galactic Center Civilization, addressed to both humans and the Awakeners. They are clearly surprised that both can discover an unknown phenomenon. A strange fluctuation originating from the membrane, the Awakener replied bluntly. Human civilization, me too. Be more specific. We need to combine your observations to make a judgment about that unknown entity. The Galactic Center Civilization wasn't joking. Their communication was filled with seriousness. We understand it's your unique technology, but please tell us as much as you can, and describe what you've seen. The Awakener. Well, when vacuum energy is extracted in large quantities, the universe, due to a compensation mechanism, will directly compensate for the extracted zero-point energy without any concept of time. When this process occurs, due to quantum tidal fluctuations, a mysterious feedback will appear in the form of a projection on the cosmic membrane. By sensing the changes in the membrane, we can determine whether the object causing this phenomenon is a creation of a cosmic civilization. The Awakener described his discovery and judgment in a rambling manner, concluding with a deduction about the possible nature of the incoming object. Human civilization, me too. The Galactic Center Civilization also knew that human civilization possessed the same type of observational method as the Awakener, so they were unconcerned with the human's response. After carefully analyzing the information provided by the Awakener, they immediately synchronized their own detection data and explained, "This is our detection data. Through the inverse feedback of the strange tachyons in the fast world, we discovered a strong energy source there. Our imaging technology tells us that it's most likely a warship. Yes, it's incredible, not a civilization but a warship. But given the detection data, we have to believe it, no matter how incredible it is. The Galactic Center civilization's detection method still relies on strange tachyons, but they have clearly made great progress, with a range extending to tens of thousands of light years. According to their description, they use the tachyon world, observing the feedback of multiple tachyons like taking a pulse, to determine the incoming target. It seems their detection technology has advanced rapidly on the tachyon technology tree. After comparing the detection information, the Galactic Center civilization declared, "This visitor has bad intentions." They spoke these words only to the human and awakener civilizations, the two civilizations that had also discovered the newcomers. Afterward, their fleets began to move. Of course, they weren't heading toward the newcomers, but rather, they were directly entering top warp speed, moving away from them. The dozens of their habitable spacecraft scattered across the starry sky reacted even faster. As soon as they discovered the anomaly, they had already dispersed. Even though the main body of the Galactic Center civilization was still approximately 40,000 light-years from the anomaly, they continued to move away. The nearest civilization noticed their movements and questioned them. The Galactic Center civilization didn't answer, instead saying, "We're conducting a test run." The Galactic Center civilization was alarmed. Sensing the possibility of danger, they immediately sought to flee. After confirming the situation with the human and awakener civilizations, they told the nearest civilization, "We seem to have detected strange signal fluctuations there, possibly the remains of a civilization." Regardless of whether the other civilizations believed them or not, they simply fled without further explanation. Countless historical experiences have taught human civilization, the awakeners, and all civilizations originating from the Milky Way, that the Galactic Center civilization's longevity is justified. So, upon discovering the Galactic Center civilization's fleet suddenly and recklessly departing the galaxy, human civilization and the awakeners did not hesitate. They immediately instructed their own civilization's residential ships to accelerate to full warp speed, facing the anomaly. Regardless of the danger, the first step was to get as far away from that thing as possible. As human civilization and the awakeners took action, they also notified the Shinju civilization and the Dia civilization, a loyal subordinate of human civilization. Of course, not all of them fled. After all, new and novel phenomena were worth seeing. While the Star Voyage organization was making its moves, the Silver Warship didn't linger for long. After entering the dark matter halo of the Suyu galaxy, it paused briefly before repeating its previous maneuver, reactivating its warp speed at 3,053 times the speed of light. Once the warp speed reached its maximum, it began teleporting again, like skipping on water. For unknown reasons, it teleported 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, and occasionally even 9 times in a row. This combination of warp speed and teleportation gave it a rapid overall speed, allowing it to quickly pass through the dark matter halo and enter the starry skies of the Suyu galaxy. This continuous movement finally allowed the 3 civilizations of the Star Voyage to see more clearly. The Galactic Center civilization, the human civilization, and the Awakener civilization immediately determined that the incoming vessel was undoubtedly a warship, a vessel so powerful it could potentially render all other civilizations powerless. Instantly, all 3 civilizations devised countermeasures, though none were particularly effective. While ordering their fleets to retreat as far as possible, they stubbornly sent a series of messages in the direction of the unknown warship. The warship displayed such advanced technology that if they could detect it, it must also be able to detect them, and it was most likely targeting their group of civilizations. Chapter 1465. The technology displayed by the Silver Warship astonished the human civilization, the Awakener civilization, and the Galactic Core civilization, and it also prompted the leaders of all 3 civilizations to reconsider a previous speculation. In ancient times, Level 6 civilizations didn't need to venture into the Great Void to advance. Dark matter had indeed been tampered with, and the tampering was substantial and lavish. It's likely that a civilization at some point in time imposed certain laws on dark matter, giving it the ability to interfere with Level 6 civilization's exploration of zero-point energy. As for its purpose, it now appears that it may be limiting the number of cosmic civilizations, or perhaps a test. This test may be to select elite cosmic civilizations, given the ravages of the universe. If so, this warship likely has no malicious intent. Perhaps it's arriving to pick up everyone after discovering the Starry Sky Expedition Organization's successful exit from the Great Void. As for its intended purpose, it's undoubtedly to address the ravages of the universe. Thinking about it this way, it seems to make sense. Why didn't the War Immortal civilization return to retrieve the Star Defenders? Why didn't they even go back to the Andromeda Galaxy? The reason is likely related to the current situation. Back then, they were also picked up by a warship from the depths of space. This explains why the Great Voyage Organization's various civilizations haven't encountered a single cosmic civilization in their long voyage. As for the appearance of this warship now, it's definitely because the civilization behind it has some kind of probe in the Shuyo Galaxy. Perhaps not just in the Shuyo Galaxy. They may have hidden probes in all the galaxies surrounding the Great Void. The massive use of zero-point vacuum energy by the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization must have triggered some alarm threshold, alerting the civilization behind it that a new cosmic-level civilization had emerged, prompting its arrival. As for the warship's original hiding location, that remains unknown. It could have been in the Lania Chaos supercluster, or perhaps even farther away, arriving via a large stargate or other portal. The civilizations of the Great Star Voyage Organization had all had reasonable ideas, but they soon realized something was amiss. The messages sent to the target by the human, Galactic Center, and Awakeners civilizations met with no response. Oops, by this time, the Great Star Voyage Organization had naturally communicated with each other, so all civilizations knew of the warship's arrival. Just when the leaders of the civilizations were thinking things were looking dire, a twist occurred. The warship suddenly stopped. This stoppage brought a sigh of relief to the leaders, who thought to themselves, we guessed right. The newcomer is here to meet us. We should be analyzing the language of the human, Galactic Center, and Awakeners civilizations. However, even after stopping, the warship remained silent, hovering silently in the void, neither advancing nor retreating. This unnerved the leaders of all civilizations. Just as each civilization was growing anxious, the Galactic Center civilization, humans, and the Awakeners almost simultaneously noticed a massive vacuum zero-point energy reaction suddenly erupting from the location of the unknown warship. The humans and the Awakeners saw it most clearly and directly. Being in a third-person perspective, the two civilizations had never experienced such a massive energy reaction before. It was so massive that it was hard not to notice. As the energy reaction grew, the resulting turmoil intensified. Consequently, the Shinju civilization also detected the reaction through its own detection methods. This was a major move. After sensing the massive vacuum zero-point energy reaction, the leaders of each civilization immediately invoked their supreme authority to issue orders to their respective fleets. Run, 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 as fast as possible, the farther away from that warship the better. The Galactic Center civilization, true to their tradition, did not immediately share the news with other civilizations. However, the human civilization and the Awakener civilization did not do the same. They directly synchronized the detection information with all civilizations within the Starry Expedition Organization and issued a red alert for war. Despite the red alert, virtually no fleets actually rushed toward the warship. Why almost? Because the Shinju civilization was incredibly stubborn. Their over 2,000 neutron battle stars, instead of retreating, advanced, reaching maximum warp speed and employing spatial elasticity and hopping, heading towards the unknown warship. Of course, it was only the neutron battle stars that advanced. Their habitable ships also immediately fled without looking back. From this perspective, the actions of the Shinju civilization's neutron battle star looked like they were buying time for everyone to escape. Instantly, the Dia civilization, the Alan civilization, the Falcon civilization, the Abyss civilization, the Kroll civilization, and all the others turned and fled. Over the years, the civilizations of the Great Star Voyage Organization had spread across the Suyu Galaxy, so this exodus looked like a scattering of birds and beasts. It was simply a case of everyone fleeing when disaster struck. Everyone ran for their lives, and precisely because of this desperate run, some previously less capable civilizations were forced to unleash their greatest abilities. For example, the Feiyu civilization, while not capable of teleportation, yet several of its warships and habitable craft were moving at breakneck speed, reaching 1909 times warp light speed in a single stroke. This was clearly the implementation of their latest research. If the boundary breakers in the Shuyu Galaxy witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly mock the Starry Expedition Organization. After all, a cosmic-level civilization organization comprised of 84 civilizations was actually frightened into fleeing by a single warship. What a complete failure. In fact, the boundary breakers in the Shuyu Galaxy did observe this, but they had no time to mock the Starry Expedition Organization. They were trembling in fear, hiding in a corner of dark matter, bewildered. Previously, because the 84 civilizations could hide, the second-type boundary breakers hadn't noticed. Now, the 84 civilizations no longer cared and simply abandoned their hiding and fled. To these boundary breakers, this maneuver was like a cosmic-level civilization suddenly appearing in their own home. Why had so many cosmic civilizations appeared? The second-type boundary breakers thought, they must be here to annihilate us. Those civilizations that had entered the Great Void must have succeeded, and now they're returning to avenge us for blocking their path. Of course, some second-type boundary breakers believed that it was the main civilization they had split off from the year that had succeeded, and those who thought so still held out a glimmer of hope. So, the boundary breakers were in a frenzy. Some immediately chose to risk their lives to flee to the edge of the dark matter halo of the Shiyu galaxy. Some hurriedly sent their own signals to the suddenly appearing cosmic civilization, and some simply surrendered. In their own imaginations, the second-type boundary breakers felt that they were in danger, so how could they have the time to mock the Starry Expedition Organization? For a moment, the entire Shiyu galaxy became bustling with activity, yet also in chaos. And yet, the culprit behind all this still hung firmly between the stars, until its energy reaction reached a certain level of magnitude. As the saying goes, everything reaches its limit, then reverses. After reaching a certain peak, the energy that had been accumulated so intensely suddenly dissipated like a flood. Most alarmingly, the energy didn't explode after accumulating to its peak, but instead vanished. All energy reactions vanished, as if they had never occurred. This was clearly abnormal, and the scientists of the civilization that detected this change immediately thought of a possibility, that the energy was being used to modify some physical law. Chapter 1466. Civilizations that experienced the Observer Civilization's 313 observation station incident knew that a cosmic civilization had the ability to bring the entire galaxy within its attack range. For this very reason, civilizations like the Galactic Center Civilization, the Human Civilization, and the Awakener Civilization, formerly part of the Galactic Grand Voyage Organization, immediately turned and fled upon learning of the unknown warship's appearance. They did not want to be wiped out by a single wave of attacks. As for the Divine Principle Civilization, they allowed the neutron battle stars to counterattack. First, they truly wanted to delay the enemy's attack before they could pursue them. Second, they were confident and stubborn. They were extremely confident in the neutron battle star's defensive capabilities. After all, even a single identical spin attack had failed to destroy them back then. Now, after so many upgrades, their offensive capabilities, not to mention their defenses, were absolutely formidable. Thus, in the entire galaxy, only a little over 2,000 neutron battle stars were charging in the opposite direction, while the other warships were desperately fleeing. On the other hand, at the moment the high-energy reaction disappeared, the unknown warship's attack had clearly been launched. Its attack was indeed, as everyone expected, a physical law-based attack. At the moment it launched its attack, a certain law of the vast starry sky was altered, a law related to force. Since it's a law related to force, we must first understand what force is. As we all know, the original definition of force can be found in the ancient Mahdist canon. Mosey stated, "Force is the agitation of form." This means that force acting on an object causes it to change its state of motion. He also stated, "Motion is the change of a region." This means that motion is the change of an object's spatial position. This is the earliest record of the study of force in human history. The precise calculation and application of the lever principle also dates back to the time of Mosey, a clearly documented fact in the history of human civilization. Later, the concept of force was summarized into 3 laws. The law of inertia. Any object will remain in a uniform straight line or at rest until an external force forces it to change its state of motion. The law of acceleration. A force causes an object to accelerate, with the magnitude of the acceleration being proportional to the external force and inversely proportional to the mass of the object, and the direction of the acceleration being the same as the net force. The law of reaction. The action and reaction forces between two interacting objects are always equal in magnitude, opposite in direction, and act along the same straight line. These are the 3 laws of classical mechanics. Quantum theory further expands on the concept of force, stating that force is generated by the exchange of discrete energy packets called quanta. This explains why massless light has optical pressure. In quantum theory, light is broken into small pieces, called photons, which behave like point particles. When 2 electrons collide, they repel each other. Quantum mechanics says this isn't due to the curvature of space, but rather to the exchange of packets of energy, photons. The energy of these photons is tiny, usually measured in units of Planck's constant. This means that quantum theory is actually modifying the laws of classical mechanics, known as quantum corrections. Because these corrections are so small, quantum theory can be ignored when describing mechanical phenomena in the macroscopic world. However, when it comes to modifying the laws of force, they cannot be ignored. To modify the rules of force, we must understand the forces in the universe. Quantum mechanics then states that different forces are caused by different quantum exchanges. The universe has four fundamental forces: the weak force, the strong force, the electromagnetic force, and gravity. The weak force is caused by different types of quantum exchanges, known as W particles. Similarly, the strong force, which binds protons and neutrons in atomic nuclei, is caused by the exchange of subatomic particles called pions. The subnuclear force that binds protons and neutrons, and even pions, is called gluons. The propagator of gravity is the graviton, and the propagator of the electromagnetic force is the photon. Generally speaking, changing the physical rules of force means changing one of the rules of these four fundamental forces. Star Defenders also stated that a cosmic civilization that exploits the four fundamental forces and masters their ultimate application is a powerful, war-oriented civilization. So, since this unknown warship's attack method is based on mechanics, the civilization behind it must be a powerful, war-oriented civilization. This is beyond doubt. However, there's one thing Star Defender didn't fully explain, because there's a force that doesn't belong to the four fundamental forces. It's true that the universe doesn't have a fifth fundamental force. Only after the universe transforms into a new one, that is, after the fourth phase transition, will it have the five fundamental forces. But there is indeed a force that isn't a fundamental force: the degeneracy force. So what is the degeneracy force? Anyone who has studied physics knows that the most typical degeneracy force is the degeneracy pressure in neutron stars. Neutron stars exist because gravity exceeds the degeneracy pressure limit for electrons, forcing electrons into atomic nuclei and combining with protons to form neutrons. The degeneracy pressure between neutrons becomes the final barrier against gravity. Both electron degeneracy pressure and neutron degeneracy pressure are degeneracy forces. The quark battle star envisioned by the Shinju civilization is a star structure where gravity is further strengthened, causing neutrons to break apart into a quark soup, with a quark degeneracy force resisting gravity. These are all manifestations of degeneracy forces. Its essence is the exchange interaction caused by wave function interference. The uncertainty principle tells us that compressing a particle reduces its position uncertainty, which in turn increases its momentum uncertainty. These changes result in the particle moving with higher kinetic energy, thus contributing to pressure. Wolfgang Pauli's Pauli exclusion principle describes the relationship between these fermions. In a quantum system, no two fermions can occupy exactly the same quantum state. If they are forcibly squeezed together, they will generate repulsive pressure. In everyday life, all stable objects exist based on this physical foundation. All visible matter, the sky, the sea, the mountains, the earth, pots and pans, is stable based on this principle. The pressure we feel when we touch an object is also based on this principle. In reality, when we touch anything, our hand doesn't actually come into direct contact with the object. Instead, the microscopic particles that make up our hand and the object's microscopic particles interact with each other due to Pauli exclusion, resulting in a repulsive force. All fermions obey the Pauli exclusion principle. This is the physics of the universe. The attack launched by this unknown warship is a degeneracy attack, modifying the underlying physics of this principle. Therefore, the civilization behind this unknown warship calls this attack a degeneracy attack. As the name suggests, a degeneracy attack targets degeneracy forces. It's not one of the four fundamental forces, but mastering the ultimate application of degeneracy forces can still wield powerful combat power. Chapter 1467. The enormous accumulated energy was used to trigger the Pauli exclusion mechanism. When the strike was unleashed, the rule that prevented two or more particles from being in the same state within a system composed of fermions was broken. At this moment, all the laws previously observed by particles with half-integer spin within the strike's range became invalid. If one were to observe more closely, one could see that within the structure of nucleus and extranuclear electrons, which originally could not occupy the same quantum state, were madly piled together. The more electrons piled up, the greater their mass. Simultaneously, the nuclei were drawn closer together due to the disappearance of the electron degeneracy force. Without the support of the degeneracy force, all objects were squeezed inward by their own mass. The pressure quickly overcame the repulsive force of like-charged particles. The electrons seemed to transform into clouds like photons, and the nuclei, without the degeneracy force, were clumped together. The negatively charged electron clusters and the positively charged atomic nuclei, attracted by their opposite charges, fuse into indescribable masses of neutron-like matter. It's called neutron-like matter because, after the degeneracy force is lost, the neutrons formed by the electrons entering the atomic nuclei are no longer single, particle-like neutrons. Because the neutron degeneracy force is gone, the neutrons fuse together without any pressure, forming a single mass. This isn't neutron-degenerate matter, but a completely new type of matter, unprecedented in the natural world of this universe, one that exhibits electrical neutrality. This matter no longer possesses particle properties, having been completely fused together by the loss of degeneracy. Perhaps it could be described as neutron soup. However, this matter is merely a product of a changing process. It is short-lived. Due to the disappearance of the degeneracy force, it will continue to contract, stack, and shrink under the influence of its own mass effect. The degeneracy force between quarks is also gone, so it will not become quark matter. Instead, it will continue to collapse and compress inward, transforming into an indescribable substance that appears to be Fermi matter but possesses the properties of infinite bosonic stacking. As a result, all matter within the impact range is transformed, starting with its microscopic structure. Where the new rules reach, everything melts away. Spaceships, warships, mountains and rivers, planets, stars, neutron stars, all technological creations, all natural matter, at this moment, seem to melt, transforming into indescribable masses. But this is not the end. Because the mass effect persists, all objects in the starry sky continue to compress inward. The result of infinite inward compression is obvious. Highly concentrated mass will break the boundaries of space and time, forming a point of infinite inward fall at the center of infinitely compressed matter, a black hole. However, the impacted objects don't silently and infinitely accumulate to form a black hole. After the Pauli exclusion principle is altered, the infinitely falling objects will undergo a series of chain reactions due to the instantaneous transition between the original and new rules. For example, as the matter falls, the Bose state of Fermi matter transforms, generating fusion energy. The release of this fusion energy triggers a transition based on certain quantum laws. As countless quantum particles simultaneously transition to infinitesimal locations in space, some photons are released during this process. The reason the unknown civilization silver warship shape is fluid, its ability to transform from a rigid body to a fluid, is also based on this principle. The unknown civilization behind this warship eliminated the Pauli exclusion force between the fermions that comprise it, without reducing them to a chaotic, disordered mass of particles. This is what causes the flowing light phenomenon seen during its teleportation. If one closely observes the changes in its composition, one can see that when the unknown silver warship teleports, its constituent particles are modified by the Pauli exclusion principle, seemingly shifting from the inherent physical properties of fermions to those of bosons. Bosons can be infinitely stacked, which explains the silver warship's flowing light. From this perspective, the unknown civilization's degenerate attack is merely an application of their research into degenerate forces, as their warship changes form without collapsing inward. After the degenerate strike, from a macroscopic perspective, the previously silent stars in the sky suddenly glowed, each one looking like a dim, cold lamp, lit up in the vast universe. From afar, countless points of light suddenly appeared around the bright stars, suddenly filling the entire sky with orbs of light. Due to the speed of light, an observer couldn't instantly see countless planets ablaze with light across the entire sky. However, these lights would eventually spread to every part of the sky. If someone could wait until that moment to see the entire sky, they would surely witness a dreamlike beauty. Countless stars will suddenly appear in the sea of stars, dotting the original stars, and forming a beautiful but fleeting celestial landscape. Yes, it's beautiful, but only briefly. Because of the infinite inward influx of matter, these stars will quickly lose their light, and transform into black holes of varying sizes. All matter, all stars. Even a meteorite will become a small black hole. So after the dazzling brilliance, the starry sky will become completely dark, utterly dark. Stars will instantly lose their radiance. Because there is no degeneracy force, all stars will become black holes in a very short time. However, no matter how massive they are, they will not explode as supernovae. This is because the inward colliding matter has lost its degeneracy, and thus, there is no collision. Without a collision, there will certainly be no supernova. Such a physical process does not occur in nature. It is the power of civilization that has caused this situation in this galaxy. Under such a blow, the entire galaxy will be reduced to black holes. Because the black hole formed so quickly, the instant all stars and spacecraft were compressed into the black hole, the spacetime collapse caused by the black hole emanated waves of gravitational waves from every star and every struck spacecraft. First, a hazy light, then a symphony of gravitational waves. The effect of the attack was beautiful, but the consequences were incredibly cruel. Countless warships from civilizations affiliated with the Great Star Voyage organization were instantly reduced to ashes by this wave of attack, with only the waves of gravitational waves of varying magnitudes proving their existence. The strike was extremely widespread, encompassing nearly the entire Suju galaxy, and countless fleeing warships vanished in an instant. Caught off guard, not a single one of the more than 2,000 neutron battle stars of the Shinju civilization remained. Without specialized reinforcements for the degeneracy force, they collapsed faster than any other planet. Those neutron battle stars, boasting the strongest defenses, were transformed into bizarre black holes under the pull of their own gravity. Of course, if the Shinju civilization had reacted, they should have been able to prevent the neutron star from becoming a black hole through gravitational shielding, but they hadn't anticipated that a civilization would possess such a method of attack. However, even if they shielded their own gravity to prevent the neutron star's matter from collapsing infinitely inward, the neutron star's matter would still be reduced to a paste by the impact, a mass of Bose-Fermi matter without degeneracy, which would then dissipate as light under a series of quantum effects. It seems that after enduring this wave of attacks, the Shinju civilization's future neutron star will need to be patched up again. Chapter 1468. After a single strike, all warships without rigid rule shields were completely annihilated. Of the 84 civilizations of the Great Star Voyage organization, only a handful remained. The Shinju civilization's neutron battle stars were all reduced to black holes, but they survived because they were merely conventional warships, and their habitable ships fled as soon as they reacted. Additionally, their location was relatively far away, and thanks to their rigid shields, they were fortunately able to withstand the attack, even though they were within range. In fact, the reason their neutron battle stars were so thoroughly destroyed was largely due to the fact that they were planets, and the degenerate strike principle has a greater lethality for larger objects. Therefore, the neutron battle stars were easily destroyed, while their habitable ships withstood the attack. The Galactic Center civilization reacted the fastest and fled the most decisively. They were the first civilization to escape the attack range, and the only one to evade the attack by running away. If we could go back in time, we see the Galactic Center civilization's flagship and a dozen of their habitable ships, using three-dimensional shuttle technology to travel continuously, covering a distance of over 10,000 light-years in a short period of time. In a single strike, they lost a number of their exploration ships, and the rest escaped the attack range. The Feiyu civilization, despite its high warp speed, was also hit because it lacked teleportation technology. However, their flagships and habitable ships also had rigid rule shields, so they weren't completely destroyed by the single strike. Similarly to the Feiyu civilization, the Alan civilization, the Abyss civilization, the Kroll civilization, the Momoda civilization, the Green Sea civilization, and the Dole civilization all equipped their habitable ships and main battleships with rigid rule shields. As for human civilization, the Dyad civilization, and the Awakener civilization, all three civilizations were driven into the microscopic world by human civilization. Well, to be more precise, human civilization used microscopic exile strikes on itself and the Dyad civilization, sending itself into the microscopic world. The Awakener civilization, following parameters provided by humans and also activated by the Awakeners, sent all of its warships into the microscopic world. The Dyad civilization had always been following humanity, and their residential fleets generally followed human civilization wherever it was, so this time, humans took them along as well. This self-attack method isn't a disintegration strike, so as long as the target is prepared, they can effectively hit the same location. Obviously, this was something humans couldn't do before, but now they can. Now, not only can humans use quantum exile to drive themselves into the microscopic world, they also have a way out. Otherwise, the Lyra wouldn't have been able to find their way out. As for the Dyad and Awakener civilizations, as long as they don't wander off and wait for human guidance, they won't get lost. They can return to the macroscopic universe when the time comes. However, human civilization had no plans to emerge yet, hiding in the microscopic world until the danger passed. As for the Star Defender, he hadn't gone anywhere. Despite the barrage of attacks, he remained unscathed and now sat in the starry sky, wondering what was going on. The Falcon civilization hadn't perished either, but they were in a worse situation. Because their rigid rule shield was slow to take effect, only the Falcon and a few warships remained. Besides, everything else was reduced to ash. The second-class boundary breakers that originally inhabited this galaxy were also annihilated by this massive attack. If dark matter could be seen, it would have collapsed, losing its support under this blow. However, Due to its widespread distribution, it did not transform into black holes like stars. Instead, under the gravitational pull of the stars transforming into black holes, it transformed into strands of dark matter with bosonic properties, swirling towards the black hole like a vortex. From the perspective of dark matter, the entire starry sky seemed like a Van Gogh sky. The silver warship and the surviving warships were mere specks in the sky. Under the ripples of the regular impact, the bustling Su galaxy instantly became deserted. Aside from the turbulent, intertwined gravitational waves and the still expanding light, the entire sky was devoid of a single star. The Su galaxy transformed from a normal galaxy into a black hole-type galaxy, with a central black hole and the smaller black holes that had just appeared and were orbiting it. The surviving civilizations were thankful to have survived such a blow. They also knew they couldn't outrun such a large-scale attack, so they simply stopped and waited. After all, having withstood one attack, these civilizations had some confidence in their resilience. Only the Galactic Center civilization continued to flee desperately. Miraculously, the silver warship didn't pursue. Instead, like the surviving civilizations, it remained quietly in that space, seemingly waiting for the turmoil caused by the rule-based attack to subside. After a while, the warship indeed began to move. It didn't continue its attack, but instead broadcast a message to the remaining civilizations. Don't run away. I'm talking to you, a civilization capable of three-dimensional space travel. That's quite a feat. It seems like your unique technology is truly remarkable. It's surprising that a place so threatening to be overwhelmed by disaster could still produce a civilization with unique cosmic-level technology. The broadcast message wasn't transmitted via tachyons, but a completely new method, information transmitted through the cosmic membrane. It's a form of real-time communication mastered by cosmic civilizations, which they call cosmic membrane broadcasting. Cosmic membrane broadcasting is a derivative technology of cosmic civilizations, a broadcasting method that almost all cosmic civilizations master as they study the laws of cosmic physics. Civilizations with extensive research into the cosmic membrane can also develop cosmic membrane communication, but it's more difficult than broadcasting, and not all cosmic civilizations possess it. Communication here refers to secret communication between 2 points, like a phone call, while broadcasting is like shouting, which can be heard by others. The message is transmitted through the cosmic membrane, sent from the silver battleship, bypassing the propagation process through space, and then received by civilizations equipped with cosmic membrane information detection technology. The Silver Heart civilization was clearly among them. Upon receiving the announcement, they knew the silver warship was calling them, but they didn't stop. Instead, they pretended not to hear, and continued their furious advance. Seeing the Silver Heart civilization fleet continue its furious advance, the silver warship issued another announcement. Well, we cleared some of the debris. This universe is already overwhelmed, but it needs the combined efforts of powerful civilizations to maintain it. Your ability to survive this attack proves you are worthy of standing among the civilizations of the universe. Chapter 1469. What is good and what is evil? The warships of this unknown civilization suddenly appeared, then rushed here and, with a single strike, annihilated most of the civilizations that had just emerged from the Boötes void. They were so brutal, so cold-blooded that before the attack, they had ignored any calls, but now it seemed to be speaking properly again. However, even after this call, the Galactic Center civilization still did not stop its frantic pace. This made the unknown civilization somewhat annoyed, so the silver warship continued its broadcast. To the civilization that ran the fastest, I repeat, we were just clearing out unnecessary garbage. If you don't stop, we're going to get serious. With these words, the Galactic Center civilization fleet stopped its frantic run. However, they did not return to the destroyed Su galaxy. Instead, they used their detection technology to observe the various civilizations there. A scan revealed that, as the unknown civilization had predicted, many civilizations had not yet been destroyed, and those civilizations happened to possess their own rule shields. Could it be that our previous suspicions were correct, and this warship is actually here to pick us up? But the Galactic Center civilization soon realized something was amiss, as they discovered that the human, Awakener, and Dia civilizations had vanished. Were they wiped out by that wave of attacks? That shouldn't be the case. Just as the Galactic Center was perplexed, the Shinju civilization broadcast a message. Upon hearing the word serious action, they realized that the previous attack hadn't been full force, likely merely cleaning up the garbage. Their 2,000 or so neutron battle stars were likely seen as provocative and targeted. Thinking of this, Shinju gave up the hesitation and immediately introduced himself, then peppered them with questions. Are you an ancient cosmic civilization? Are you here to destroy the garbage? and then take us away? Tens of thousands of light-years of distance are nothing to a cosmic civilization. Not only can they detect each other's presence through advanced detection methods, but they can also broadcast communications in real time. Shinju civilization, very good. The silver warship remained motionless. They responded, ancient cosmic civilization. Well for you, I suppose. You are very clever. We are indeed here for you. Cleaning up the garbage is just a side job. You should know that the commotion you created is too great. The universe is deteriorating, and civilizations that don't contribute to it have no need to exist. We are extending the life of the universe by doing this, and I'm sure you understand that. Before the Shinju civilization could reply, the Inshin civilization, 80,000 light-years away, sent a private message to them. See, we didn't listen to the old man's advice, and now we're suffering. We were almost killed by those damn civilizations. If we had listened to us and implemented that plan, that's out of the question now. Look what's going on now. They attracted the attention of an ancient cosmic civilization, and even killed off human civilization and the Awakener civilization. TSK, human civilization once said hesitation leads to defeat, but those guys wouldn't listen. Now we can't even escape. You've been utterly wrecked by these idiot teammates. The leaders of the Divine Principle civilization ignored the Galactic Center civilization's chatter and broadcast to the unknown civilization. Is the universe really this corrupt? Even with a few more cosmic civilizations, it's not enough? Unknown civilization. There are a few more here in the Boötes void, and a few more in other large voids. There are so many large voids in this tree-like structure of the Sloan Great Wall, and dozens of cosmic civilizations in each void. Do you still think it's okay? The Shinju civilization didn't respond. Instead, the Abyss civilization, elsewhere in the starry sky, responded via broadcast. But your judgment is too hasty. Those civilizations also went through untold hardships to reach the level of cosmic civilization. Given enough time, they will surely master rule shield technology, and they can also contribute to cosmic disasters. Are you questioning our philosophy? The unknown civilization asked. The Abyss civilization responded with silence, and the other civilizations remained silent, figuring that such a conversation between powerful figures was best left unsaid. Seeing the few surviving civilizations remain silent, the unknown civilization continued its broadcast. Alright, let's assume you don't understand the extent of the cosmic catastrophe, since you only recently achieved cosmic status. Let me put it this way. The Lania Chaos supercluster is only about 100 million years old. The KBC void has been largely destroyed. The fourth phase transition here has a range of over 2 billion light-years, and is currently spreading toward the Sloan Great Wall. The vacuum decay zone is impacting your star region and beyond from another three-dimensional space. The encirclement spread, and the moment the two converged, everything within the Lania Chaos supercluster would cease to exist. There are currently two paths to escape the cosmic catastrophe. If you go too slow, it might be too late to take the Sloan Great Wall. You have to go towards the Hercules Northern Wall, but there are many vast two-dimensional and one-dimensional regions there, and dimensionality reduction is also spreading. Although a civilization in a higher dimensional space is doing its best to maintain it, it can only keep the starry passage open temporarily. Once the fourth phase transition and the vacuum decay zone close in, there will be no way out. Oh, I almost forgot. The fast world beyond the Sloan Great Wall has completely collapsed, making the direction even more difficult to navigate. So, if you want to leave the KBC Great Void before the cosmic catastrophe closes in, the best way is the second path, leading through the super stargate left by the Guishu. Since you all guessed we were here to pick you up, you must be wondering how we could get here so quickly. It's not really a secret. We arrived here through the super stargate. As for why we knew you were causing such a commotion, we don't need to explain, do we? With the various cosmic disasters spreading, the super stargate, and the unheard of existence of the Guishu, the leaders of the various civilizations naturally understood. The leader of the Divine Principle civilization, who also understood, immediately asked, Guishu? Yes, Gixu. The unknown civilization replied, dark matter originally wouldn't have affected the 6th level civilization's exploration of zero-point energy. However, as the number of cosmic level civilizations increased, the probability of cosmic vacuum decay also increased. To delay the extinction of the universe, the divine level civilizations devised methods, and dark matter's properties are the work of the Gixu. They can use this to reduce waste production and prolong the lifespan of the universe, but they don't want all civilizations to be unable to ascend. They know they aren't omnipotent, and they don't know if their methods of saving the universe will work. Therefore, they have placed detection anchors near various voids. We are the gatekeepers of the Gixu project. We believe that the Gixu will succeed and lead us to a new universe. As for you, you should also become a part of the Gixu project and work with us to contribute to it. That's why we're here. That's why we're eliminating that garbage. Garbage like this. We cleaned up a lot of things, and we're only doing so because you don't understand the bigger picture of the universe. Otherwise, given your actions of leading a bunch of garbage to a cosmic civilization, the Guishi project wouldn't allow you to exist. Chapter 1470. All surviving civilizations were quietly listening to the unknown civilization's narrative. Those who had mastered membrane information detection listened directly through it, while those who couldn't listen through relays from other civilizations. Shinju Civilization, Galactic Heart Civilization, Falcon Civilization, Abyss Civilization, Kroll Civilization, Feather Civilization, as well as the Doli Civilization, Allen Civilization, Momota Civilization, and Green Sea Civilization. These were the 10 civilizations currently surviving, including the nebula lifeforms, which spanned 5,000 light-years. They were companions of the Abyss and Kroll civilizations, and were also quietly listening. As for the human civilization, the Awakener civilization, and the Dia civilization, only the Dia civilization hadn't heard the broadcast. It wasn't that they lacked membrane information detection capabilities, but rather that they couldn't do so in the quantum world. However, they weren't anxious, but rather appeared relaxed and at ease. They believed that human civilization would eventually tell them everything. For now, they just had to stay put. Human civilization and the Awakener civilization were currently observing the information transmitted from the membrane through third-person observation mode. They could also hear the unknown civilization statements, but neither of them uttered a single word, like an eavesdropper silently listening. The only exception was the Star Defender, the only entity not listening to the unknown civilization statements. No civilization knew what he was doing. After the unknown civilization launched its attack, he remained motionless and silent, as if in suspended animation, completely minimizing his presence. This caused the Galactic Center civilization, which had paused to look back, to believe he had also been eliminated. After some internal discussion, the Shinju civilization, representing all civilizations, once again asked, "Can we understand this? Even God-level civilizations can't resolve cosmic disasters?" "Yes." The unknown civilization, claiming to be the gatekeeper, answered decisively, adding, "That's what we strive for. There are many types of cosmic disasters, and I'm sure you encountered many along the way. Disasters, like near-world collapse, are actually manageable, but God-level civilizations don't care because they're not inherently serious. In fact, even for cosmic-level civilizations, as long as they're powerful enough, near-world collapse zones won't have much of an impact on them." Solve. Hearing this answer, a glimmer of hope ignited in all the civilizations present. They had already learned from the unknown civilization just how bleak the universe truly was, and as cosmic-level civilizations, they certainly didn't want the universe to end in destruction. "Since you come to pick us up, and all this is the work of the Guishi people, you should at least tell us how the Guishi people are currently resolving cosmic disasters," the Shinju civilization added. The unknown civilization, having been about to explain, responded simply, "The Guishi project." "The others? The Guishi project?" "Yes. The Guishi project is a plan formulated by the Guishi people to save the universe." The unknown civilization's warship muttered something nonsense before continuing its broadcast. The plan can be summarized in 4 words. Reset the universe. It consists of several steps. The first is to stop the expanding universe, then pull it back to a single point, and finally reset it. Resetting the universe? As if aware of the civilization's remaining doubts, the silver warship of the unknown civilization continued through the membrane broadcast. The Guishi believe that restarting the universe is unrealistic, so they have developed a plan to reset the universe based on their superior technology. I'm sure you have some questions about the difference between the two. Let me put it this way. Unlike restarting the universe, which involves returning all dimensions to zero, resetting the universe doesn't require that. Instead, it simply pulls the entire universe back into a black hole. What's the difference? The leader of the Kroll civilization couldn't help but wonder. The people of other civilizations were also puzzled. Isn't this also a restart? Pulling the entire universe into a black hole? Could it be that there's no need for another Big Bang, but rather a universe within a black hole? A universe within a black hole. Eavesdropping in the quantum world, Yu Yuan suddenly recalled a theory from the Earth era of human civilization, that the entire universe is contained within a black hole. Of course it's different. The unknown civilization didn't directly address the Guishi people's plan to reset the universe, but instead dismissed the restart plan. They said, The reason dimensional zeroing won't work is because they only consider zeroing the spatial dimension. Those who think they can save the universe by controlling space won't succeed. Without the ability to handle the time dimension, they never succeed. Their approach to zeroing the spatial dimension is inherently flawed. Not to mention, they can't force dimensions past zero. Even if they could, the universe wouldn't be stable in a higher dimensional state. Furthermore, the so-called zeroing of spatial dimensions is actually just curling the macroscopic dimension into the microscopic. But those people have no idea of the vastness of the microscopic world. So dimensional zeroing is simply shifting the macroscopic dimension completely towards the microscopic dimension. Haha. They can't even comprehend the microscopic 10-dimensional space, so how could they possibly succeed? At this point, the unknown civilization didn't continue to deny the absurdity of restarting the universe. Instead, they unusually spoke favorably of the restart plan. They said, of course, the restart plan isn't without merit, but they don't understand the microscopic. Perhaps, when microscopic 10-dimensional space exists, due to the inherent instability of the microscopic 10-dimensional space, a mechanism similar to the one that occurred at the birth of the universe, where 6 spatial dimensions undergo a microscopic curling up phenomenon, becoming microscopic dimensions? But if that's the case, wouldn't it be a microcosm within a microcosm? Would the original microcosm become a new macrocosm, and would the universe progress infinitely towards the infinitesimal? Perhaps this is possible, but who knows? But if so, it can't be called a restart of the universe. Most importantly, how can the universe restart plan ensure that civilization can withstand the zero restart environment? Hide? Where to hide? Those guys might transform themselves into lower dimensional life forms, but can you imagine living in a 2-dimensional or 1-dimensional world? That kind of monotonous and boring life? To us, those who believe in dimensionality reduction are a bunch of lunatics. They are a scourge to the universe, and scrupulously using dimensionality reduction weapons everywhere. They all deserve to die. From their words, all civilizations could sense the aversion of the people on the silver battleship towards dimensionality reduction. They could also hear from these words that there was more than one civilization seeking to solve the universe's problems, and more than just the Guishu civilization. As those guys mentioned by the unknown civilization, they must be another force with a god-level civilization, whose solution to saving the universe was to restart it. Chapter 1471. After questioning the plan to restart the universe, the unknown civilization spoke of the Guishu plan's plan to reset the universe. But the plan to reset the universe is different. The Guishu plan involves pulling the entire universe into a black hole. It's just a black hole. Although it involves infinite fall, infinitesimal size, and infinite distance, and other secrets of the universe's infinite safe, the Guishu plan can carry all of our civilization into the final, large black hole. Of course, it's not what you imagine. Surviving in a black hole is just a process. Resetting the universe is the key to the Guishu plan. Speaking of the Guishu plan, the unknown civilization's words seem filled with hope. It's the only plan that can save the universe. The final, large black hole in the Guishu plan is the only supermassive black hole in the entire universe. Unlike ordinary black holes, this supermassive black hole was carefully calculated by the Guishu plan. It will take our universe into its grasp. All matter in the universe is contained within it, and then, under the great technology of the Guishu, it will flow through the singularity of the supermassive black hole and out the other side. That is the white hole that creates the new universe. During this process, the properties of all matter will pass through the infinitely distant, infinitely hot singularity of the supermassive black hole, and then everything will be reset. Under the great technology of the Guishu, the supermassive black hole that has become the entire universe will continue to invert, and everything in the universe will be reborn as the supermassive black hole inverts. Finally, our universe will be like two sides of the same coin, and after completing its inversion, it will burst forth from the white hole on the other side of the mirror image. After a pause, the unknown civilization proudly said, Guishu means rebirth. So this is what the Guishu project means. The leaders and scientists of the civilizations who listened silently fell silent, finally understanding the difference between the two. Guishu, sucking the entire universe into a black hole. Well, at that point, it wouldn't be a matter of who sucked whom in. The universe would simply be a supermassive black hole, and resetting the Guishu project would be like pushing the tip of a funnel inward, then turning it inside out like a large intestine. Scientists from various civilizations noticed that this process involved a new concept. The white hole. What is a white hole? Simply put, it's the opposite of a black hole. A black hole devours everything, while a white hole spews out everything. According to some previous theories of human civilization, a white hole can be explained as a celestial body with a closed boundary where matter can only move outward, not inward. A white hole is also a strong source of gravity, with the same external gravitational characteristics as a black hole. But clearly, the white hole concept described by the unknown civilization differs from this explanation. It is the exact opposite of a black hole, entering through a black hole, exiting through a white hole. Some theories have previously discussed the possibility of white holes. However, despite the numerous civilizations involved in the Great Star Expedition, all of them have completed their great expeditions and become cosmic civilizations. During this time, they have explored countless fascinating cosmic phenomena, yet none have ever seen a white hole. So, for these civilizations, white holes are merely imaginary celestial bodies. But now, an unknown civilization has revealed their existence, and how can this not excite them? If white holes exist, why have they eluded discovery for so many years, while black holes have been discovered? Could it be that there are no white holes in this region of activity? Then, where are the white holes? What are their physical properties? Oh, could it be in the fast world? Escape from a black hole requires speeds faster than the speed of light. So, for a white hole, only speeds slower than the speed of light are ejected, while speeds faster than the speed of light are swallowed in. Could the world of tachyons be related to this kind of celestial body? With this single concept confirmed, scientists from various civilizations were intrigued. At that moment, they seemed to have completely forgotten that this silver battleship was meant to pick up various civilizations. Successfully curious, many scientists immediately urged their leaders to confirm this fact, but the answers they received were unexpected. White hole celestial body? Why do you think so? Isn't it? Isn't that what you said about the white hole? In response, the silver battleship of the unknown civilization said with great pride, "No, no, no, white holes do not exist in the universe, or rather, they do not exist in the natural universe. If white holes existed, there would be no infinite falling black holes. That is an infinite secret. White holes only appear during the creation phase of the new universe in the Guishi project, but they do not exist in the natural universe. So, as the name suggests, they are created by the Guishi people. Don't worry, Guishi. The Guishi people have already mastered this technology. The Guishi project has already begun, and we are among its executors. Once everything in the universe has transformed into black holes, the Guishi people will use their unparalleled technology to connect the singularities of all black holes in the universe at an infinite distance, then use their immense technology to combine all the black holes, big and small, into a single supermassive black hole. At that time, a supermassive white hole will appear. The appearance of a supermassive white hole will signal the birth of a new universe, the reset of the cosmic plan, and the success of the Guishi project. This is the Great Guishi project. When it's completed, our universe will be renovated, all cosmic disasters will be resolved, and all of our civilizations will become the first in the new universe. Listening to the impassioned words of the silver battleship, scientists from many civilizations felt their blood boiling, wondering, is this what a god-level civilization would do? At this point, the leader of the Shinju civilization asked again, since the Guishi project is already underway, can we understand that the Guishi people are now creating black holes everywhere? The unknown civilization behind the silver battleship, haha, due to many factors, it's not time to mass-produce black holes yet, and the Guishi people have more important things to do. Silver Heart civilization, oh? Unknown civilization, let me put it this way, the existence of other god-level civilizations in the universe is one of the factors. When the time is right, the Guishi people will begin the project of connecting all black holes, and the creation of black holes will fall to us. You are very lucky. We can all become part of this plan's implementation. We will work together, under the great leadership of the Guishi One, to complete the cosmic reset. At this point, the unknown civilization began to promise a rosy vision to all present civilizations, and I can share some secrets with you. The cosmic reset involves the secrets of the universe's infinite safe. If we possess sufficient wisdom, we will be able to glimpse these secrets and become a god-level civilization. Yes, it will definitely succeed. During the cosmic reset, all the laws of the universe will be laid bare before us, including the secrets within the infinite safe. Therefore, any civilization participating in the Guishi project will undoubtedly achieve god-level status upon its completion. Finally, the unknown civilization concluded with a tone full of longing. More than that, if we can achieve god-level status before then, we might be able to join the Guishi One in searching for answers to the ultimate questions of the universe during the cosmic reset. The unknown civilization had come this time, first demonstrating its formidable military power, then using flattering words to win over the present civilizations, effectively delivering a blow and then a jujube. Regardless of their actions, at least they did bring various news of the cosmos to the present civilizations. Chapter 1472. Oh, there's still a chance to obtain the secret of the infinite safe and become a god-level civilization. Listening to the words of the unknown civilization behind the silver warship, the scientists of the civilizations began to fantasize. That was the secret of the universe's infinite safe. Now they understood that achieving god-level civilization must be extremely difficult, and the path to advancement was likely to be gaining insight into the secret of the universe's infinite safe. Otherwise, the Guishi people wouldn't have made such promises. Yes, promises. The people of the civilizations weren't stupid. They knew it was probably just a promise, but they couldn't resist the temptation. Especially after learning about what the god-level civilization had done, which civilization wouldn't want to become a god-level civilization? Perhaps this promise was real? The unknown civilization was, after all, a long-established cosmic civilization. They wouldn't just believe something someone said. Therefore, it can be inferred that achieving god-level civilization must be extremely difficult. The unknown civilization must have been striving for countless years. Their current certainty must have been due to many unsuccessful attempts, and they saw this as a viable path. Of course, this method isn't the only one, otherwise, the Guishi people wouldn't be a god-level civilization. Similarly, regarding the plan to save the universe, the leaders of the various civilizations weren't so foolish as to simply believe the unknown civilization's claims. It wasn't that the unknown civilization was lying, but rather that they weren't sure if the method of resetting the universe was feasible. Did you also take the Zhanshian civilization? The Do-type civilization, which had remained silent until then, finally couldn't help but ask. The Zhanshian civilization originated from the Andromeda galaxy, as did the Do-type civilization. Therefore, they actually admired the Zhanshian civilization. Within their own civilization, they considered the Zhanshian civilization their pioneers, and thus, throughout the Great Voyage, they had a small goal: to find the Zhanshian civilization. Especially after learning that the War Immortal civilization had successfully ascended to cosmic status through its own efforts, many high-ranking officials within the Do-like civilization came to regard the War Immortal civilization as their spiritual pillar. So, after hearing the unknown civilization's account of the current state of the universe, they could no longer contain their excitement. This was because the Do-like civilization knew two things. First, that the War Immortal civilization had not returned to retrieve the Star Defenders after their success. And second, the unknown civilization reported that there were many two-dimensional and even one-dimensional disaster zones in the direction of the Northern Crown Martial Immortal Great Wall, and that a civilization operating in a higher dimensional space was maintaining them there. They suspected it was the War Immortal civilization. Oh, they were taken in by us. Now, like us, they're members of the Guishi people. They're maintaining spatial stability at the Baima Wuxian Great Wall. The unknown civilization didn't hide anything. They continued, "Oh, you all proven your abilities, and are about to become members of the Guishi people. You're all considered one of us, and you're entitled to know certain things that are common knowledge. Once you become a member of the Guishi people organization, you have complete freedom to develop. Of course, you also have certain responsibilities, such as handling cosmic disasters based on your civilization's technological expertise. For example, the Zhanshian civilization you asked about has specialized technology in the macroscopic and high-dimensional realm, so they're well suited to dealing with dimensionality reduction. Besides that, we occasionally dispatch to deal with the emergence of cosmic civilizations. Having said all that, you should understand the corruption of our universe. Therefore, regular patrols for emerging cosmic civilizations are also a responsibility of the Guishi people organization. Of course, screening is necessary. Cosmic civilizations with unique technologies are crucial to the Guishi project, but that doesn't mean ordinary cosmic civilizations are useless. The Guishi project is a grand and magnificent cosmic project, requiring the participation of many like-minded civilizations. The universe is simply too vast. Even the Guishi civilizations cannot complete the Guishi project alone, so the cooperation of cosmic civilizations is necessary. For example, once the project truly begins, the Guishi project will require the destruction of all galaxies in the universe into black holes. By then, there will undoubtedly be many who will stand in our way, like those determined to pursue the universe reboot plan. This is a fight. No wonder cosmic civilizations with unique technologies are needed. After learning that the Zhanshian civilization was affiliated with the Guishi civilization, the Dole civilization had already decided to follow this unknown civilization and join the Guishi. At this point, the Shinju civilization said again also, "Since you're here to pick us up, you should at least tell us your name." The unknown civilization, "Well, I was so busy telling you about the universe that I forgot to introduce myself. You can call us the Simplified Civilization. Our unique technology is in the field of simplified force. The Simplified Civilization's original meaning isn't simplified civilization, but rather a more difficult name. However, because their unique technology is in the field of simplified force, the humans eavesdropping on them simply gave them a more intuitive name, Simplified Civilization. The Shinju civilization continued, "Can you tell us when the Guishi project will begin?" The Simplified Civilization. "We don't know the specifics, but we do know some information. We originally wanted to discuss this with you as we left here, but you seemed a little uneasy. We understand. The War Immortal Civilization was the same way back then. Since you're not outsiders, you eventually need to know, so it's okay to tell you now. The Guishi project focuses on the return of the universe to the abyss. As the project's leaders, the Guishi people themselves must make many preparations, such as delving into the central black holes of galaxies to conduct deployments. They are currently working on this. In addition, the Guishi people must also engage with other god-level civilizations, at least to convince them not to interfere with the Guishi project. Of course, it would be even better if other god-level civilizations supported the Guishi project. The Guishi people have said that the Guishi project is a matter for the entire universe, and no civilization can ignore it. Therefore, we all have our responsibilities. Shinju civilization. Other god-level civilizations? Are there many god-level civilizations in the universe? Simplified civilization. Of course, the universe has been around for over 10 billion years, so there's definitely more than just the Guishu civilization. For example, the group that wants to restart the universe through dimensionality reduction is led by a god-level civilization, which we call the Restarters. As far as we know, there are several other independent god-level civilizations. Their philosophies are still unclear, and we, the Guishu and the Restarters, are currently vying for their support. Oh, speaking of which, we remember there was once a civilization called Dian, one of them. They didn't seem to agree with either our philosophies or the Restarters. Chapter 1473. What? Dian civilization? Aren't they a cosmic-level civilization? But from what the Jianping civilization is saying, it sounds like they're calling the Dian civilization a god-level civilization. What's going on? Yu Yuan, eavesdropping, almost couldn't help but ask, but he knew the Starry Sky Defenders were more anxious than he was. After all, that was news from the Dian civilization. However, to Yu Yuan's surprise, even though he peered closely at the cosmic membrane, he heard no sign of the Starry Sky Defenders asking questions. It was strange. Under normal circumstances, the Starry Sky Defenders would have leaped out and screamed, but now they remained quietly suspended in the void, silent and motionless. Not even a trace of vacuum zero-point energy was emanating from their bodies, as if they were playing dead. Yu Yuan and the higher-ups of human civilization had no idea what was going on. At this moment, the Silver Heart civilization, seemingly sensing something, thoughtfully jumped out and asked, "Dian civilization? What have they done?" The Silver Heart civilization knew that the Dian civilization was a cosmic-level civilization, having been told so by the Star Defenders themselves, but that news was untold billions of years old. It was impossible for them to only allow themselves to advance while the Dian civilization was denied advancement. Having just begun their efforts to become a cosmic-level civilization, and before they had even developed, the simplified civilization suddenly intervened and issued a warning. This must have been unsettling for the Silver Heart civilization, and indeed for all the civilizations present. However, the Silver Heart civilization wasn't actually concerned with this at the moment. They were concerned with whether the Dian civilization had truly become a god-level civilization. If so, it would mean that observing all things passing through the infinite fall process during the Guishi project wasn't a necessary step to becoming a god-level civilization, but rather that there were other methods. I don't know what they're thinking. They actually believe the Guishi project is unattainable. They say that even if it succeeds, it will only delay the death of the universe and won't solve the fundamental problem. That's pure nonsense. Perhaps believing that every civilization present would become part of the Guishi organization, the Jianping civilization revealed what they knew without reservation. I don't know exactly when, but a god-level civilization called Dian appeared in the universe. One day, they approached the Guishi people, supposedly to discuss saving the universe. But for unknown reasons, they ended up fighting. Our information is that the Guishi people believe that the Dian civilization disagrees with their ideals, and instead supports the Restarters' ideals. This is because the Dian civilization came to them. Before, they had sought out the Restarters. Of course, this information turned out to be false. The Guishu and Dian civilizations likely only competed on some level, perhaps about saving the universe. The leader of the ancient civilization was curious. What was the outcome? The Jinbing civilization, unsuspecting, replied seriously, "We don't know. Battles between god-level civilizations are difficult to observe. We only know that after the battle, the Guishi people temporarily suspended their soon-to-be-launched Guishi project, the plan to transform all galaxies into black holes. To this day, the Guishi people haven't restarted it. We heard they're waiting for Dian civilization to return." The leader of the Shinju civilization couldn't help but interject. "What do you mean? Wait for Dian civilization to return? Where did they go? Degenerate civilization. They're measuring the universe." "What the hell? Measuring the universe?" As if anticipating the civilization's question, the degenerate civilization continued, broadcasting through the cosmic membrane. "Yes, the Dian civilization is measuring the universe. They actually believe that the Guishi project has taken into account some factors, believing that the Guishi project cannot bring the entire universe to a halt. They believe that rashly launching the Guishi project would only shorten the universe's lifespan by consuming a large amount of low entropy. So they're measuring the universe. They're exploring the very boundaries of cosmic expansion, collecting information from the very beginning of that one-way time. As you might imagine, measuring the universe isn't just about measuring its size. It's not just about knowing how much the universe has expanded, whether it's a perfect sphere, and so on. It's also about knowing the object of the expansion. What's happening at the forefront of this? The Dian civilization once proposed a concept of time reversal. We don't know the specifics of this, but we do know their purpose in measuring the universe. They seem to be hoping to obtain various precise data through this measurement. This proves that our Guishi project cannot pull the universe back. The reason is that the total entropy of the universe is insufficient. The energy required to pull the universe back to its abyss is sufficient to cause the entire universe to completely decay into its lowest energy state, the vacuum decay state. Of course, they also believe that the restarter cannot complete the zeroing operation, for the same reason. When the dimensional zeroing reaches the final step, when everything returns to zero dimension, the energy of the entire universe is insufficient to support the consumption of the everything returns to zero operation, and ultimately fails. The Jinbing civilization recounted their knowledge of the Dian civilization. After hearing about Dian's achievements, even the ancient civilization, like the ancient civilization, could not help but feel admiration for them. Meanwhile, the ancient civilization leaders gazed towards the starry sky defenders shifted slightly. According to the Jinbing civilization, the Dian civilization was measuring the universe because they had discovered some cosmic secret. After their battle with Dian, the Guishi people plunged headfirst into the primordial black hole, reaching the infinitely distant point where the black hole fell infinitely, remaining there for over 100 million years, allegedly seeking some residual information. What secret this was, the Jinbing civilization did not know. But based on the various information revealed by the Guishi people, they suspected that while the Dian civilization was measuring the universe, they were also searching for the mechanism that bounded its expansion. They seemed to be trying to reach the end of the one-way arrow of time, to reach that impossible place, and gaze upon the non-existent, hoping to find some information from the non-existent. It was precisely for this reason that the Guishi people agreed to wait for the Dian civilization's return. After hesitating for words, the Shinju civilization finally asked, "Did the Dian civilization also fight the restarters?" "I think so." The Jinbing civilization seemed unsure, but as a major civilization under the Guishi people, they did have a fair share of gossip. After a pause, they continued their membrane broadcast, saying, "There's a region of the universe approximately 3.4 billion light-years away where pi is an infinitely repeating decimal. It's said that this region was created by a fight between the Dian civilization and the restarters." Wow, really? The other civilizations hadn't expected the Dian civilization to be so impressive. After hearing Jinbing's words and realizing that Dian was once only a cosmic-level civilization, they began to wonder if the Star Defenders had been fooling them. Chapter 1474. Seeing that each civilization remained silent, the Jinbing civilization didn't continue its rambling. Instead, it changed the subject. "All right, let's discuss this further on the way. We've given you time, and you should have considered it carefully. So what do you think? Can you please tell us whether you're willing to join me through the Superstar Gate, leave this impending destruction zone, join the Guishi organization, and fight to save the universe as part of the Guishi project?" From their sudden appearance to their swift and decisive destruction of civilizations without the shield of rigid rules, and finally their unreserved revelation of the actions of the cosmic giants, it's clear they aren't afraid of rejection. So, should we try to refuse? Some leaders within certain civilizations have entertained this thought, but it's only a passing thought. They wouldn't dare to actually speak it out. Not to mention that time is running out in this area. Even if they can escape the KBC Great Void, they still need to know the specific extent of the cosmic catastrophe zone. Otherwise, they will find themselves surrounded by cosmic disasters on all sides. At that point, they will be completely doomed. The most crucial issue is the simplified civilization. They have been sharing all kinds of information without hesitation. How can they expect me to refuse? It's true that they have a rigid shield that can withstand the simplified civilization's attack, but they also said that this is just a garbage clearing attack, not a strong one. Didn't you see that the Galactic Center civilization has stopped quietly? So now they have to agree, whether they want to or not. No civilization leader would dare to gamble the life and death of their entire civilization on the strength of the simplified civilization. Originally, the Shinju civilization dared, but after seeing over 2,000 of their own neutron war stars reduced to ash, they acquiesced to the fact that they would soon follow the Jinping civilization. The moment the Inxin civilization stopped, they knew they had no choice. The same was true for other civilizations. Besides, joining the Guishi organization wasn't as bad as imagined. At least at that level, the Guishi people didn't really care. At the Guishi level, they probably only care about one thing, the Guishi project, which they've been preparing for a long time. That is, saving the universe and allowing civilization to continue. From this perspective, if a god-level civilization could emerge from within the Guishi organization before the Guishi project was completed, it would actually be a good thing for the Guishi project. At least that's the message we receive from the Jinping civilization. Because they need to face the problem of cosmic destruction together, god-level civilizations may not encourage the advancement of cosmic-level civilizations, but they won't directly suppress them either. Advancing from a level 6 civilization to a cosmic-level civilization, and passing the tests set by the Guishi people would be considered recognition by the Guishi people. Of course we're willing. The Dolike civilization was the first to express its support, adding, "We hope to meet the War Immortal civilization when the time comes." I wonder if that's possible. Of course. The Silver Warship representing the simplified civilization responded via membrane broadcast. "We told you all before that. Apart from necessary missions and upholding our shared ideals, members of the Guishi organization are free to do whatever they please." The so-called shared ideals were to eliminate the ordinary civilizations that had been previously wiped out by the simplified civilization. This would, to a certain extent, limit the number of cosmic-level civilizations, and thus slightly delay the destruction of the universe. For various reasons, each civilization began to express its stance. "We agree." Of course we do. This area is about to be engulfed by a cosmic catastrophe, so we certainly know what to do. Throughout this process, the Star Defenders remained silent. The leadership of the human civilization, hiding in the microscopic higher-dimensional world, had heard the words of the Jianbin civilization. As a result, Yu Yuan and other senior officials were still struggling over whether to emerge. From the current situation, it seemed the Jianbin civilization had definitely not discovered us, the Daya civilization, or the Awakener civilization. However, once it took action, that was uncertain. Therefore, human civilization had remained motionless throughout. So, should they emerge? The inevitable consequence of escaping would be becoming a member of the Guishi organization, and at this point, this option seemed harmless. Of course, another possibility was that, after escaping, human civilization could directly attack the Jianbin civilization's warships, using quantum exile to trap them in the microscopic higher-dimensional world, thus preventing everyone from being retrieved. But this approach was too risky. Humanity's retreat into a microscopic, high-dimensional realm is still a long way from the degenerate civilization. Even if the Tianqin led the fleet out and used teleportation and warp speed to reach them, it would take time, and they would undoubtedly be discovered. Moreover, even if they eliminated this battleship, a civilization would certainly have more than one. With the Super Stargate, if they can send one battleship, they can send two. Humanity simply doesn't need to take the risk. So the question remains, whether to take the long route or follow the degenerate civilization through the Super Stargate. Comparing the risks of both, choosing to follow the degenerate civilization is definitely the best option. Many high-ranking officials within human civilization believe so. Yu Yuan was somewhat persuaded. However, before he could issue the order to leave the microscopic higher dimension, he suddenly received a private message. The message was brief, just one sentence, "Don't come out." The source was identified as Star Defender. But, after connecting to the private chat channel, before Yu Yuan could finish, Star Defender sent another message, "Trust me, I stay hidden. Also, don't communicate too frequently to avoid being discovered." Okay, that's it. Star Defender didn't explain the reason, simply saying this before returning to his previous silence. After a few seconds of consideration, Yu Yuan made an immediate decision and responded to Star Defender with a single word. Okay. He believed Star Defender would provide an explanation, but perhaps not until after the Jianbing civilization had left. When he had heard the Jianbing civilization claim that the Dian civilization was a god-level civilization, Yu Yuan had thought Star Defender was a bit strange. Now it seemed that he truly had some hidden secret. Well, let's see how this guy manages to avoid the Jianbing civilization, Yu Yuan thought. What he didn't expect, however, was that the Shinju civilization, the Inxin civilization, and other civilizations were about to set sail, and the Jianbing civilization hadn't mentioned anyone. The Shinju civilization and the Inxin civilization hadn't mentioned the Star Defender either, so he felt as if he were being ignored. Yu Yuan knew, however, that the Star Defender might have been ignored by the Jianbing civilization, as he was hanging there like a dead ball, emitting no vacuum zero-point energy fluctuations. As for the Shinju civilization and the Inxin civilization, they might have also communicated with the Star Defender. So what was this guy up to? No one answered Yu Yuan. Chapter 1475. Human civilization, the Dia civilization, and the Awakener civilization waited quietly, watching as the other civilizations embarked on their voyage with the Decadent civilization. The Decadent civilization arrived quickly but departed slowly, as they needed to keep pace with the others. Among the civilizations they were transporting was one with a warp speed of only 10-24 times the speed of light. Things seemed to be progressing smoothly. As time passed, the Decadent civilization warships and the other civilizations gradually disappeared into the black hole-filled moment galaxy. After confirming that all warships had vanished from the third-person perception field of view, and after a long period, Yu Yuan ordered the human civilization fleet to activate microscopic high-dimensional maneuvering mode, returning from the microscopic high-dimensional world to the macrocosm. Under the guidance of the humans, the Dia and Awakener civilizations also embarked on the correct path back to the macrocosm. Star Defender, can you finally speak now? Upon returning to the macrocosm, Yu Yuan connected with the Star Defender's communication. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's talk as we go, the Star Defender replied, then took off, entering warp mode and heading towards a certain direction in the void. The human civilization, the Dia civilization, and the Awakener civilization followed closely behind. All three civilizations understood that the Guishu detectors were present, and any signs of large-scale use of vacuum zero-point energy would undoubtedly be discovered. To keep it a secret, the three civilizations and the Star Defender traveled at a speed of 656. After leaving the original range of the Sumo Galaxy and entering the interstellar void, the Star Defender said, I know another way out of the KBC Great Void. What? The leader of the Dia civilization, Yu Yuan, and the Awakener Huan were all stunned, then ecstatic. They had assumed that since they had missed the Guishu Super Stargate, they would have to find their own way through the stars, but they hadn't expected the Star Defender to know another way. That was wonderful. The Star Defender had rarely spoken seriously about trusting him, and it turned out to be true. Yu Yuan thought to himself, then asked, do you know the distribution of the disaster zones? That's about right. We can follow the Sloan Great Wall. If my database isn't outdated, there's a Super Stargate there, the Star Defender said calmly. Awakener Huan couldn't help but ask, Super Stargate? Who built it? I don't know. Dian civilization was heading that direction back then. It must have been built by an unknown god-level civilization, or maybe a restarter. Anyway, the Super Stargate works. Star Defender seemed reluctant to elaborate, but Yu Yuan noticed a loophole in his statement and pressed him. Why didn't you tell me back then? Wasn't Dian civilization a cosmic civilization back then? How did you know they were taking that Super Stargate? Could it be that they left you a message before they left? That doesn't make sense. Logically, they shouldn't have known about the Super Stargate when they left. How could they have told you in advance? Ask. If I say it exists, it's your call. Believe it or not. Star Defender seemed a little impatient, but he explained, let me put it this way. I updated my database. I didn't know this information before, but after the update, I found it. No, it was already sealed in my database. I opened it and read it. That's it. There's a problem, a huge problem. Seeing the Star Defender say this, Yu Yuan could see the flaw in his words even with his eyes closed. He thought to himself, what do you mean it was originally sealed? I think an update is the real reason. Could it be the work of the Dian civilization? Yu Yuan felt that the Dian civilization was the only explanation. After all, they had built the Star Defender, so it made sense that they could update its database. But didn't the Dian civilization go off to measure the universe? Could they transmit data across such a vast distance? Could the Dayan civilization really be spying on us through the Star Defender? Star Defender, Yu Yuan hesitated at this thought. But before they could even utter a word, the Star Defender, appearing in the virtual auditorium as an avatar, interrupted. He then addressed Yu Yuan, Awakener Huan, and the Daya civilization leader, saying, all right, you must be overthinking things. I don't know what happened, but just when that Jianbing civilization warship approached, a previously sealed door in my database opened. It contained this information, but it was just information. If only we could contact those Dayan civilization bastards. Would I still be waiting for your advice? Alright. Yu Yuan, the Daya civilization leader, and Awakener Huan temporarily believed the Star Defender's lies. Since they had chosen to trust the Star Defender, they had no choice but to trust him to the end. At the same time, the three of them secretly rejoiced. They had thought they were going to have to run wild, but unexpectedly, there was another superstar gate. And so, after separating from the Shinju civilization and their companions, the human civilization, the Daya civilization, and the Awakener civilization, along with the Star Defender, embarked on another star path out of the KBC Great Void. Thus, 100 years passed. Just as the three civilizations and the Star Defenders thought they were completely out of range of the Guishu detector and were about to reach top warp speed and race towards the route provided by the Star Defenders, they suddenly received a message from the Void. At first glance, the appearance of this message at such a time almost startled the leaders of the three civilizations, but the intelligence system quickly identified the source. Awakener Huan, ? Dayan leader, ? Yu Yuan, ? Seeing the format of the message, the humans, the Awakeners, and the Dayan leader were all bewildered. The message was so familiar. Who else could it be but the Silver Heart civilization? As expected, after the message was identified and the communication was received, the figure of the Silver Heart leader appeared in the virtual hall. He blinked his 4 eyes and looked at the sparsely populated virtual hall. Haha, hi, I'm back again. What the hell? As the Silver Heart leader said this, he even activated an emoji above his head. Silver Heart civilization, what's wrong with you? Yu Yuan, the leader of the Daya civilization, Awakener Huan, and even the Star Defenders came curiously to the virtual hall. Clearly, the Silver Heart civilization's reappearance shocked them. The Silver Heart civilization displayed a proud expression. Hey, we knew you guys weren't extinct, so we came back to find you. And sure enough, we found you. Compared to following that Jianbing civilization, we still think there's more hope with you guys, so we came back to find you. What do you mean by so we came back to find you? They said it so easily. Did Jianbing civilization just let you go like that? Yu Yuan looked at the Silver Heart civilization leader curiously, taking in his starfish-like body, and asked his question. The leader of the Galactic Heart civilization blinked his eyes, looking oddly adorable. He proudly declared that simplified civilization didn't seem particularly bright either. We managed to trick them with a simple escape. I can't help but wonder what their expressions will be when they discover there aren't any of us from the Galactic Heart on our spaceships. Haha. As he spoke, as if to let everyone present know his feelings, the leader of the Galactic Heart civilization even had the system add an emoji to his head. Yu Yuan witnessed this scene again. The leader of the Galactic Heart civilization blinked his 4 eyes, and then, like a game character, large characters appeared above his head, describing his expression. The translation system thoughtfully added a Sword King Yoshing's triumphant emoji, a very vivid and descriptive expression. Chapter 1476. Well, Yu Yuan had seen the leader of the Silver Heart civilization act this way before, and now that he saw it again, he wasn't surprised. After all, who doesn't have their own pleasures? Even advanced creatures sometimes have vulgar tastes, and there's no definition of what constitutes highbrow and lowbrow tastes. Anyway, Yu Yuan found the leader of the Silver Heart civilization quite interesting. The key point is that the Silver Hearter's appearance also quite fits the human aesthetic of cute animals. Of course, in the virtual auditorium, Yu Yuan wouldn't show any cuteness towards animals. That would be disrespectful to other civilizations. He was already accustomed to the differences in life forms between civilizations. Similarly, perhaps, in the eyes of the Silver Hearters, other civilizations were also quite cute. Seeing the Silver Heart leader's boastful expression, Yu Yuan asked curiously, how about we escape like a cicada? Yu Yuan's curiosity was one thing, but he was actually more concerned about how the Silver Heart civilization would escape. After all, judging by the Jianbing civilization's attitude, it was clear they wouldn't be allowed to leave. Yu Yuan worried that if the Silver Heart civilization's actions were discovered, they would be pursued by the Guishu people, or rather, by the Jianbing civilization. They were about to take them away, and yet they let the Silver Heart civilization slip away secretly. This would be a slap in the face for the Jianbing civilization. I already said it was an escape. As the Silver Heart leader spoke, other Silver Heart leaders gradually appeared in the virtual hall. After many Silver Heart people had arrived, he continued, well, it seems you won't be at ease unless I explain it clearly. I wonder if you remember when the Jianbing civilization asked us to stop. Yu Yuan, I know. The leader of the Silver Heart civilization said, well, we began our deployments right around that time, but not in the starry sky. That would have alerted the already wary Jianbing civilization. Our deployments were internal. After a pause, the Silver Heart civilization proudly said, even a veteran cosmic civilization is no more than that. Perhaps it was because they only had one warship. We readily agreed to follow them. Then, we secretly opened three-dimensional shuttle gates within each ship and used three-dimensional shuttle technology to transport our personnel from the various habitable ships to the anchored ships we had prepared. Is it so easy for a cosmic civilization ship to anchor? Yu Yuan asked, wondering if the Jianbing civilization was a little too gullible. The leader of the Galactic Heart civilization blinked. Common sense says it shouldn't, but it's normal for some ships to experience overloads and malfunctions after a degenerate attack. The Dia civilization leader, also curious, shifted his live frame. That's true. The Galactic Heart civilization leader went on to explain, we used the excuse that several ships had experienced equipment overloads after the degenerate attack. At a critical juncture in their journey, we informed the degenerate civilization that we planned to abandon those ships to avoid delaying our progress. At this point, Yu Yuan understood the situation. It must be said that the Galactic Heart civilization's entry point was excellent. They arrived at a crucial juncture, presumably when they were leaving the Shuyu galaxy and preparing to reach the superstar gate. The timing was perfect. Furthermore, the degenerate civilization hadn't anticipated the Galactic Heart civilization's advanced three-dimensional shuttle technology, let alone their audacity to flee. Consequently, they were effectively evaded. The leader of the Galactic Heart civilization's next words confirmed Yu Yuan's suspicions. After he mentioned the superstar gate, the Jianbing civilization's warship didn't enter first. Instead, they allowed the other civilizations to enter first, leaving them to cover the rear. This clearly indicated they didn't want the other civilizations to leave. Yu Yuan had initially worried that the Galactic Heart civilization might have suddenly defected, tipping off the Jianbing civilization that the human civilization, the Dia civilization, and the Awakeners hadn't perished, and then bringing them over. Now it seemed the Galactic Heart civilization had indeed fled on its own. That was a relief. So, the human civilization, the Dia civilization, the Awakener civilization, and the Star Defenders, all of which were about to enter maximum warp speed, decided to wait for the Galactic Heart civilization. The Galactic Heart civilization didn't disappoint. After only a dozen years of waiting, the three civilizations plus the Star Defenders detected the Galactic Heart civilization ship within their field of view. They had indeed caught up, and the number of ships arriving was only 7, just as the Galactic Heart civilization leader had predicted. 5 of the ships resembled the exteriors of the Galactic Center civilization's engineering vessels, but their interiors had long been converted into residential spaces. 2 of the ships appeared to be exploration vessels, but were actually various factory-type vessels. This was clearly the internal layout described by the Galactic Center civilization leader. Without warships, the Galactic Center civilization had truly escaped unscathed. But it wasn't a big deal. As long as the population remained, a technological civilization could quickly develop warships and fleets given enough time. Frankly, the Galactic Center civilization was at its weakest point since the Milky Way era. If human civilization were to attack them now, they might be completely annihilated. Daring to run at this speed, and claim to be alongside human civilization, it seems the usually cautious Galactic Heart civilization has sufficient trust in humanity. Human civilization did not disappoint the Galactic Heart civilization's trust. But as the 3 civilizations and the Star Defenders waited quietly, they saw the 7 Galactic Heart civilization ships, charging at top warp speed, show no sign of slowing down even after catching up with them, instead whizzing straight past. Just as the 3 civilization leaders were about to say something, the Galactic Heart civilization leader reconnected to the virtual auditorium and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run!" He looked completely different now, his expression less composed and more cunning. Fuck. Seeing this, Yu Yuan mentally cursed the Galactic Heart civilization for being bastards, then immediately ordered his fleet to depart at top warp speed. The Dia civilization's Awakener immediately understood what was meant, and quickly ordered his fleet to flee at top warp speed as well. Are they catching up? The Dia civilization leader asked hurriedly. The leader of the Galactic Center civilization said, "No, but it's only a matter of time. Once they discover our spaceship is empty, they won't give up. Hee. Let's get out." This statement was spot on. The Galactic Center civilization's flight was a slap in the face to the reduced civilization. At this point, the three civilizations and the Star Defender said nothing more, quickly choosing a direction and fleeing. As for the Divine Principle civilization, Yu Yuan also learned from the Galactic Center that they lacked the Galactic Center's unique technology and could only follow the reduced civilization. As for whether they would be affected by the Galactic Center civilization's flight, Yu Yuan wasn't worried. Chapter 1477. And so, after the Galactic Center civilization returned to the team, the four civilizations, along with the Star Defenders, formed a new team, cranked up warp speed, and gradually vanished into the vast void. From a certain perspective, with the Divine Principle civilization gone, for the Galactic Center civilization, you three truly became us three. Oh, and with the Dia civilization included, it became us four. To avoid potential degenerate civilizations, the few remaining civilizations, including human civilization, didn't target the galaxies surrounding the Boötes void. Instead, they took a direct route through the void, planning to make a large detour before following the Star Defender star map. Nowadays, unlike in the past, having reached the level of cosmic civilization, long-distance voyages no longer require a galaxy-by-galaxy basis. They can simply travel in a straight line across the vast void. For this very reason, the probability of encounters between cosmic civilizations has become even lower. To find other cosmic civilizations, either they're engaged in a war in a star region, causing a massive commotion that could wipe out the entire galaxy, or their trajectory is discovered, revealing a massive zero-point energy response. Otherwise, encountering them is truly difficult. For example, the Great Voyage Organization, comprised of the human civilization, the Awakener Illusion civilization, the Dia civilization, the Galactic Center civilization, and the Starry Sky Defenders, has entered a dark world after venturing into space, making them virtually undetectable by standard detection methods. The starry sky is vast, and time stretches endlessly. Many years later, the degenerate civilization, as expected, returned to the Suyu galaxy, which they had long since reduced to a cluster of black holes. Presumably, they discovered the Galactic Center civilization had vanished, and were furious, returning to search for it. But they hadn't even discovered it then, let alone come back to look for it. After a moment of impotent rage, the Jianbing civilization deeply recorded the Inxin civilization in its little notebook. Now the Inxin civilization was truly on the list of those who returned to the abyss. But the Inxin civilization, as the party involved, didn't care at all. They had now grown again, and their 7 spaceships had grown to over 1,000, including 1,000 Nebula-class battleships. The Nebula-class battleship is humanity's classification of cosmic civilization warships. These warships are smaller than those of level 6 civilizations. For example, humanity's own Nebula-class battleships have shrunk from 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers to around 5 kilometers, but with a larger interior space. Over time, human civilization has gradually matured in the application of many cosmic civilization technologies, or derivative technologies. First and foremost is warp technology. After thousands of years of traveling alongside the ancient civilization, humanity has made further progress in warp technology, reaching a maximum warp speed of 1909 times the speed of light. Other civilizations have also reached this level. It's not that every civilization's warp speed capabilities advanced simultaneously, but rather that warp technology was crucial to the overall organization's operational efficiency. Therefore, after the Galactic Center civilization returned, the 4 civilizations drafted a series of technical cooperation agreements. This primarily focused on warp speed. Other technologies could be developed independently, but a technology sharing agreement for warp speed was ideal. This initiative was highly effective, and in just a few thousand years, the 4 civilizations advanced warp technology to the pinnacle of cosmic civilization. According to the Star Defenders, without specialized warp technology, the warp speed capabilities of a cosmic civilization would likely be around 2,000 times the speed of light. Therefore, after reaching this warp speed, the 4 civilizations focused their primary efforts on building their new flagships. Of course, a civilization is not a single entity. While their primary research efforts focused on flagship-related technologies, they also continued to advance in other areas of science and technology. For example, human civilization's research on warp speed didn't cease due to the Star Defender's words. This was because many human scientists recognized that humanity possessed unique capabilities in the application of zero-point energy, and therefore believed that humanity itself could surpass this so-called maximum warp speed. Sure enough, it took humanity only 3,000 years to break through the so-called maximum warp speed limit, pushing the warp speed from 1909 times the speed of light to approximately 2,770 times the speed of light. While this was still some distance from the 3053 times the speed of light achieved by the degenerate civilization, it wasn't far off. After achieving this feat, human scientists first thought of the Feiyu civilization, as their specialty technology lies in the warp field. Now that humanity has achieved such a feat, they must have pushed the boundaries. It's a shame. If the Feiyu civilization hadn't been taken away by the degenerate civilization, everyone would likely be using 3000X warp engines by now, given their collective specialized technology. From this perspective, the 3053X light speed demonstrated by the degenerate civilization might also be a warp engine provided by another cosmic civilization. The Feiyu civilization's absence from this matter was bad news for the Dia, Galactic Center, and Awakeners, but it wasn't entirely bad news, as they quickly recognized human civilization's progress. Furthermore, the quantum tidal energy recycling technology associated with human warp technology is actually a derivative of a specialty technology from the 6th-level civilization era, and is now capable of small-scale mass production. Yu Yuan had no objection to providing warp engines to the other 3 civilizations. Cosmic-level civilizations have very few ships, so supplying warp engines to the Galactic Center, Dia, and the Awakener was no problem. As for whether they could crack this technology, human civilization didn't care much, not even encrypting it. This move effectively boosted the favorability of the Dia civilization and the Awakener, and even the Galactic Center civilization felt they had made the right move. And so, after receiving the warp engines provided by human civilization, the 3 civilizations resumed their journey at top speed. As for the Star Defender, after all 3 civilizations had installed human civilization's warp engines and reached a warp speed of 2,770 times the speed of light, he immediately upgraded himself again, achieving the same warp speed. All 3 civilizations observed this behavior, this change, and knew there was something wrong with him. It was simply too obvious. This time, however, the Star Defender directly addressed the 3 civilizations' questions. He didn't claim to have updated his own data, but rather that he had imported human civilization's data into his internal database, then upgraded his internal power system with human technology, thus achieving the same warp speed level as human civilization. This statement is not flawed. Humans did indeed share their warp technology with the Star Defenders. However, speaking of technological advancement, the most noteworthy area is life sciences. After achieving remarkable success in their warp technology collaboration, the 4 civilizations have collaborated closely on life science research. It was in this environment that human civilization's new anti-entropy factor was born. Its emergence could theoretically increase human lifespan tenfold. Chapter 1478. Lifespan is a crucial factor in interstellar travel. Human civilization has continuously advanced, reaching a level considered long-lived for Earth's age. However, for human civilization at this stage, scientists remain dissatisfied with the status quo. 10 million years is but a fleeting moment in the vastness of the universe. They desire life as long-lasting as Yu Yuan's, and so research on the anti-entropy factor continues. The universe is so vast. Traveling at 2,770 times the speed of light, based on the current diameter of the observable universe, human civilization would need approximately 34 million years to travel from beginning to end. Human lifespan is insufficient to even cover the entire observable universe. However, that's only the observable universe. The 93 billion light-year diameter is merely the limit of optical observation. This is because the expansion of spacetime exceeds the speed of light, and light from further away cannot reach human telescopes. In reality, the universe is much larger and more vast. For this reason, even if human civilization reaches the cosmic level, the diameter of the universe observable by human civilization will remain 93 billion light-years, no matter how far it travels. The diameter of the universe observed from both the Milky Way and the center of the Boötes void is 93 billion light-years. 930 light-years is like a circle of vision. As you move forward, your field of vision increases by that many light-years, and your field of vision shrinks by that many light-years. If human civilization ever truly advances 46.5 billion light-years, then the Milky Way will become the edge of the observable universe within our civilization's coordinate system. If we move any further, the Milky Way will become unobservable. The true universe is larger than 93 billion light-years, its immensity leaving all civilizations below the cosmic level feeling despair. Even cosmic civilizations marvel at its vastness. To travel the universe, they must rely on stargates. Stargates, as cosmic highways, naturally can't just appear out of thin air. They must be constructed by individual civilizations. Therefore, it's clear that the first pair of stargates must have been built by a civilization that first traveled to a distant location. So, is it possible to build mobile stargates? Mobile stargates are those that can be carried around and deployed whenever needed. The answer is yes, but it wouldn't be very useful, as stargates have a maximum distance they can span, and ordinary cosmic civilizations can't build them. Instead, they'd be better off placing multiple stargates within their own range. For this reason, most stargates in the universe are fixed in spacetime, existing at the location where they were built. However, over time, and as the universe expands, they become increasingly distant from their paired stargates. Because the universe is constantly expanding, cosmic civilizations typically leave extra distance when constructing stargates. Since spacetime is constantly expanding, causing stargates placed between two locations in the starry sky to move away from each other, why don't organisms living in the expanding universe grow larger? The answer is electromagnetic force and gravity. Speaking of which, the Great Voyage Organization, after leaving the Suyu galaxy, traveled a long distance through the void, then crossed over 10 million light-years through a certain stargate. This stargate is a transportation point marked on the star map provided by the Star Defenders. Finding this stargate indirectly proves that the Star Defender star map is correct. After exiting the stargate, the four civilizations of the Grand Voyage Organization continued their voyage through the galaxy-free void for approximately 5,000 years, covering over 14 million light-years, to avoid possible detection by the degenerate civilization. They finally stopped at warp speed and came to rest in a galaxy. Why stop? To develop, of course. The four civilizations rested in the galaxy while constructing Nebula-class battleships. Fearing that their fleets would be too large and attract the attention of god-level civilizations like the Guishu, the four civilizations planned a modest fleet. As for human civilization, they only planned to build approximately 2 billion warships, on par with the Awakeners. Following the example of humanity, the Dia civilization also announced plans to build 2 billion Nebula-class battleships. As for the Galactic Center civilization, they even felt that 2 billion Nebula-class battleships were excessive and urged both human and Dia civilizations to reduce the number. After all, the four civilizations combined would constitute a massive fleet, and they feared that the noise generated by the use of zero-point vacuum energy would be too loud and could be detected by the Guishu. They also suggested that the Awakeners temporarily refrain from expanding their ranks. If it weren't for the Awakeners' unique status, consisting of only one person and one ship, the Galactic Center civilization would likely have wanted them to disarm. Finally, considering safety concerns, the human and Dia civilizations also agreed to the Galactic Center's proposal, reducing the originally planned 2 billion Nebula-class warships to 500 million, supplemented by an additional 500 million ships of various types. The Galactic Center itself followed suit. In other words, the combined fleet size of the four civilizations would only be around 5 billion, a significant reduction compared to the hundreds of billions of ships typically deployed by a level 6 civilization. As for the reason for venturing into the galaxy rather than simply remaining in the void, it was also due to zero-point vacuum energy. The Galactic Center civilization was primarily cautious, fearing the potential commotion caused by the four civilizations directly extracting zero-point vacuum energy on a large scale for energy-to-matter conversion. So, for safety's sake, they decided to venture into the galaxy to mine for readily available materials. This excavation lasted 5,000 years. Over these 5,000 years, the four civilizations hollowed out countless star systems and completed their fleet construction plans. During this time, the four civilizations also discovered several ordinary level 6 civilizations within the galaxy, but they ignored them and were similarly undetected. With no conflict of interest, and no need for the Awakeners to replenish the life forms of their individual civilizations, the four civilizations had no interest in contacting them. Furthermore, these civilizations had not yet embarked on their long voyages, and judging by the current spread of cosmic catastrophes, their fate was already sealed. As for the vanished stars, the disappearance of hundreds of millions of stars in a galaxy spanning hundreds of thousands of light-years was no major event. The level 6 civilizations often destroyed stars in their regular battles. After completing the fleet, the Grand Voyage Organization, comprised of four civilizations and the Star Guardians, departed the galaxy and continued into the void, heading for the Great Wall of the Martial Immortal Northern Crown, as indicated by the star map. During this period, the four civilizations of the Grand Voyage Organization seem to have hit a plateau in their warp speed capabilities, halting further progress. Other areas of advancement, with the exception of life sciences, were also lackluster. It could be said that all areas of technology had reached a minor bottleneck, making major breakthroughs difficult to achieve in the short term. However, by now, various technologies were nearing maturity. Furthermore, with the completion of the fleet construction plan, the four civilizations had also mastered the Nebula-class battleship manufacturing technology, and thus, the flagship construction was naturally moved up the schedule. Chapter 1479. A civilization's flagship must be a warship focused on high-tech applications. Human civilization gave its future flagship a pleasant name, Dream Lyra. The Dia civilization, long aware of humanity's flagship plan, followed suit, giving its future flagship a somewhat childish name, Super Dia. The Galactic Center civilization, noting that both civilizations' flagships had added location information to the existing Level 6 flagships, announced to other civilizations in a virtual auditorium during a discussion that they, too, had launched a flagship construction project, the Justice Galaxy Project. The flagship was also called the Justice Galaxy. This name, at first glance, suggests a warship upholding justice in the galaxy, a stark contrast to the image of the Galactic Center civilization, yet they chose such a name. Only the Awakeners, whose flagship is actually the warship where fantasy resides, is a warship embodying the Awakener civilization's highest technology. It is both a warship and fantasy's home, serving as the Awakener civilization's central nervous system. The Dream Machine resides aboard it, but it has no name. As far as Yu Yuan knows, the Awakener civilization has made some breakthroughs in dream-building technology. They're currently upgrading their dream-making machines. As for how they use the upgrades, and what exactly this dream-building technology actually is, we only know once they're finished. The Dia civilization's progress is much more obvious. They already mastered soul-killing technology. Therefore, the completed Super Dia will be able to launch soul-killing strikes similar in effect to those encountered in the Midway Galaxy, though with a smaller range. This is likely due to their in-depth research into ranged strike technology. As for teleportation, the Dia and Awakener civilizations have yet to achieve any breakthroughs. In contrast, the Galactic Center civilization is at the other extreme. While they haven't made any breakthroughs in area of effect strikes, they made rapid strides in three-dimensional teleportation and detection technology. They can now detect and scan warp speed traces tens of thousands of light-years away, and they can easily detect large-scale applications of zero-point energy. Furthermore, regarding three-dimensional teleportation, the Galactic Center civilization can now teleport individual lives to planets, and back to warships at any time. It's no exaggeration to say they mastered the portal technology found in games. The technology they use on the Galaxy of Justice is even more advanced, with a three-dimensional teleportation range that has already rivaled the microscopic high-dimensional jumps of human civilization, further enhancing their evasion capabilities. As a result, their combat radius has also been greatly increased. Furthermore, at the cosmic level, small-scale strike capabilities are generally available. After all, by modifying certain physical laws, the target is essentially a star field, just a matter of size. Currently, humanity, the Awakeners, and the Dyad civilizations are still unable to achieve the kind of large-scale strike capability that the degenerate civilization can achieve with a single missile, encompassing a range of 60,000 light-years. Neither can the Galactic Core civilization, of course. However, the Galactic Core civilization is the first of the four to explicitly design a new flagship. Perhaps due to their already strong trust in humanity, the Awakeners, and the Dyad civilizations, after the Galactic Core civilization completed its flagship design, effectively entering the construction phase, their leader proudly entered the virtual auditorium and announced, "We, the Galactic Core civilization, have mastered the capability of a large-scale strike." With these words, Yu Yuan, who had originally had no intention of entering the virtual auditorium to listen to their rants, appeared as if by teleportation. Seeing Yu Yuan's appearance, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization blinked, raised his starfish-like hand, tapped a holographic image, and pointed at the warship labeled Justice Galaxy within the image, mumbling, "See? This is our Justice Galaxy. Construction has begun, and the construction period is 100,000 years. A 100,000-year construction period is not unusual for a flagship equipped with such unique technology." Everyone present knew that wasn't the point the Silver Heart civilization leader was making. Sure enough, the next moment, he continued with a proud expression, "My Galaxy of Justice is 4.98 kilometers long and perfectly streamlined. It's equipped with all the strike capabilities of a Level 6 civilization, with a maximum three-dimensional shuttle range of 500 light-years. The door opening interval at that maximum shuttle range is confidential." Seeing this guy still rambling, Yu Yuan twitched his lips. "If you have something to say, just say it." If this guy hadn't said they had mastered area of effect strike capabilities, Yuan wouldn't have bothered to come over and listen. At the level of cosmic civilization, mastering area of effect strike capabilities means possessing the ability to change certain physical laws. Yuan also wanted to know what the Galactic Center civilization had mastered. The four civilizations were already companions, and technological advancements like this usually involve sharing the general information with each other. As an organization, mutual understanding also facilitates future cooperation. This is why the Galactic Center civilization came to the virtual hall to announce their technological advancements. However, normally, such announcements are made by the External Affairs Director of each civilization. Only for more significant advancements would the civilization leader personally make an appearance. We mastered a modification technology based on special tachyon rules. The leader of the Galactic Center civilization had clearly done his homework. He exchanged glances with the nearby scientific team and continued briefly, "We discovered that the reason so-called area strikes can affect distant locations at speeds exceeding the speed of light lies in the fast world, the tachyon world. Now that we discovered that mechanism, we can modify certain special mechanisms in the tachyon world so that, within a certain range, the fast world no longer provides superluminal service for so-called area strikes." At this moment, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization made an expression that looked somewhat comical from a human perspective. His four eyes turned in the directions of Yuan, the leader of the Dia civilization, the Awakener Huan, and the Starry Sky Defender. He continued, "You can understand it this way. We, the Silver Heart people, are incredibly talented. We have deeply explored our unique technology, discovered the operating mechanism of the fast world, and mastered methods to limit its effectiveness." The Silver Heart leader then went on to explain the effects of their weapon, then added with a hint of regret, "It's a pity we didn't understand it before the degenerate civilization arrived, otherwise we would have taught them the meaning of a misfire." Yuan understood. The Silver Heart civilization had mastered the sealing technology for area of effect strikes. However, the degenerate civilization's strikes wouldn't be misfires. They simply couldn't deliver strikes within a 60,000 light-year radius. The degenerate civilization's strikes would likely become single-target strikes. From this perspective, the Silver Heart civilization was truly poised for a takeoff. Yuan exclaimed inwardly, "Wow!" While other civilizations were studying area-scale strikes, the Galactic Center civilization went one step further and directly found the mechanism of area-scale strikes, and then used advanced technology to render the mechanism ineffective. Well, isn't this simply sealing the enemy's area of effect strike capability, forcing them into a conventional war? On a different note, the technology used by the Galactic Heart civilization is also an area of effect strike technology. It simply doesn't directly destroy the enemy fleet, but rather seals it. And since it's aimed directly at fast worlds, it's natural that it might affect not only the enemy fleet, but also its own people. Just when Yuan, Awakener Huan, and the Dia civilization leader thought this was the ultimate manifestation of the Galactic Heart civilization's technology, the leader of the Galactic Heart civilization dropped a bombshell. He bluntly informed everyone present that, according to their civilization's brilliant scientists, these technologies weren't the ultimate application of their unique tachyon field technology. The ultimate application was fast world destruction strikes. The Galactic Heart civilization is currently conducting intensive research in this area. The Galactic Heart civilization leader openly revealed that if research is truly advanced, they will master large-scale strikes similar to those of the degenerate civilization, capable of directly collapsing fast worlds within a 60,000 to 100,000 light-year radius with a single strike. After the fast world collapses, it will spread in all directions at the speed of light, creating a fast world collapse disaster. The fast world collapse disaster, as the core members of the Star Defenders Great Voyage organization once described it, is one of the cosmic catastrophes, a single breach in this shattered universe. The fast world is the world of tachyons, home to all types of tachyons. All tachyon weapons and tachyon technology operate according to the rules of the fast world. Even general area of effect strikes are based on the fast world, enabling them to act at superluminal speeds across the vast galaxy. The collapse of the fast world would mean the failure of all tachyon weapons, tachyon detection, communications, and so on. Previously, the Star Defenders didn't know the specifics. They only said that the limited data from the Dian civilization contained records of the fast world collapse, stating that it originated from a unique technology of a cosmic civilization. They said that civilization had mastered the technology to cause the fast world's rules to collapse, but they also didn't know what the unique technology was. Now we know it's something like the Galactic Center civilization. The Galactic Center civilization's superior detection capabilities are entirely due to their research on special tachyons. Therefore, The tachyon field is actually the galactic center people's unique talent compared to other races. The Star Defenders said back then that the collapse of the fast world would mean a breach in the rules of the universe. The consequence would naturally be a loophole in the entire framework of the universe's rules, leading to inconsistencies in the rules. A chain reaction would occur, causing all rules based on the fast world to fall towards the edge of the slow world. In this case, the slow world would experience some chaos in its rules due to the fall of the fast world. It's a cosmic disaster, but there are solutions. Some cosmic civilizations have proposed two seemingly feasible solutions. One is to open up the universe to avoid the disaster, and the other is to intervene through rule-based demarcation. That is, to establish boundaries on a large scale, clearly demarcating the boundaries between fast and slow worlds to prevent them from interfering with each other. However, both solutions are cosmic-scale projects. After listening to the leader of the Silver Heart Civilization's introduction, Yu Yuan was silent for a long time. He had originally thought that cosmic disasters were far away from him, that they were all catastrophic events caused by ancient wars or ancient civilizations. But he hadn't expected that the creator of one of them was right next to him. Now, looking at the people of the Silver Heart, Yu Yuan felt, I didn't expect you, a bunch of idiots with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to betray the revolution. Chapter 1480. The Galactic Center Civilization's construction of the Galaxy of Justice has begun. Their factory is located in the vast void of space, in the middle of nowhere. According to the Galactic Center Civilization, the reason for stopping construction in this location is that the Guishu may deploy many detectors within the galaxy of the Lania Chaos supercluster. Furthermore, the energy systems of cosmic civilizations no longer rely on galaxies, and can draw energy from the void, so construction in the depths of the void is common. The Galaxy of Justice is currently in its initial stages, and its factory is located approximately 200 light-years from the human fleet, which is also where the Galactic Center Civilization fleet is located. Although human civilization, the Dia Civilization, the Awakener Civilization, and the Galactic Center Civilization form a large voyage organization and travel together, the concept of traveling together in the universe is somewhat different from that on Earth. Especially at the level of cosmic civilizations, distances of hundreds or thousands of light-years can still be considered traveling together. Therefore, when the Galactic Center Civilization was building the Galaxy of Justice, other civilizations had probes nearby, and they had no problem with their allies' probes observing their construction process. This is how humanity had the opportunity to witness the initial construction of the Galaxy of Justice. According to the design drawings, the Galaxy of Justice was only 4.98 kilometers long, but the factory building it was larger than a planet. Looking out, one could see numerous construction ships bustling through the dark void, some transporting building materials, others engaged in construction, bustling about like a swarm of bees. To see more clearly, Yu Yuan zoomed in, and he saw a bustling construction site in the interstellar sky. There, the Galactic Center people were working furiously on their construction. Assisted by artificial intelligence, thousands of engineering ships were systematically welding the foundations. Yu Yuan knew that these would be the internal structural units of the future Galaxy of Justice. The construction of the Nebula-class warship differed from previous warships. Previous warship construction typically involved building a large space dock, then using various engineering vessels and robotic arms to construct the ship piece by piece. But the Nebula-class, with its small exterior and large interior, differed in structure and technology, and naturally necessitated a different construction process. From the construction sites of the Galaxy of Justice, it was clear that they didn't build the Galaxy of Justice all at once using a single large dock. Instead, they constructed a number of space docks simultaneously. Yu Yuan counted them, finding approximately 10,000 docks. The components currently being constructed in these docks were all universal modules, common items, like houses and living quarters, that formed the internal structure of the Galaxy of Justice, each no larger than 5 kilometers in size. According to the Galaxy of Justice's construction process, once these structures were completed, they would begin fabricating the cockpit, engine room, accompanying warp drive, zero-point energy extraction device, naval guns, ammunition depots, and other essential warship components. Undoubtedly, each of these items could not exceed 5 kilometers in size, as the Galaxy of Justice's exterior is limited to this size, and no single object within it could possibly exceed the size of the ship. It's like putting a piece of paper into a box. The paper can be folded, but the area of a single sheet of paper cannot be larger than the bottom of the box, otherwise it won't fit. The Galaxy of Justice, currently under construction by the Silver Heart Civilization, is similarly shaped. It's conceivable that once these structures are completed, The Silver Heart civilization will utilize space folding technology to fold each internal structure to the shape of the space in which they reside, installing space doors within each structure, and finally placing them all within the hull of the Galaxy of Justice. This construction process is like drawing on a blank sheet of paper, then stacking the drawn paper into a book, and then placing it in a box. Nebula-class warships and other ships, as well as any other vessels utilizing space folding technology, generally follow this process. Of course, while this process is straightforward, actual construction is far from simple, especially with the application of space folding technology. The current commotion of the Galactic Center civilization reveals that this is a massive undertaking requiring the full might of the civilization. The area surrounding the Galactic Center civilization has now become a brightly lit construction site, with hundreds of millions of ships of all types swarming around the project, transporting supplies, welding the hull structure, and constructing space gates. Like bees, they, coordinated by a unified command system, gradually transform the blueprint for the Galaxy of Justice into reality. In addition, there are various factory-type ships, each less than a few astronomical units in size, serving as supporting facilities for the construction of the Galaxy of Justice. Similarly, the Dia civilization, located elsewhere in the starry sky, similarly to the Galactic Center civilization, began construction on their Super Dia. The activity of both civilizations clearly indicated that they were undertaking major projects. In contrast, the Awakener civilization was much quieter. They were also upgrading their fleets, but unlike the Galactic Center and Dia civilizations, they didn't build massive factories, transforming the starry sky into their construction site. Instead, they gathered all their rectangular warships together, forming an evenly spaced matrix across the sky. Then they hovered motionless in the void. However, a closer look would reveal that the Awakener illusion was positioned at the very center of their warship matrix. Furthermore, they weren't truly motionless and inactive. Force field detectors could detect a powerful superforce field within their matrix. Also, those with access to spiritual detection technology would be able to sense the Awakener warship matrix as a whole, regularly emitting waves of spiritual energy. Considering what the Awakener civilization has said before, they must also be constructing, but not in reality, but in dreams. It seems their dream-building technology has been successful. And judging by their appearance, every individual in this civilization must be connected to the dream machine, which would make them likely engaged in construction. According to information previously revealed by the Awakener, they should be using the dream machine to construct a realistic dream world with the same physical rules as reality, yet a controllable dream. Therefore, their construction should be the work of each individual being using their own consciousness. It's like someone with superpowers using their mind to move bricks in reality, making them form houses according to their will. Of course, the Awakener's dream-building technology is certainly not that simple. Since dreams are designed based on the real physical world, everything each Awakener constructs in their dreams must conform to the laws of real physics. Otherwise, it will only exist in dreams and cannot become reality. Chapter 1481. Yes, dreams come true. According to Awakener Illusion, their dream-building technology is meant to make dreams come true, otherwise it's meaningless. So how can dreams come true? Awakener Illusion's answer was unexpected. First, the Awakener civilization had dream machines, and now dream-building technology. Yu Yuan had assumed they were headed for a fantasy path. After all, their technology sounded quite fantastical. However, Awakener Illusion told all civilizations that their dream-building technology had traceable roots, and it was only because they didn't understand that they dismissed it as fantasy. This statement intrigued not only Yu Yuan, but also scientists from the human, Dia, and Galactic Center civilizations. Awakener Illusion didn't keep everyone on suspense, and quickly introduced some of the basic principles of their dream-building technology to everyone in the virtual auditorium. Awakener Illusion told the three civilizations that after years of intensive research in their specialized scientific fields, they had developed a theory called the Grand Unified Theory of Information. He said that information is both an object of cognition and a necessary and important component of tangible living things like matter and energy. The fundamental difference between living things and matter-energy systems is that, in addition to matter and energy, living things also possess information and informational functions, forming a holographic unity of the three elements of matter, energy, and information. The spirit and soul are actually a form of information. Without any one of these three elements, living things cannot exist. Just as they cannot exist without matter and energy, living things are not only inseparable from information, but every activity they undertake is guided by information. The Awakener One told scientists from various civilizations that once a self-organizing system possesses information and information functions, it develops two major characteristics that matter-energy systems lack. First, it can use information to find, identify, and combine objects, holographically exchanging information and matter-energy with the outside world, thus acquiring negative entropy for survival and growth. Second, through information feedback, it can alter the organizational structure of DNA, evolving from gradual changes to mutations and into new biological systems. Subjective dream manipulation technology is a process of exchanging soul information and matter-energy information. The Awakener one also stated that information in their grand unified theory of information is considered the starting point of everything and the building block of the universe's most fundamental logic. Through their study of dreams, the Awakener civilization has clarified the relationship between soul and information. Based on this, they have also developed technology to control matter through mind. Furthermore, through their study of dreams, they have summarized the connection between soul and matter energy and mastered its precise mathematical expression. Of course, they only understand a certain inherent connection between the soul and the underlying information of the universe. As for how to use the grand unified theory of information to explain the soul of individual life, they have not yet fully grasped it. According to Awakener Juan, that thing touches upon the ultimate questions of why life exists in the universe and where it originated. Awakener Juan also briefly explained to the scientists from the three civilizations the principles of their dream-building technology, manipulating dreams as a form of soul information interaction, with the dream-building machine acting as a blank canvas for their creation. During the dream-building process, each Awakener, using their own spiritual vehicle, gradually conveys their desired creation to the blank dream through information giving, allowing creation to emerge from the void. This way, they could skip the tedious construction process in reality, so their fleet construction wouldn't involve the dramatic event seen with the Galactic Center and Dia civilizations. After completing this step, the Awakener civilization's fleet could essentially be considered complete within the dream. The next step was to pull these things from the dream into reality, the process of dream realization. The Awakener Juan told the scientists from the three civilizations that dreams could come true. This was because the grand unified theory of information states that everything in the universe is information. Life, planets, stars, galaxies, and even the radiant stars, everything is the embodiment of information. The way they were now arranging the warships in a matrix in the void was the process of making dreams come true. The Awakener Juan explained that the purpose of arranging the fleet in a matrix was to create a special force field, a hybrid of thought and superforce. Its function was to project the dreams within the dream machine into reality, thereby replicating the creations within the dream machine. This wasn't creating something out of nothing, as both the dream construction process and the dream realization process consumed energy. Therefore, the Awakener Juan claims that this technology is essentially a process of energy-matter conversion. However, while the material produced by conventional energy-matter conversion is hydrogen, the most fundamental substance in the universe, their dream construction technology incorporates information into this process through a dream machine, allowing the resulting material to be directly transformed into a finished technological artifact. This is undoubtedly a tremendous technological advancement. According to the Awakener Juan, as long as they can create an object in a dream according to its physical structure, then, as long as they have energy, they can quickly materialize the dream object into the real universe through dream construction technology. In other words, if the Awakener civilization so desired, they could completely construct a fleet within their dreams and store it within the dream machine system. Then, in the event of war, they could materialize the fleet directly, achieving a rapid surge in strength. However, this use case is unnecessary for the Awakeners, as they don't need to rely on numerical superiority to win. The Awakener civilization has never considered using this technology in this way. So, how would it be used? Awakener Juan revealed that they intend to continue researching this dream-making technology, striving to expand the ability to materialize dream artifacts from a small star region to a galaxy. This would allow them to deploy physical rule bombs across the battlefield. The Awakener civilization still needs to address the issue of range. According to Juan, their next research direction is to combine the artifact's range with a third-person observation mode. If successful, they will be able to achieve the range observed by the third-person observation mode is the range of the physical rule bomb. The Awakener civilization has already completed the theoretical work in this area and expects to implement this technology before the construction of the dream is complete, thus possessing a ranged strike capability. In addition to the physics rule bomb, the Awakener civilization has recently been researching something called nightmare radiation, reportedly a dual developmental application of their awakening technology. It appears to be a device targeting living organisms, though its primary focus doesn't appear to be lethality, as it clearly lacks the direct soul-destroying power of the Dia civilization. Overall, the direction of Awakener civilization's development seems quite fantastical at first glance. Chapter 1482. How big is a proton when it's expanded? There's no answer to this question, because the strong interaction permanently binds quarks inside the proton, preventing them from separating. Individual quarks don't exist in nature, so protons can't expand into the classical spherical shape people imagine. Furthermore, protons aren't the tiny balls depicted in popular science animations or images. As elementary particles, they don't actually have boundaries in the classical sense. This applies to elementary particles, and Calabi-Yau space, a microscopic dimension, cannot be understood classically. In physics, it's the core of string theory. In superstring theory, spacetime requires 10 dimensions, 9 spatial dimensions plus 1 time dimension. Of course, it can also be said to be 11-dimensional, counting 0-dimensional space and adding the time dimension. The expression is different, but the essence is the same. The spacetime we observe in daily life is 4-dimensional, 3 spatial dimensions plus 1 time dimension. Therefore, the additional 6 dimensions must be compactified, and the preferred geometric shape for these 6 dimensions is the Calabi-Yau manifold. So far, other civilizations besides humans and the Awakeners can only abstractly understand it through mathematical expressions. That's the realm of the microscopic. While the other 3 civilizations are engaged in extensive construction, human civilization is no exception, also constructing its own dream lyra in the microscopic realm. Unlike the Awakeners, humans are actually making quite a splash. In the initial stages of dream lyra's construction, human civilization will need to build various structures within the starry sky, just as the galactic center and Dia civilizations did. The general idea is similar. After building these things, they use space folding technology to fold up the space they occupy and place them in a box. However, the boxing process differs significantly between human civilization, the Dyad civilization, and the galactic center civilization. The latter two construct a tangible warship hull with a well-defined physical shape, then embed the folded space within it. Human civilization is different, as humans don't need to construct a warship hull themselves. Instead, they directly materialize the Calabi-Yau manifold. In the past, human scientific understanding considered the Calabi-Yau manifold to be a purely mathematical concept, not a physical entity, but an abstract structure. However, with the deepening of research on microscopic dimensions and the development of string theory, human civilization has gained a new understanding of the Calabi-Yau manifold in physics, realizing that it is a real component of physical space, but that it can only be observed at the microscopic level. This is why the Dream Lyra project was proposed and gained support. In the construction of the Dream Lyra, the macroscopic steps are actually not much different from those of other conventional warships. The focus is on the microscopic level. The difficulties in construction lie almost entirely in the microscopic realm. To build the Dream Lyra, humanity must first solve the problem of visualizing the Calabi-Yau manifold, followed by its expansion, and finally, bringing the constructed structure down to the microscopic realm and embedding it within the expanded Calabi-Yau manifold. To build the Dream Lyra, humanity is now united in its efforts, with brilliant scientists from all disciplines devoting themselves to this mega-project. To complete the Dream Lyra within the planned timeframe, human civilization has adopted a multi-stage, simultaneous construction method, breaking the complex construction process of the Dream Lyra into thousands of small, concurrent projects, then integrating the completed parts of each project. The macroscopic construction is self-explanatory. Microscopic construction is also underway. However, this microscopic construction is not merely carried out at the microscopic level. It integrates macroscopic equipment with microscopic engineering operations. From the starry sky, one can see a large circle approximately 1 million kilometers in diameter within the construction area of human civilization. Surrounding this circle are various ultra-large-scale equipment, including space stabilization devices, superforce field generators, force field manipulation equipment, third-person observation platforms, space folding and splicing devices, microscopic high-dimensional stabilizers, and various types of particle detectors, a complete array of instruments and equipment. Construction of the Dream Lyra has begun, and these devices are naturally already operational. Construction, on the other hand, is taking place at the ultramicroscopic level. Approaching the large circle, one could see engineering vessels occasionally emerging from its center. Others, towing various functional equipment, would enter the circle and then disappear, appearing and disappearing again, like ducks diving. Clearly, these engineering vessels were the operators of the microscopic realm. Through the targeted application of quantum exile technology, they launched themselves into specific microscopic realms, where they carried out construction work on a specific Calabi-Yau manifold. Yu Yuan also entered the microscopic realm through the third-person observation mode of his consciousness link. Seeing him enter, the Dragon Star Brigade, who happened to have some free time, gave him a brief overview of the construction situation. In third-person observation mode, the Dragon Star Brigade spoke through a telepathic communication. General Yu, the construction of the Dream Lyra is currently on track. With the coordination of various macro-scale facilities, we have now entered the first phase of construction, the materialization of the Calabius manifold. Yu Yuan followed the Dragon Star Brigade's conscious image and saw a cluster of distorted spaces. These spaces resembled animated graphics suspended in midair, their appearance constantly shifting as if alive. The scene was like being transported to the world of Cthulhu. Yu Yuan knew that these were not Cthulhu, but Calabius manifolds, some known to humanity, and many more unknown. Each infinitesimal six-dimensional space, curled up within each point of spacetime, resembled a hair's cross-section, a multidimensional structure even when magnified. Its complex topology determined the fundamental physical laws of the universe, similar to how DNA encodes the laws of the universe. Humanity has chosen a type of Calabius manifold as the battle frame for the Dream Lyra. What Yu Yuan is seeing now, those held within a controllable range by a force field, are these. What human civilization is now tasked with is to materialize this chosen manifold. According to the Dragon Star Brigade, this is achieved within a hyperforce field environment through the geometry of membrane space. Once materialized, the next step will be to precisely manipulate the force field, gradually rolling the target Calabius manifold onto the membrane like rolling dough. During this process, humans must meticulously record every change in the manipulated manifold to facilitate its subsequent re-rolling. This step will take approximately 10,000 years. After the unfolding is complete, the next step is welding. Chapter 1483. At that stage, humanity's engineering and construction ships will spatially package the completed structures and install folding portals within these spaces. Once the Dream Lyra is completed, these portals will become space gates within the warship. Through these portals, the people living on the Dream Lyra will be able to travel to different dimensions. The engineering ships will drag these space modules into the large circle, like ants carrying food, and then use directed quantum exile to deliver them to the designated area. Then, by plucking strings, these spaces will be integrated with the Calabius manifold, embedding all spaces within the Calabius manifold. This process will take approximately 50,000 years. The final step is to rewind the completed Calabius manifold according to the originally recorded data, transforming it into a Calabius manifold that appears indistinguishable from a natural Calabius manifold. The entire construction process requires the coordination of macroscopic equipment and the microscopic realm. The series of operations is like a dream. It is no longer a conventional warship. According to estimates by human engineers and scientists, the completed Dream Lyra will be able to exist in the macrocosm and freely enter the microcosm. Because it is a Calabian manifold, it will exhibit the physical properties of a microscopic entity. This will allow it to freely navigate the microscopic world and remain unaffected by any dimensionality reduction attack. While dimensionality reduction essentially reduces macroscopic dimensions to microscopic, the Dream Lyra itself can freely navigate the extremely microscopic realm. Dimensionality reduction strikes are like a light, effortless blow to it, completely ineffective. If human civilization so desires, it could even dance on a two-dimensional plane in the Dream Lyra. In other words, any attack affecting the macroscopic three-dimensional universe would be useless to it. This is merely its passive defensive effect. Based on research into the singularity properties and symmetries of Calabian manifolds, human scientists have discovered that during compactification, strings entangle the singularities, generating corresponding fundamental force effects. Based on this, they believe they can develop corresponding attack methods. Furthermore, based on research into the properties of different types of Calabian manifolds, it is possible to develop different attack methods. For example, the strength of string interactions at different locations on the manifold determines the quark-lepton mass matrix. With in-depth research into this principle, humans could influence certain properties of quarks by plucking strings, thereby achieving their intended strike targets. Theoretically, there are 10 to the power of 500 possible Calabian manifolds. When human scientists developed the Dream Lyra project, they had an ambitious goal: to thoroughly study all possible manifolds. Understand the properties of all manifolds, master them, and then exploit them for human benefit. During the Tianqin project, scientists discussed this. They discovered that by modifying certain parameters, one trend could be transformed into another. This principle has now been mastered by human civilization. In other words, although the Dream Lyra is based on a Calabian manifold, It can be any microscopic six-dimensional manifold known to humanity. Different manifolds correspond to different physical rules. For example, by plucking a string or combination of strings within a Calabi-Yau manifold, humans can produce different percussion effects. For example, one Calabi-Yau manifold is associated with chiral symmetry. If human civilization were to master this mechanism, they could, by plucking the string, produce a modified percussion that inverts the normal chiral symmetry. If human plucking is like plucking a string, then different Calabi-Yau manifolds are like different scale filters, allowing humans to produce different tones and timbres. In other words, after the dream lyra is completed, the more Calabi-Yau manifolds humans master, the more perfect cosmic music they will compose. At the sixth level of civilization, humans earn the title of pluckers, but at that time, they only knew one trick, like a musician who only plucked a single string and produced a monotonous sound. But at the cosmic level, things are different. It can be said that only at the cosmic level, and after the dream lyra is completed, can humans be considered true pluckers. It's worth noting that humans possessing this technology aren't just capable of destruction, they can also create. Of course, creation is certainly more difficult, but at least it's possible. So, it can be said that the dream lyra is a panacea for human civilization. Humanity can use it to accomplish many things, including releasing quantum exiles, leaping into higher or lower dimensions, altering the physical laws of a region, and even repairing them. The extent and power of this mastery depends on human civilization's research in the corresponding field. This seemingly omnipotent performance stems from the fact that strings are the fundamental structure of all things in the universe, while various types of Calabi-Yau currents serve as distinct cosmic gene compilers. Combining these two, if humanity is experienced, it's not impossible to create a universe with self-consistent physical laws. This presupposes, of course, that human civilization possesses sufficient data and has reached the power to develop a vast universe. From this perspective, it wouldn't be surprising if human civilization could one day unleash a powerful application of the four fundamental forces, or some other field. Of course, this presupposes that humanity itself mastered the ultimate application in the corresponding field of physics. Active applications still require time and research from human scientists, but the dream lyra possesses some strange passive effects due to its physical properties. For example, its twisting and tumbling dynamic appearance can cause intelligent beings observing it to feel as if their minds are deeply enmeshed. Those with less mental fortitude will experience a sense of absurdity. It feels both illusory and real, like a dream. This is the fantastical aspect of the dream lyra. It seems to possess a spiritual influence of its own. For this reason, some human engineers even jokingly say that this isn't the dream lyra at all, but rather the Cthulhu. However, as long as one doesn't observe it, it won't be affected. Time slowly passed as creations upgraded, and the flagships of human civilization, Dia civilization, and galactic center civilization gradually took shape under the blessing of time. Hundreds, millennia, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Deep in this pitch-black void, for cosmic civilizations gradually completed their transformation. The moment their flagships were completed, it would mean they had successfully crossed the initial stage of cosmic civilization. With their unique technological applications, they would have no fear of encountering even established cosmic civilizations. At least their combat power would be unmatched, no longer fearing being forced to flee in panic by a single enemy warship. Chapter 1484. The four civilizations estimated the construction time for their flagships to be 100,000 years. Based on past experience, they were usually completed earlier than expected, but this time, they fell behind schedule. Of course, not all of them fell behind schedule. The Awakener and Galactic Center civilizations had completed their projects, while the Dia civilization was experiencing construction delays due to issues with their soul-killing weapons. They would likely need another 10,000 years to complete their projects. Human civilization, in a rare instance, had also failed to complete its project. 100,000 years had passed, and humanity's dream lyra had still not been displayed in the grand scheme of things, clearly due to construction delays. Has the assessment report been released? What's the current situation? The construction delays needed to be summarized, and other issues encountered needed to be resolved as quickly as possible to complete the remaining work. Therefore, at the 100,050th year after the start of construction on the dream lyra, Yu Yuan convened another meeting regarding the dream lyra project. This was an internal human meeting, attended by engineers and scientists from various disciplines. The venue was almost entirely staffed with technical researchers. Yu Yuan presided over the meeting as the leader of a civilization. He was also a member of the Fantasy Tianxin project, having participated in its construction as a coordinator over the years. So, he was actually aware of the Tianqin's overall progress. He was asking this question now, firstly because of the meeting process, and secondly because everyone has their own expertise. The Fantasy Tianqin project involves a wide range of knowledge, and some aspects require interpretation by specialized researchers. The report is out, and has been shared with everyone. The speaker was the Dragon Star Brigade. The advancement of anti-entropy factor technology had extended his life once again. This was a personal blessing for him, and for human civilization. After a pause, Long Xing Brigade glanced at the people present, some in person and some in avatar, and continued, 30,000 years ago, the Dream Lyra completed the welding of the folded space. Each string combination or group used to weld the folded space to the Calibio manifold has been tested, and everything is normal. But the difficulty of rewinding the manifold exceeded our expectations. Our most powerful superquantum computer has been working continuously for 30,000 years, and still hasn't been able to calculate all the details of the rewinding. This is the main reason for our project's delay. For a long time, although we have mastered vacuum zero-point energy and become a cosmic civilization, our computer technology has made little progress. To put it bluntly, our current computer technology is not much better than that of a level 6 civilization. Long Xing. Lu waved his hand to operate the holographic device in front of him, then, with a thought, retrieved the information he wanted through a mental link. He said, for 100,000 years, we have also gained some understanding of the creation upgrade plans of the Galactic Center, the Awakeners, and the Dia civilizations. We have discovered that the Dream Lyra is far more complex than their flagships, so it cannot be said that our computer technology is inferior to theirs. However, the delays in the Dream Lyra project have also exposed our shortcomings in computer technology. It can be said that our current computer technology no longer meets our development needs. As you all know, the Dream Lyra is a warship with a Calibio manifold as its hull, and its various attack methods, or rather, every attack we launch through the string stirring technique requires the coordination of powerful computers. But our current superquantum computers seem to be overwhelmed. If such computers were used to assist the Dream Lyra in the future, it would inevitably affect its combat effectiveness. To solve this problem, the people in the Computer Science Division of the Academy of Physics have devoted tens of thousands of years to research, yet to no avail. But I don't think it's their fault, but perhaps a problem within human civilization itself. Well, perhaps a problem within us humans. At this point, the Dragon Star Brigade paused deliberately, and the attendees took advantage of the pause to quietly discuss it with the people next to them. An engineer, stroking his stubble, muttered, I know about this. Those computer geeks are diving headfirst into quantum computing, trying to find more efficient models. I heard they even proposed a computational model that doesn't require any computational steps. That's a bit far-fetched. Another engineer responded, that's true, but you can't blame them. Sometimes progress is hidden in seemingly absurd conjectures. A researcher chimed in, hey, I think our talent in quantum computing has reached its limit. Didn't Chief Long mention it's our fault? The engineer who spoke first nodded. That's possible. What the hell are those computer geeks doing? Such minimal progress in all these years, and it's affecting the entire development of civilization. Can't they adapt? The researcher replied, adapt? How? That's easy to say, but there are only a few paths in the computer field. We already advanced quantum computing to this point. We can't just go back to photonic computers. If we had just started over and gone with the ternary system when we encountered the dynamic graph civilization, perhaps we wouldn't be in this predicament now. The engineer disagreed. He shook his head, saying, what's the point of saying this now? Unless we start over, we can't go the ternary route. Besides, binary isn't much less efficient than ternary. The key is that we haven't researched it deeply enough. And what worries me most is the potential for interference with quantum computers. As far as I know, many quantum perturbations can affect entangled quantum particles, causing quantum decoherence, which can affect the normal operation of quantum computers. Although error correction systems can correct these errors, they will ultimately affect the operation of supercomputers. At this point, the engineer noticed a computer scientist sitting in the back row, still looking calm and composed. He turned and said, hey Lao Luo, you're a computer scientist. You probably have some inside information, right? The scientist, known as Lao Luo, smiled and said, no inside information, but I do have some serious news. Oh, what do you mean? You should still remember the Shinju civilization, right? Lao Luo didn't answer, but instead asked. That's bullshit. That's the Shinju civilization. Who could forget them? The engineer twitched his lips and grumbled, What does this have to do with the Shinju civilization? They were all taken away by the degenerate civilization. I don't know if I ever meet them again. Old Luo was speechless at this answer. He spread his hands and said, "Hey, Engineer Tong, you don't pay any attention to the development of the computer field. Didn't the Shinju civilization propose using gravity to develop supercomputers?" Chapter 1485. After this reminder, Tong Feng, known as the Master Engineer, finally remembered. "Oh, you're talking about this. I remember the Shinju civilization proposed it a long time ago, but even after they separated from us, they still haven't managed it. They couldn't do it, but we can. That's the Shinju civilization's specialty technology. Why should we?" Tong Feng's disappointment was evident in his words. He had originally thought it was some explosive news, but he hadn't expected it to be about some kind of gravitational computer. He knew about it, but he just couldn't recall it at the moment. Back then, the Shinju civilization had a theory of gravity-based computers based on their unique technology. They proposed twisting gravitons into knots, which they called gravitational knots, to replace the p-n junctions used in traditional computer technology, creating a gravity-based supercomputer. The Shinju civilization made it sound easy, but the scientists who heard their claims back then knew the difficulty involved. Take the so-called gravitational knot, for example. It wasn't something a normal civilization could achieve. Twisting gravitons into knots to enable the conduction and non-conduction of gravitational signals. It's easy to say, but to achieve it, one must reach pinnacle research in the field of gravity. With that ability, the ultimate application of gravity would likely be mastered. Perhaps the Shinju civilization, once it reaches the cosmic level, could achieve this, but humans today certainly can't. "Hey, what's wrong with your brain?" Lao Luo, realizing Tong Feng had strayed from his thoughts, said helplessly, "Specialized technology, specialized technology. I mean, in the computer field, if the Shinju civilization can propose such a development path based on their specialized technology, we could also start from our own specialized technology." "Well, forget it, Chief Long has spoken, just listen." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xinglu raised his hands and pressed them down, signaling for silence. He then took a deep breath and began. "So, we in the computer field have taken a different approach and proposed the string-based computer project. Let the relevant experts discuss the details." With that, Long Xinglu retreated to his seat and handed the floor to another computer scientist. A handsome figure suddenly appeared from nowhere on the podium in the auditorium. He was clearly the relevant professional Long Xinglu was referring to. His name was Zhang Yaowang, a member of the Academy of Human Civilization, a new string theory scientist, an information computing scientist, and one of humanity's brilliant scientists. He led the team that demonstrated the feasibility of string-based computers. Zhang Yaowang appeared as a holographic projection, materializing onto the podium. He first analyzed the reasons for the delay in the construction of the Dream Lyra, and then discussed the various bottlenecks humanity faces in the field of super-quantum computers. After everyone had a basic understanding of the situation, Zhang Yaowang got to the point. As Chief Long mentioned, we reached a bottleneck in the field of universal quantum computers. Existing supercomputers can no longer meet our development needs. But there's always a way out. We've actually been aware of this problem for a long time. Inspired by the gravitational computer proposed by the Shinju civilization, we begun researching applications based on our unique scientific and technological fields, and computing is naturally one of them. As everyone knows, in the new string theory, strings are the most fundamental units of the universe. Strings exist in two basic forms, open and closed. A string can close on itself, forming a closed string, or it can take on another topological structure, which we call an open string. We know that strings vibrate on a membrane, and that membrane is the cosmic membrane. Our Dream Lyra was built because the microscopic six-dimensional Calabi-Yau manifold can be unfolded on that membrane. During the construction of Dream Lyra, we discovered that we would be using many operations based on string vibrations. When we delved deeper into those string combinations, we discovered that their composition, or basic topology, was still open and closed strings. The properties of a string combination, including its intrinsic amplitude and vibrational hue, are all related to the interlocking patterns of open and closed strings within it. At that time, we wondered if we could treat open and closed strings like the zeros and ones in a computer, and create a computer based on string vibrations. After years of research and experimentation, we found that we could. Everyone knows that to perform computations, you first need information. Otherwise, computation is impossible. So how does a string-based computer transmit information? The obvious answer is string vibrations. We've long known that using the same method. Vibrating a string generates vibrational information that spreads across all spatial dimensions. However, plucking a string in this way clearly doesn't meet the basic requirements for building a string-based computer, as we need directional vibration information, not comprehensive information. But as the Dream Lyra project progressed, we discovered that string vibrations actually have a direction, from high to low dimensions, from the microscopic to the macroscopic. Furthermore, a vibrating string with the same parameters produces different reverberations when passing through open and closed string structures. This solves the problem of information computation. Open and closed strings serve as the 0 to 1 circuits for string vibration signals, and the vibration reverberations serve as receivers for identifying the propagation of string vibration signals. In this way, we can construct a completely new computer system. Of course, building such a computer is not easy, as it's not simply a macroscopic computer, but rather a computer that exists in a hierarchy from the microscopic 6-dimensional to the macroscopic 3-dimensional space, due to the direction of string vibration propagation. This provides a construction strategy. We can use the microscopic 6-dimensional Calabi-Yau manifold as the highest microscopic dimension and, from there, build the basic components of a string-based computer, circuits composed of various open and closed strings. Then, through string duality, we can construct lower-level circuits in the microscopic 5-dimensional space using their dual strings. By utilizing the properties of dual strings, we can create an information pathway from the microscopic 6-dimensional to the microscopic 5-dimensional. Then, by following the same principle, we can build layer by layer, then connect them all together using dual strings to create a super string-based computer. This is a 3-dimensional computer that spans from microscopic to macroscopic dimensions. We call it the String-Based Computer Project. Listening to Zhang Yaowang's description, everyone present was lost in a state of fantasy. Clearly, string-based computer technology, based on the principle of open and closed strings, is a byproduct of the Dream Tianqin construction project and a unique technological product of human civilization. As a unique technology, it clearly has certain requirements. First, it requires a third-person observation mode. Second, it requires the ability to construct in the microscopic dimension, which is equivalent to the ability to build the Dream Tianqin. Finally, it requires the ability to manipulate cosmic strings, otherwise, it would be impossible to manipulate them into the desired string structure. These requirements alone are beyond the reach of ordinary civilizations. From this perspective, this so-called string-based computer appears to be a supercomputer tailor-made for the Tianqin. This type of computer engineering is no less challenging than the Dream Lyra. Human civilization is determined to continue its pluck the strings rhythm to the end. With a string-based computer paired with the Dream Lyra, it seems the title of plucker is inevitable. Chapter 1486. Time does not exist. It is the movement of matter that allows humans to experience time, the growth of all things that allows humans to experience time, and the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter that allow humans to experience time. It is the physical quantity humans use to describe the movement of all things. Humans say that the transition of electrons from one state to another takes time, that the 2 different positions of a planet in its orbit around a star take time, and that the transition from the Big Bang to the present state takes time. In the starry sky, the waxing and waning of the sun and moon have long lost their reference point. Human time can only be defined by the completion state of one's own actions. The void is vast, and all around is silence. There should be no concept of time, but in order to better describe the changes in all things, humans still use their senses to incorporate the physical quantity of time into various scientific systems to describe the universe. Without time, there is no such thing as time flowing backwards. However, humans still claim that the dimension of time permeates the macroscopic spatial dimension, and furthermore, that the transmission and state of time differ in different microscopic dimensions. For example, when studying microscopic 5-, 6-, 7-, and 8-dimensional spacetime, humans use tubular time as the description of the state of time, 9-dimensional spacetime uses membranous time, and 10-dimensional spacetime uses solid time. In the macroscopic 4-dimensional spacetime, time is linear time. Why are there different descriptions of time? Because only different descriptions of time can explain the changes in various dimensions. For example, if humans use linear time thinking to explain the changes in a microscopic 6-dimensional Calabi-Yau manifold, the answer they obtain is incorrect. In the process of unfolding and rewinding the Dream Lyra, humans use time as the physical quantity for the changes in things. However, unfolding different microscopic dimensions requires different descriptions of time. Only in this way can the Dream Lyra be unfolded and rewound correctly. The same is true for the construction of string-based computers. They are also based on the microscopic six-dimensional Calabi-Yau manifold, and the so-called microscopic six dimensions are actually the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 dimensions of microscopic space. String-based computers use open and closed strings as the most basic units of calculation, with the highest microscopic bit as the root directory. This requires humans to use a three-dimensional view of time when building their core components. Time describes the changes of things, so the string vibrations in the lowest level CPU of a string-based computer also follow this principle. They do not follow the linear causal relationship of time, but rather a synchronous and simultaneous process. According to the theory of human civilization, the operation of the CPU of a string-based computer is a resonance method. The input calculation parameters and the output calculation results resonate in the microscopic 10 dimensions. This resonance manifests in the macroscopic dimension as the absence of linear time. For civilizations living in the macroscopic dimension, the absence of linear time is equivalent to the absence of process. Of course, this absence of process is only an appearance of macroscopic time. In reality, changes in the microscopic 10 dimensions also require the existence of 10-dimensional three-dimensional time. This is not a contradiction, because the manifestation of time is different. So what kind of resonance is this? Human genius scientists in string computing tell everyone it's a form of 5 aggregates resonance. So what is 5 aggregates resonance? Human scientists have given these 5 aggregates pleasant and ancient names: Gong, Sheng, Jiao, Zheng, and Yu. Of course, these 5 are simply given because scientists believe that string-based computers, like human civilization, are like playing the piano. In reality, the core of this computer isn't actually playing the piano, and the so-called resonance isn't a range resonance, but rather the 5-string resonance of the new string theory. Scientifically, these are 5 types of superstrings that exist in the microscopic 10-dimensional world: type I, type IA, type IB, hybrid O, and hybrid E. These 5 types of superstrings naturally resonate in 10 dimensions. The human scientists who discovered this phenomenon call this resonance 5-string resonance, and the resonance pattern 5 aggregates resonance. This is the origin of the 5 aggregates resonance. It can't be helped. Modern human civilization is the descendant of that ancient nation, and they always like to incorporate ancient elements into their names. If this naming method and research paper were to be released back on Earth, some might mistake it for ancient civilization technology. After all, it's called 5 aggregates resonance, assuming they can understand it. Of course, the scientists' naming isn't simply a cultural issue. It also factors in the 5 superstring resonance modes. They do resonate in 10-dimensional time, producing various interwoven string signals, and the 5 superstrings miraculously exhibit conjugated relationships with each other. For better metaphor, some scientists even compare their relationships to the interaction of the 5 elements. This is the lowest level code of a string-based computer. When the computer runs, humans input the information they want to calculate, and the resonances of the 5 different string types produce different results. These results are the computer's underlying code. So how is this information transmitted back to the macroscopic world? Of course, the information must be transmitted back to the humans living in the macroscopic world. After all, while humans can see the changes in string vibrations at the microscopic level using a third-person observational model, it's impossible to assign humans to constantly monitor the ever-changing computing cores. Furthermore, the information that needs to be calculated also comes from human observations at the macroscopic level. So how is information transmitted from the macroscopic to the microscopic? This requires discussing the dimensional progression of string-based computers. After the computer core completes its calculations, the string signal is transmitted to the microscopic 9-dimensional spacetime through string duality. There, for physical quantities transform the information from the 10-dimensional spacetime, superluminal positive and negative magnetic monopoles, X and Y bosons, and gravitons. Once the string vibration information reaches the microscopic 9-dimensional spacetime, it is transformed into information about the 4 physical quantities of the membrane-like time perspective. But that's not all, as all the instruments and equipment of human civilization exist in the macroscopic 4-dimensional spacetime. Therefore, information will continue to be transmitted progressively. With the participation of the physical quantity of tubular time, it will be transmitted from the microscopic 9-dimensional space to the microscopic 8-dimensional space. At this point, the string vibration signal will manifest as top quarks and gluon plasma, which also travel at superluminal speeds. In the curled 7-dimensional spacetime, the 5-core superstring vibration information will manifest as superluminal bottom quarks and tau particles under the tubular time perspective. Further progress will be made in the curled 6-dimensional spacetime, where superluminal charm quarks and muons travel at superluminal speeds. In the curled 5-dimensional spacetime, it will manifest as superluminal strange quarks and ultra-high-energy electrons. As you can see, electrons appear at this point. The appearance of electrons means that they can be connected to various instruments and equipment. Instruments placed in the macroscopic dimension can read the information through force fields and then, like a conventional computer, feed it back to various displays and output terminals. Signal output is done in this way. Signal input can simply be reversed. Chapter 1487. The strength of the string-based computer lies first and foremost in its invulnerability. Because its core operations are based on electronic interactions, its core is naturally immune to electronic destructive attacks like those from electronic warships. Even if these warships could destroy it, they would only damage its display devices. This also ignores the fact that the string-based computer is located on the Dream Lyra, which is the only way to damage its physical devices. Then, there's its computing power. The computational process appears to span numerous microscopic dimensions, making it extremely complex and seemingly taking a very long time. However, it's important to understand that this so-called time isn't the macroscopic linear time we perceive. So, in terms of the macroscopic linear time, it's instantaneous. Input computing signals are instantly followed by output results. This appears to be a computer with infinite computing power, but things are more complex than that. To truly create a computer with infinite computing power would allow humanity to uncover one of the secrets of the universe's infinite safe. So, it's only a computer that approaches the secret of the infinite safe. Its computing power is still limited, simply reaching its limit. The ultimate finiteness. This is undoubtedly a tremendous achievement. Once human civilization possesses this computer, it means that humanity can calculate all types of Calabi-Yau manifolds. Mathematically, there are a total of 10 to the power of 500 types of Calabi-Yau manifolds, a vast, almost infinite number, yet ultimately finite. Since it is finite, the computing power of a string-based computer, reaching its ultimate finiteness, can calculate them all. Of course, this doesn't mean that human civilization, possessing this string-based computer, will be able to master all types of Calabi-Yau manifolds. It simply means that the foundation for mastering them has been established. This mastery will require human civilization to diligently research in the years ahead. In any case, the string-based computer, already under construction, is the foundation for all of this. It is not only the best supporting facility for the Dream Lyra, but also essential for unleashing its combat power. It also serves as the foundation for human civilization to compose cosmic music in the form of plucking strings, and it is the bridgehead for human civilization to gain insight into the secrets of the universe's infinite safe. Human scientists never imagined that such technology would be a derivative of the construction of the Dream Lyra. When human civilization announced the construction of the string-based computer, the scientific communities of the Galactic Center, Awakener, and Dia civilizations were stunned. The Galactic Center, in particular, initially felt that the Dream Lyra construction was too slow, believing they were once again ahead of human civilization, and thus, for a while, they were complacent. But upon learning that humanity had begun the string-based computer project, they became jealous, but more than that, shocked. They also knew that achieving God-level civilization would likely require understanding the secrets of the universe's infinite safe. However, human civilization had only recently become a cosmic civilization, and yet it had already created such a limited and extreme computer. It was simply infuriating. Scientists from the Galactic Center civilization realized that if human civilization truly could create this computer, it would be the most powerful computer in the universe. Perhaps even computers from God-level civilizations that hadn't mastered the secrets of infinite computing would be outmatched in computing power. This is, of course, just the perspective of the scientists of the Galactic Center civilization. They overlook a fundamental fact: the need to understand the secrets of the infinite safe. The so-called infinite safe must be infinite, limitless. So, perhaps understanding it requires possessing a computer with infinite computing power? However, this isn't necessarily the case. Perhaps some civilizations can also encompass the infinite with the finite. The answer, perhaps only a God-level civilization, knows. In any case, the introduction of string-based computers by human civilization has somewhat convinced the arrogant people of the Galactic Center. In fact, when humanity defeated the electronic warships, although it had become the most powerful in the galaxy, and the Galactic Center civilization recognized this dominance from a strength perspective, deep down, the people of the Galactic Center still believe that human civilization relied on the technology of pioneers and awakeners to defeat the electronic warships. This is indeed the case. Thus, in the Galactic Center subconscious, the people of the Galactic Center always believe that human civilization is extremely lucky, constantly receiving help and technological artifacts from other civilizations. which has led to its current strength. Because of this, the people of the Galactic Center have always harbored a deep sense of pride. Their outward displays of respect for humanity are often driven by a fear of human civilization's military might. However, after the emergence of the string-based computer project, the Galactic Center civilization has truly, from the bottom of its heart, acknowledged humanity as a community. As a result, the leaders of the Galactic Center civilization are lamenting their decision to seek out human civilization after fleeing the simplified civilization. There was initially disagreement within the Galactic Center civilization over whether to go it alone or continue seeking human civilization for support. Now, everyone believes their initial decision was the right one, and they are determined to continue to work alongside human civilization. After evaluating the combination of humanity's Dream Lyra and its string-based computer, the Galactic Center's military experts were dismayed to discover that they couldn't even hit the Dream Lyra, even if it stood still. Even if they mastered the fast world collapse strike, they couldn't limit the Dream Lyra's teleportation and area of effect strike capabilities. This was because the Dream Lyra's teleportation and area of effect strike technology didn't require fast world mechanisms, but rather relied on the vibrations of strings on the cosmic membrane. Even more worrying for the Galactic Center was that, despite humanity's unique technological prowess, even the rustic Awakener civilization from the Triangulum Galaxy seemed to surpass them. Since humanity proposed the string-based computer project, they also achieved breakthroughs in dream-created materialization. It's likely that they will soon master sea and strike technology. That is, they will be able to materialize physical bombs constructed in dreams within the range visible in third-person observation mode. That would be a complete area of effect strike capability. Crucially, this thing doesn't require fast world mechanisms either. After comparing the progress of human civilization and the Awakener civilization, the leader of the Galactic Center civilization was completely emo for a long time. Galactic Center scientists had painstakingly discovered a unique technological path forward, the near-world collapse attack, but before they could even master it, two civilizations were immune to it. Damn it! This was the 16,300th time the leader of the Galactic Center had muttered in the past decade. Sometimes, he even thought, fortunately, there's the Dia civilization. As the leader of the Galactic Center muttered again and again, the Justice Galaxy was officially commissioned, the Super Dia was declared complete, and the Awakener civilization was also in the process of mastering the dream construction and deployment technology. However, none of them left, but quietly waited for human civilization. This wait lasted for 50,000 years. It was precisely because they didn't leave this empty star field early that they encountered an interesting incident.